Army helicopters collide in Kentucky near Fort Campbell. What we know ahead.
The 6 victims murdered in a shooting at the Nashville school this week honored at a vigil attended by First Lady Jill Biden. The latest on the tragedy ahead.
Pope Francis in the hospital this morning. The pontiff being treated for a respiratory infection. An update on his health in a live report just moments away.
President Biden heading to Mississippi tomorrow to survey the damage after those deadly storms last week. What we know about his visit ahead.
And get ready to play ball. It's opening day for Major League Baseball with all 30 teams in action. We've got more on the big day ahead. It's Thursday, March 30th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Breaking overnight, 2 U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopters crashed Wednesday night in Trigg County, Kentucky. The Fort Campbell Public Affairs Office says the collision occurred during a routine training mission. The helicopters were from the 101st Airborne Division Air Assault. Right now, we do not know the status of the crew members, but local law enforcement and military investigators are on the scene.
None of the hundreds who've gathered overnight in Nashville to grieve together. The vigil was held to honor the 6 lives lost in the Covenant School shooting. The mayor says their collective hearts are broken, but the city remains unified. Sheryl Crow and other musicians performed at the service. First Lady Jill Biden also attended, but she did not speak.
Dr. Biden also visited a memorial for the victims. She brought flowers and placed her hand on each of the photos of the 3 children and 3 school workers. We're learning more about those victims as well as the officers who responded. Kathy Park has the latest from Nashville.
New images from Monday's mass shooting in Nashville show young children running across a busy road, escaping gunfire from the Covenant School.
I saw these kids were screaming, they were crying, and I had no idea what was even happening, but I knew that it wasn't good.
Hearing the gunshots and seeing the panic in front of him, Jason Hoffman knew he had to stop driving and help them get away by stopping traffic.
Is there a moment that's kind of seared in your mind forever?
The teacher hugging that little girl, because all I could think about was my child in that same spot.
Running towards a gunfire, Officer Michael Colazzo, a former Marine, and Rex Engelbert, a 4-year veteran of the Nashville Police Department. Officer Engelbert's brother says that display of heroism is in their blood.
Our ma always taught us to be brave, and was very proud to see how brave he was.
The tragedy striking all corners of this grief-stricken community, from the pastor who knew Evelyn Dickhouse and the 9-year-old's family.
She's a shining light. She is just an amazing child.
To the First Lady of Tennessee, losing her friend Cindy Peak, a substitute teacher.
Cindy was supposed to come over to have dinner with Maria last night.
Among the other victims, Hallie Scruggs, the only daughter of the pastor at Covenant Presbyterian. Mike Hill, lovingly known as Big Mike, a father to 7 and grandfather to 14. And headmaster Catherine Kuntz, who gave her life to protect the students she loved.
Our thanks to Kathy for that report.
With the U.S. still reeling from this latest mass shooting, citizens are once again calling on federal lawmakers to take action on passing gun legislation. NBC's Peter Alexander has more on the latest developments in Washington, as well as what the families of past mass shooting victims are doing to push the issue forward.
Just hours after gunfire echoed through that Nashville school, renewed pleas for action.
I don't have any more tears, y'all.
President Biden repeating his call to ban so-called assault weapons.
Why in God's name do we allow these weapons of war in our streets and at our schools?
But Republicans have a different view, including mass shooting survivor Steve Scalise.
All they want to do is take guns away from law-abiding citizens before they even know the facts.
The reality, any gun legislation has little chance of passing Congress.
If you think Washington's going to fix this problem, you're wrong.
That vacuum has left states to take action, including Colorado, that's witnessed mass shootings at Club Q, Aurora, and Columbine. Lawmakers there advancing a bill to expand red flag laws, empowering more people to petition a judge to confiscate guns from those who present a danger to themselves or others. In Illinois, after that July 4th parade shooting, Democratic lawmakers approved an assault weapons ban that now faces legal challenges. But in Florida, leading Republicans are pushing to allow gun owners to carry weapons without a permit. Andrew Pollock's daughter Meadow was killed by a teen gunman at Florida's Stoneman Douglas High School. He says weapons bans are not the answer to stopping mass shootings.
It's easy to just say that let's just ban rifles instead of looking into the failures that led up to it.
He wants more armed security at schools and more restrictions for those with mental health issues.
You want to fix a lot of the shootings in this country, prevent the mentally ill from being able to purchase the rifle.
It really just pains me to see that here we are again.
Zanetta Everhart's son Zaire incredibly survived last year's mass shooting at Buffalo's top supermarket after being shot in the neck. She's demanding tougher gun restrictions, like an assault weapons ban.
What is the solution here in your view?
It's simply the guns. That's the problem. But our lawmakers don't want to solve the problem. And that's what it looks like. It looks like they just don't care.
President Biden says there's little else he can do alone, that he's effectively exhausted his executive authority on guns. And leading Republicans right now say it's too soon to even have a discussion about new gun laws, given there's still an ongoing investigation after that shooting in Nashville. Back to you.
Peter, thank you.
This morning, Pope Francis is in the hospital, admitted in Rome after complaining of breathing difficulties for days. And tests show that he's suffering from a non-COVID respiratory infection. The Vatican says that the 86-year-old pontiff will remain in the hospital for at least a few days. Let's go live now to Rome and Claudio Lavanga. Claudio, good morning. What are you hearing about the Pope's condition?
Good morning, Philip. Well, in the last statement issued by the Vatican last night, he did say just that the Pope had been complaining about breathing difficulties for days, and that's why he was sent to the hospital yesterday on Wednesday afternoon, where he was diagnosed with some respiratory infection. Now, we hope that today the Vatican will answer questions that arise from that statement, which is what kind of respiratory infection is he suffering from, and how many days will he have to stay at the hospital, and especially, will he be able to attend any of the events that are scheduled for the upcoming Holy Week, which is the most important week in the on the Catholic Church's calendar, which include, of course, Palm Sunday this weekend, the Way of the Cross next Friday, and Easter weekend next week. Or will the Pope address the faithful from the balcony of that hospital, as he did back in 2021 after a colon surgery? Philip, Francis.
All right, Claudio Lavanga with the very latest from Rome for us. Claudio, thank you.
Tomorrow, President Biden will head to Mississippi to survey recovery efforts a week after deadly tornadoes ravaged the state. In a statement, the White House said that Mr. Biden and the First Lady will visit hard-hit Rolling Fork to meet with first responders and officials from affected communities. 21 people were killed in Mississippi, with 13 of the casualties in the small town the president is set to visit. One man also died in Alabama.
The relationship between the U.S. and Israel is facing serious tensions following a lengthy period of unrest. On Tuesday, President Biden told reporters that he was concerned over Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's plan to overhaul the country's judiciary system and that they could not continue down this road. Netanyahu pushed back against Biden in a series of tweets, saying that Israel makes its own decisions that aren't based on pressures from abroad. The proposal from Netanyahu sparked months of protests in Israel that resulted in the pausing of the legislation earlier this week. A rally at the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv in support of Biden's comments is set to be held this morning.
Now to rising tensions between the U.S. and China. Chinese officials warning if House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen meet, it would be a provocation and that China would take measures to fight back. The U.S. says visits by high-level Taiwanese officials are routine, adding Tsai has met with members of Congress in her 6 visits to the U.S. since taking office. The meeting with McCarthy and Tsai is expected to take place in Los Angeles, but has not officially been confirmed.
Senator John Fetterman will be returning to Capitol Hill next month. Fetterman's office tells NBC News that the Pennsylvania Democrat will return to the Senate during the week of April 17th, 2 months after he checked himself into Walter Reed Medical Center for treatment for clinical depression. Fetterman's staff told NBC News that he's in the zone and excited to get back.
Kentucky state legislature voted Wednesday to override Governor Andy Beshear's veto of a bill banning gender-affirming care for transgender youth. Beshear, a Democrat, issued the veto last week, saying that the bill allows too much government interference in personal health care issues. In a statement, the state's chapter of the ACLU called the move from the Republican-led General Assembly another shameful attack on LGBTQ youth in Kentucky. They also noted that trans youth can still receive care until the bill takes effect in June.
Thursday is set to be a stormy one for parts of the country. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is here with us. She's tracking some severe weather in our forecast. Morning, Angie.
Morning, guys. It's Thursday and Friday where we're going to have to be on guard for some of these stronger storms. As we go through basically the next 2 days, the storm system is working through. So let's give you the details of some of those hazards that you can expect and where. Basically from Topeka down into portions of Wichita Falls, northern Texas area, and as far east as Fort Smith, including Oklahoma City, could see some of these stronger storms, maybe including some strong wind gusts and some hail. The tornado threat is low today, but it really ramps up for tomorrow. We're talking millions, over 40 million people included in this area of severe threat that will extend from the Midwest, including places like Chicago, Cedar Rapids, Memphis, and as far south as Shreveport and Jackson. That is where we'll see the bullseye for intense, strong storms lasting into the evening hours tomorrow. This will include some tornadoes, potentially EF2 tornadoes or higher, so we'll be keeping a close eye on some of these areas. Memphis, Davenport, Springfield, all included in that. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's take a peek at what's happening in your neighborhood. Temperatures into the 70s in Omaha, just a little farther north, though, mid-40s. As we look down to the south, Dallas ends up at 72 degrees, 80s for Lubbock, and we'll see some thunderstorms stretch from San Antonio to Houston. And that same storm system also going to bring some wintry weather to a couple places as we get closer to April, guys. We're still talking about snow. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Wow, just a few days away from April. My goodness.
And look what today is, too. A huge day.
That's right. It is opening day. It's been 145 days since the Astros won the World Series, but it is time to play ball once again. All 30 teams are in action on opening day today. The Astros celebrate the franchise's second championship before playing the White Sox. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. Eastern. The Braves play the Nationals, and the Giants take on the Yankees in New York.
All right. Still to come, the latest from inside the courtroom as Gwyneth Paltrow's ski crash trial nears jury deliberations.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Leading the news, a Manhattan grand jury has indicted several suspects in connection with the deaths of John Umberger and Julio Ramirez, according to 2 law enforcement sources. They were drugged and killed in separate incidents after visiting gay bars in New York City last year. The sources say it was not clear how many suspects were charged with murder, but they were among 6 people indicted on robbery charges that involve a total of 17 robberies. At least 5 are in custody. And the medical examiner's office tells NBC News that, quote, it is involved in the investigation of several additional deaths in similar circumstances. The Manhattan DA's office and an NYPD spokesman declined to comment, citing the ongoing investigation.
The World Health Organization is sounding the alarm on a post-antibiotic era of disease. Preliminary data from a WHO report says there are too few drugs in clinical trials that can combat deadly drug-resistant infections. The organization only considers 6 of the 27 new antibiotics innovative enough to combat those so-called superbugs. In a 2019 report, the CDC estimated nearly 3 million people develop drug-resistant infections every year, resulting in over 35,000 deaths.
Later today, closing arguments are expected in the ski collision suit filed against actress Gwyneth Paltrow. Jury deliberations could also begin today. For several days, the jury has heard testimony from both sides saying the other caused a 2016 crash at a Utah ski resort. The plaintiff, 76-year-old Terry Sanderson, is seeking over $300,000 in damages. He alleges the Oscar winner skied into him, leaving him with permanent brain damage. Paltrow is countersuing for $1 plus legal fees, testifying Sanderson caused the collision.
Still to come, lawmakers push to ground passengers who behave badly in the skies.
At first, a new study says rough allergies may be curbed by having a pet in the house.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so you feel the allergies kicking in. We have got some positive news. A new study is suggesting man's best friend might help stop allergies from hounding you. The research out of Japan discovered that exposure to a pet or cat or dog during pregnancy or the first few months of life actually decreases an infant's risk of developing food allergies by 14%. The findings analyzed data from 65,000 subjects with kids up to age 3. I would never think to put 2 and 2 together, that being exposed to a pet. I would think like, okay, you're exposed to a cat or a dog, you're not going to be allergic to them, but totally different things.
It makes sense. You know, my wife needs to see this. She doesn't like, we have a dog in the house. She doesn't really like to see it, but she's pregnant and it could benefit the little baby to come.
There you go.
All right, now to some turbulence on planes. It's caused by those unruly travelers. Congress is now considering a new law to prevent unruly passengers from flying on any airline. Here's Tom Costello.
Their safety has to come first.
On the steps of the Capitol, flight attendants came to plead for help and tell their stories of being attacked by passengers. Southwest flight attendant Jennifer Vitalo.
I was hit in the head, knocked to the ground.
Cher Taylor from Frontier Airlines was trying to stop an assault.
The racial slurs continued as passengers separated. I'm still haunted by this incident.
Americans Pete Enriquez attacked on a flight from Miami to London.
He spat again in my face and sucker punched me in the eye.
Despite an end to the controversial mask mandate, the FAA investigated 831 cases of unruly passengers last year, more than 2 each day, compared to 146 cases in all of 2019. Most recently, a passenger allegedly tried to stab a flight attendant in the neck. FAA Chief Billy Nolan with Lester.
If you act up in flight, we're going to come after you.
While airlines routinely ban disruptive passengers, new bipartisan legislation would create a national no-fly list managed by the TSA. A passenger banned on one airline would be banned on all.
If you commit violence in the skies, you will no longer fly.
Make sure that those people can never come anywhere near any airport in this country ever again.
While the White House, flight attendants and pilots unions support a national do-not-fly list, some but not all airlines are on board. The question now, will Congress pass the legislation?
Anyone who flies is on board for that, I'm sure. Thanks to Tom for that report.
Hey, Angie's back with an eye on your weekend forecast up next.
And coming up, the long journey home for something lost by a Vietnam War veteran.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We may be at the end of March, heading into April, but sure doesn't look like it in parts of the upper Midwest, where we'll expect another maybe foot of snow for places like the upper peninsula of Michigan. Meanwhile, severe storms are going to be possible up through the Midwest into the Mississippi Valley for tomorrow, with some tornadoes possible into the afternoon and evening. We'll be right back.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas, from Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Yesterday marked 50 years since the last U.S. combat troops left the Vietnam War. And our Harry Smith has a story of what one veteran lost on the battlefield and how it was returned to his family.
There were few parades, little fanfare, just welcome home from family and friends for those who served in Vietnam.
I was a rifle platoon commander and then a company commander in the 1st Battalion, 5th Marine Regiment in the Anwar Basin.
Last fall, former Senator Jim Webb led a group of Notre Dame students to that battlefield, that province where
more than 7,000 Marines had lost their lives, and they needed to understand how and what we were trying to do.
Well, there, a local man appeared with a dog tag. Professor Mike Desch bought it for $20. Name and rank, Larry Hughes, Corporal. Webb wondered
whether we were able to find him or his family so that we could pay our respects to them.
They did.
I was like, oh, this has got to be some kind of scam or something, you know. Obviously, it doesn't sound real.
Carl Hughes was wary. His Aunt Patricia broke down in tears.
I just couldn't believe it. I said, are you serious?
Corporal Larry Hughes was Carl's dad, Patricia Hughes, his sister.
It took me way back in time as a teenage girl, and my brother's gone. We don't know if he's going to come home.
Corporal Hughes did come home to northern Florida, but passed away a couple years ago. Carl said his dad never spoke to him about Vietnam, yet.
I joined the Marines as well, just like him, wanted to follow in his footsteps.
As did Patricia's son.
He served in Iraq. I was in with a Marine Corps parents because we said we will never let our sons be treated like they treated the Vietnam vets.
Right. Patricia told us her brother would change out of his uniform when he came home to avoid the stares and hateful words of some civilians. Jim Webb had the dog tag framed along with Corporal Hughes' military ribbons, and a ceremony was held to honor his service.
But the recognition for the Vietnam vets, you couldn't have asked it for anything any better.
Fulfilling the Marine motto, Semper Fidelis, Semper Fi, always faithful. Harry Smith, NBC News, Land O'Lakes, Florida.
The oldest known orca in captivity is about to have her Free Willy moment. Later today, the Miami Sea Aquarium, along with Indianapolis Colts owner Jim Irsay, is expected to reveal plans to release Lolita, the killer whale, back into the wild. The 57-year-old whale was captured from the Pacific Ocean back in 1970 and has been a mainstay of the aquarium for decades now. Animal rights activists have advocated for Lolita's release for years, while park officials say that her habitat has always exceeded requirements. Have fun out in the wild, Lolita.
This is early today.
Oh.
Breaking news, 2 U.S. Army helicopters collide in Kentucky. What we know ahead.
A vigil held in Nashville to honor the 6 lives lost in the mass shooting at a school there this week. First Lady Jill Biden paying her respects as we learn more about the heroic officers who took down the shooter.
Right now, Pope Francis is in the hospital getting treated for a respiratory infection. An update on his health ahead in a live report.
A victory for gig workers. A first-in-the-nation law was just signed in Seattle, entitling most gig workers there to paid sick leave.
Authorities are warning about growing incidents of scams involving artificial intelligence, how criminals are cashing in by impersonating voices. It's Thursday, March 30th. Early today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Breaking overnight, 2 U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopters crashed Wednesday night in Trigg County, Kentucky. The Fort Campbell Public Affairs Office says the incident happened during a routine training mission. The status of the crew members is unknown at this time, and an investigation is underway. A press conference is scheduled for later this morning.
A citywide vigil was held in Nashville overnight so Music City could grieve together. The mayor hosted the somber event where he called the shooting at the Covenant Elementary School the worst day in the city's history. Sheryl Crow and other musicians performed, and First Lady Jill Biden was also there to pay her respects.
She also brought flowers to a memorial for the students and school employees who were killed. And we're learning more about those 6 victims and the brave first responders. Our Kathy Park has more from Nashville.
New images from Monday's mass shooting in Nashville show young children running across a busy road, escaping gunfire from the Covenant School.
I saw these kids were screaming, they were crying, and I had no idea what was even happening, but I knew that it wasn't good.
Hearing the gunshots and seeing the panic in front of him, Jason Hoffman knew he had to stop driving and help them get away by stopping traffic.
Is there a moment that's kind of seared in your mind forever?
The teacher hugging that little girl, because all I could think about was my child in that same spot.
Running towards a gunfire, Officer Michael Colazzo, a former Marine, and Rex Engelbert, a 4-year veteran of the Nashville Police Department. Officer Engelbert's brother says that display of heroism is in their blood.
Our mom always taught us to be brave, and was very proud to see how brave he was.
The tragedy striking all corners of this grief-stricken community, from the pastor who knew Evelyn Dickhouse and the 9-year-old's family.
She's a shining light. She is just an amazing child.
To the First Lady of Tennessee, losing her friend Cindy Peak, a substitute teacher.
Cindy was supposed to come over to have dinner with Maria last night.
Among the other victims, Hallie Scruggs, the only daughter of the pastor at Covenant Presbyterian. Mike Hill, lovingly known as Big Mike, a father to 7 and grandfather to 14. And headmaster Catherine Kuntz, who gave her life to protect the students she loved.
Our thanks to Kathy for that report.
As federal lawmakers face renewed calls to pass legislation on guns, New York Democratic Congressman Jamal Bowman chastised his Republican colleagues in the halls of Congress for not supporting stricter gun measures, at one point going head-to-head with Congressman Thomas Massey of Kentucky.
They're cowards! They're all cowards! They won't do anything to save the lives of our children at all! You know, there's never been... I'm talking about gun violence! In a school that allows teachers to carry. Oh my God. Carry guns? You think more guns lead to more death? More guns lead to more death. Look at the data. You're not looking at any data. You're carrying the water for the gun lobby. Look at the data. More guns lead to more deaths. States that have open States that have open carry laws have more death. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Calm down, children are dying. 9-year-old children.
Massey has been the subject of criticism for a December 2021 tweet where you see there he and his family posed for holiday photos while holding guns and asking Santa to bring more ammo.
Pope Francis has been admitted to a hospital in Rome after complaining of breathing difficulties. Tests show that he is suffering from a respiratory infection, although COVID-19 has been ruled out. The Vatican says that the 86-year-old pontiff will remain in the hospital for at least a few days. Let's go live to Rome now, and Claudio Lavanga. And Claudio, good morning. What more do we know about the Pope's condition?
Good morning, Francis. Well, what we know officially from the Vatican is what you just mentioned, is that the Pope in the last few days has been complaining about some breathing difficulties, and that's why he was taken to the hospital on Wednesday afternoon, where medical checks highlighted some respiratory infection. But we hoped that today, throughout the day, the Vatican will update us and give some or answer some questions that arise from that statement, such as what kind of respiratory infection is he suffering from? How many days is he expected to stay in hospital? And especially, will he manage to attend any of the events that are scheduled for the upcoming Holy Week, which is the most important week in the Catholic Church's calendar, that will start with Palm Sunday this weekend, and then we'll continue with the Way of the Cross next Friday, and then, of course, Easter weekend next week. Or will he address the faithful in the coming days, as he's done 2 years ago after his colon surgery in the same hospital from the balcony of that hotel? Francis, Philip?
Such a rigorous schedule leading up to Holy Week for the Pontiff and the 1.3 billion Catholics in the world. Thank you, Claudia.
President Biden will head to Mississippi to survey the recovery efforts, a week after deadly tornadoes tore across the state. In a statement, the White House said that Mr. Biden and the First Lady will visit hard-hit Rolling Fork to meet with first responders and officials from the affected communities. 21 people were killed in Mississippi, with 13 of the casualties in the small town the president is set to visit. One man also died in Alabama.
7 California Highway Patrol officers and a nurse are facing involuntary manslaughter charges over the 2020 death of Edward Bronstein, who could be heard on video saying he couldn't breathe as officers held him down. Officials say Bronstein was arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence and was held down after initially refusing to have his blood drawn. The district attorneys say his CPR began 13 minutes after Bronstein's last scream for help. An attorney representing the nurse called the charge outrageous, saying the nurse was there to do a legal blood draw. Attorneys for the officers did not respond to requests for comment.
Kentucky's state legislature voted on Wednesday to override Governor Andy Beshear's veto of a bill banning gender-affirming care for transgender youth. Beshear, a Democrat, issued the veto last week, saying that the bill allows too much government interference in personal health care issues. In a statement, the state's chapter of the ACLU called the move from the Republican-led General Assembly another shameful attack on LGBTQ youth in Kentucky. They also noted that trans youth can still receive care until the bill takes effect in June.
The mayor of Seattle has signed a law that grants most gig workers paid sick leave. It is the first law of its kind in the United States. Seattle already has sick leave in place for food delivery workers, but that pandemic-era measure was set to expire May 1st. The new law makes it permanent and expands it to most app-based workers. It does not, however, cover freelancers on sites like TaskRabbit and Fever.
Right now to some storms brewing in the east. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking that for us. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And it's all thanks to this powerful storm system that's working its way to the east today. It'll be just a couple of scattered thunderstorms that could potentially be strong to even severe. But tomorrow's really the bullseye for when this system gets its act together. And we could see some strong, potentially damaging wind gusts, as well as long track tornadoes that will be possible here as we go through the day tomorrow. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's take a look at what's happening in your neighborhood. In the High Plains, temperatures are on the chilly side, upper 20s for Bismarck. Minneapolis will see some snow showers. Meanwhile, in the south, we'll get a couple of thunderstorms going from Dallas to Houston, including San Antonio. Memphis ends up at 72 and Santa Fe at 59. And that storm system eventually brings rain and some snow to parts of the Midwest and the Northeast. We'll talk about that coming up.
All right, looking forward to that, Angie. Thank you. 145 days after the Astros won the World Series, it's time to play ball once again. All 30 Major League Baseball teams are in action for opening day today. The Astros celebrate the franchise's second championship before playing the White Sox. First pitch of the 2023 season is just after 1 p.m. Eastern, with the Braves playing the Nationals and the Giants taking on the Yankees.
It's pretty much Philip's Christmas morning today with that.
Not wrong.
All right, we're back in 60 seconds with mounting questions after 39 migrants died at a holding center in Mexico.
Plus, artificial intelligence falls in the wrong hands and criminals use it to scam innocent people.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Leading the news, Mexican officials are seeking arrest warrants for employees of a migrant center in Juarez after a deadly fire claimed the lives of 39 people. Surveillance video appeared to show officers in uniform walking away from the blaze, leaving people locked inside the cell. Authorities are now investigating 8 people, including federal agents and an immigration officer. Mexico's president promised a full investigation of the fire.
The trial of Grammy-winning musician Pras Michel begins today. The former Fuji star is charged with conspiracy, witness tampering, and failing to register as an agent of China. Prosecutors allege a billionaire fugitive accused of embezzlement gave Michel millions to pull favor with the U.S. government. The witness list includes stars like Leonardo DiCaprio, as well as Trump allies Rudy Giuliani and Steve Bannon. Michel has denied any wrongdoing and has entered a not guilty plea.
A startling fraud trend is on the rise as scammers are impersonating the voices of a loved one with AI tech to swindle money from concerned friends and family. Our Emily Akeda reports.
It's a phone call John Bridges will never forget.
I said, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" She goes, "I've had an accident and I need your help."
His daughter panicked and crying before another voice gets on the line.
He goes, "I'm wanting to give your daughter back to you, but I need some cash."
Bridges says he didn't end up giving money to the scammer thanks to his quick-thinking wife who called their actual daughter to confirm she wasn't being held hostage. But he got close, even grabbing cash from home and driving it to a meetup location.
When I first heard my daughter's voice, it was my daughter's voice. It convinced me that that was her.
Calls like this have the Federal Trade Commission sounding the alarm this month, warning of advancing artificial intelligence used to simulate someone's voice in imposter scams, the most commonly reported fraud in 2022, with losses jumping to $2.6 billion last year.
It's critical that people are aware this technology is out there and that it's really very good.
Voice cloning isn't a new concept, but it's becoming more accessible, accurate, and easier to use thanks to AI. Cybersecurity expert Tiago Enriquez, who says he's now seeing insurance claims for this kind of fraud, showed us just how easy it is.
We're going to try and find some audio samples of you.
He pulled videos from my social media and uploaded clips to one of a growing number of voice cloning programs.
So it's literally a matter of dragging and dropping audio clips into this program.
That's it.
Then came typing what to say, and with the click of a button,
I already tried to call the bureau. It was weird no one answered.
that one's pretty good. But could I fool a colleague with it?
Hello? Are you crazy busy? I forgot my corporate card.
Oh no.
Can I borrow yours real quick? I just need to pay for a few things. I'll get the receipts.
It wasn't perfect. There were delays, and some sentences sounded more genuine than others, but
I gotta run out and get my wallet.
it worked.
Thank you so much. Call you in a bit.
My colleague later stunned by the generated audio's accuracy.
So I pride myself on never falling for that stuff.
Experts say to make sure you don't fall for it, be skeptical whenever asked for money in any form. Don't rely on the caller ID. Those can be faked. And even if it sounds like a loved one calling, hang up and call the person yourself.
Are we going to see an increase in this sort of thing?
I believe we are. As attackers get more familiar with these technologies, what they can do with it, how to operate them, we are going to see an increase in scam attacks.
New technology requiring new lines of defense. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
Wow. All right, still to come here, police in Hawaii are investigating a group of swimmers for allegedly harassing dolphins.
And later, we'll dig into how the pandemic affected your snack time.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Authorities in Hawaii are investigating after accusing dozens of swimmers of harassing dolphins in Hauhau Bay, seen here in drone footage. So in a statement, officials said that 33 people who have not been named were, quote, pursuing, corralling, and harassing the spinner dolphins. It's illegal, by the way, to swim within 50 yards of that animal in Hawaii. I feel like they are just testing fate here and karma. You know, I'm sure sharks coming for them the more they're messing around.
Yeah, clearly, they don't know that this is their world, and we as humans are just swimming in it, right? All right, so we here at Early Today no doubt love our snacks. And if you're up with us at this hour, chances are you do too. And it looks like the pandemic has changed your eating habits. Here's Sam Brock.
What are you eating? I don't even know. I just know I'm hungry. All the time.
Grabbing a little something to eat in between meals is nothing new, but now it seems those snack attacks are getting even stronger.
I like peanut M&Ms.
Yeah, regular M&M. I like licorice.
Chocolate, yeah, chocolate.
Potato chips, things that are bad for me.
A recent article from Axios points to a number of new reports on U.S. eating habits showing snacking rose steeply during the COVID-19 pandemic and has continued. Retail experts say this was driven, at least initially, by the habits of younger people.
49% of consumers snack 3+ snacks per day, and that's pretty significant. They don't necessarily sit down for 3 meals a day. They are on the go.
Some are calling the trend of eating snacks instead of full meals snackification, blaming the change on a return to busy schedules. The most common picks for those mini meals are cookies, followed by chips and crisps, while ice cream rounds out the top 3. And according to consumer consultant Circana, products seeing the most success in the snack aisle are those with unique flavors, the hotter the better, bites boasting health benefits with buzzwords like gluten-free or keto, and collaborations between brands. When we're eating snacks is also changing. Breakfast foods like cereal and granola bars are now curbing late-night cravings, part of a round-the-clock revolution. A recent health survey found nearly 3 in 4 Americans snack at least once a day, up 15% from 2021. If you can't quite figure out what you want to eat, there's no shortage of snack suggestions on social media, from the strange.
I don't care if anyone says this is gross. It's amazing.
To the strangely satisfying. And if you find it hard to fight the urge to reach for something less than nutritious, don't be too hard on yourself. Another study suggests eating fatty and sugary snacks activates the brain's dopamine system, altering brain activity to create lasting preferences for less healthy items. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Saw that ice cream and fruit roll-ups there, roll up there.
But I'm feeling the Funyuns right now.
All right. Angie likes the fruit roll-up. She's back after the break with her weekend forecast. Stay with us.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Welcome back. April's around the corner, but we're still talking snow for parts of the Midwest. We're going to see maybe up to a foot of snow in the upper peninsula of Michigan, and it's extending into parts of Wisconsin. We'll also see some rainfall as the system works through. This is the same thing that's going to bring some strong storms to parts of basically the Midwest to the Mississippi Valley, but we're also going to be seeing some heavy rain from Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, and including Memphis. We'll be right back.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now to a controversy brewing in Florida classrooms after a movie about a civil rights icon was temporarily pulled after a parent complained. Here's Valerie Castro.
A made-for-TV Disney movie about a 6-year-old civil rights icon deemed, quote, not for second graders by a Florida parent, leading to its temporary ban.
2 men in the front car will walk in front of me. We'll all go in the building together.
Ruby Bridges, the 1998 film about one of the first black children to integrate an all-white school in 1960s New Orleans, let's go, baby, is now shelved by the Pinellas County School District. The movie portrays the real-life student as she faced protesters and racial slurs walking into school, flanked by federal marshals. Before showing the film, parents of children at the elementary school were asked to fill out a permission slip, according to a district spokesperson. But one parent also filled out this complaint form, objecting to specific words in the film and concerns it would teach young students, quote, racial slurs, how they are different, and white people hate black people. A school district spokesperson telling NBC News in a statement it was communicated with the parent that the school would not have any future showings during this school year, as the movie had already been shown. Also saying the elementary school is expected to engage in the formal objection process to review the film. Earlier in the year, the same district pulled the book The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison from high school libraries after a parent complained about a rape scene. Students protested for its return.
That is not the purpose of those passages in The Bluest Eye. It is to shock and horrify readers into empathy for this character.
Ultimately, as a district, we have an obligation to follow the law.
One of the laws he cited, new this year.
No taxpayer dollars should be used to teach our kids to hate our country or to hate each other.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' Stop Woke Act and Florida Parental Rights and Education Act are laws that restrict some race-inclusive teachings in schools and gives parents more power in their complaints. Critics have called the laws racially motivated censorship.
We don't know and understand history. We're about to repeat it.
Some community leaders now questioning the district's decision to hit pause on showing Ruby Bridges, highlighting the 6-year-old protagonist for anyone who thinks it's not age appropriate.
Thanks to Valerie for that report. I don't know, I think we're getting to a dangerous place talking about banning books and films and all of that.
It is a slippery slope when you head that way, and in some communities, as we've seen and reported on, they're sliding that way.
Yep, it's important to give context. That's what it's about. All right, thanks for joining us this morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great one. See you tomorrow.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Breaking right now on Morning News Now, training tragedy. This morning, U.S. Army officials confirming several casualties after 2 Black Hawk helicopters crashed during a late-night training exercise in Kentucky. What we know about the incident and the investigation underway right now. Also this morning, sadness and outrage in the wake of that deadly elementary school shooting in Tennessee. In Nashville, First Lady Jill Biden paying her respects to the victims, while in Washington, lawmakers are renewing the debate over gun reform.
If you think Washington's going to fix this problem, you're wrong. They're not going to fix this problem. They are the problem.
We're in Nashville with the very latest. Prayers for Pope Francis. Developing news from the Vatican this morning, Pope Francis in the hospital with a respiratory infection just days before the start of Holy Week. We'll have the latest on his condition. And Lifesaver, new developments in America's fight against the opioid epidemic as the FDA approves over-the-counter sales of an anti-overdose treatment. We'll have more on the move that could save lives, an important development for so many families and communities right here in the U.S.
Absolutely. A lot of people were looking forward to that one. We have that to get to and a lot more, but we do begin this morning with breaking news out of Kentucky. Overnight, 2 Army helicopters crashed during what's been described as a routine training mission. Officials say the 2 HH-60 Black Hawk aircraft from the 101st Airborne Division collided around 10 p.m. in Trigg County. That's near the Fort Campbell military base.
In a statement, the division said there had been several casualties as a result of the crash and that they were taking this time to focus on, quote, the soldiers and their families who were involved. Authorities from the Kentucky State Police said police and military investigators arrived on the scene following the incident. Now we'll turn to Nashville, where this morning protesters are set to rally in support of new gun laws in the aftermath of that deadly school shooting. It comes as we're getting a look at dramatic new video showing young children in their school uniforms running across a busy road to escape the gunfire. Last night, hundreds of people gathered at a candlelight vigil to honor and mourn the 3 children and 3 adults who were killed. Among those in attendance, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, who visited the site of the makeshift memorial and laid flowers for each of the victims. For more, we're joined by MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser outside of the Tennessee Capitol in Nashville. Lindsay, good morning. So once again, gun laws have been a major talking point in the aftermath of yet another mass shooting. What are you hearing from leaders in Tennessee?
I mean, how heartbreaking is that video, Zinclair, of these kids in these school uniforms who should be in class studying? and they're running for their lives through the woods and across the street. I mean, people here are so deeply affected by this, and I've been talking to a lot of people about what needs to be done. How soon is too soon to be talking about this, but how late is too late? And I talked to a local state representative of the Democratic Party, and he said now is the time to be talking about gun reform because they have a finite window in their legislative session in the state capitol behind me. There are no red flag laws in Tennessee. There are actually laws going through their General Assembly that would expand gun access, essentially loosen gun laws. I talked to a minister who not only ministers families who go to Covenant School, but one of the victims' families. And he said he hates how all this gets politicized in the beginning of these tragedies, but he agrees that something does need to be done. He's a father. He's got 3 kids himself. And I also talked to people at the vigil last night who tell me they also want to see something done. And when I ask for specifics, what does that look like? They tell me it's a combination of gun reform, mental health reform. And so this is obviously a very complex issue, but people here will be demanding change this morning at the Capitol behind me. There's a rally taking place in a couple of hours in which basically the message last night at the vigil was come tomorrow to hold them accountable. Clay.
And Lindsay, I do want to dig into some of the conversations I know you had last night at the vigil. You spoke to a woman who teaches 7- and 8-year-olds, and she said she constantly is thinking about how she would handle a school shooter. What exactly was she telling you?
Obviously deeply affected by this. She's a teacher. She would never want to see this happen. But Zinkley, what was fascinating was how she looked at the body camera video almost to prepare her for the possibility of something like this happening. Take a listen.
I watched some of the footage, but I looked at it through a different lens. I looked at it as, okay, this is what the cops do when they go in for this. This is what I need to do.
But how crazy is it that you're looking at surveillance video of a school shooting almost as a student? You're studying what to do.
I don't like being there, but in order to know that I can provide the most protection for my kids, I think that's how we have to look at it.
And, you know, she cares so deeply about her kids. She said any day she would put herself in front of those kids. She says parents entrust her to take care of their babies. And so she says that's what she's prepared to do, Zinkley.
Teachers already have to do so much, and now they're thinking about this. Lindsay, I know we often talk about how hard it can be also for parents and children to discuss and process tragedies like this. So what did that teacher tell you about how discussing this shooting with her own students, how she's doing that, and what does she want to see done?
I mean, this isn't an easy conversation to have. There's no playbook for this. They don't teach this, or how do you teach a child what happened? Even a minister that I talked to said he doesn't really know either. I mean, point to psychologists and things like that. Be there for comfort, offer the support they need. But she did talk about also wanting to preserve their mental health, answer questions that they have. Then this is what she said about that.
I honestly don't know yet. It will just kind of be an in the moment kind of thing. If they don't bring it up, I honestly probably won't bring it up because I don't want to cause I don't want to bring on any kind of trauma or any thoughts that don't need to be there. I don't want to create it.
The victims are 9 years old, her students 7 and 8. So obviously she's been at a conference. She's actually going to see her students for the first time since this shooting today. So some difficult conversations that are happening. But obviously the community here continuing to just grieve and to come together and mourn, Zinkley.
Absolutely. I mean, we're praying for that community. Lindsay Reiser, thank you so much.
So many heartbreaking facets to this. Well, the Nashville shooting has also reignited the debate over gun laws in Washington. President Biden has been among those weighing in. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has more.
Just hours after gunfire echoed through that Nashville school, renewed pleas for action.
I don't have any more tears, y'all.
President Biden repeating his call to ban so-called assault weapons.
Why in God's name do we allow these weapons of war on our streets and at our schools?
But Republicans have a different view, including mass shooting survivor Steve Scalise.
All they want to do is take guns away from law-abiding citizens before they even know the facts.
Any gun legislation has little chance of passing Congress.
If you think Washington's going to fix this problem, you're wrong.
That vacuum has left states to take action, including Colorado, that's witnessed mass shootings at Club Q, Aurora, and Columbine. Lawmakers there advancing a bill to expand red flag laws, empowering more people to petition a judge to confiscate guns from those who present a danger to themselves or others. In Illinois, after that July 4th parade shooting, Democratic lawmakers approved an assault weapons ban that now faces legal challenges. But in Florida, leading Republicans are pushing to allow gun owners to carry weapons without a permit. Andrew Pollock's daughter Meadow was killed by a teen gunman at Florida's Stoneman Douglas High School. He says weapons bans are not the answer to stopping mass shootings.
It's easy to just say that let's just ban rifles instead of looking into the failures that led up to it.
He wants more armed security at schools and more restrictions for those with mental health issues.
You want to fix a lot of the shootings in this country, prevent the mentally ill from being able to purchase the rifle.
It really, really, really just pains me to see that here we are again.
Zanetta Everhart's son Zaire incredibly survived last year's mass shooting at Buffalo's Tops supermarket after being shot in the neck. She's demanding tougher gun restrictions, like an assault weapons ban.
What is the solution here in your view?
It's simply the guns. That's the problem. But our lawmakers don't want to solve the problem. And that's what it looks like. It looks like they just don't care.
President Biden says there's little else he can do, that he's effectively exhausted his executive actions on guns, that it's now in the hands of Congress. But leading Republicans say it's premature to have a discussion about new gun laws with the investigation into that Nashville shooting still ongoing. Back to you.
More to come. All right, Peter, thanks so much. We're following some breaking news this morning out of Russia, where Wall Street Journal reporter and American citizen Evan Gershkovich has been detained for suspicion of espionage. According to Russian state media, Gershkovich was accused of collecting, quote, information constituting a state secret about the activities of one of the enterprises of the Russian military-industrial complex. The Kremlin has also commented on the arrest, saying his detention is a matter for FSB security service. If convicted here, he could face up to 20 years in prison. Now, the Wall Street Journal has released a statement saying, quote, the Wall Street Journal vehemently denies the allegations from the FSB and seeks the immediate release of our trusted and dedicated reporter, Evan Gershkovich. We stand in solidarity with Evan and his family. Gershkovich is the first journalist employed by an American outlet to be detained in Russia since the Cold War.
And Pope Francis spent the night in a hospital after he was admitted yesterday with breathing difficulties. The Vatican says the 86-year-old is being treated for a respiratory infection and will stay in the hospital for a few days. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more on this. Claudio, good morning. So this is the latest in a series of health issues for the Pope. What's his condition like this morning?
Good morning, Zinkley. Well, the Vatican literally just issued an update about half an hour ago. They said in a statement that the Pope has rested well overnight, that his clinical picture is progressively improving and that he is continuing his planned treatment. The statement continues by saying that the Pope this morning had breakfast, he read some newspapers, and then he resumed work. And then it ends by saying that before lunch, he went to the little chapel of the private apartment where he gathered in prayer and received the Eucharist. As you can see, these are all reassuring and positive news, Sinclair.
We love to hear that. And Claudio, I know this healthcare scare, comes at one of the holiest and busiest times for the Catholic Church. Palm Sunday is just this weekend, and that leads us into Easter the following weekend. Do we know if the Pope is going to be able to lead the Church's ceremonies, and what exactly happens if he cannot?
Well, we don't know yet. Obviously, we'll have to see how long it takes him to recover. We know that he's going to spend a few days in hospital, so it is fair to predict that he won't be able to lead Palm Sunday, at least, which is only in 2 or 3 days. But hopefully, he will recover in time to lead the other events next week, like the Way of the Cross and, of course, Easter weekend. When he can't, traditionally in the Catholic Church, when a pope can't lead Mass or any other liturgical mission, well, the person that replaces him is the Dean of the College of Cardinals, who in this particular case is Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re, who is an Italian cardinal who did just that 2 years ago when the Pope was again in that hospital, but having a colon surgery. He spent about 10 days in the hospital, and Giovanni Battista Re, the Dean of College of Cardinal back then, led Mass. So he'd probably do that on Palm Sunday, but then we'll have to see how quickly the Pope recovers to see whether he can preside any event next week, Sinclair.
Claudio, I imagine many people are praying for the Pope. What's the reaction been like from the wider Catholic Church?
Well, there's been a lot of concern, not only among Catholics around the world, because, of course, we're talking about an 86-year-old man who also has had part of his lung removed as a young man because of another infection. So a respiratory problem, you put those three things together, is actually a very dangerous thing. So it will come to everybody's reassurance that he has spent, as the Vatican says, he spent the night well, and that he's quickly recovering, at least according to the Vatican. But the statement last night said that the Pope was thanking everyone for the messages that he was receiving and then asking for prayers, and I'm sure that there is a lot of people around the world who did just that. Zinkler, Stephen?
Claudio, thank you so much. We also have a new update this morning into one of the investigations into former President Donald Trump.
Yeah, he's appealing a key ruling from a federal judge. It's related to a grand jury investigation into the January 6th attack on the Capitol. This is according to a source familiar with that matter. And for the latest, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, good morning to you. So what can you tell us about the judge's decision and why Trump is appealing it?
Right. This is a significant order because these aides are key, including Mark Meadows, his former chief of staff. This is part of the special counsel's investigation into the alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election ahead of January 6, 2021. And these aides, they hold a treasure trove of information. And that is exactly why prosecutors want to have them come sit before the grand jury and provide their testimony, because they were the ones that were having conversations with Donald Trump in the weeks leading up to it and on January 6th. Now, what the court ruled was that they must go in and testify. And that is why you have seen Donald Trump appeal that ruling, because Donald Trump does not believe that it should ever exist. And the last thing he wants is these key aides to go and testify about those conversations.
And Vaughn, we should note, Trump has denied wrongdoing pertaining to the January 6th insurrection. I know Mark Meadows has previously fought efforts to testify. What's going on there now?
Right, because Donald Trump was claiming, and these aides were claiming, that executive privilege, the conversations within the White House, protect them from revealing these conversations. But what the judge said was that potential criminality supersedes the executive privilege claims. We saw this back with the Nixon tapes. The Supreme Court ruled unanimously that Richard Nixon must turn over the tapes because of alleged criminality, and therefore the executive privilege in the secrecy of those tapes, it did not apply.
Hard to find a real precedent here for exactly what's going on. I also wanted to ask about this new polling out showing that Trump is still very popular with the GOP. I'm reminded of the 2016 when he was saying he could stand on Fifth Avenue and shoot someone and still be popular.
This is Donald Trump, right? And for years, what polling has shown us is that his base of support doesn't leave him. And that is why the political component of this is so important. A jury, if he were to be charged, would be the one to determine his guiltiness, right? But it's going to be the voters that ultimately determine whether they want him to be the next president of the United States. And just look at some of these numbers here. This is a new Quinnipiac poll that just came out here from this last week. And among Republican voters, 75% of them said that if he were to be charged, that it should not be disqualifying for him for president. These are the very voters that Donald Trump is looking to ascend to the Republican nomination for president. And so when you see numbers like that, Donald Trump has a reason to feel good, especially when other polling nationally shows him well ahead of his likely main chief rival, Ron DeSantis, at this point.
All right, the developments just keep coming. Vaughn Hilliard, thanks for keeping us updated.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. And the threat of more severe weather continues this morning. For more, let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Yeah, joining us now, meteorologist Angie Lastman. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. We've got a busy couple of days when it comes to a storm system that's making its way across the country and leaving many people with the threat for severe weather. So here's the bullseye for today. The hazards that we're looking at, likely it's going to be more focused towards those strong winds, up to 60 miles per hour as possible. So we could see some down trees, some down power lines, focus mainly from Topeka to Oklahoma City and into parts of northern Texas. But we're also going to see the potential for maybe some hail, an isolated tornado. But as that system continues its shift to the east, it'll gain some steam once it gets just east of the Rockies, and we'll start to see that area of potential severe weather grow for Friday. Here's what we're dealing with today, though. The strong winds will be centered over parts of the Rockies and into the plains. We'll see some snow working through parts of the upper Midwest as well. And then those strong storms will start to develop by this evening in that area that I just showed you, stretching from Oklahoma into Texas. Now, as we get into tomorrow, there's going to be now blizzard conditions that develop with strong winds, snow, heavy rain, all possible, stretching from the plains into the upper Midwest. Detroit, Chicago could see some heavy rain. Minneapolis could see some ample amounts of snow stretching into the upper peninsula of Michigan. And we'll also see some rounds of heavy rain accompanied by the potential for some really strong storms into the afternoon and into the evening hours tomorrow. So Friday afternoon, you're going to want to stay connected if you live anywhere where you see all these colors. There's an elevated risk in some of these spots for us to see the potential for several tornadoes, and we're talking about strong tornadoes, long track tornadoes as well. We know that once the sun goes down, that becomes an even more dangerous situation. We'll also see intense winds, likely up to 70, even 75 miles per hour, and potential hail sizes coming in golf ball to tennis ball size. So this all stretches from the Midwest into parts of basically the Mississippi Valley. So it's a large amount of people, millions, close to 50 million people are included in this tomorrow. And there's the areas that we're looking for the tornado danger. Now, that doesn't mean that if you live in the area where there's green, there won't be a tornado. We could still see some isolated tornadoes there. But if you live in these areas where there is those red lines, that's where you really want to pay attention. Make sure you have your severe weather plan for tomorrow into the afternoon and into the evening hours. It includes Memphis, big cities like Little Rock, Jonesboro, Davenport, Peoria. All of those places are going to be one to watch for tomorrow. The system isn't done just yet, though. We'll eventually start to see it spread some more rain into parts of the Great Lakes. We'll still see some of that lingering snow as well, but we'll also get the rain working into the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. It'll be a little bit of a busy day, a warm day on the East Coast. We could see temperatures into the 70s in Washington, D.C. and into the upper 60s in places like New York for Saturday, but still it'll be a little soggy for folks in there. Now, as far as the winter weather is concerned, we do have the alerts up. They are including parts of Minneapolis, again, and stretching into the upper peninsula of Michigan and as far west as the Dakotas because of the snow that we're expecting. Some of these amounts are pretty high. We may be getting close to April, but we're still going to be dealing with maybe a foot of snow in places like Marquette. So we'll watch for some difficult travel into Saturday over the next couple of days. Just make sure those slick conditions are going to be out there, so you take it easy on the roadways. And then there's those rainfall amounts that we'll expect here. Most of it will be heavy downpours that could lead to some flooding concerns. Of course, we've had some saturated grounds, especially across parts of the Southeast. So the flooding potential will be there again through Saturday. Now, beyond Saturday, we'll start to see things quieting down. If you live in the middle of the country for Saturday, it's going to look pretty nice. California, most of California, that is, will even get a break. But the rain and wind will be focused towards the East Coast. As we get into Sunday, much milder. It'll be pretty nice for most of the eastern half of the country. We'll still have some lingering flurries around the Great Lakes and into the high plains and some mountain snow out west. Beyond that, temperatures will kind of fluctuate back and forth. Today, right, we're going to end up into the 40s in Detroit. That's well below normal for this time of year. Tomorrow, we see that rebound back to the upper 50s, and we're kind of on a roller coaster ride here. 70s in Washington, D.C. as we get into tomorrow. That doesn't last long, though. That colder air works in with that system, and we go from the 50s in Kansas City on Saturday to the 70s for Sunday and Monday. So, guys, if you like the cool weather, you've got a little of that around the country. If you like the springtime weather, we've got that too. You just got to wait for it, I suppose.
Winter's hanging on.
I was going to say, and such a wide range. I also see Mercury rising, I think. I like that. Andy Lasman, thank you so much.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now this morning, seeking asylum. A growing number of Chinese nationals making a long and difficult journey to the U.S.-Mexico border. We'll explore what's behind that surge.
Plus, outrage is growing over a deadly fire at a migrant center in Mexico. The surveillance video that has victims' loved ones demanding answers.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We're back now with a special report on the rising number of Chinese nationals arriving at the U.S.-Mexico border. Many are relying on expensive information from social media detailing exactly how to make the journey, which can take weeks to complete. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer recently met with several Chinese asylum seekers and joins us now from Beijing. Janice?
There is this huge number of Chinese nationals that are appearing at the border, and they're making the journey using social media, giving rise to so-called social media snakeheads that are making a lot of money selling information to Chinese migrants looking to make it to America. In the surge of migrants illegally crossing the Mexico-U.S. border, there's now a growing number of Chinese nationals who are traveling halfway across the world, transiting through a dozen countries to make it to the border and into America. Leaving China was a decision Kevin felt he had to make to avoid what he called punishment for speaking out against corruption. He says he was jailed twice and allegedly mistreated by authorities. His family is still in China. That's why we're hiding his identity. What was the biggest risk to staying?
I'll be going to jail.
You would go to jail?
I will be go to jail. Yeah, of course.
According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, at least 4,300 Chinese migrants have been caught crossing the southern border illegally in the past 5 months alone, more than double the total for all of last year. Kevin told us about his journey that took several weeks by plane, bus, boat, and motorcycle through treacherous jungles in the Darien Gap before ending on foot at this barren section of the border where he finally got through. And the migrants we've met, including Kevin, say they aren't paying smugglers. They're able to do it all with information, maps, and advice readily available on Chinese social media. How much information is out there helping people make the same journey that you made?
Oh, they have a lot of information, trust me.
Step by step, it's all there. This is how you get to America.
Yes, of course, step by step.
Chinese social media sites are even giving tips on where to cross. Here in California, it's considered a better bet over Arizona or Texas because of its immigration policies. So just how much is there at the fingertips of people wanting to leave China for the U.S.? Can you show me the sort of information that's out there online?
没问题.
Producer Arnie Hakela and I met with Zhang, who left his family behind in China.
这是墨西哥的部分的攻略.
Okay, this is detailing out the Mexico portion. You can see the cities are listed here. It even tells you like which buses to take and from where to where.
Zhang took us into chat groups on the Telegram app that offer information on everything: where to stay, how to get there, even how much cash they'll need to bring.
The new phenomenon is people are trying to make money from this information. So they're giving a little bits of information out at a time. And if you want more information about particular routes, or if you get further along in your journey, they're going to demand more and more money.
What kind of money are we talking about? What is this information worth?
比如说从墨西哥
At the U.S.-Mexico border, if you want information on where exactly is best to cross, that's going to run between $1,300 and $2,000 US. If you want a guarantee that you won't be apprehended by CBP, that's going to run you about $10,000 to $20,000.
That more Chinese are undertaking such a radical journey with no guarantees in the U.S. comes as the country is emerging from years of harsh zero-COVID rules and facing a wilting economy.
I think what we're seeing now are people who are more middle class, who just feel that the opportunities are diminishing and that the political situation has just become a lot riskier. And so they are finding any method, by hook or by crook, to get out of China.
An exodus driven by the power of social media. The people selling this information on social media will guarantee for a price to have somebody waiting at the border to meet Chinese migrants. Though we were told in a lot of cases, the migrants actually want to be picked up by CBP so they can start their asylum process to be able to stay in the U.S. Now, what isn't clear is whether this surge in the number of Chinese nationals is going to trend higher. China has only recently reopened its borders after 3 years of COVID rules that kept the country effectively shut. And during that time, most Chinese passports weren't being renewed. So now that more Chinese people are able to travel, and with Title 42 expiring in May, there could be more Chinese nationals showing up at the Mexico-U.S. border. Guys?
Really important reporting. Janice Mackey-Freyer, thank you so much.
Outrage is growing this morning after the release of video footage showing the deadly migrant center fire in Mexico. With dozens of lives lost, the Mexican government is promising a full investigation. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest, and we do want to warn you, some of this video you're about to see may be difficult to watch.
There are new questions about this surveillance video showing the moment the deadly fire erupted at that migrant holding center in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. The video, given to our partners at Telemundo by a worker in the facility, capturing the moment uniformed officials seem to walk away as flames break out in a corner, leaving a group of men in what appears to be a locked cell, helpless. One man seen kicking the door as smoke spreads quickly. Authorities say 38 people were killed, dozens more injured. These are newly released images of the migrants inside the facility before it went up in flames.
Que vengo a preguntar por mi hermano y me entero que la comisaría de migración está quemada, fue quemada anoche. Me dicen si está en un hospital, está quemado, está adentro, está afuera. En verdad no sé dónde está mi hermano.
Now loved ones are demanding answers. This man is searching for his friend from Venezuela.
No sabemos, no nos han dicho nada.
They haven't told us anything, he says. The migrants inside the facility, just blocks from Juarez's border with El Paso, Texas, were from countries across Latin America, most from Guatemala, Honduras, and Venezuela.
Algunas versiones dicen que pedían ayuda, que por favor abrieran las rejas, y ellos nunca quisieron abrirle las rejas a ellos por temor de que salieran o no sé.
As controversy mounts, Mexico's president lashed out at reporters, accusing them of yellow journalism, but he promised a full investigation of the fire.
No va a haber impunidad.
He said that migrants had set small mattresses on fire in protest because they were told they'd be deported. In the surveillance video, you cannot see who starts the fire, but you can see mattresses in the frame. Still, some migrant advocates are pushing back on the government's narrative.
The migrants that have been there before, that have been processed there, they have told us that just as a detention center, they take away and remove all type of items. So there usually a migrant doesn't have anything with them that could start a fire.
And say these facilities are often overcrowded and inhumane.
That's the word that came to me and to many. Inhumane. I was there and I could hear the screaming from a block away. And as we were walking towards this building, we could hear the screams. We weren't aware yet that they had been locked inside.
Just devastating to hear that. Our thanks to Gabe for that reporting. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol say they are prepared to offer humanitarian parole. Support will roll out on a case-by-case basis for any migrants who are injured and need medical care.
Coming up, it's a move that could save hundreds, even thousands of lives. Up next, more on the anti-opioid treatment just approved for over-the-counter sales.
Plus, a Florida school hitting pause on plans to show a popular Disney movie. Why a parent's complaint is causing a heated debate. This is Morning News Now.
begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The FDA's approval of over-the-counter Narcan, a nasal spray that helps people suffering from opioid overdoses, is getting a lot of reaction.
That's right. Experts say this is a powerful tool that could help prevent more deaths amid the worsening opioid crisis. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now with more. Good morning, Dr. Patel. So first off, for those unfamiliar, what exactly is Narcan and how does it work and how much does it cost?
Yeah, Zinkley and Stephen, this is a big development. Narcan, generically known as naloxone, comes in several forms. What we're talking about is an easy-to-use nasal spray form, and it acts by very quickly reversing the effects of opiates, which we know has been a major cause of death in the United States. Over 107,000 deaths in 2021 alone estimated from opioid use. And then when you get to the cost and how to use it, that's where the rub is. It's very easy to use, but it can be very expensive out of pocket. And most insurance companies don't pay for out-of-pocket costs, anywhere from $50 to over $100. So that alone can be a prohibitive effect. But overall, this is a good progress for the fight against opioid use.
And Dr. Patel, I was fascinated to see that Narcan was approved by the FDA all the way back in 2015, but it's mostly just been available to emergency responders or clinics that are trying to help people who are going through an overdose situation. It seems like it would be obvious to make this available to everyone. It's life-saving. So do we know why it took so long?
Yeah, Stephen, it's a great point. First of all, I think anytime you're trying to get something that's over the counter, no matter what it is, think even a simple antacid, which we do have available over the counter, that process itself with combination of the FDA and drug manufacturers can take years. But to your point, I think because of the opioid crisis, what many states have done around the country, including the state I practice in, is that they have standing orders, Stephen, where you don't need a actual paper or a computer prescription, and pharmacists are able to give this, but you have to know that it's available and go to pharmacy counters and get this, which can obviously be a very big barrier. So to your point, even though it's been 8 years coming, it's something that I think can be, again, if the cost can be brought down, which we hope it can be with this over-the-counter availability, this can be a big game changer in saving lives and easy to use. Maybe something worth noting, both of you, is that you can't hurt someone. If someone is having the effects of an opioid overdose, slow breathing, blue areas around their lips or around their pinpoint pupils, tiny dot pupils, even if it's not an opioid overdose, giving this will not harm them. So call 911, give this nasal spray once, and see if it can help reverse any of the effects of a possible overdose.
Dr. Patel, I mean, you hit on the signs of an overdose people should be looking for. So you're saying that if someone administers it and there isn't an overdose happening, what are the consequences? Is it still safe?
Yeah. The side effects are incredibly, if you have not had an actual opioid overdose, this drug really just works as an antidote to opioids. So you do not need to worry that it would harm someone. Of course, with anything, there can be some side effects, some nausea, sometimes rapid heartbeat. But all in all, considering somebody might have any of these other causes, primarily opioids causing their slow breathing, slow heart rate, any of their effects, this is something that I would keep safely and use all the time when necessary.
Really important insights, and hopefully this is a medication that can really save a lot of lives. Dr. Patel, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, turning now to a battle in Florida. It stems from the state's new Stop Woke Act, and this one is over the Disney film Ruby Bridges. An elementary school near Tampa temporarily paused plans to show the movie to students after a parent complained. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more.
A made-for-TV Disney movie about a 6-year-old civil rights icon deemed, quote, not for second graders by a Florida parent, leading to its temporary ban.
2 men in the front car will walk in front of you. We'll all go in the building together.
Ruby Bridges, the 1998 film about one of the first black children to integrate an all-white school in 1960s New Orleans. Let's go, baby. Is now shelved by the Pinellas County School District. The movie portrays the real-life student as she faced protesters and racial slurs walking into school, flanked by federal marshals. Before showing the film, parents of children at the elementary school were asked to fill out a permission slip, according to a district spokesperson. But one parent also filled out this complaint form, objecting to specific words in the film and concerns it would teach young students, quote, racial slurs, how they are different, and white people hate black people. A school district spokesperson telling NBC News in a statement it was communicated with the parent that the school would not have any future showings during this school year, as the movie had already been shown. Also saying the elementary school is expected to engage in the formal objection process to review the film. Earlier in the year, the same district pulled the book The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison from high school libraries after a parent complained about a rape scene. Students protested for its return.
That is not the purpose of those passages in The Bluest Eye. It is to shock and horrify readers into empathy for this character.
Ultimately, as a district, we have an obligation to follow the law.
One of the laws he cited, new this year.
No taxpayer dollars should be used to teach our kids to hate our country or to hate each other.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' Stop Woke Act and Florida Parental Rights and Education Act are laws that restrict some race-inclusive teachings in schools and gives parents more power in their complaints. Critics have called the laws racially motivated censorship.
We don't know and understand history. We're about to repeat it.
Some community leaders now questioning the district's decision to hit pause on showing Ruby Bridges, highlighting the 6-year-old protagonist for anyone who thinks it's not age appropriate.
What better way to teach second graders or anyone else in the school system that those kind of behaviors displayed by some in the crowd are inappropriate and shouldn't be replicated or duplicated.
One Black-led organization worries it's all to the detriment of the classroom.
I'm not sure that we can avoid those ill effects because of what is happening in the climate that is being created, but I don't think it's a good one.
And our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. We do want to note that the parents didn't ask for that movie to be completely removed from the district. They thought it would be more appropriate for, say, an 8th grade history class. A district spokesperson tells NBC News that movie is still available through the district's movie library. Well, coming up this morning, grounded. Lawmakers considering a plan to ban problematic passengers from flying on planes.
When we return, more on the legislation and why some airlines aren't on board. You're watching Morning News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah. This is it, right?
We're back now with a recurring problem aboard planes, assaults by travelers.
Yeah, now Congress is considering a new law that could potentially prevent disruptive passengers from flying on any airline. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains.
Their safety has to come first.
On the steps of the Capitol, flight attendants came to plead for help and tell their stories of being attacked by passengers. Southwest flight attendant Jennifer Vitalo.
I was hit in the head, knocked to the ground.
Cher Taylor from Frontier Airlines was trying to stop an assault.
The racial slurs continued as passengers separated. I'm still haunted by this incident.
Americans Pete Enriquez attacked on a flight from Miami to London.
He spat again in my face and sucker punched me in the eye.
Despite an end to the controversial mask mandate, the FAA investigated 831 cases of unruly passengers last year, more than 2 each day, compared to 146 cases in all of 2019. Most recently, a passenger allegedly tried to stab a flight attendant in the neck. FAA Chief Billy Nolan with Lester.
If you act up in flight, we're going to come after you.
While airlines routinely ban disruptive passengers, new bipartisan legislation would create a national no-fly list managed by the TSA. A passenger banned on one airline would be banned on all.
If you commit violence in the skies, you will no longer fly.
Make sure that those people can never come anywhere near any airport in this country ever again.
Our thanks to Tom Costello for that report. Now, while the idea of a national do-not-fly list does have the support of the White House, as well as unions representing both flight attendants and pilots, there are still some airlines who have yet to back the concept.
All right, turning up to some financial headlines and a possible roadblock for Congress's plan to ban TikTok.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and other money news. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so Republican Senator Rand Paul is blocking a bid to fast-track a U.S. ban of TikTok, citing concerns about free speech and uneven treatment of social media companies. Paul says every accusation of data gathering that's been attributed to TikTok could also be applied to big domestic tech companies. Fellow Republican Josh Hawley had been seeking to push ahead with a ban, but Paul says if Republicans want to keep losing elections, they should pass this bill to ban TikTok, which is used by 150 million people, primarily young Americans. JetBlue is preparing to cut several weekly flights in the New York area this spring and summer in response to a shortage of air traffic controllers. Last week, the FAA unveiled a new plan to avoid a repeat of last year's travel disruptions, cutting requirements by up to 10% for takeoffs and landings to reduce congestion in New York and Washington. JetBlue's CEO tells CNBC the airline doesn't want to cut flights, but if they don't, the system won't be workable this summer. And Netflix is reportedly working on a feature to let you use your iPhone to control games on your TV. Netflix launched its mobile gaming service in 2021 and has more than 50 games available, but they can only be played on iOS and Android devices. Using a phone as a controller would be a way for Netflix to get around having to release a dedicated controller like Google did for its now defunct Stadia service. Good luck trying to get a hold of a gamer now.
That's a good point. I didn't even know Netflix had games.
But you can only play them on your phone.
I was going to say, now you can just stay on the couch. No need to get up.
I prefer that. All right. Silvana, thanks so much.
Sure thing.
Well, the moment baseball fans have been waiting for is finally here, so get those Cracker Jacks ready because today is opening day.
That is right, and you're going to see some big changes on the baseball field this season.
Yeah, let's bring in MLB reporter Gabe Locks for more on the start of the baseball season. Gabe, good morning. Thanks for being here. Major League Baseball has some new rules in place. Some of those were previewed during spring training. So what are these changes and how are they being received by players and fans?
Yeah, really big changes, historic changes, because baseball famously has been the timeless sport. No clock, take as long as you want to do anything, spend 3-4 hours at the ballpark, however long it takes to play 9 innings. And they're bringing in a pitch clock this year, which is going to be a pretty massive change in behavior. And for those who aren't aware, it's pretty basic. Pitcher has 15 seconds between receiving the ball to throw a pitch, 20 seconds if a man is on base, and the batter has 8 seconds to engage with the pitcher and have his eyes on the mound once he gets in the batter's box. So it's a pretty intense change for guys who are used to doing things as they please. So far, so good. Game time has been greatly reduced. 2 hours and 35 minutes was the average game time for spring training games this year. That's down from more than 3 hours last year. And there have been a few hiccups. There's been some grumbling, but it's been a lot quieter than I anticipated. I thought veteran guys would be a little more upset with it. They're pretty set in their ways, but they've largely embraced it. And now the big test comes because the games start to count.
Well, 15 seconds, hardly enough time to even spit, and they love spitting, those pitchers.
And Gabe, I mean, you mentioned it, right? Opening day is coming on the heels of what some are considering the best World Baseball Classic series in years, but it was not without criticism after, I know, the Mets closer, Edwin Diaz, injured his knee. Many then argued MLB players should not be in the Classic. So why is this series so important to MLB players, and how did this Classic help rejuvenate love for the sport?
It's been pretty remarkable to see the pride that players have shown, and that has been in effect since the Classic started among players from Latin American countries, players from Japan. American players were a little slower to embrace it, but now they have really gone all in on it, which is why you're seeing great players like Trey Turner and Mike Trout participate and taking on guys like Shohei Ohtani. The big thing is the TV ratings and the share over in Japan was off the charts. It was Super Bowl level for this game. Not quite as much in the USA, but certainly gained a lot of popularity. And I think the injury argument will fade simply because you can get hurt just as easily in a spring training game. And, you know, baseball is a sport where guys will drop a kettleball on their toe or break a finger doing laundry. It's the sport of weird injuries. So as unfortunate as Edwin Diaz's injury was in the World Baseball Classic, I think people will kind of eventually put that in context as something random that could have happened in a lot of places. So MLB is very excited about it. The players almost uniformly are all very excited about it. So I think you'll see the popularity continue to go up and the buy-in continue from players all around the world.
Yep, a lot of people super excited about this one. Gabe Locks, thanks so much.
Thank you.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
And coming up, acting with feeling literally.
Yeah, when we come back, we'll pull the curtain back on a special show that's giving theater goers a pretty unique experience. Stick with us. This is Morning News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Welcome back. We now have the top earning celebrities and musicians that made the Forbes 10 highest paid entertainers list of 2022. And it was a very strong year for music, with Genesis taking first place, earning a whopping $230 million. Most of that coming from a catalog sale. And the same thing for Sting, who's in second place with $210 million. And important to note, the only female artist in this list for last year is Taylor Swift, making the 6th time she's made the list with $92 million last year, and she holds number 9 on that list. There are only 2 box office stars, 2 movie stars on this top 10 list. It's Tyler Perry, who came in at number 3 with $175 million, and Brad Pitt with $100 million all earned last year. Pretty incredible.
Really incredible. Must be nice.
Yeah, must be nice. Go them.
Stephen, thank you. We end this hour with a theater in Houston that's putting some special touches on one of their upcoming performances to make sure everyone gets to experience a Broadway show. For some patrons, that means getting really close to the action. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett has the story.
Typical theater tickets ask that you stay in your seat. But for some patrons, to truly see the show,
if you feel like right here,
they need to feel it first.
I get it.
Sandra Rao has always loved the theater, despite being blind since childhood.
A blind person just doesn't want to be sitting on their couch at home. They want to be out and about.
So when Broadway shows come to Houston, the Hobby Center hosts private stage tours for anyone on the vision loss spectrum to literally grasp what most patrons can simply see.
It's like, oh my, pardon the pun, eye-opening experience.
Known as a touch tour, this intimate look at Moulin Rouge the musical is the first one back after the pandemic. Guests tour the stage, try on the costumes, and touch the props.
My favorite table. Can I take one? No.
Started nearly a decade ago, volunteers at the Hobby have conducted tours for more than 30 productions, including Lion King, Phantom of the Opera, and Hamilton.
It's exciting. I mean, Broadway is just such an American phenomenon. Hamilton was so popular, and we also could be part of that dialogue and say, okay, well, I experienced it, and I see why it was so wonderful. And so it's part of inclusion.
For volunteer Deborah Jones, helping with the tours is a sense of duty.
Everyone deserves the right to participate, to have that connection with what's going on in the performing arts. And whatever we can do to enhance that, to enrich that, I think it's our responsibility to do that.
In a recent study by the CDC, 1 in 4 Americans with vision loss reported having anxiety or depression. Connections to culture can make all the difference. How important are programs like this so that people who are blind feel like they live in their community?
Absolutely, that we can come to the theater and get this amazing experience just like everybody else. We are part of society. We're all trying to live our lives and live full lives, and the theater is part of that for me.
But these opportunities remain rare. For production stage manager Dawn Fenton and actress Libby Lloyd, it's a first and a learning experience.
That's what our whole job is giving people an experience. And so if it's something that I can fine-tune, even just texturing my voice with different things can convey different emotions that they can't maybe see on my face, but they can hear and maybe feel at more of like a visceral level.
It's kind of thematic in this show too. In the opening parts of the show, it says everyone's welcome at the Moulin Rouge. Yeah. It's like a place where people find haven, people that maybe aren't considered the norm of society, but they can come there and find a family and a community.
Helping the magic of the theater come to life, giving a new meaning to seeing a show. Maura Barrett, NBC News, Houston.
Wow, that is so cool. You can't beat that.
Yes, and love increasing access and equity to the arts. Really beautiful.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are on assignment this morning. We've got several breaking stories we're following this morning, including soldiers down. U.S. Army officials now confirming, quote, several fatalities after 2 Black Hawk helicopters crashed during a routine training mission in southwest Kentucky. We'll bring you what we know. Detained, also breaking this morning, an American journalist affiliated with the Wall Street Journal arrested in Russia on espionage charges. What we know about the high-stakes situation, the Journal's response, and what it means for Washington's already contentious relationship with Moscow. Also, a clearer picture of who exactly the Nashville shooter was. 28-year-old Audrey Hale, described by former classmates as loving to everyone, but had struggled to cope with the sudden death of a close friend. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, frustration once again mounting over Republicans' refusal to act on gun reform as a community gathers together to mourn those lost too soon. Pope hospitalized. This morning, Pope Francis is under the care of medical professionals in Rome after complaining of recent difficulties breathing. According to the Vatican, we've got the latest on his condition ahead of the Holy Week leading up to Easter. And batter up, baseball fans, it is time to gear up once again. Opening day is finally upon us, but this season is going to be looking a bit different this time around. We'll break down all the new rules and on-the-field tweaks before the first pitch is thrown. A lot to get to this morning. We do want to begin, though, with that breaking news this morning. Several deaths are now being reported in Kentucky after a crash involving 2 Army helicopters.
That's right. The U.S. Army base Fort Campbell confirmed the collision between the 2 aircrafts. Officials say the incident happened during a routine training mission. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is in Oak Grove, Kentucky, with the latest.
We are learning that this was a routine training mission that took a tragic turn. We are roughly 40 miles away from the crash scene, where one eyewitness described seeing 2 helicopters flying extremely low, followed by an explosion in the sky.
Overnight, 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters crashed during a military training incident about 40 miles away from Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Officials say crew members from the 101st Airborne Division were flying 2 HH-60 Black Hawk choppers during a routine training mission when the crash happened around 10 last night. Governor Andy Beshear tweeting overnight that fatalities from the incident are expected, writing, "We've got some tough news out of Fort Campbell with early reports of a helicopter crash. Please pray for all those affected."
The crash occurred in a field, some wooded area, but primarily a field area. Troopers responded to the area and came across the wreckage of 2 military Black Hawks.
One witness says the choppers seemed to be flying out of the ordinary before they crashed, lighting up an entire tree line.
2 helicopters just disappeared out of the sky, and there was a large flash. And we ran outside, and we started seeing another helicopter that circled that area where I thought the impact was for probably 30 minutes. And then we saw ambulances and sirens.
Fort Campbell releasing a statement saying the status of the crew members are unknown at this time. The command is currently focused on caring for the service members and their families. This incident comes just weeks after a Black Hawk helicopter from the Tennessee National Guard crashed in Alabama, killing 2 crew members.
Fort Campbell officials are releasing very little information at this time, but we do plan on getting some sort of update later on this morning. Weather conditions at the time of this crash reportedly calm with very little wind and clear visibility. Back to you.
All right, a lot of developments there, Kathy Park. Thank you. Heading overseas now, where Pope Francis is being treated for a respiratory infection after he was hospitalized yesterday for breathing difficulties. The Vatican says the 86-year-old will spend a few days in the hospital due to this health concern. It comes ahead of next week's Easter celebrations, one of the holiest times of the year for the Catholic Church. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest from Rome.
Hey there, good day to you. Some good news from the hospital here where Pope Francis is on the 10th floor, which is the floor up there where the blinds are pulled down. The Vatican now saying that he slept well overnight, that he's improving, that he was able to read the newspapers, have breakfast, do some work this morning, and even visit the private chapel for prayers. Pope Francis was taken to the hospital just hours after attending his weekly general audience. There was a hint that all was not well when he was seen grimacing as he was helped into the Pope-mobile. Tests revealing the 86-year-old pontiff has a respiratory infection, according to a Vatican spokesman, that while not COVID, will require several days of medical therapy, adding that the Pope is touched by the many messages received and expresses his gratitude for the closeness and prayers. President Biden, whose Catholic faith is an important part of his life, calls the Pope a dear friend.
The Pope is ill now, so say an extra prayer for him.
The Vatican at first saying a medical checkup had been scheduled, but Italian media questioned that, reporting that a TV interview with the Pope was cancelled at the last moment. The Pope's health has not been robust. He used a wheelchair for over a year, as on his recent trip to Africa. However, more recently, he's been walking with a cane. When he was young, he had part of a lung removed due to severe pneumonia, and less than 2 years ago, he underwent major intestinal surgery to also remove part of his colon. Answering a question earlier this month on what health condition could lead him to step down, he said, "A tiredness that doesn't let you see things clearly."
It seems like the Pope had a good night.
NBC Vatican analyst Deborah Lubov saw the Pope earlier this month, where he blessed her 1-year-old son.
You never would have thought that there was any health issue whatsoever. He was so joyful.
This illness comes at one of the busiest times in the papal calendar, Holy Week. Pope Francis due to celebrate Palm Sunday this weekend. Easter Sunday, less than 2 weeks away. Earlier this month, Pope Francis celebrated his 10th anniversary as pontiff. This morning, prayers, including in his home country of Argentina, for his swift recovery. Hard to believe, isn't it, that it was a decade ago that we were here in Rome to see Pope Francis become Pope. Now, 1.4 billion Catholics around the world and many of other faiths breathing something of a sigh of relief.
A decade already. All right, Keir, thank you.
In Tennessee, the First Lady was among those who attended a vigil last night, all for the 6 victims of that deadly school shooting in Nashville. It comes as calls are growing louder for lawmakers at the state and federal level to do something. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is in Nashville with the new information about the suspect and the investigation. Katie, good morning.
Good morning. That emotional vigil drawing hundreds to gather and grieve for the victims of Monday's shooting. Also this morning, we are hearing from a former teacher of the shooter who says she never could have expected this kind of tragedy was possible.
What the world needs now is love, sweet love.
At Nashville's Public Square, an emotional tribute to the 6 victims of Monday's mass shooting at the Covenant School. Dr. Jill Biden among the mourners at the candlelight vigil. Earlier Wednesday, the First Lady laying flowers at a memorial outside the school, where Monday a shooter blasted through locked doors using a high-powered rifle, killing 3 adults and 3 children before dying in an encounter with police. Now investigators sifting through the writings that 28-year-old killer Audrey Hale left behind. A police spokesperson telling CNN it's possible the shooter had weapons training, but others never knew Hale to be violent or angry.
She was very calm, very quiet.
College art teacher Maria Colomey taught Hale in 2017, saying the student showed signs of emotional stress, crying once in class over a locked computer.
For the last year, the only thing she's posted on Facebook has been statuses about her grieving and how much pain she has been in. The nature of what she was posting seemed like it was a former romantic partner.
But adding she never thought Hale could be a threat to anyone.
There's no forgiving what she did, but she obviously was not in her right mental state for a long time.
Community leaders, meanwhile, are praising the staff at the school, who they say protected students and kept them calm during the attack. One teacher seen on video leading students away from the school. Jason Hoffman says he jumped out of his vehicle to help stop traffic.
I just saw fear. I saw these kids were screaming, they were crying.
All of it as a growing call for change now stretches from Nashville to Washington, where a renewed push for gun control legislation led to this heated exchange.
They won't do anything to save the lives of our children.
Rule that allows teachers to carry.
Oh my God. Carry guns? You think more guns mean more guns?
Just one example of that heated divide happening on Capitol Hill as House Democrats are calling for a new assault weapons ban and Republicans offering little to no support for it as they control that chamber. Additionally, here in Nashville today, parents and their children will be going to the state capitol to rally for stricter gun laws here in Tennessee. Sinclair.
Katie Beck, thank you.
Turning now to some new developments in the murder of those 4 University of Idaho students. Prosecutors have released new court documents involving one of the police officers connected to this investigation. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz joins us now with the latest on this. Gotti, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Stephen. Yeah, accused killer Bryan Kohberger is waiting for his trial in an Idaho jail cell. And meanwhile, prosecutors are revealing potentially damaging findings about one of the police officers involved in the case. And those are findings that could help Kohberger's defense.
As investigators continue to build their case against accused killer Bryan Kohberger, there are potentially troubling revelations about one of the police officers involved. In a new court filing known as a Brady Gillio notice, prosecutors disclosing that one of the officers on the case has been the subject of an internal affairs investigation. Still unknown whether the probe involves the officer's conduct on this case or in the past, but the information could potentially impeach the officer's credibility as a witness at trial.
For example, if an officer is found to have falsified timesheets, that may have nothing to do with this case, but it does bear on the officer's credibility, and that must be disclosed.
Under federal law, prosecutors are required to share this information with the defense. But in this case, the specifics remain confidential and sealed under court order.
It's not likely that this disclosure will destroy the state's case. More likely, it will give the defense ammunition to use in cross-examination of a particular officer.
Brian, did you do it? Brian, did you do it?
This comes as 28-year-old Kohberger prepares to stand trial for the murders of University of Idaho students Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. He's accused of stabbing them to death in their off-campus apartment last November. Authorities say Kohberger is being held in isolation in an Idaho jail. His family has not visited him, but has been in contact by phone, according to a source close to them. The source also telling NBC News his family is facing financial hardships because of the expense of the case, and that Kohberger's 2 sisters, Melissa, a school counselor, and Amanda, an actress, were both fired from their jobs since his arrest. Still, his family appears to be standing by him, saying in their only statement, "We will continue to let the legal process unfold, and we will love and support our son and brother."
And Kohberger is scheduled to be back in court at the end of June. So far, he has not entered a plea yet, but one of his lawyers has said he expects to be exonerated. As for the victims, Ethan Chapin's family is starting a foundation in his name called Ethan's Smile, and they will raise money for scholarships at the University of Idaho. Stephen, back to you.
Still so heartbroken for those families. All right, Gotti, thank you. Well, we continue to follow breaking news. This time it's out of Minnesota. A train carrying ethanol has derailed, leading several cars to erupt in flames. The derailment happened at about 1 a.m. Central Time in the city of Raymond, Minnesota. That's west of Minneapolis. An evacuation order has now been issued for that town. In a statement, BNSF Railway says about 22 cars were carrying mixed freight, including ethanol, as well as corn syrup. We'll continue to follow updates on this story and bring them to you just as soon as we get them.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. Former Fox News producer Abby Grossberg is speaking out, discussing her responses during a deposition regarding the Dominion Voting Systems lawsuit against the network. Grossberg is suing Fox. She spoke one-on-one with our Cynthia McFadden. Here's a portion of that conversation.
You were widely criticized.
Yeah.
How'd that feel? I mean, people said you were a lousy journalist, that your behavior was shameful because, among other things, you had said in reply to a question that you did not believe that it was your responsibility to fact check whether or not what someone was going to say on the broadcast was telling the truth.
It felt awful. I mean, it felt terrible because I knew that I was bullied, intimidated, and coerced into saying that just to keep my job and stay at the company. And the question a lot of people would have is, why would you do that?
Why would you do that?
Because I made the decision to keep my job so that I could keep paying my bills. It seemed like the safer decision for me at the time.
So, in an attempt to keep your job, what ends up happening is your reputation as a producer is really destroyed in public.
Yeah. That's what they do.
they destroy people. And I realized that the answers that they wanted me to say were putting me in a very vulnerable position to be the company's scapegoat.
Fox News previously released a statement saying in part, quote, "We will continue to vigorously defend Fox against Ms. Grossberg's unmerited legal claims, which are riddled with false allegations against Fox and our employees." You can watch Cynthia McFadden's full interview with Abby Grossberg later tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
All right, time now for a check of your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman is here with the latest forecast. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Good to be with you. We've got a lot to talk about. We've got some wintry weather, some severe weather, and some rain all on the table here over the next couple of days. Let's start with those winter alerts because they're up for parts of the Midwest, parts of the plains, and of course out west we're still dealing with some additional snowfall as that powerful Pacific to the east. Here's those winter storm watches that have been added for places like Minneapolis and extending just to the west of Green Bay. We're going to see some wintry weather for folks there as this system moves east. Here's what goes on between now and then. We see some of that rain pushing through here as we get into the later parts of today and into tonight from Omaha to Chicago and as far south as Memphis. It'll mainly be the showers, maybe a few thunderstorms, and we could see a couple of severe thunderstorms developing, stretching from Oklahoma to parts of Kansas and into northern Texas. The big bullseye of really the severe weather, though, happens tomorrow. That's where we'll watch for some strong storms to develop along that line of that cold front. Also, to the north of it, we're going to be dealing with heavy rain and snow for places like Minneapolis and Pierre, stretching back into the Dakotas. So it'll be blizzard conditions possible with some strong winds out there. The visibility will be difficult. The travel will be difficult going into the day tomorrow. And we'll also see that heavy rain pushing through Chicago and Detroit. Here's the severe weather, though. This is what I really want you to pay attention to because a whole lot of people are included in this. Almost 50 million people. And it extends from the Midwest all the way to the Mississippi Valley. So we've got a lot of major cities included in this. Kansas City, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Louisville, Nashville, as far south as Jacksonville, Monroe, Tyler, all included. And we have the threat for severe weather that comes in the form of tornadoes, especially several tornadoes. They could be long track tornadoes. And we're not looking at just during the daylight hours. We know those nocturnal tornadoes are the most dangerous of them. Once it gets dark, situations can get really iffy there. So we're going to watch places like Memphis, Davenport be in the bullseye for the strongest of that weather. But if you live in Nashville, Little Rock, Fayetteville, or if you have family and friends, they should be staying up to date as well, having that severe storm plan ready too. The winds ending up maybe 70, 75 miles per hour, and not to mention there's a potential for some golf ball to tennis ball size hail. The areas that you see in red are those that are at greatest risk for some tornadoes and moving fast. That's one of the biggest issues, right? So if you have a tornado moving 55 miles per hour, you might not have time to figure out what your plan is. So now today is a good idea to figure that out. If you live in the Northeast or the Mid-Atlantic or even parts of the Great Lakes, you're not done with the storm system by Friday. It'll still be lingering and pushing to the east on Saturday. Heavy rain working through the Northeast and into the New England area. Along the Great Lakes, we could see some additional snowfall and some rain across places like Norfolk, Wilmington, stretching down into the southeast, guys.
Some of the biggest cities in the Midwest right there in that storm.
And a lot of it. Just, I mean, almost 50 million people. So a lot of people to pay attention to tomorrow.
Those severe storm plans, critical. Angie Lassman, thank you. And coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, we're continuing to follow that breaking news out of Russia this morning. An American journalist working for the Wall Street Journal arrested there, accused of espionage. We've got the outlet's response in just a moment.
Plus, an upcoming parole hearing for former Olympian and convicted murderer Oscar Pistorius in South Africa. Could he soon be released from prison after serving just half of his sentence? We've got the latest coming up right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. We're continuing to follow breaking news on the arrest of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. Russian officials detained the U.S. citizen for suspicion of spying. That's according to state media outlets in Russia. The arrest comes just months after the highly publicized prisoner swap involving WNBA superstar Brittany Griner. So let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella from our London bureau for more. Kelly, good morning. So lots of questions here. What more do we know about the journalist arrested? Where is he being held? What kind of work was he doing? And have we gotten a response from the outlet?
Well, we don't know a lot specifically about the details of him being detained. The Russian security services, the FSB, says that Gershkovich was arrested in Yekaterinburg. That's about 900 miles east of Moscow. They didn't say when he was arrested or where he's being held. They're accusing him of stealing military secrets for the U.S. government and said the charge carries a 20-year prison term. Now, the Wall Street Journal has released a statement this morning. They've said that they're deeply concerned for Gershkovich's safety. They also said in this statement that the Journal vehemently denies the allegations from the FSB and seeks the immediate release of our trusted and dedicated reporter, Evan Gershkovich. We stand in solidarity with Evan and his family. Gershkovich is in his early 30s. He's from New Jersey. His parents are from Russia originally. They fled Russia in the 1980s before he was born. But look, he's a seasoned reporter. He's a Russian speaker. He's been covering this region for several years, and he is fully accredited to work as a journalist in that country. Sinclair.
And Kelly, clearly high stakes. You mentioned a potential 20-year prison sentence. We're also hearing that the Russian court may be holding a hearing right now. How does this impact the already high tensions between the U.S. and Russia?
Well, it certainly ratchets up the tension between the two countries, especially given all that's happened over just the past couple of weeks with the drone incident. And, you know, it goes without saying that it's become very difficult for American journalists to work in Russia, for foreign journalists to work in Russia, particularly since the war in Ukraine started. But just to give you a sense of how rare this is, to put this into perspective, not a single American journalist has been arrested in Russia for spying in the 25 years since the fall of the Soviet Union. So this is extremely rare. The White House told us this morning that they are aware of this, that they're in touch with the Wall Street Journal. Sinclair.
And Kelly, that's really important context, but this also comes just months after that prisoner swap where Brittany Griner was released. As we mentioned at the top, American Paul Whelan still does remain detained in the country. So what are the options here for this journalist?
Well, those prisoner swaps are fairly rare, but they do happen. But here's the rub in this case. The Kremlin this morning said that Gershkovich was, quote, caught red-handed. So they're clearly not backing down on this arrest. So the most likely scenario for him will be similar to what happened with Brittany Griner, likely a trial on this espionage charge, a conviction, and then Moscow likely won't even begin to talk about the possibility of a prisoner swap until after the entire process is over. So we're looking at a very long ordeal for Gershkovich and his family. Sinclair.
We'll definitely be staying on this one. Kelly Kobiella, thank you.
Well, years after being convicted in the murder of his girlfriend in South Africa, former Olympic runner Oscar Pistorius could potentially be released from prison soon. A parole hearing is scheduled for Friday that could possibly determine what happens next. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest from South Africa.
Sinclair and Stephen, good morning to both of you. This is a big deal. Oscar Pistorius has been in a legal battle to get to this point for the last couple of years, but this is his first parole hearing, and there's even a possibility that Riva Steenkamp's mother, June, may ask to address the parole board.
From Olympic icon to convicted murderer, back in 2014, his 50-day murder trial transfixed the globe in a case drawn out over years. Oscar Pistorius was convicted of murdering his girlfriend, Riva Steenkamp. And now, Friday morning, Pistorius is set for his first parole hearing after serving half of his more than 13-year sentence. Pistorius shot and killed Steenkamp through a locked bathroom door at his home on Valentine's Day in 2013.
Before I knew it, I'd fired 4 shots at the door.
During the high-profile trial, Pistorius claimed he thought she was an intruder, but neighbors testified they had heard arguing from the athlete's house earlier that day. He was first convicted of culpable homicide, an offense comparable to manslaughter. Later, on appeal, changed to murder, his sentence later extended by South Africa's Supreme Court. Offenders in South Africa are eligible for parole consideration after serving half of their sentences. Speaking in 2016, Pistorius seeking redemption.
If I was afforded the opportunity at redemption, I would like to help the less fortunate like I had in my past.
June and Barry Steenkamp, the parents of the late model and law student, have publicly objected to the prospect of Pistorius' early release. Riva's mother, June, is expected to address the parole board on Friday. Back in 2014, June spoke with Today.
We don't know the truth yet. Oscar knows the truth. Riva knows the truth, but she's not here anymore.
Just 6 months before the murder, Pistorius had been a star of the London Olympics, becoming the first double amputee to race against able-bodied athletes, known as the Blade Runner because of his high-tech carbon racing prosthetics. He's spent most of the last decade behind bars, now facing the chance of serving out his remaining years under house arrest.
Now, guys, Oscar Pistorius, obviously a very high-profile offender. The hearing is scheduled for Friday morning. We may not know immediately after, but if he is granted parole, it will likely come with some very strict conditions. He may have to wear a GPS monitor. He will have to get a job. And one of those conditions is he will not be able to speak to the media. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, we'll be watching. Molly, thank you.
New this morning, the Rush shooting trial facing yet another shakeup in its legal leadership. The Santa Fe district attorney in the case has recused herself, but not before she appointed 2 new special prosecutors. It's been a rocky month for the case as the previous special prosecutor stepped down just 2 weeks ago after being accused of having a conflict of interest by Alec Baldwin's lawyers. Baldwin and the film's armorer are each charged with manslaughter over the shooting death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins.
Well, coming up this morning, we've got some enlightening new research on migraines and cluster headaches and what exactly might cause them.
Our very own Dr. John Torres breaks down their link with your body's internal clock after this.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now with new findings for severe headache sufferers.
Yeah, researchers say that time plays a major factor in the onset of migraines and cluster headaches. Data shows these types of headaches have a strong link to our internal body clocks. I did not know that. Someone who did, NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now for a closer look at this. And Dr. John, we know this study involved two types of headaches, those migraines and cluster headaches. So what do we know about them in particular?
So first off, defining those two types of headaches, because I think a lot of people have heard of migraines, might not have heard as much of cluster headaches. Now, the difference being a migraine is that throbbing headache. It can have a variety of different symptoms, but people typically say throbbing on one side of the head, whereas a cluster headache are these headaches that can occur over about a 2 or 3 hour time period, and they cluster in the amount of pain they're having, which has this painful burst around their eyes. Other differences, cluster headaches tend to be more common in males, migraines tend to be more common in females, and so these are headaches that can be debilitating for people, but we're getting a closer answer as to why these might be happening in some.
And Dr. John, I know researchers say these severe headaches have a strong link to the body's internal clock. So how does time exactly play a role in the onset of migraines and cluster headaches?
And that's one of the things we're looking at and we're finding out. And in the study, they looked at a lot of other studies to cull through the data to find out if there's any similarities. And what they found was pretty amazing. For males, we know that they tend to have cluster headaches, and those cluster headaches tend to come in the spring and the fall, and they tend to happen at nighttime, particularly in the late evening and early morning hours. For migraine headaches, tends to affect women more, happens during the day, and those tend to happen in the summertime. So there seems to be some rhythm behind these headaches, and getting down to why that rhythm is happening could be an indication of what's causing it and could be a way to target treatment.
So fascinating.
Yeah, it is. And I was also fascinated by this part that's this study that says that migraines can be linked to certain genes and to hormones as well. What were those findings about, and could that maybe lead to some different types of treatments?
And it definitely could lead to treatment, and that's why both looking at the timing of this and what is possibly causing it in our own internal time clocks could be an indicator of what kinds of treatments we need to make sure we start pushing forward. But what they found out is with the hormones, melatonin and cortisol are two hormones that seem to be driving these types of headaches. And in both of the headaches, the cluster and migraine headaches, they had lower levels of melatonin. In cluster headaches, they also had lower levels of cortisol. Now, we know these headaches happen because of a variety of reasons, but these are two ones that might be causing it. As far as genes, we also found out that the genes that seem to be causing cluster headaches, there's around 9 genes. 5 of them also control our circadian rhythm, and the genes that cause migraines, 110 of those genes actually control our circadian rhythm too. And so we know now that the circadian rhythm seems to have some factor here, as well as the hormones, melatonin and cortisol. So understanding that can push research forward to seeing if there's some kind of link to that we could actually target with treatment, because treatment for these types of headaches is important. We have some now, but we can certainly use more that are even better.
Yes, a lot of people will be hoping for that relief. All right, Dr. John, thank you so much. Well, it is that time of year. College admission letters, they are starting to roll in. Whether it's email or snail mail, that means those viral college acceptance videos could also soon start flooding our timelines.
However, one teen is asking students and parents to stop saying that sharing those, one teen is saying that sharing those videos is harmful to other teens' mental health. Zach Gottlieb is a high school student in Los Angeles and also the founder of Talk with Zach, a TikTok-based peer support group. Good morning, Zach. It's so good to see you. I know you do so much work encouraging your generation, Gen Z. And in this editorial that you wrote, you say students and parents should not post their acceptance letter celebrations. Why is that?
First of all, thanks so much for having me. And the problem with posting their celebrations is I'm not saying don't celebrate your joy. What I'm saying is when you post these videos, it creates this very false sense of reality because every video is an acceptance. And obviously, like a lot of these schools have under 10% acceptance rates. And when we see every video of people getting in, it creates this very like skewed sense of reality. And that's what's so problematic about it. And because social media is already a place where we are always comparing ourselves to other people, this just exacerbates that so much.
Yeah, that's true. If you see one of these videos starting, you know it's not going to be a rejection. What would you say to people, though, who say sharing this good news with their friends and family online, it helps them feel more connected? And for those who say seeing this much joy in others, it brings joy to them as well?
Yeah, well, to answer the first part, I have no problem with you sharing this with your friends. In fact, I think like as long as they're comfortable and as long as they want to know where you're going to school, that's great. And it should really be more of a personal like achievement and personal like, I'm really happy that I got in. But it's more like when you're seeing all these videos getting like tens of millions of views on the internet, and when it's strangers in this like echo chamber of everyone seems to be getting in, that's where it's really problematic. And then also like if you want to see people really excited getting into their dream schools, it's like it's just not the reality. And I think it's just like be happy for your friends. Like if you want to see people really happy, like talk to people you know, talk to people who are in your circle. But when you see these random videos online, it's just not, it doesn't mirror reality.
And Zach, briefly here, what suggestions do you have for parents and students who are naturally getting excited as those letters start rolling in?
I mean, it is really exciting. I'm not saying you shouldn't be excited about that. But just know that college doesn't define the rest of your life. I think the culture makes us put so much emphasis on where we go to school, but the name and the prestige behind that name. And I mean, all these studies show that college has no effect on your happiness. And obviously, like you're going to want to go to a certain school. There are a few schools that you'd rather go to, but wherever you go, you can make the most of it and be happy there.
An important word there. Zach Gottlieb, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, and coming up, the fight to end food security here in America is being led by two powerful black women, the CEOs of two of the country's largest charities.
And with hunger at its highest level since the start of the pandemic, they'll join us next to discuss exactly what's going on and what we can do to help. You're watching Morning News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery?
migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Spring may have just barely sprung, but cherry blossom season is in full bloom in Washington, D.C. Every year, thousands flock to D.C. to see the beautiful cherry trees, but many are unaware of how they came to be at the nation's capital. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker has more on the story behind the D.C. cherry blossoms.
Everyone, good morning to you. It is springtime, and that means people are coming from far and wide to see this incredible sight behind me, the cherry blossoms, and the story of how they got here, as beautiful as the flowers themselves.
It's dawn, and already people are gathering to see the majestic cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C., an annual tradition that draws people from all over the world. But how these trees got here, still a mystery to many.
Do you know whose idea it was to bring the cherry blossoms here?
No idea. It has something to do with Japan and a gift. They were a gift from Japan, right?
A gift from Japan, yes, but whose original idea was it? A little known fact until now.
Whose idea was it to bring Japanese cherry trees here?
It was definitely Eliza Sidmore's original idea.
You'd be forgiven if you've never heard of Eliza Sidmore. She doesn't get high billing in the history books. But Diana Parcell is now telling Sidmore's story, a post-Civil War journalist turned travel writer.
Found out she was an early newspaper correspondent in Washington, and that was amazing for a woman in the 1870s.
That tenacity took Sidmore all over the country and world, Alaska, China, Java, and beyond, becoming the first female writer and photographer for National Geographic. But it was a trip to Japan that became transformative.
She is struck by the cherry trees.
There was this ritual called Hanami, where the Japanese come out every spring and stroll beneath the trees in this spirit of fellowship and humanity and joy. That's the experience she wanted to create in D.C.
Sidmore saw great potential for her hometown, where the Washington Monument and the area around it was still under construction.
You are describing her as a visionary.
She was a visionary.
As soon as Sidmore, only in her 20s, got home, she asked top officials to bring some of Japan's cherry trees to Washington.
What was the response she got?
They listened to her, and then they ignored her.
But Sidmore was determined, and she kept asking for the next 24 years.
What kept her going?
It was her personality, and she just wasn't going to take no for an answer.
Finally, in 1909, Sidmore found an ally in the White House, writing a letter to First Lady Helen Taft.
Mrs. Taft immediately took up the idea, and from this point on, the two of them worked together to make it happen.
With that powerful partnership, it didn't take long for Tokyo to agree, sending 2,000 trees to the U.S. But there was a problem.
They were all infested with a variety of pests, and they said these are a risk to U.S. agriculture. They have to be destroyed. And so all 2,000 of those trees were burned.
Japan was undeterred, this time sending a whopping 3,000 trees. In 1912, Mrs. Taft invited Sidmore to a small ceremony to plant them.
I can't imagine the sense of satisfaction she must have felt. I think it must have been tremendously gratifying for her.
Now, nestled deep in the tidal basin, some of the oldest trees dating back to Sidmore's era.
Gnarled, twisted trunks, missing bark. They're really not much to look at the rest of the year, but every spring, here they are in full bloom.
Today, the annual blooms bring out more than 1 million visitors.
It's beautiful that we can share this with so many nationalities and so many people, and it's a great thing.
Sidmore's vision from so long ago, now a reality. That spirit of fellowship, humanity, and joy in full bloom for eternity.
Now, you guys, Sidmore had so many adventures. She's now referred to as the Forrest Gump of her era. I am standing next to one of these trees just to give you a sense of how big and beautiful they truly are. They did bloom a little bit early this year because the winter was so warm. They typically stick around for about 7 to 10 days. And I have to tell you, we are expecting high winds here tomorrow. So there's a little bit of concern about the impact those winds could have. My advice to everyone, come on down to D.C. and get a glimpse. It is truly spectacular.
Sold. That is beautiful. So much history. Kristen, thanks so much. All right, turning to financial headlines now. Google is hitting shuffle on how it's handling the artificial intelligence boom.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more on that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Zinkley. Good morning, Stephen. Yeah, so Google is reshuffling the leadership of its virtual assistant unit to focus more on Bard. That's the company's new AI chatbot. Bard is seen as a rival to ChatGPT. Google launched Bard publicly last week, calling it an experiment with tests in the U.S. and Europe. Now, it's still unclear how the technology could be used to generate revenue, although executives have hinted at using it as a search product. Microsoft's new AI-powered Bing chatbot is getting ads. The company says it's exploring placing ads in chat similar to how you would see them in traditional searches. In samples seen by Engadget, the chatbot embeds ad links in responses to users' questions, along with additional links in a Learn More section. Bing has amassed more than 100 million daily active users since launching the new chatbot. And you can now ask Alexa to order lunch from Panera. The chain says My Panera members can order hands-free on Amazon Echo Show devices. You'll have to store a payment method with your Echo Show account and a delivery address in your Panera account. You can customize orders, make substitutions, and even track delivery. Last week, Panera began a test to let loyalty members sign in and pay using Amazon One, which scans the palm of your hand, guys. So, wow, lots of futuristic stuff going on in this update today.
That Panera one, though, Silvana, I can't handle that one. That makes it too easy. That broccoli cheddar soup.
You know, luckily, oh my God.
I'm already
turkey bacon bravo for me. That turkey bacon bravo. Oh,
we're just going to say our orders. Alexa's going to bring them to us. That's
yeah.
incredible. Wow. All right, Silvana, thank you.
Thank you. Now to alarming new data that show food insecurity in America has spiked to its highest level in 4 years. According to this latest survey from the Urban Institute, the number of adults in America reporting food insecurity last year stood at nearly 25%, up from 20% in the previous 2 years. The urgent issue of hunger is what sparked a partnership between Angela F. Williams of United Way Worldwide and Claire Babineau-Fontenot of Feeding America. These two women, both CEOs of two of the country's largest charities, are coming together this Women's History Month to end food insecurity in America. They laid out their call to action in this op-ed titled The Unifying Fight to End American Hunger. Well, both of these powerful women join me now, Angela Williams and Claire Babineau-Fontenot. Thank you both so much for being here. This is such an important issue, feeding America. So I want to start with you, Claire and Angela, or excuse me, I want to start with you, Angela, on this issue. Tell us about why you chose Women's History Month to publish this op-ed on American hunger.
Well, good morning, Sinclair, and thank you so much for having us both on. Claire and I really began to think about what are the big things that we could do together as America's two largest charities to make a difference in America. And obviously, food insecurity is one of those. Both of us being the first as African-American women leading our organizations. And during Women's History Month, what better time for us to issue a call to action to say there is a need for us to work together to make a difference in the lives of so many Americans. And we really, truly believe that we can do it.
Claire, let's bring you in here because I want to talk about that statistic again. Food insecurity at its highest level in 4 years, with nearly 25% of adults reporting food insecurity. And, you know, we see it every day. Demand at food banks is increasing. Why exactly is food insecurity so prevalent in our country right now?
Well, that's a really important question. Why is it? It doesn't have to be, is part of the answer. I think that one of the biggest challenges that we confront with food insecurity is, one, that America doesn't understand that it's in the middle of a hunger crisis. You talked about that statistic. Let me throw out a few more. Over the last 2 years, the Feeding America Network provided 15 billion meals to people in need. 53 million people turned to the charitable food system to feed themselves and their family last year alone. We're in the middle of a hunger crisis. Now, there are some things that work, and we could choose to do the things that work. One great example is SNAP. It used to be referred to as food stamps. This year, in the Farm Bill, we will determine the vibrancy of that program for the next 5 years. And SNAP provides 9 meals for every 1 meal that this awesome network that I'm affiliated with is able to provide. We have other solutions out there, things that are really working. And I know Angela is prepared to talk about one that we're so excited about, which is a partnership between United Way and Feeding America in Delaware.
Well, Angela, let's dive in then. What needs to be done to make sure that people have access to fresh, nutritious food and no one goes hungry? What are the solutions? What resources are currently available in addition to what Claire was talking about?
Well, one of the partnerships that we have working together in Delaware is called Stand By Me. And our networks coming together are able to do a couple of things. One, not only provide families in need of food the access to healthy, nutritious food, but secondly, we work with families to increase their savings, to do financial coaching around improving their credit scores. United Way Worldwide as a network, we operate in 95% of communities. And so like Feeding America, we understand what is happening on the ground. And we recognize that food insecurity is one symptom of a larger issue around poverty. And so United Way also works with families that we call asset limited, income constrained, employed, meaning families that go to work every day. But even with their paycheck that they earn, they still do not have enough resources to make ends meet.
Well, Claire and Angela, your work is so important, and it's so great seeing women supporting women, especially during Women's History Month. Angela and Claire, thanks for your time.
Thanks for having us.
Well, coming up, it might just be a normal Thursday for some of us, but for baseball fans, it is one of the most important Thursdays of the year.
That's right. It's MLB's opening day, and the rules are a bit different this season. We'll break them down before the first pitch is thrown. That's next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
They say good things come in pairs. Well, that seems to be the case for these two best friends. In Raleigh, North Carolina, a very unique situation happened at the Wake County Animal Center. An inseparable duo, a goat named Cinnamon and a dog named Felix, showed up at their doorstep. Upset and distressed, things did not go well when they were separated. So the shelter realized that they actually needed to be kept together. Over the weekend, the staff posted on Facebook about the bonded pair, hoping to find a farm where they could live. And, well, just 2 days after, a new home was actually secured. It's a happy ending for the inseparable duo who will spend their days together in the grasses of a local farm. Stephen, I guess.
Oh my God.
Opposites truly do attract.
They do. That's a children's book waiting to happen.
Yes.
I can't wait for that one. All right, thanks for that. Well, we want to end this hour with a preview of America's pastime. Today is opening day for Major League Baseball. And this year, players are getting some significant rule changes that haven't been seen in generations. But that is not where the drama ends. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Miami with more on some of the biggest storylines this season.
There is nothing like the feeling of opening day. And right now, Major League Baseball is working with some serious momentum coming off the high of the World Baseball Classic, which was played in this very park here in Miami, keeping an international audience on the edge of its seat. Well, now we have a new era of innovative rules for baseball that's going to make it more dynamic, more explosive, and ideally a much faster game as well. This, as the Marlins are hosting the Mets in just a matter of hours right here, and baseball is bursting with storylines. It's the same game that's made it America's pastime, but a brand new playing field for Major League Baseball as teams around the league prep ballparks and players take their cuts in anticipation of opening day. Here in Miami, there's a new skipper in town for an exciting Marlins team that just added a batting champion to their lineup.
The long game here, obviously you'd like to get out on a good start. When you're in this position in the major leagues, you are expected to try to win every single game.
Elsewhere, the sport is stacked with big-name stars wearing brand new jerseys. Flamethrower Jacob deGrom, no longer a Met, but a Texas Ranger.
They showed a ton of interest right in the start, and the feelings were mutual, and just very happy to be here.
While World Baseball Classic hero Trey Turner ditched Dodger blue for the fanatical Phillies. And per usual, the spotlight will be bright on the Big Apple. The Mets have paired two future Hall of Fame aces, Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer, pushing their payroll into another stratosphere. And the Yanks re-signing Ruthian figure Aaron Judge after he broke the American League home run record and tapped Anthony Volpe to be their starting shortstop.
You did it! You did it, guys!
At 21, the youngest player on their opening day roster since Derek Jeter roamed the same position. Manager Aaron Boone informing the stunned New Jersey native as a hidden camera rolled.
Welcome to New York.
But maybe the most exciting development for baseball this year, a bump in the pace of play. For the first time, a pitch clock will be introduced. 15 seconds between pitches when no one's on base and 20 seconds with base runners. It's part of a slew of new rules meant to speed things up and add offense, like eliminating defensive shifts.
I think the idea is to open up some more holes for hitters and to keep the game going a little bit.
The Marlins' John Birdie showing us how it would work during spring training. You can't cheat the left side of the infield. You've got to stay right here.
Correct. And the second baseman can't give himself some more depth and play in the outfield grass there.
So far, the early returns are strong, with spring training games running 26 minutes shorter than last year and scoring up half a run, with the real test now just hours away. And in terms of that big portfolio of new rules, from larger bases to the pitch clock that we talked about to no more defensive shifts, players largely have been very supportive of them. Of course, there is a learning curve involved, but even if you look at spring training, there were several violations per game of that pitch clock to start. By the end of it, it was down to just one a game. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News.
All right, an exciting season in store. Sam, thank you.
Thank you. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now.
We're continuing to follow breaking news this morning. Several people have been killed after 2 Army helicopters crashed in Kentucky during a training incident overnight. We're on the scene with what we know and the latest on the investigation this morning.
And we're also following breaking news out of Russia this morning, where an American reporter has been arrested on spying charges. We have the latest on his capture and how the U.S. government is responding.
Also happening now, Pope Francis is in the hospital this morning battling a respiratory infection. We are in Rome with what we're learning about his condition now.
And new this morning, a father who lost his son in the Parkland school shooting joins us with his reaction to the shooting in Nashville. His message to a community that's going through a tragedy that he knows all too well, and the action he wants to see from lawmakers.
Thanks for being with us this morning. I'm Zinclea Samoa.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. We are following a lot of major stories happening this morning, but we want to begin with that breaking news on the Army helicopters that crashed in Kentucky. Officials are now reported expected deaths following the crash of 2 Army aircraft last night. In a statement, the Army base Fort Campbell said the collision took place during what's being described as a routine training mission near the base around 10 p.m. Wednesday. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is at Fort Campbell and joins us now with more on this. Kathy, good morning to you. So walk us through what we know about this crash so far.
Stephen, good morning to you. So we know that this happened roughly around 10 o'clock last night, and eyewitnesses on the ground say that they saw 2 helicopters flying extremely low. It was a bit unusual, and then saw an explosion in the sky. As you mentioned, this was a routine training mission that took a tragic turn. We're still waiting to get a little bit more information about what exactly happened, but here's some more from a local state trooper. Take a listen.
On March 29th of an aircraft incident here in Trigg County, troopers responded to the area and came across the wreckage of 2 military Black Hawks. We have been working in conjunction with the United States military to assess this scene.
Now, Fort Campbell officials have been pretty tight-lipped about releasing any new information, but we are standing by for an update later on this morning, Stephen.
Well, Kathy, has there been any kind of update on the people that were involved in this crash?
You know, that's kind of the big question. And right now, all indications seem to point out that there are casualties. The governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear, did tweet out this statement saying that fatalities are expected. So that's kind of the information that we have so far. It's still unclear how many crew members were involved. But of course, there is supposed to be a press conference in about an hour or so. So hopefully we'll get some more information at that time.
We know a lot of people live in that area near Fort Campbell. Do we know if this is affecting any other parts of that community?
Stephen, the crash scene is actually about 35 miles northwest of this military base, and we took a closer look at this area. Not too many homes. It's a rural area. We're told by the state trooper that this happened kind of in a wooded area. The debris field is relatively large, but no homes were impacted by this crash. So we're kind of waiting to see exactly if there were any sort of issues that came out as a result of this crash. But right now, no structures, no homes on the ground impacted.
A tragic situation and a lot of questions left. Kathy Park, thank you.
We have new details this morning about the arrest of U.S. citizen and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. The Russian courts held a closed-door hearing just a short time ago. Russian state media outlets report the journalist was arrested in connection to spying charges. The Federal Security Service accused Gershkovich of working on America's behalf to obtain secret information about one of its military sites. The Wall Street Journal is also speaking out this morning. They released a statement saying, quote, the Wall Street Journal vehemently denies the allegations from the FSB and seeks the immediate release of our trusted and dedicated reporter. We stand in solidarity with Evan and his family. So let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea for more on this. Kelly, good morning. I know you've been tracking this closely. So what more do we know about his arrest and the hearing that was just held? Was there any real evidence presented?
Well, if there was, we weren't able to see it because this has been labeled a top secret case. Gershkovich has been detained until May 29th, so he'll be kept in a pre-detention, pre-court facility for the next 2 months. The court also confirmed his arrest on this espionage charge. All of this information, by the way, is coming from official state media in Russia. They also say that he pled not guilty. And they say that his lawyer was not allowed inside for the hearing, and so any details on any kind of evidence or specifics about the charges are still unknown, and we're working to independently confirm all of those details as well. So here's what we know about his arrest. We're not sure when it happened, but according to a statement from the Russian security services, the FSB, Gershkovich was arrested in Yekaterinburg, which is Russia's third largest city. It's about 900 miles east of Moscow. They didn't say specifically why he was arrested, any details or any evidence. We don't know why he was in that city, what he might have been reporting on. But in the FSB statement, they accuse him of and these are their words, collecting information constituting a state secret about the activities of one of the enterprises of the Russian military-industrial complex. And they say that he was doing that on behalf of or at the direction of the United States government. As you said, Zinkley, the Wall Street Journal vehemently denies those charges and is very concerned about his safety at this point.
Kelly, briefly here for context, how often are American journalists arrested in Russia, and what does this say about U.S.-Russian relations?
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely rare, to put it mildly. The last case was in Soviet-era Russia in the 80s. This hasn't happened. There was sort of an untouchable policy in Moscow, and when it comes to accredited journalists, American journalists working in Russia, this is extremely serious, and the Kremlin would know that this is an extremely serious move, but they went there anyway, and this comes at a time when there's a serious crackdown on an even more intense crackdown than before on dissent and opposition in Russia.
Kelly Kobiea, thank you so much. And we continue to follow breaking news this morning out of Minnesota. An evacuation order remains in effect following a train derailment overnight in the city of Raymond, over 100 miles west of Minneapolis. A train carrying ethanol derailed, leading to several train cars erupting in flames. BNSF Railway says about 22 cars were carrying mixed freight, including ethanol, as well as corn syrup. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says the Federal Railroad Administration is on the ground now in the city of Raymond to survey the damage. No word yet on what led to the derailment.
To Nashville now, where this morning protesters are gathering outside the Capitol to push for tighter gun legislation. It comes as hundreds of people, including the First Lady, paid their respects to the 6 victims of the Nashville school shooting at an emotional vigil last night. Earlier Wednesday, Dr. Joe Biden laid flowers at a memorial outside the school. In just moments, we'll speak with the co-founder of ChangeTheRef.org, Manuel Oliver. He's also the father of Joaquin Oliver, who was killed at the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. But we do begin with MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser outside of that Capitol building in Nashville. Lindsay, you see protesters there already gathering behind you. What are you hearing from them and from local leaders?
This is a rally, Stephen, hundreds strong. If you can take a look behind me, most of the people here are gathered behind the steps. The plan is for everybody to walk up the steps to the state capitol, gather inside as legislators are coming to work, hold hands, sing songs. Essentially, the message is hold them accountable. And I talked to one mother, Jackie Whitus, who's actually next to me. It was your 14-year-old son, Liam's idea to come here. Coming here. What is your goal here to be here with your family today?
Just to let everybody know, like, we're not okay with this. This is not how we grew up. This is really sad that our kids are having to live this reality, and they don't deserve this.
We're going to start walking with everybody, Jackie, and Liam, hang out with us. So what is the goal here as you are looking at legislators? What do you want them to know? What do you want them to do?
Let's do something. We haven't done anything. Like, let's do something. Let's make it harder for people to get guns. Let's make it difficult. Let's not let guns land in anybody's hands. Let's do something. We haven't done anything, so let's try something.
I mean, right now, in the building that we're walking to, there are actually bills going through the General Assembly in this session that would expand gun access. Are you hoping that at least for this session are put on hold?
Yeah.
So obviously, a lot of chanting here. Still hear us. How would you explain this to your son? You also have a 10-year-old.
Just as quickly as possible. They ask questions, answer as I can. We don't have the answers. He wanted to come here. He wanted to have a voice, so we're here.
Jackie and Lamb, thank you guys so much. Obviously, you guys see a big throng of people now going to make their way up the steps. We're following with them. And it's probably going to take a little bit to get to that Capitol. A lot of people through a small opening, but we'll keep you posted here as we watch this rally unfold in real time.
All right, Lindsay, bringing us that up-close view of that rally. We hear all the emotion there. We appreciate that coverage.
Now we want to bring in Manuel Oliver. He's the father of Joaquin Oliver, who was killed in the 2018 shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Florida. He's also one of the founders of ChangeTheRef.org, which helps empower youth to end gun violence. Manuel, thank you so much for being here. So I just want to start with what was going through your mind when you heard about what happened in Nashville.
I was totally offended. I was hurt. My heart couldn't believe what was going on after all the intentions that we have showed to change things for the last 5 years. It's incredible that our leaders cannot deal with these. They cannot solve this problem. Shame on them. It's time to do something different.
And I appreciate that you said you were offended, because I know in the aftermath of the shooting, gun laws are once again at the forefront and center, many saying that there hasn't been change. I do want to play you some sound from a Tennessee representative, Tim Burchett, and we'll talk on the other side.
We're not going to fix it. Criminals are going to be criminals, and my daddy fought in the Second World War, fought in the Pacific, fought the Japanese, and he told me, he said, buddy, he said, if somebody wants to take you out and doesn't mind losing their life, there's not a whole heck of a lot you can do about it.
If you think Washington's going to fix this problem, you're wrong. They're not going to fix this problem.
A lawmaker saying we're not going to fix it. What's your response?
Well, you can tell how useless this person is. He should resign immediately. When you're not qualified to do what you were told to do, what people were trusting you to do, then you're not the guy for the job. So we need someone else. But that happens very often. On the other hand, he's being very honest. I think that it's true. I don't think that Washington is going to do anything because it hasn't done anything so far. My son was shot 5 years ago, 230,000 victims ago.
230,000 victims ago. As we mentioned, your organization is trying to change those numbers, ChangeTheRef.org, working to end gun violence by empowering the youth to take charge on the issue. We know they have been. In your mind, what needs to be done to prevent another Parkland, another Nashville?
Well, the right answer maybe for this question that I had many times is to ask our representatives to do something. But guess what? I'm asking the people to do something. What it needs to, the change that I want to see is on the people. It's on you. It's on all those that are right now marching in Tennessee. Where are they going to be tomorrow or next week? This is the moment to call for a national strike. Educational levels, all of them, they should show their support. Teachers are risking their lives every time they teach. Students are risking their lives every time they go to school. And it's also happening outside of the schools. So if you think that we are okay with this and we're just watching the news and waiting for the next shooting, then that's wrong. You have to get involved, and you will get involved one way or the other. Hopefully, you will get involved this way and not as a victim.
And Manuel, you're in that small but growing number and group of parents who have lost their children to gun violence. What do you want lawmakers and people to understand about your experience?
To listen to us and to follow our demands. I don't need to beg to a politician to save kids' lives. That makes no sense. If a politician decides to be honest and say, I cannot fix this, then move on. You're not qualified for this job. So this is a serious moment, and we cannot go with the template that we always use. It's a moment of change, and we need corporate, and we need everyone involved, and we will get them involved.
Manuel, thank you for your time, for your work, and for keeping your son's legacy alive in this way. Stay safe.
Thank you very much.
Happening now, the Vatican is out with some hopeful news this morning about the health of Pope Francis. They say his health is improving after the 86-year-old was hospitalized yesterday for a respiratory infection. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us from Rome with more on this. Keir, good morning. So what more is the Vatican saying about how the Pope's doing?
Hey there, well, let's start with what the Pope himself is saying. How's this for a modern Pope? Tweeting even while he's in the hospital there behind me on the 10th floor. That's the high up floor there where the blinds are pulled down on the windows. Pope Francis tweeting this morning, "I'm touched by the many messages received in these hours, and I express my gratitude for the closeness and the prayer." Of course, so many people have been worried about an 86-year-old with a respiratory infection, of course, because he is the Pope and is so important to so many people. But the Vatican, with that message, that good news message this morning, saying that he rested well overnight, that he's improving, that this morning he was able to have breakfast, read the newspapers, work, and even head to, there's a private chapel there for the Pope. He was able to go there for prayer before lunch. So, you know, for the 1.4 billion Catholics around the world and many others of other faiths who've been praying for him, just good news to hear this morning. He's not completely safe yet, if you like. He's still in the hospital, but it really is good news.
Certainly glad to hear that hopeful news. Also wanted to ask, this is obviously a huge time, a very important time for the Catholic Church. We have the upcoming Palm Sunday and Easter ceremonies. Do we know if the Pope will still be able to lead those?
Yeah, we don't know, actually. It's a good question. Actually, that's the question that so many folks here are asking, because, you know, Palm Sunday is just a few days away, and then Holy Week, the holiest week for Catholics of the year, Easter Sunday. Now, what we do know about Pope Francis, of course, is his incredible determination, the way that his faith drives him, how much he will want to be back out. I mean, on Wednesday, he was out in St. Peter's Square, and actually we saw him kind of grimace a little bit as he got back into the Pope-mobile, and then by that evening he was here at the hospital. So he will want to be back, and he will want to be taking part in those events through the week. But his doctors, I imagine, will be advising him to take it easy and be sure. You can imagine that conversation between the Pope and his doctors, where he says, well, I want to be with my public, and his doctor's saying, come on, just give it a few more days.
Yeah, hard to argue with the Pope, I'm guessing. Kira, watching your coverage, I know this is just the latest in a series of health issues for the Pope. So what is his health like overall these days?
Yeah, you know, he's 86. It isn't easy. At times he's been in a wheelchair. More recently with a walking stick. He's got trouble with his knee, obviously unrelated to this respiratory infection. But he hasn't wanted to have an operation on his knee because the last time he had an operation some years ago, he felt like it clouded his judgment, his memory, his ability, his brain, which is of course he would not want. So there are some issues for him, and then people who know his story well will know that way back when he was a young adult, he had a very serious infection which led to him losing part of his lung, and of course that makes it harder if you have a respiratory infection. So yeah, he has some physical challenges, but he's also incredibly strong.
Glad to hear that. All right, Keir, thanks so much for that update.
This morning, it appears former President Donald Trump is planning to fight back against a key ruling in one of the investigations against him. A source tells NBC News that Trump will appeal a federal judge's ruling that former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows must testify before a grand jury investigating January 6th. Other former aides, including Dan Scavino and Stephen Miller, were also ordered to testify. Trump claims executive privilege exempts the former administration staffers from having to comply with the judge's ruling. Trump has denied any wrongdoing in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And new this morning, officials selected by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to oversee Walt Disney World says the board says they're replacing past restrictions that strip them of their powers. Disney World previously operated as the Reedy Creek Improvement District. DeSantis' office appointed a board to overhaul Disney in retaliation for Disney for opposing the state's so-called Don't Say Gay bill. The law bans discussion of sexual orientation and gender identity in Florida schools for students between kindergarten and third grade.
All right, more severe weather is threatening huge parts of the country.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. A couple of days where we'll see the potential for some strong storms, some severe weather, some wintry weather, and of course some rain. So let's get you covered here. Here's the severe threat as we go into this evening and into the overnight hours tonight. This is really the start of it as the system works just to the east of the Rockies, gains some steam, and we'll look for some strong winds, maybe some hail up to an inch in size, and some heavy rain as well. There's the system. It's the same one that you might remember was impacting California over the past couple of days, bringing heavy rain and snow and wind to folks there. Today, we will see those winds elevated from the Rockies to the plains, but by the time we get into the evening hours tonight, we'll start to see some of those stronger storms developing again for Texas, Oklahoma, and into parts of Kansas. As we look to parts of the Midwest, you'll notice the rain, the snow starts to work in, and we have those winter alerts that have been up since earlier this morning. Because of that, we're going to see some blizzard conditions. That goes for places like Minneapolis and extending out into the Dakotas here for tomorrow. The Midwest will pick up on plenty of rain from Green Bay to Chicago and even Detroit. And the Upper Peninsula of Michigan could see maybe another foot of snow by the time we get to April. So that's what we have to deal with in the Midwest. But as we look to the south, we're going to have a line of thunderstorms that develops along and ahead of that front. And we could see several tornadoes with this and long track tornadoes at that. Many people are included in this. Nearly 50 million people are included in this area that could see some of these stronger storms. And it extends from the Midwest to the Mississippi Valley. Some strong wind gusts up to 70, 75 miles per hour and golf ball to tennis ball size hail. So a good reminder to get your plan in place for any severe weather. These are the areas we're looking at for the best potential for tornado development. But remember, they could develop anywhere in that area, but we will see the potential for maybe EF2 or higher. And they'll be long track, and this could last into the evening and overnight hours. So remember, once the sun goes down, that's when it gets really dangerous for those nocturnal tornadoes. There's the rain that works through the Northeast, guys, as we get into the weekend. And then finally, by Sunday, this system will be out of the picture and out of our hair.
Oof. Is the rain just always coming on the weekends?
Yeah, you know,
What's
it knows you have plans.
I'll
see if I can talk to somebody about that.
Please do, every single time.
And 50 million people affected. I mean, definitely get your plans ready. Make sure your kids are set, too.
Important.
Angie Lassman, thank you so much. Coming up, we've been reporting on the surge of migrants crossing the U.S.-Mexico border, but turns out a lot of them are coming from China, and they're able to get to the U.S. with the help of social media. Just ahead, what 2 Chinese asylum seekers told us about their journey.
Plus, we've all seen those videos. There's been an increase in disruptive passengers on board planes these days. Well, unruly flyers could soon be banned from airlines altogether. We'll explain coming up later this hour. You're watching Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now with a special report on the rising number of Chinese nationals arriving at the U.S.-Mexico border. Many are relying on expensive information from social media detailing exactly how to make the journey, which can take weeks to complete. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer recently met with several Chinese asylum seekers and joins us now from Beijing. Janice?
There is this huge number of Chinese nationals that are appearing at the border, and they're making the journey using social media, giving rise to so-called social media snakeheads that are making a lot of money selling information to Chinese migrants looking to make it to America.
In the surge of migrants illegally crossing the Mexico-U.S. border, there's now a growing number of Chinese nationals who are traveling halfway across the world, transiting through a dozen countries to make it to the border and into America. Leaving China was a decision Kevin felt he had to make to avoid what he called punishment for speaking out against corruption. He says he was jailed twice and allegedly mistreated by authorities. His family is still in China. That's why we're hiding his identity.
What was the biggest risk to staying?
I'll be going to jail.
You would go to jail?
I will be go to jail. Yeah, of course.
According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, at least 4,300 Chinese migrants have been caught crossing the southern border illegally in the past 5 months alone, more than double the total for all of last year. Kevin told us about his journey that took several weeks by plane, bus, boat, and motorcycle through treacherous jungles in the Darien Gap before ending on foot at this barren section of the border where he finally got through. And the migrants we've met, including Kevin, say they aren't paying smugglers. They're able to do it all with information, maps, and advice readily available on Chinese social media.
How much information is out there helping people make the same journey that you made?
Oh, they have a lot of information, trust me.
Step by step, it's all there. This is how you get to America.
Yes, of course, step by step.
Chinese social media sites are even giving tips on where to cross. Here in California, it's considered a better bet over Arizona or Texas because of its immigration policies.
So just how much is there at the fingertips of people wanting to leave China for the U.S.?
Can you show me the sort of information that's out there online?
没问题。
Producer Arnie Hakela and I met with Zhang, who left his family behind in China.
这是墨西哥的部分的攻略。
Okay, this is detailing out the Mexico portion. You can see the cities are listed here. It even tells you like which buses to take and from where to where.
Zhang took us into chat groups on the Telegram app that offer information on everything, where to stay, how to get there, even how much cash they'll need to bring.
The new phenomenon is people are trying to make money from this information. So they're giving a little bits of information out at a time. And if you want more information about particular routes, or if you get further along in your journey, they're going to demand more and more money.
What kind of money are we talking about? What is this information worth?
比如说从墨西哥
At the U.S.-Mexico border, if you want information on where exactly is best to cross, that's going to run between $1,300 and $2,000 US. If you want a guarantee that you won't be apprehended by CBP, that's going to run you about $10,000 to $20,000.
That more Chinese are undertaking such a radical journey with no guarantees in the U.S. comes as the country is emerging from years of harsh zero-COVID rules and facing a wilting economy.
I think what we're seeing now are people who are more middle class who just feel that the opportunities are diminishing and that the political situation has just become a lot riskier. And so they are finding any method, by hook or by crook, to get out of China.
An exodus driven by the power of social media.
The people selling this information on social media will guarantee for a price to have somebody waiting at the border to meet Chinese migrants. Though we were told in a lot of cases, the migrants actually want to be picked up by CBP so they can start their asylum process to be able to stay in the U.S. Now, what isn't clear is whether this surge in the number of Chinese nationals is going to trend higher. China has only recently reopened its borders after 3 years of COVID rules that kept the country effectively shut. And during that time, most Chinese passports weren't being renewed. So now that more Chinese people are able to travel, and with Title 42 expiring in May, there could be more Chinese nationals showing up at the Mexico-U.S. border. Guys?
Really important reporting. Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you so much.
Outrage is growing this morning after the release of video footage showing the deadly migrant center fire in Mexico. With dozens of lives lost, the Mexican government is promising a full investigation. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest, and we do want to warn you, some of this video you're about to see may be difficult to watch.
There are new questions about this surveillance video showing the moment the deadly fire erupted at that migrant holding center in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. The video, given to our partners at Telemundo by a worker in the facility, capturing the moment uniformed officials seem to walk away as flames break out in a corner, leaving a group of men in what appears to be a locked cell, helpless. One man seen kicking the door as smoke spreads quickly. Authorities say 38 people were killed, dozens more injured. These are newly released images of the migrants inside the facility before it went up in flames.
Que vengo a preguntar por mi hermano y me entero que la comisaría de migración está quemada, fue quemada anoche. Me dicen si está en un hospital, está quemado, está adentro, está afuera. En verdad no sé dónde está mi hermano.
Now loved ones are demanding answers. This man is searching for his friend from Venezuela.
No sabemos, no nos han dicho nada.
They haven't told us anything, he says. The migrants inside the facility, just blocks from Juarez's border with El Paso, Texas, were from countries across Latin America, most from Guatemala, Honduras, and Venezuela.
Algunas versiones dicen que pedían ayuda, que por favor abrieran las rejas, y ellos nunca quisieron abrirle las rejas a ellos por temor de que salieran o no sé.
As controversy mounts, Mexico's president lashed out at reporters, accusing them of yellow journalism, but he promised a full investigation of the fire.
No va a haber impunidad.
He said that migrants had set small mattresses on fire in protest because they were told they'd be deported. In the surveillance video, you cannot see who starts the fire, but you can see mattresses in the frame. Still, some migrant advocates are pushing back on the government's narrative.
The migrants that have been there before, that have been processed there, they have told us that just as a detention center, they take away and remove all type of items. So there usually a migrant doesn't have anything with them that could start a fire.
And say these facilities are often overcrowded and inhumane.
That's the word that came to me and to many. Inhumane. I was there and I could hear the screaming from a block away. And as we were walking towards this building, we could hear the screams. We weren't aware yet that they had been locked inside.
Just devastating to hear that. Our thanks to Gabe for that reporting. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol say they are prepared to offer humanitarian parole. Support will roll out on a case-by-case basis for any migrants who are injured and need medical care.
Coming up, it's a move that could save hundreds, even thousands of lives. Up next, more on the anti-opioid treatment just approved for over-the-counter sales.
Plus, a Florida school hitting pause on plans to show a popular Disney movie. Why a parent's complaint is causing a heated debate. This is Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. a daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The FDA's approval of over-the-counter Narcan, a nasal spray that helps people suffering from opioid overdoses, is getting a lot of reaction.
That's right. Experts say this is a powerful tool that could help prevent more deaths amid the worsening opioid crisis. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now with more. Good morning, Dr. Patel. So first off, for those unfamiliar, what exactly is Narcan and how does it work and how much does it cost?
Yeah, Zinkley and Stephen, this is a big development. Narcan, generically known as naloxone, comes in several forms. What we're talking about is an easy-to-use nasal spray form, and it acts by very quickly reversing the effects of opiates, which we know has been a major cause of death in the United States. Over 107,000 deaths in 2021 alone estimated from opioid use. And then when you get to the cost and how to use it, that's where the rub is. It's very easy to use, but it can be very expensive out of pocket. And most insurance companies don't pay for out-of-pocket costs, anywhere from $50 to over $100. So that alone can be a prohibitive effect. But overall, this is a good progress for the fight against opioid use.
And Dr. Patel, I was fascinated to see that Narcan was approved by the FDA all the way back in 2015, but it's mostly just been available to emergency responders or clinics that are trying to help people who are going through an overdose situation. It seems like it would be obvious to make this available to everyone. It's life-saving. So do we know why it took so long?
Yeah, Stephen, it's a great point. First of all, I think anytime you're trying to get something that's over the counter, no matter what it is, think even a simple antacid, which we do have available over the counter, that process itself with combination of the FDA and drug manufacturers can take years. But to your point, I think because of the opioid crisis, what many states have done around the country, including the state I practice in, is that they have standing orders, Stephen, where you don't need a actual paper or a computer prescription, and pharmacists are able to give this. But you have to know that it's available and go to pharmacy counters and get this, which can obviously be a very big barrier. So to your point, even though it's been 8 years coming, it's something that I think can be, again, if the cost can be brought down, which we hope it can be with this over-the-counter availability, this can be a big game changer in saving lives and easy to use. Maybe something worth noting, both of you, is that you can't hurt someone. If someone is having the effects of an opioid overdose, slow breathing, blue areas around their lips or around their pinpoint pupils, tiny, tiny dot pupils, even if it's not an opioid overdose, giving this will not harm them. So call 911, give this nasal spray once, and see if it can help reverse any of the effects of a possible overdose.
Dr. Patel, I mean, you hit on the signs of an overdose people should be looking for. So you're saying that if someone administers it and there isn't an overdose happening, what are the consequences? Is it still safe?
Yeah. The side effects are incredibly, if you have not had an actual opioid overdose, this drug really just works as an antidote to opioids. So you do not need to worry that it would harm someone. Of course, with anything, there can be some side effects, some nausea, sometimes rapid heartbeat. But all in all, considering somebody might have any of these other causes, primarily opioids causing their slow breathing, slow heart rate, any of their effects, this is something that I would keep safely and use all the time when necessary.
Really important insights, and hopefully this is a medication that can really save a lot of lives. Dr. Patel, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, turning now to a battle in Florida. It stems from the state's new Stop Woke Act, and this one is over the Disney film Ruby Bridges. An elementary school near Tampa temporarily paused plans to show the movie to students after a parent complained. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more.
A made-for-TV Disney movie about a 6-year-old civil rights icon deemed, quote, not for second graders by a Florida parent, leading to its temporary ban.
2 men in the front car will walk in front of you. We'll all go in the building together.
Ruby Bridges, the 1998 film about one of the first black children to integrate an all-white school in 1960s New Orleans, let's go, baby, is now shelved by the Pinellas County School District. The movie portrays the real-life student as she faced protesters and racial slurs walking into school, flanked by federal marshals. Before showing the film, parents of children at the elementary school were asked to fill out a permission slip, according to a district spokesperson. But one parent also filled out this complaint form, objecting to specific words in the film and concerns it would teach young students, quote, racial slurs, how they are different, and white people hate black people. A school district spokesperson telling NBC News in a statement it was communicated with the parent that the school would not have any future showings during this school year, as the movie had already been shown. Also saying the elementary school is expected to engage in the formal objection process to review the film. Earlier in the year, the same district pulled the book The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison from high school libraries after a parent complained about a rape scene. Students protested for its return.
That is not the purpose of those passages in The Bluest Eye. It is to shock and horrify readers into empathy for this character.
Ultimately, as a district, we have an obligation to follow the law.
One of the laws he cited, new this year.
No taxpayer dollars should be used to teach our kids to hate our country or to hate each other.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' Stop Woke Act and Florida Parental Rights and Education Act are laws that restrict some race-inclusive teachings in schools and gives parents more power in their complaints. Critics have called the laws racially motivated censorship.
We don't know and understand history. We're about to repeat it.
Some community leaders now questioning the district's decision to hit pause on showing Ruby Bridges, highlighting the 6-year-old protagonist for anyone who thinks it's not age appropriate.
What better way to teach second graders or anyone else in the school system that those kind of behaviors displayed by some in the crowd are inappropriate and shouldn't be replicated or duplicated.
One Black-led organization worries it's all to the detriment of the classroom.
I'm not sure that we can avoid those ill effects because of what is happening in the climate that is being created, but I don't think it's a good one.
And our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. We do want to note that the parents didn't ask for that movie to be completely removed from the district. They thought it would be more appropriate for, say, an 8th grade history class. A district spokesperson tells NBC News that movie is still available through the district's movie library. Well, coming up this morning, grounded. Lawmakers considering a plan to ban problematic passengers from flying on planes.
When we return, more on the legislation and why some airlines aren't on board. You're watching Morning News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back now with a recurring problem aboard planes, assaults by travelers.
Yeah, now Congress is considering a new law that could potentially prevent disruptive passengers from flying on any airline. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains.
Their safety has to come first.
On the steps of the Capitol, flight attendants came to plead for help and tell their stories of being attacked by passengers. Southwest flight attendant Jennifer Vitalo.
I was hit in the head, knocked to the ground.
Cher Taylor from Frontier Airlines was trying to stop an assault.
The racial slurs continued as passengers separated. I'm still haunted by this incident.
Americans Pete Enriquez attacked on a flight from Miami to London.
He spat again in my face and sucker punched me in the eye.
Despite an end to the controversial mask mandate, the FAA investigated 831 cases of unruly passengers last year, more than 2 each day, compared to 146 cases in all of 2019. Most recently, a passenger allegedly tried to stab a flight attendant in the neck. FAA Chief Billy Nolan with Lester.
If you act up in flight, we're going to come after you.
While airlines routinely ban disruptive passengers, new bipartisan legislation would create a national no-fly list managed by the TSA. A passenger banned on one airline would be banned on all.
If you commit violence in the skies, you will no longer fly.
Make sure that those people can never come anywhere near any airport in this country ever again.
Our thanks to Tom Costello for that report. Now, while the idea of a national do-not-fly list does have the support of the White House, as well as unions representing both flight attendants and pilots, there are still some airlines who have yet to back the concept.
All right, turning up to some financial headlines and a possible roadblock for Congress's plan to ban TikTok.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and other money news. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so Republican Senator Rand Paul is blocking a bid to fast-track a U.S. ban of TikTok, citing concerns about free speech and uneven treatment of social media companies. Paul says every accusation of data gathering that's been attributed to TikTok could also be applied to big domestic tech companies. Fellow Republican Josh Hawley had been seeking to push ahead with a ban, but Paul says if Republicans want to keep losing elections, they should pass this bill to ban TikTok, which is used by 150 million people, primarily young Americans. JetBlue is preparing to cut several weekly flights in the New York area this spring and summer in response to a shortage of air traffic controllers controllers. Last week, the FAA unveiled a new plan to avoid a repeat of last year's travel disruptions, cutting requirements by up to 10% for takeoffs and landings to reduce congestion in New York and Washington. JetBlue's CEO tells CNBC the airline doesn't want to cut flights, but if they don't, the system won't be workable this summer. And Netflix is reportedly working on a feature to let you use your iPhone to control games on your TV. Netflix launched its mobile gaming service in 2021 and has more than 50 games available, but they can only be played on iOS and Android devices. Using a phone as a controller would be a way for Netflix to get around having to release a dedicated controller like Google did for its now defunct Stadia service. Good luck trying to get a hold of a gamer now.
That's a good point. I didn't even know Netflix had games.
But you can only play them on your phone.
I was going to say, now you can just stay on the couch. No need to get up.
I prefer that. All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
Sure thing.
Well, the moment baseball fans have been waiting for is finally here, so get those Cracker Jacks ready because today is opening day.
That is right, and you're going to see some big changes on the baseball field this season.
Yeah, let's bring in MLB reporter Gabe Locks for more on the start of the baseball season. Gabe, good morning. Thanks for being here. Major League Baseball has some new rules in place. Some of those were previewed during spring training. So what are these changes and how are they being received by players and fans?
Yeah, really big changes, historic changes, because baseball famously has been the timeless sport. No clock. Take as long as you want to do anything, spend 3-4 hours at the ballpark, however long it takes, to play 9 innings. And they're bringing in a pitch clock this year, which is going to be a pretty massive change in behavior. And for those who aren't aware, it's pretty basic. Pitcher has 15 seconds between receiving the ball to throw a pitch. 20 seconds if a man is on base, and the batter has 8 seconds to engage with the pitcher and have his eyes on the mound once he gets in the batter's box. So it's a pretty intense change for guys who are used to doing things as they please. So far, so good. Game time has been greatly reduced. 2 hours and 35 minutes was the average game time for spring training games this year. That's down from more than 3 hours last year. And there have been a few hiccups. There's been some grumbling, but it's been a lot quieter than I anticipated. I thought veteran guys would be a little more upset with it. They're pretty set in their ways, but they've largely embraced it. And now the big test comes because the games start to count.
Well, 15 seconds, hardly enough time to even spit, and they love spitting, those pitchers.
And Gabe, I mean, you mentioned it, right? Opening day is coming on the heels of what some are considering the best World Baseball Classic series in years, but it was not without criticism after, I know, the Mets closer, Edwin Diaz, injured his knee. Many then argued MLB players should not be in the Classic. So why is this series so important to MLB players, and how did this Classic help rejuvenate love for the sport?
It's been pretty remarkable to see the pride that players have shown, and that has been in effect since the Classic started among players from Latin American countries, players from Japan. American players were a little slower to embrace it, but now they have really gone all in on it, which is why you're seeing great players like Trey Turner and Mike Trout participate and taking on guys like Shohei Ohtani. The big thing is the TV ratings and the share over in Japan was off the charts. It was Super Bowl level for this game. Not quite as much in the USA, but certainly gained a lot of popularity. And I think the injury argument will fade simply because you can get hurt just as easily in a spring training game. And, you know, baseball is a sport where guys will drop a kettleball on their toe or break a finger doing laundry. It's the sport of weird injuries. So as unfortunate as Edwin Diaz's injury was in the World Baseball Classic, I think people will kind of eventually put that in context as something random that could have happened in a lot of places. So MLB is very excited about it. The players almost uniformly are all very excited about it. So I think you'll see the popularity continue to go up and the buy-in continue from players all around the world.
Yep, a lot of people super excited about this one. Gabe Locks, thanks so much.
Thank you.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
And coming up, acting with feeling literally.
Yeah, when we come back, we'll pull the curtain back on a special show that's giving theater goers a pretty unique experience. Stick with us. This is Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We now have the top earning celebrities and musicians that made the Forbes 10 highest paid entertainers list of 2022. And it was a very strong year for music, with Genesis taking first place, earning a whopping $230 million. Most of that coming from a catalog sale. And the same thing for Sting, who's in second place with $210 million. And important to note, the only female artist in this list for last year is Taylor Swift, making the 6th time she's made the list with $92 million last year, and she holds number 9 on that list. There are only 2 box office stars, 2 movie stars on this top 10 list. It's Tyler Perry, who came in at number 3 with $175 million, and Brad Pitt with $100 million all earned last year. Pretty incredible.
Really incredible. Must be nice.
Yeah, must be nice. Go them.
Steven, thank you. We end this hour with a theater in Houston that's putting some special touches on one of their upcoming performances to make sure everyone gets to experience a Broadway show. For some patrons, that means getting really close to the action. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett has the story.
Typical theater tickets ask that you stay in your seat. But for some patrons, to truly see the show,
if you feel like right here,
they need to feel it first.
Yeah, I get it.
Sandra Rao has always loved the theater, despite being blind since childhood.
A blind person just doesn't want to be sitting on their couch at home. They want to be out and about.
So when Broadway shows come to Houston, the Hobby Center hosts private stage tours for anyone on the vision loss spectrum to literally grasp what most patrons can simply see.
It's like, oh my, pardon the pun, eye-opening experience.
Known as a touch tour, this intimate look at Moulin Rouge the musical is the first one back after the pandemic. Guests tour the stage, try on the costumes, and touch the props.
My favorite table. Can I take one? No.
Started nearly a decade ago, volunteers at the Hobby have conducted tours for more than 30 productions, including Lion King, Phantom of the Opera, and Hamilton.
It's exciting. I mean, Broadway is just such an American phenomenon. Hamilton was so popular, and we also could be part of that dialogue and say, okay, well, I experienced it, and I see why it was so wonderful. And so it's part of inclusion.
For volunteer Deborah Jones, helping with the tours is a sense of duty.
Everyone deserves the right to participate, to have that connection with what's going on in the performing arts. And whatever we can do to enhance that, to enrich that, I think it's our responsibility to do that.
In a recent study by the CDC, 1 in 4 Americans with vision loss reported having anxiety or depression. Connections to culture can make all the difference.
How important are programs like this so that people who are blind feel like they live in their community?
Absolutely, that we can come to the theater and get this amazing experience just like everybody else. We are part of society. We're all trying to live our lives and live full lives, and the theater is part of that for me.
But these opportunities remain rare. For production stage manager Dawn Fenton and actress Libby Lloyd, it's a first and a learning experience.
That's what our whole job is giving people an experience. And so if it's something that I can fine-tune, even just texturing my voice with different things can convey different emotions that they can't maybe see on my face, but they can hear and maybe feel at more of like a visceral level.
It's kind of thematic in this show too. In the opening parts of the show, it says everyone's welcome at the Moulin Rouge. Yeah. You know, it's like a place where people find haven. People that maybe aren't considered the norm of society, but they can come there and find a family and a community.
Helping the magic of the theater come to life, giving a new meaning to seeing a show. Maura Barrett, NBC News, Houston.
Wow, that is so cool. You can't beat that.
Yes, and love increasing access and equity to the arts. Really beautiful.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are on assignment this morning. We've got several breaking stories we're following this morning, including soldiers down. U.S. Army officials now confirming, quote, several fatalities after 2 Black Hawk helicopters crashed during a routine training mission in southwest Kentucky. We'll bring you what we know. Detained, also breaking this morning, an American journalist affiliated with the Wall Street Journal arrested in Russia on espionage charges. What we know about the high-stakes situation, the Journal's response, and what it means for Washington's already contentious relationship with Moscow. Also, a clearer picture of who exactly the Nashville shooter was. 28-year-old Audrey Hale, described by former classmates as loving to everyone, but had struggled to cope with the sudden death of a close friend. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, frustration once again mounting over Republicans' refusal to act on gun reform as a community gathers together to mourn those lost too soon. Pope hospitalized. This morning, Pope Francis is under the care of medical professionals in Rome after complaining of recent difficulties breathing. According to the Vatican, we've got the latest on his condition ahead of the Holy Week leading up to Easter. And batter up, baseball fans, it is time to gear up once again. Opening day is finally upon us, but this season is going to be looking a bit different this time around. We'll break down all the new rules and on-the-field tweaks before the first pitch is thrown. A lot to get to this morning. We do want to begin, though, with that breaking news this morning. Several deaths are now being reported in Kentucky after a crash involving 2 Army helicopters.
That's right. The U.S. Army base Fort Campbell confirmed the collision between the 2 aircrafts. Officials say the incident happened during a routine training mission. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is in Oak Grove, Kentucky, with the latest.
We are learning that this was a routine training mission that took a tragic turn. We are roughly 40 miles away from the crash scene, where one eyewitness describes seeing 2 helicopters flying extremely low, followed by an explosion in the sky.
Overnight, 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters crashed during a military training incident about 40 miles away from Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Officials say crew members from the 101st Airborne Division were flying 2 HH-60 Black Hawk choppers during a routine training mission when the crash happened around 10 last night. Governor Andy Beshear tweeting overnight that fatalities from the incident are expected, writing, "We've got some tough news out of Fort Campbell with early reports of a helicopter crash. Please pray for all those affected."
The crash occurred in a field, some wooded area, but primarily a field area. Troopers responded to the area and came across the wreckage of 2 military Black Hawks.
One witness says the choppers seemed to be flying out of the ordinary before they crashed, lighting up an entire tree line.
2 helicopters just disappeared out of the sky, and there was a large flash. And we ran outside, and we started seeing another helicopter that circled that area where I thought the impact was for probably 30 minutes. And then we saw ambulances and siren.
Fort Campbell releasing a statement saying the status of the crew members are unknown at this time. The command is currently focused on caring for the service members and their families. This incident comes just weeks after a Black Hawk helicopter from the Tennessee National Guard crashed in Alabama, killing 2 crew members.
Fort Campbell officials are releasing very little information at this time, but we do plan on getting some sort of update later on this morning. Weather conditions at the time of this crash reportedly calm with very little wind and clear visibility. Back to you.
All right, a lot of developments there, Kathy Park. Thank you. Heading overseas now, where Pope Francis is being treated for a respiratory infection after he was hospitalized yesterday for breathing difficulties. The Vatican says the 86-year-old will spend a few days in the hospital due to this health concern. It comes ahead of next week's Easter celebrations, one of the holiest times of the year for the Catholic Church. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest from Rome.
Hey there, good day to you. Some good news from the hospital here where Pope Francis is on the 10th floor, which is the floor up there where the blinds are pulled down. The Vatican now saying that he slept well overnight, that he's improving, that he was able to read the newspapers, have breakfast, do some work this morning, and even visit the private chapel for prayers. Pope Francis was taken to the hospital just hours after attending his weekly general audience. There was a hint that all was not well when he was seen grimacing as he was helped into the Pope-mobile. Tests revealing the 86-year-old pontiff has a respiratory infection, according to a Vatican spokesman, that while not COVID, will require several days of medical therapy, adding that the Pope is touched by the many messages received and expresses his gratitude for the closeness and prayers. President Biden, whose Catholic faith is an important part of his life, calls the Pope a dear friend.
The Pope is ill now, so say an extra prayer for him.
The Vatican at first saying a medical checkup had been scheduled, but Italian media questioned that, reporting that a TV interview with the Pope was cancelled at the last moment. The Pope's health has not been robust. He used a wheelchair for over a year, as on his recent trip to Africa. However, more recently, he's been walking with a cane. When he was young, he had part of a lung removed due to severe pneumonia. And less than 2 years ago, he underwent major intestinal surgery to also remove part of his colon. Answering a question earlier this month on what health condition could lead him to step down, he said, a tiredness that doesn't let you see things clearly.
It seems like the Pope had a good night.
NBC Vatican analyst Deborah Lubov saw the Pope earlier this month, where he blessed her 1-year-old son.
You never would have thought that there was any health issue whatsoever. He was so joyful.
This illness comes at one of the busiest times in the papal calendar, Holy Week. Pope Francis due to celebrate Palm Sunday this weekend. Easter Sunday, less than 2 weeks away. Earlier this month, Pope Francis celebrated his 10th anniversary as pontiff. This morning, prayers, including in his home country of Argentina, for his swift recovery. Hard to believe, isn't it, that it was a decade ago that we were here in Rome to see Pope Francis become Pope. Now, 1.4 billion Catholics around the world and many of other faiths breathing something of a sigh of relief.
A decade already. All right, Keir, thank you.
In Tennessee, the First Lady was among those who attended a vigil last night, all for the 6 victims of that deadly school shooting in Nashville. It comes as calls are growing louder for lawmakers at the state and federal level to do something. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is in Nashville with the new information about the suspect and the investigation. Katie, good morning.
Good morning. That emotional vigil drawing hundreds to gather and grieve for the victims of Monday's shooting. Also this morning, we are hearing from a former teacher of the shooter who says she never could have expected this kind of tragedy was possible.
What the world needs now is love, sweet love.
At Nashville's public square, an emotional tribute to the 6 victims of Monday's mass shooting at the Covenant School. Dr. Jill Biden among the mourners at the candlelight vigil. Earlier Wednesday, the First Lady laying flowers at a memorial outside the school, where Monday a shooter blasted through locked doors using a high-powered rifle, killing 3 adults and 3 children before dying in an encounter with police. Now investigators sifting through the writings that 28-year-old killer Audrey Hale left behind.
A police spokesperson telling CNN it's possible the shooter had weapons training, but others never knew Hale to be violent or angry.
She was very calm, very quiet.
College art teacher Maria Colomey taught Hale in 2017, saying the student showed signs of emotional stress, crying once in class over a locked computer.
For the last year, the only thing she's posted on Facebook has been statuses about her grieving and how much pain she has been in. The nature of what she was posting seemed like it was a former romantic partner.
But adding she never thought Hale could be a threat to anyone.
There's no forgiving what she did, but she obviously was not in her right mental state for a long time.
Community leaders, meanwhile, are praising the staff at the school, who they say protected students and kept them calm during the attack. One teacher seen on video leading students away from the school. Jason Hoffman says he jumped out of his vehicle to help stop traffic.
I just saw fear. I saw these kids were screaming, they were crying.
All of it as a growing call for change now stretches from Nashville to Washington, where a renewed push for gun control legislation led to this heated exchange.
They won't do anything to save the lives of our children.
Rule that allows teachers to carry.
Oh my God. Carry guns? You think more guns lead to more death?
Just one example of that heated divide happening on Capitol Hill as House Democrats are calling for a new assault weapons ban and Republicans offering little to no support for it as they control that chamber. Additionally, here in Nashville today, parents and their children will be going to the state capitol to rally for stricter gun laws here in Tennessee. Sinclair.
Katie Beck, thank you.
Turning now to some new developments in the murder of those 4 University of Idaho students. Prosecutors have released new court documents involving one of the police officers connected to this investigation. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz joins us now with the latest on this. Gotti, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Stephen. Yeah, accused killer Brian Kohberger is waiting for his trial in an Idaho jail cell. And meanwhile, prosecutors are revealing potentially damaging findings about one of the police officers involved in the case. And those are findings that could help Kohberger's defense.
As investigators continue to build their case against accused killer Brian Kohberger, there are potentially troubling revelations about one of the police officers involved. In a new court filing known as a Brady Gilio notice, prosecutors disclosing that one of the officers on the case has been the subject of an internal affairs investigation. Still unknown whether the probe involves the officer's conduct on this case or in the past, but the information could potentially impeach the officer's credibility as a witness at trial.
For example, if an officer is found to have falsified timesheets, that may have nothing to do with this case, but it does bear on the officer's credibility, and that must be disclosed.
Under federal law, prosecutors are required to share this information with the defense. But in this case, the specifics remain confidential and sealed under court order.
It's not likely that this disclosure will destroy the state's case. More likely, it will give the defense ammunition to use in cross-examination of a particular officer.
Brian, did you do it? Brian, did you do it?
This comes as 28-year-old Kohberger prepares to stand trial for the murders of University of Idaho students Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. He's accused of stabbing them to death in their off-campus apartment last November. Authorities say Kohberger is being held in isolation in an Idaho jail. His family has not visited him, but has been in contact by phone, according to a source close to them. The source also telling NBC News his family is facing financial hardships because of the expense of the case, and that Kohberger's 2 sisters, Melissa, a school counselor, and Amanda, an actress, were both fired from their jobs since his arrest. Still, his family appears to be standing by him, saying in their only statement, "We will continue to let the legal process unfold, and we will love and support our son and brother."
And Kohberger is scheduled to be back in court at the end of June. So far, he has not entered a plea yet, but one of his lawyers has said he expects to be exonerated. As for the victims, Ethan Chapin's family is starting a foundation in his name called Ethan Smile, and they will raise money for scholarships at the University of Idaho. Stephen, back to you.
Still so heartbroken for those families. All right, Gotti, thank you. Well, we continue to follow breaking news. This time it's out of Minnesota. A train carrying ethanol has derailed, leading several cars to erupt in flames. The derailment happened at about 1 a.m. Central Time in the city of Raymond, Minnesota. That's west of Minneapolis. An evacuation order has now been issued for that town. In a statement, BNSF Railway says about 22 cars were carrying mixed freight, including ethanol, as well as corn syrup. We'll continue to follow updates on this story and bring them to you just as soon as we get them.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. Former Fox News producer Abby Grossberg is speaking out, discussing her responses during a deposition regarding the Dominion voting system's lawsuit against the network. Grossberg is suing Fox. She spoke one-on-one with our Cynthia McFadden. Here's a portion of that conversation.
You were widely criticized.
Yeah.
How'd that feel? I mean, people said you were a lousy journalist, that your behavior was shameful because, among other things, you had said in reply to a question that you did not believe that it was your responsibility to fact check whether or not what someone was going to say on the broadcast was telling the truth.
It felt awful. I mean, it felt terrible because I knew that I was bullied, intimidated, and coerced into saying that just to keep my job and stay at the company. And the question a lot of people would have is, why would you do that?
Why would you do that?
Because I made the decision to keep my job so that I could keep paying my bills. It seemed like the safer decision for me at the time.
So, in an attempt to keep your job, what ends up happening is your reputation as a producer is really destroyed in public.
Yeah. That's what they do. You know, they destroy people. And I realized that the answers that they wanted me to say were putting me in a very vulnerable position to be the company's scapegoat.
Fox News previously released a statement saying in part, quote, "We will continue to vigorously defend Fox against Ms. Grossberg's unmerited legal claims, which are riddled with false allegations against Fox and our employees." You can watch Cynthia McFadden's full interview with Abby Grossberg later tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
All right, time now for a check of your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman is here with the latest forecast. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Good to be with you. We've got a lot to talk about. We've got some wintry weather, some severe weather, and some rain all on the table here over the next couple of days. Let's start with those winter alerts because they're up for parts of the Midwest, parts of the plains, and of course out west we're still dealing with some additional snowfall as that powerful Pacific system continues its trek to the east. Here's those winter storm watches that have been added for places like Minneapolis and extending just to the west of Green Bay. We're going to see some wintry weather for folks there as this system moves east. Here's what goes on between now and then. We see some of that rain pushing through here as we get into the later parts of today and into tonight from Omaha to Chicago and as far south as Memphis. It'll mainly be the showers, maybe a few thunderstorms, and we could see a couple of severe thunderstorms developing, stretching from Oklahoma to parts of Kansas and into northern Texas. The big bullseye of really the severe weather, though, happens tomorrow. That's where we'll watch for some strong storms to develop along that line of that cold front. Also, to the north of it, we're going to be dealing with heavy rain and snow for places like Minneapolis and Pierre, stretching back into the Dakotas. So it'll be blizzard conditions possible with some strong winds out there. The visibility will be difficult. The travel will be difficult going into the day tomorrow. And we'll also see that heavy rain pushing through Chicago and Detroit. Here's the severe weather, though. This is what I really want you to pay attention to because a whole lot of people are included in this. Almost 50 million people. And it extends from the Midwest all the way to the Mississippi Valley. So we've got a lot of major cities included in this. Kansas City, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Louisville, Nashville, as far south as Jacksonville, Monroe, Tyler, all included. And we have the threat for severe weather that comes in the form of tornadoes, especially several tornadoes. They could be long track tornadoes. And we're not looking at just during the daylight hours. We know those nocturnal tornadoes are the most dangerous of them. Once it gets dark, situations can get really iffy there. So we're going to watch places like Memphis, Davenport be in the bullseye for the strongest of that weather. But if you live in Nashville, Little Rock, Fayetteville, or if you have family and friends, they should be staying up to date as well, having that severe storm plan ready too. The winds ending up maybe 70, 75 miles per hour, and not to mention there's a potential for some golf ball to tennis ball size hail. The areas that you see in red are those that are at greatest risk for some tornadoes and moving fast. That's one of the biggest issues, right? So if you have a tornado moving 55 miles per hour, you might not have time to figure out what your plan is. So now today is a good idea to figure that out. If you live in the Northeast or the Mid-Atlantic or even parts of the Great Lakes, you're not done with the storm system by Friday. It'll still be lingering and pushing to the east on Saturday. Heavy rain working through the Northeast and into the New England area. Along the Great Lakes, we could see some additional snowfall and some rain across places like Norfolk, Wilmington, stretching down into the southeast, guys.
Some of the biggest cities in the Midwest right there in that storm.
And a lot of it. Just, I mean, almost 50 million people. So a lot of people to pay attention to tomorrow.
Those severe storm plans critical. Andrew Lassman, thank you. And coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, we're continuing to follow that breaking news out of Russia this morning. An American journalist working for the Wall Street Journal arrested there, accused of espionage. We've got the outlet's response in just a moment.
Plus, an upcoming parole hearing for former Olympian and convicted murderer Oscar Pistorius in South Africa. Could he soon be released from prison after serving just half of his sentence? We've got the latest coming up right after this.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. We're continuing to follow breaking news on the arrest of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. Russian officials detained the U.S. citizen for suspicion of spying. That's according to state media outlets in Russia. The arrest comes just months after the highly publicized prisoner swap involving WNBA superstar Brittany Griner. So let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella from our London bureau for more. Kelly, good morning. So lots of questions here. What more do we know about the journalist arrested? Where is he being held? What kind of work was he doing? And have we gotten a response from the outlet?
Well, we don't know a lot specifically about the details of him being detained. The Russian security services, the FSB, says that Gershkovich was arrested in Yekaterinburg. That's about 900 miles east of Moscow. They didn't say when he was arrested or where he's being held. They're accusing him of stealing military secrets for the U.S. government and said the charge carries a 20-year prison term. Now, the Wall Street Journal has released a statement this morning. They've said that they're deeply concerned for Gershkovich's safety. They also said in this statement that the Journal vehemently denies the allegations from the FSB and seeks the immediate release of our trusted and dedicated reporter, Evan Gershkovich. We stand in solidarity with Evan and his family. Gershkovich is in his early 30s. He's from New Jersey. His parents are from Russia originally. They fled Russia in the 1980s before he was born. But look, he's a seasoned reporter. He's a Russian speaker. He's been covering this region for several years, and he is fully accredited to work as a journalist in that country. Sinclair.
And Kelly, clearly high stakes. You mentioned a potential 20-year prison sentence. We're also hearing that the Russian court may be holding a hearing right now. How does this impact the already high tensions between the U.S. and Russia?
Well, it certainly ratchets up the tension between the two countries, especially given all that's happened over just the past couple of weeks with the drone incident. And, you know, it goes without saying that it's become very difficult for American journalists to work in Russia, for foreign journalists to work in Russia, particularly since the war in Ukraine started. But just to give you a sense of how rare this is, to put this into perspective, not a single American journalist has been arrested in Russia for spying in the 25 years since the fall of the Soviet Union. So this is extremely rare. The White House told us this morning that they are aware of this, that they're in touch with the Wall Street Journal. Sinclair.
And Kelly, that's really important context, but this also comes just months after that prisoner swap where Brittany Griner was released. As we mentioned at the top, American Paul Whelan still does remain detained in the country. So what are the options here for this journalist?
Well, those prisoner swaps are fairly rare, but they do happen. But here's the rub in this case. The Kremlin this morning said that Gershkovich was, quote, caught red-handed. So they're clearly not backing down on this arrest. So the most likely scenario for him will be similar to what happened with Brittany Griner, likely a trial on this espionage charge, a conviction, and then Moscow likely won't even begin to talk about the possibility of a prisoner swap until after the entire process is over. So we're looking at a very long ordeal for Gershkovich and his family. Sinclair.
We'll definitely be staying on this one. Kelly Kobiea, thank you.
Well, years after being convicted in the murder of his girlfriend in South Africa, former Olympic runner Oscar Pistorius could potentially be released from prison soon. A parole hearing is scheduled for Friday that could possibly determine what happens next. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest from South Africa.
Sinclair and Stephen, good morning to both of you. This is a big deal. Oscar Pistorius has been in a legal battle to get to this point for the last couple of years, but this is his first parole hearing, and there's even a possibility that Riva Steenkamp's mother, June, may ask to address the parole board.
From Olympic icon to convicted murderer, back in 2014, his 50-day murder trial transfixed the globe in a case drawn out over years. Oscar Pistorius was convicted of murdering his girlfriend, Riva Steenkamp. And now, Friday morning, Pistorius is set for his first parole hearing after serving half of his more than 13-year sentence. Pistorius shot and killed Steenkamp through a locked bathroom door at his home on Valentine's Day in 2013.
Before I knew it, I'd fired 4 shots at the door.
During the high-profile trial, Pistorius claimed he thought she was an intruder, but neighbors testified they had heard arguing from the athlete's house earlier that day. He was first convicted of culpable homicide, an offense comparable to manslaughter. Later, on appeal, changed to murder, his sentence later extended by South Africa's Supreme Court. Offenders in South Africa are eligible for parole consideration after serving half of their sentences. Speaking in 2016, Pistorius seeking redemption.
If I was afforded the opportunity at redemption, I would like to help the less fortunate like I had in my past.
June and Barry Steenkamp, the parents of the late model and law student, have publicly objected to the prospect of Pistorius' early release. Riva's mother, June, is expected to address the parole board on Friday. Back in 2014, June spoke with Today.
We don't know the truth yet. Oscar knows the truth. Riva knows the truth, but she's not here anymore.
Just 6 months before the murder, Pistorius had been a star of the London Olympics, becoming the first double amputee to race against able-bodied athletes, known as the Blade Runner because of his high-tech carbon racing prosthetics. He's spent most of the last decade behind bars, now facing the chance of serving out his remaining years under house arrest.
Now, guys, Oscar Pistorius, obviously a very high-profile offender. The hearing is scheduled for Friday morning. We may not know immediately after, but if he is granted parole, it will likely come with some very strict conditions. He may have to wear a GPS monitor. He will have to get a job. And one of those conditions is he will not be able to speak to the media. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, we'll be watching. Molly, thank you.
New this morning, the Rush shooting trial facing yet another shakeup in its legal leadership. The Santa Fe district attorney in the case has recused herself, but not before she appointed 2 new special prosecutors. It's been a rocky month for the case as the previous special prosecutor stepped down just 2 weeks ago after being accused of having a conflict of interest by Alec Baldwin's lawyers. Baldwin and the film's armorer are each charged with manslaughter over the shooting death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins.
Well, coming up this morning, we've got some enlightening new research on migraines and cluster headaches and what exactly might cause them.
Our very own Dr. John Torres breaks down their link with your body's internal clock after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back now with new findings for severe headache sufferers.
Yeah, researchers say that time plays a major factor in the onset of migraines and cluster headaches. Data shows these types of headaches have a strong link to our internal body clocks. I did not know that. Someone who did, NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now for a closer look at this. And Dr. John, we know this study involved 2 types of headaches, those migraines and cluster headaches. So what do we know about them in particular?
So first off, defining those 2 types of headaches, because I think a lot of people have heard of migraines, might not have heard as much of cluster headaches. Now, the difference being a migraine is that throbbing headache. It can have a variety of different symptoms, but people typically say throbbing on one side of the head, whereas a cluster headache are these headaches that can occur over about a 2 or 3 hour time period, and they cluster in the amount of pain they're having, which has this painful burst around their eyes. Other differences, cluster headaches tend to be more common in males, migraines tend to be more common in females, and so these are headaches that can be debilitating for people, but we're getting a closer answer as to why these might be happening in some.
And Dr. John, I know researchers say these severe headaches have a strong link to the body's internal clock. So how does time exactly play a role in the onset of migraines and cluster headaches?
And that's one of the things we're looking at and we're finding out. And in the study, they looked at a lot of other studies to cull through the data to find out if there's any similarities. And what they found was pretty amazing. For males, we know that they tend to have cluster headaches, and those cluster headaches tend to come in the spring and the fall, and they tend to happen at nighttime, particularly in the late evening and early morning hours. For migraine headaches, tends to affect women more, happens during the day, and those tend to happen in the summertime. So there seems to be some rhythm behind these headaches, and getting down to why that rhythm is happening could be an indication of what's causing it and could be a way to target treatment.
So fascinating.
Yeah, it is. And I was also fascinated by this part that's this study that says that migraines can be linked to certain genes and to hormones as well. What were those findings about, and could that maybe lead to some different types of treatments?
And it definitely could lead to treatment, and that's why both looking at the timing of this and what is possibly causing it in our own internal time clocks could be an indicator of what kinds of treatments we need to make sure we start pushing forward. But what they found out is with the hormones, melatonin and cortisol are two hormones that seem to be driving these types of headaches. And in both of the headaches, the cluster and migraine headaches, they had lower levels of melatonin. And cluster headaches, they also had lower levels of cortisol. Now, we know these headaches happen because of a variety of reasons, but these are two ones that might be causing it. As far as genes, we also found out that the genes that seem to be causing cluster headaches, there's around 9 genes, 5 of them also control our circadian rhythm, and the genes that cause migraines, 110 of those genes actually control our circadian rhythm too. And so we know now that the circadian rhythm seems to have some factor here, as well as the hormones, melatonin and cortisol. So understanding that can push research forward to seeing if there's some kind of link to that we could actually target with treatment, because treatment for these types of headaches is important. We have some now, but we can certainly use more that are even better.
Yes, a lot of people will be hoping for that relief. All right, Dr. John, thank you so much. Well, it is that time of year. College admission letters, they are starting to roll in. Whether it's email or snail mail, that means those viral college acceptance videos could also soon start flooding our timelines.
However, one teen is asking students and parents to stop saying that sharing those, one teen is saying that sharing those videos is harmful to other teens' mental health. Zach Gottlieb is a high school student in Los Angeles and also the founder of Talk with Zach, a TikTok-based peer support group. Good morning, Zach. It's so good to see you. I know you do so much work encouraging your generation, Gen Z. And in this editorial that you wrote, you say students and parents should not post their acceptance letter celebrations. Why is that?
First of all, thanks so much for having me. And the problem with posting their celebrations is I'm not saying don't celebrate your joy. What I'm saying is when you post these videos, it creates this very false sense of reality because every video is an acceptance. And obviously, like a lot of these schools have under 10% acceptance rates. And when we see every video of people getting in, it creates this very like skewed sense of reality. And that's what's so problematic about it. And because social media is already a place where we are always comparing ourselves to other people, this just exacerbates that so much.
Yeah, that's true. If you see one of these videos starting, you know it's not going to be a rejection. What would you say to people, though, who say sharing this good news with their friends and family online, it helps them feel more connected? And for those who say seeing this much joy in others, it brings joy to them as well?
Yeah, well, to answer the first part, I have no problem with you sharing this with your friends. In fact, I think like as long as they're comfortable and as long as they want to know where you're going to school, that's great. And it should really be more of a personal like achievement and personal like I'm really happy that I got in. But it's more like when you're seeing all these videos getting like tens of millions of views on the internet, and when it's strangers in this like echo chamber of everyone seems to be getting in, that's where it's really problematic. And then also like if you want to see people really excited getting into their dream schools, it's like it's just not the reality. And I think it's just like be happy for your friends. Like if you want to see people really happy, like talk to people you know, talk to people who are in your circle. But when you see these random videos online, it's just not, it doesn't mirror reality.
And Zach, briefly here, what suggestions do you have for parents and students who are naturally getting excited as those letters start rolling in?
I mean, it is really exciting. I'm not saying you shouldn't be excited about that. But just know that college doesn't define the rest of your life. I think the culture makes us put so much emphasis on where we go to school, but the name and the prestige behind that name. And I mean, all these studies show that college has no effect on your happiness. And obviously, like you're going to want to go to a certain school. There are a few schools that you'd rather go to, but wherever you go, you can make the most of it and be happy there.
An important word there. Zach Gottlieb, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, and coming up, the fight to end food security here in America is being led by two powerful black women, the CEOs of two of the country's largest charities.
And with hunger at its highest level since the start of the pandemic, they'll join us next to discuss exactly what's going on and what we can do to help. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France. Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Back, spring may have just barely sprung, but cherry blossom season is in full bloom in Washington, D.C. Every year, thousands flock to D.C. to see the beautiful cherry trees, but many are unaware of how they came to be at the nation's capital. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker has more on the story behind the D.C. cherry blossoms.
Everyone, good morning to you. It is springtime, and that means people are coming from far and wide to see this incredible sight behind me, the cherry blossoms, and the story of how they got here, as beautiful as the flowers themselves. It's dawn, and already people are gathering to see the majestic cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C., an annual tradition that draws people from all over the world. But how these trees got here, still a mystery to many. Do you know whose idea it was to bring the cherry blossoms here?
No idea.
It has something to do with Japan and a gift.
They were a gift from Japan, right?
A gift from Japan, yes, but whose original idea was it? A little known fact until now. Whose idea was it to bring Japanese cherry trees here?
It was definitely Eliza Sidmore's original idea.
You'd be forgiven if you've never heard of Eliza Sidmore. She doesn't get high billing in the history books. But Diana Parcell is now telling Sidmore's story, a post-Civil War journalist turned travel writer.
Found out she was an early newspaper correspondent in Washington, and that was amazing for a woman in the 1870s.
That tenacity took Sidmore all over the country and world, Alaska, China, Java, and beyond, becoming the first female writer and photographer for National Geographic. But it was a trip to Japan that became transformative. She is struck by the cherry trees.
There was this ritual called Hanami, where the Japanese come out every spring and stroll beneath the trees in this spirit of fellowship and humanity and joy. That's the experience she wanted to create in D.C.
Sidmore saw great potential for her hometown, where the Washington Monument and the area around it was still under construction. You are describing her as a visionary.
She was a visionary.
As soon as Sidmore, only in her 20s, got home, she asked top officials to bring some of Japan's cherry trees to Washington. What was the response she got?
They listened to her, and then they ignored her.
But Sidmore was determined, and she kept asking for the next 24 years. What kept her going?
It was her personality, and she just wasn't going to take no for an answer.
Finally, in 1909, Sidmore found an ally in the White House, writing a letter to First Lady Helen Taft.
Mrs. Taft immediately took up the idea, and from this point on, the two of them worked together to make it happen.
With that powerful partnership, it didn't take long for Tokyo to agree, sending 2,000 trees to the U.S. But there was a problem.
They were all infested with a variety of pests, and they said these are a risk to U.S. agriculture. They have to be destroyed. And so all 2,000 of those trees were burned.
Japan was undeterred, this time sending a whopping 3,000 trees. In 1912, Mrs. Taft invited Sidmore to a small ceremony to plant them.
I can't imagine the sense of satisfaction she must have felt. I think it must have been tremendously gratifying for her.
Now, nestled deep in the tidal basin, some of the oldest trees dating back to Sidmore's era.
Gnarled, twisted trunks, missing bark. They're really not much to look at the rest of the year, but every spring, here they are in full bloom.
Today, the annual blooms bring out more than 1 million visitors.
It's beautiful that we can share this with so many nationalities and so many people, and it's a great thing.
Sidmore's vision from so long ago, now a reality. That spirit of fellowship, humanity, and joy in full bloom for eternity. Now, you guys, Sidmore had so many adventures. She's now referred to as the Forrest Gump of her era. I am standing next to one of these trees just to give you a sense of how big and beautiful they truly are. They did bloom a little bit early this year because the winter was so warm. They typically stick around for about 7 to 10 days. And I have to tell you, we are expecting high winds here tomorrow. So there's a little bit of concern about the impact those winds could have. My advice to everyone, come on down to D.C. and get a glimpse. It is truly spectacular.
Sold. That is beautiful. So much history. Kristen, thanks so much. All right, turning to financial headlines now. Google is hitting shuffle on how it's handling the artificial intelligence boom.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more on that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Zinkley. Good morning, Stephen. Yeah, so Google is reshuffling the leadership of its virtual assistant unit to focus more on Bard. That's the company's new AI chatbot. Bard is seen as a rival to ChatGPT. Google launched Bard publicly last week, calling it an experiment with test in the US and Europe. Now, it's still unclear how the technology could be used to generate revenue, although executives have hinted at using it as a search product. Microsoft's new AI-powered Bing chatbot is getting ads. The company says it's exploring placing ads in chat similar to how you would see them in traditional searches. In samples seen by Engadget, the chatbot embeds ad links in responses to users' questions, along with additional links in a Learn More section. Bing has amassed more than 100 million daily active users since launching the new chatbot. And you can now ask Alexa to order lunch from Panera. The chain says My Panera members can order hands-free on Amazon Echo Show devices. You'll have to store a payment method with your Echo Show account and a delivery address in your Panera account. You can customize orders, make substitutions, and even track delivery. Last week, Panera began a test to let loyalty members sign in and pay using Amazon One, which scans the palm of your hand, guys. So, wow, lots of futuristic stuff going on in this update today.
That Panera one, though, Silvana, I can't handle that one. That makes it too easy. That broccoli
Way
cheddar
too easy.
soup.
You know, luckily, oh my God.
I'm already
Turkey
thinking about
bacon
it.
bravo for me. That turkey bacon bravo. Oh
We're just
my
going
God.
to say our orders. Alexa's going to bring them to us. That's incredible. Wow. All right, Silvana, thank you.
Thank you. Now to alarming new data that show food insecurity in America has spiked to its highest level in 4 years. According to this latest survey from the Urban Institute, the number of adults in America reporting food insecurity last year stood at nearly 25%, up from 20% in the previous 2 years. The urgent issue of hunger is what sparked a partnership between Angela F. Williams of United Way Worldwide and Claire Babineau-Fontenot of Feeding America. These two women, both CEOs of two of the country's largest charities, are coming together this Women's History Month to end food insecurity in America. They laid out their call to action in this op-ed titled The Unifying Fight to End American Hunger. Well, both of these powerful women join me now, Angela Williams and Claire Babineau-Fontenot. Thank you both so much for being here. This is such an important issue, feeding America. So I want to start with you, Claire and Angela, or excuse me, I want to start with you, Angela, on this issue. Tell us about why you chose Women's History Month to publish this op-ed on American hunger.
Well, good morning, Sinclair, and thank you so much for having us both on. Claire and I really began to think about what are the big things that we could do together as America's two largest charities to make a difference in America. And obviously, food insecurity is one of those. Both of us being the first as African-American women leading our organizations. And during Women's History Month, what better time for us to issue a call to action to say there is a need for us to work together to make a difference in the lives of so many Americans. And we really, truly believe that we can do it.
Claire, let's bring you in here because I want to talk about that statistic again. Food insecurity at its highest level in 4 years, with nearly 25% of adults reporting food insecurity. And, you know, we see it every day. Demand at food banks is increasing. Why exactly is food insecurity so prevalent in our country right now?
Well, that's a really important question. Why is it? It doesn't have to be, is part of the answer. I think that one of the biggest challenges that we confront with food insecurity is, one, that America doesn't understand that it's in the middle of a hunger crisis. You talked about that statistic. Let me throw out a few more. Over the last 2 years, the Feeding America Network provided 15 billion meals to people in need. 53 million people turned to the charitable food system to feed themselves and their family last year alone. We're in the middle of a hunger crisis. Now, there are some things that work, and we could choose to do the things that work. One great example is SNAP. It used to be referred to as food stamps. This year, in the Farm Bill, we will determine the vibrancy of that program for the next 5 years. And SNAP provides 9 meals for every 1 meal that this awesome network that I'm affiliated with is able to provide. We have other solutions out there, things that are really working. And I know Angela is prepared to talk about one that we're so excited about, which is a partnership between United Way and Feeding America in Delaware.
Well, Angela, let's dive in then. What needs to be done to make sure that people have access to fresh, nutritious food and no one goes hungry? What are the solutions? What resources are currently available in addition to what Claire was talking about?
Well, one of the partnerships that we have working together in Delaware is called Stand By Me. And our networks coming together are able to do a couple of things. One, not only provide families in need of food the access to healthy, nutritious food, but secondly, we work with families to increase their savings, to do financial coaching around improving their credit scores. United Way Worldwide as a network, we operate in 95% of communities. And so like Feeding America, we understand what is happening on the ground. And we recognize that food insecurity is one symptom of a larger issue around poverty. And so United Way also works with families that we call asset limited, income constrained, employed, meaning families that go to work every day. But even with their paycheck that they earn, they still do not have enough resources to make ends meet.
Well, Claire and Angela, your work is so important, and it's so great seeing women supporting women, especially during Women's History Month. Angela and Claire, thanks for your time.
Thanks for having us.
Well, coming up, it might just be a normal Thursday for some of us, but for baseball fans, it is one of the most important Thursdays of the year.
That's right. It's MLB's opening day, and the rules are a bit different this season. We'll break them down before the first pitch is thrown. That's next.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas,
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
They say good things come in pairs. Well, that seems to be the case for these two best friends in Raleigh, North Carolina. A very unique situation happened at the Wake County Animal Center. An inseparable duo, a goat named Cinnamon and a dog named Felix, showed up at their doorstep. Upset and distressed, things did not go well when they were separated. So the shelter realized that they actually needed to be kept together. Over the weekend, the staff posted on Facebook about the bonded pair, hoping to find a farm where they could live. And, well, just 2 days after after a new home was actually secured. It's a happy ending for the inseparable duo who will spend their days together in the grasses of a local farm. Stephen, I guess.
Oh my God.
Opposites truly do attract.
They do. That's a children's book waiting to happen.
Yes.
I can't wait for that one. All right, thanks for that. Well, we want to end this hour with a preview of America's pastime. Today is opening day for Major League Baseball, and this year players are getting some significant rule changes that haven't been seen in generations. But that is not where the drama ends. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Miami with more on some of the biggest storylines this season.
There is nothing like the feeling of opening day. And right now, Major League Baseball is working with some serious momentum coming off the high of the World Baseball Classic, which was played in this very park here in Miami, keeping an international audience on the edge of its seat. Well, now we have a new era of innovative rules for baseball that's going to make it more dynamic, more explosive, and ideally a much faster game as well. This, as the Marlins are hosting the Mets in just a matter of hours right here, and baseball is bursting with storylines.
It's the same game that's made it America's pastime, but a brand new playing field for Major League Baseball as teams around the league prep ballparks and players take their cuts in anticipation of opening day. Here in Miami, there's a new skipper in town for an exciting Marlins team that just added a batting champion to their lineup.
The long game here, obviously you'd like to get out on a good start. When you're in this position in the major leagues, you are expected to try to win every single game.
Elsewhere, the sport is stacked with big-name stars wearing brand new jerseys. Flamethrower Jacob deGrom, no longer a Met, but a Texas Ranger.
They showed a ton of interest right in the start, and the feelings were mutual, and just very happy to be here.
While World Baseball Classic hero Trey Turner ditched Dodger blue for the fanatical Phillies. And per usual, the spotlight will be bright on the Big Apple. The Mets have paired two future Hall of Fame aces, Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer, pushing their payroll into another stratosphere. And the Yanks re-signing Ruthian figure Aaron Judge after he broke the American League home run record and tapped Anthony Volpe to be their starting shortstop.
You did it! You did it, guys!
At 21, the youngest player on their opening day roster since Derek Jeter roamed the same position. Manager Aaron Boone informing the stunned New Jersey native as a hidden camera rolled.
Welcome to New York.
But maybe the most exciting development for baseball this year, a bump in the pace of play. For the first time, a pitch clock will be introduced. 15 seconds between pitches when no one's on base and 20 seconds with base runners. It's part of a slew of new rules meant to speed things up and add offense, like eliminating defensive shifts.
I think the idea is to open up some more holes for hitters and to keep the game going a little bit.
The Marlins' John Birdie showing us how it would work during spring training.
You can't cheat the left side of the infield. You've got to stay right here.
Correct. And the second baseman can't give himself some more depth and play in the outfield grass there.
So far, the early returns are strong, with spring training games running 26 minutes shorter than last year and scoring up half a run, with the real test now just hours away.
And in terms of that big portfolio of new rules, from larger bases to the pitch clock that we talked about to no more defensive shifts, players largely have been very supportive of them. Of course, there is a learning curve involved, but even if you look at spring training, there were several violations per game of that pitch clock to start. By the end of it, it was down to just one a game. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News.
All right, an exciting season in store. Sam, thank you.
Thank you. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now.
We're continuing to follow breaking news this morning. Several people have been killed after two Army helicopters crashed in Kentucky during a training incident overnight. We're on the scene with what we know and the latest on the investigation this morning.
And we're also following breaking news out of Russia this morning, where an American reporter has been arrested on spying charges. We have the latest on his capture and how the U.S. government is responding.
Also happening now, Pope Francis is in the hospital this morning battling a respiratory infection. We are in Rome with what we're learning about his condition now.
And new this morning, a father who lost his son in the Parkland school shooting joins us with his reaction to the shooting in Nashville. His message to a community that's going through a tragedy that he knows all too well, and the action he wants to see from lawmakers.
Thanks for being with us this morning. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. We are following a lot of major stories happening this morning, but we want to begin with that breaking news on the Army helicopters that crashed in Kentucky. Officials are now reported expected deaths following the crash of two Army aircraft last night. In a statement, the Army base Fort Campbell said the collision took place during what's being described as a routine training mission near the base. around 10 p.m. Wednesday. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is at Fort Campbell and joins us now with more on this. Kathy, good morning to you. So walk us through what we know about this crash so far.
Stephen, good morning to you. So we know that this happened roughly around 10 o'clock last night, and eyewitnesses on the ground say that they saw two helicopters flying extremely low. It was a bit unusual, and then saw an explosion in the sky. As you mentioned, this was a routine training mission that took a tragic turn. We're still waiting to get a little bit more information about what exactly happened, but here's some more from a local state trooper. Take a listen.
On March 29th of an aircraft incident here in Trigg County, troopers responded to the area and came across the wreckage of two military Black Hawks. We have been working in conjunction with the United States military to assess this scene.
Now, Fort Campbell officials have been pretty tight-lipped about releasing any new information, but we are standing by for an update later on this morning, Stephen.
Well, Kathy, has there been any kind of update on the people that were involved in this crash?
You know, that's kind of the big question. And right now, all indications seem to point out that there are casualties. The governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear, did tweet out this statement saying that fatalities are expected. So that's kind of the information that we have so far. It's still unclear how many crew members were involved, but of course, there is supposed to be a press conference in about an hour or so, so hopefully we'll get some more information at that time.
We know a lot of people live in that area near Fort Campbell. Do we know if this is affecting any other parts of that community?
Stephen, the crash scene is actually about 35 miles northwest of this military base, and we took a closer look at this area. Not too many homes. It's a rural area. We're told by the state trooper that this happened kind of in a wooded area. The debris field is relatively large, but no homes were impacted by this crash. So we're kind of waiting to see exactly if there were any sort of issues that came out as a result of this crash. But right now, no structures, no homes on the ground impacted.
A tragic situation and a lot of questions left. Kathy Park, thank you.
We have new details this morning about the arrest of U.S. citizen and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. The Russian courts held a closed-door hearing just a short time ago. Russian state media outlets report the journalist was arrested in connection to spying charges. The Federal Security Service accused Gershkovich of working on America's behalf to obtain secret information about one of its military sites. The Wall Street Journal is also speaking out this morning. They released a statement saying, quote, the Wall Street Journal vehemently denies the allegations from the FSB and seeks the immediate release of our trusted and dedicated reporter. We stand in solidarity with Evan and his family. So let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea for more on this. Kelly, good morning. I know you've been tracking this closely. So what more do we know about his arrest and the hearing that was just held? Was there any real evidence presented?
Well, if there was, we weren't able to see it because this has been labeled a top secret case. Gershkovich has been detained until May 29th, so he'll be kept in a pre-detention, pre-court facility for the next 2 months. The court also confirmed his arrest on this espionage charge. All of this information, by the way, is coming from official state media in Russia. They also say that he pled not guilty. And they say that his lawyer was not allowed inside for the hearing, and so any details on any kind of evidence or specifics about the charges are still unknown, and we're working to independently confirm all of those details as well. So here's what we know about his arrest. We're not sure when it happened, but according to a statement from the Russian security services, the FSB, Gershkovich was arrested in Yekaterinburg, which is Russia's third largest city. It's about 900 miles east of Moscow. They didn't say specifically why he was arrested, any details or any evidence. We don't know why he was in that city, what he might have been reporting on. But in the FSB statement, they accuse him of and these are their words, collecting information constituting a state secret about the activities of one of the enterprises of the Russian military-industrial complex. And they say that he was doing that on behalf of or at the direction of the United States government. As you said, Zinkley, the Wall Street Journal vehemently denies those charges and is very concerned about his safety at this point.
Kelly, briefly here for context, how often are American journalists arrested in Russia, and what does this say about U.S.-Russian relations?
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely rare, to put it mildly. The last case was in Soviet-era Russia in the 80s. This hasn't happened. There was sort of an untouchable policy in Moscow, and when it comes to accredited journalists, American journalists working in Russia, this is extremely serious, and the Kremlin would know that this is an extremely serious move, but they went there anyway, and this comes at a time when there's a serious crackdown on an even more intense crackdown than before on dissent and opposition in Russia.
Kelly Kobiella, thank you so much. And we continue to follow breaking news this morning out of Minnesota. An evacuation order remains in effect following a train derailment overnight in the city of Raymond, over 100 miles west of Minneapolis. A train carrying ethanol derailed, leading to several train cars erupting in flames. BNSF Railway says about 22 cars were carrying mixed freight, including ethanol, as well as corn syrup. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says the Federal Railroad Administration is on the ground now in the city of Raymond to survey the damage. No word yet on what led to the derailment.
To Nashville now, where this morning protesters are gathering outside the Capitol to push for tighter gun legislation. It comes as hundreds of people, including the First Lady, paid their respects to the 6 victims of the Nashville school shooting at an emotional vigil last night. Earlier Wednesday, Dr. Joe Biden laid flowers at a memorial outside the school. In just moments, we'll speak with the co-founder of ChangeTheRef.org, Manuel Oliver. He's also the father of Joaquin Oliver, who was killed at the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. But we do begin with MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser outside of that Capitol building in Nashville. Lindsay, see protesters there already gathering behind you. What are you hearing from them and from local leaders?
This is a rally, Stephen, hundreds strong. If you can take a look behind me, most of the people here are gathered behind the steps. The plan is for everybody to walk up the steps to the state capitol, gather inside as legislators are coming to work, hold hands, sing songs. Essentially, the message is hold them accountable. And I talked to one mother, Jackie Whitus, who's actually next to me. It was your 14-year-old son Liam's idea to come here. Coming here. What is your goal here to be here with your family today?
Just to let everybody know, like, we're not okay with this. This is not how we grew up. This is really sad that our kids are having to live this reality, and they don't deserve this.
We're going to start walking with everybody. Jackie and Liam hang out with us too. So what is the goal here as you are looking at legislators? What do you want them to know? What do you want them to do?
Let's do something. We haven't done anything. Like, let's do something. Let's make it harder for people to get guns. Let's make it difficult. Let's not let guns land in anybody's hands. Let's do something. We haven't done anything, so let's try something.
I mean, right now, in the building that we're walking to, there are actually bills going through the General Assembly in this session that would expand gun access. Are you hoping that at least for this are put on hold?
Yeah.
So obviously, a lot of chanting here. Still hear us. How would you explain this to your son? You also have a 10-year-old. How would you explain this?
Just as easily as possible. They ask questions, answer as I can. We don't have the answers. He wanted to come here. He wanted to have a voice, so we're here.
Jackie and Liam, thank you guys so much. Obviously, you guys see a big throng of people now going to make their way up the steps. We're following with them. And it's probably going to take a little bit to get to that Capitol. A lot of people through a small opening, but we'll keep you posted here as we watch this rally unfold in real time.
All right, Lindsay, bringing us that up-close view of that rally. We hear all the emotion there. We appreciate that coverage.
Now we want to bring in Manuel Oliver. He's the father of Joaquin Oliver, who was killed in the 2018 shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Florida. He's also one of the founders of ChangeTheRef.org, which helps empower youth to end gun violence. Manuel, thank you so much for being here. So I just want to start with what was going through your mind when you heard about what happened in Nashville.
I was totally offended. I was hurt. My heart couldn't believe what was going on after all the intentions that we have showed to change things for the last 5 years. It's incredible that our leaders cannot deal with these. They cannot solve this problem. Shame on them. It's time to do something different.
And I appreciate that you said you were offended, because I know in the aftermath of the shooting, gun laws are once again at the forefront and center, many saying that there hasn't been change. I do want to play you some sound from a Tennessee representative, Tim Burchett, and we'll talk on the other side.
We're not going to fix it. Criminals are going to be criminals, and my daddy fought in the Second World War, fought in the Pacific, fought the Japanese, and he told me, he said, buddy, he said, if somebody wants to take you out and doesn't mind losing their life, there's not a whole heck of a lot you can do about it. If you think Washington's going to fix this problem, you're wrong. They're not going to fix this problem.
A lawmaker saying we're not going to fix it. What's your response?
Well, you can tell how useless this person is. He should resign immediately. When you're not qualified to do what you were told to do, what people were trusting you to do, then you're not the guy for the job. So we need someone else. But that happens very often. On the other hand, he's being very honest. I think that it's true. I don't think that Washington is going to do anything, because it hasn't done anything so far. My son was shot 5 years ago, 230,000 victims ago.
230,000 victims ago. As we mentioned, your organization is trying to change those numbers. ChangeTheRef.org, working to end gun violence by empowering the youth to take charge on the issue. We know they have been. In your mind, what needs to be done to prevent another Parkland, another Nashville?
Well, the right answer, maybe, for this question that I had many times is to ask our representatives to do something. But guess what? I'm asking the people to do something. The change that I want to see is on the people. It's on you. It's on all those that are right now marching in Tennessee. Where are they going to be tomorrow or next week? This is the moment to call for a national strike. Educational levels, all of them, they should show their support. Teachers are risking their lives every time they teach. Students are risking their lives every time they go to school. And it's also happening outside of the schools. So if you think that we are okay with this and we're just watching the news and waiting for the next shooting, then that's wrong. You have to get involved, and you will get involved one way or the other. Hopefully, you will get involved this way and not as a victim.
And Manuel, you're in that small but growing number and group of parents who have lost their children to gun violence. What do you want lawmakers and people to understand about your experience?
To listen to us and to follow our demands. I don't need to beg to a politician to save kids' lives. That makes no sense. If a politician decides to be honest and say, I cannot fix this, then move on. You're not qualified for this job. So this is a serious moment, and we cannot go with the template that we always use. It's a moment of change, and we need corporate, and we need everyone involved, and we will get them involved.
Manuel, thank you for your time, for your work, and for keeping your son's legacy alive in this way. Stay safe.
Thank you very much.
Happening now, the Vatican is out with some hopeful news this morning about the health of Pope Francis. They say his health is improving after the 86-year-old was hospitalized yesterday for a respiratory infection. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us from Rome with more on this. Keir, good morning. So what more is the Vatican saying about how the Pope's doing?
Hey there, well, let's start with what the Pope himself is saying. How's this for a modern Pope? Tweeting even while he's in the hospital there behind me on the 10th floor. That's the high up floor there where the blinds are pulled down on the windows. Pope Francis tweeting this morning, I'm touched by the many messages received in these hours, and I express my gratitude for the closeness and the prayer. Of course, so many people have been worried about an 86-year-old with a respiratory infection. Of course, because he is the Pope is so important to so many people, but the Vatican, with that message, that good news message this morning, saying that he rested well overnight, that he's improving, that this morning he was able to have breakfast, read the newspapers, work, and even head to, there's a private chapel there for the Pope. He was able to go there for prayer before lunch. So, you know, for the 1.4 billion Catholics around the world and many others of other faiths who've been praying for him, just good news to hear this morning. He's not completely safe yet, if you like. He's still in the hospital, but it really is good news.
Certainly glad to hear that hopeful news. Also wanted to ask, this is obviously a huge time, a very important time for the Catholic Church. We have the upcoming Palm Sunday and Easter ceremonies. Do we know if the Pope will still be able to lead those?
Yeah, we don't know, actually. It's a good question. Actually, that's the question that so many folks here are asking because, you know, Palm Sunday is just a few days away. And then Holy Week, the holiest week for Catholics of the year, Easter Sunday. Now, what we do know about Pope Francis, of course, is his incredible determination, the way that his faith drives him, how much he will want to be back out. I mean, on Wednesday, he was out in St. Peter's Square. And actually, we saw him kind of grimace a little bit as he got back into the Pope-mobile. And then by that evening, he was here at the hospital. So he will want to be back, and he will want to be taking part in those events through the week. But his doctors, I imagine, will be advising him to take it easy and be sure. You can imagine that conversation between the Pope and his doctors, where he says, well, I want to be with my public, and his doctor's saying, come on, just give it a few more days.
Yeah, hard to argue with the Pope, I'm guessing. Kira, watching your coverage, I know this is just the latest in a series of health issues for the Pope. So what is his health like overall these days?
Yeah, you know, he's 86. It isn't easy. At times he's been in a wheelchair. More recently with a walking stick. He's got trouble with his knee, obviously unrelated to this respiratory infection. But he hasn't wanted to have an operation on his knee because the last time he had an operation some years ago, he felt like it clouded his judgment, his memory, his ability, his brain, which is of course he would not want. So there are some issues for him, and then people who know his story well will know that way back when he was a young adult, he had a very serious infection which led to him losing part of his lung, and of course that makes it harder if you have a respiratory infection. So yeah, he has some physical challenges, but he's also incredibly strong.
Glad to hear that. All right, Keir, thanks so much for that update.
This morning, it appears former President Donald Trump is planning to fight back against a key ruling in one of the investigations against him. A source tells NBC News that Trump will appeal a federal judge's ruling that former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows must testify before a grand jury investigating January 6th. Other former aides, including Dan Scavino and Stephen Miller, were also ordered to testify. Trump claims executive privilege exempts the former administration staffers from having to comply with the judge's ruling. Trump has denied any wrongdoing in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And new this morning, officials selected by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to oversee Walt Disney World says the board they're replacing passed restrictions that strip them of their powers. Disney World previously operated as the Reedy Creek Improvement District. DeSantis' office appointed a board to overhaul Disney in retaliation for Disney for opposing the state's so-called Don't Say Gay law. The law bans discussion of sexual orientation and gender identity in Florida schools for students between kindergarten and third grade.
All right, more severe weather is threatening huge parts of the country.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. A couple of days where we'll see the potential for some strong storms, some severe weather, some wintry weather, and of course some rain. So let's get you covered here. Here's the severe threat as we go into this evening and into the overnight hours tonight. This is really the start of it as the system works just to the east of the Rockies, gains some steam, and we'll look for some strong winds, maybe some hail up to an inch in size, and some heavy rain as well. There's the system. It's the same one that you might remember was impacting California over the past couple of days, bringing heavy rain and snow and wind to folks there. Today, we will see those winds elevated from the Rockies to the plains, but by the time we get into the evening hours tonight, we'll start to see some of those stronger storms developing again for Texas, Oklahoma, and into parts of Kansas. As we look to parts of the Midwest, you'll notice the rain, the snow starts to work in, and we have those winter alerts that have been up since earlier this morning. Because of that, we're going to see some blizzard conditions conditions. That goes for places like Minneapolis and extending out into the Dakotas here for tomorrow. The Midwest will pick up on plenty of rain from Green Bay to Chicago and even Detroit. And the Upper Peninsula of Michigan could see maybe another foot of snow by the time we get to April. So that's what we have to deal with in the Midwest. But as we look to the south, we're going to have a line of thunderstorms that develops along and ahead of that front. And we could see several tornadoes with this and long track tornadoes at that. Many people are included in this. Nearly 50 million people are included in this area that could see some of these stronger storms. And it extends from the Midwest to the Mississippi Valley. Some strong wind gusts up to 70, 75 miles per hour and golf ball to tennis ball size hail. So a good reminder to get your plan in place for any severe weather. These are the areas we're looking at for the best potential for tornado development. But remember, they could develop anywhere in that area, but we will see the potential for maybe EF2 or higher. And they'll be long track, and this could last into the evening and overnight hours. So remember, once the sun goes down, that's when it gets really dangerous for those nocturnal tornadoes. There's the rain that works through the Northeast, guys, as we get into the weekend. And then finally, by Sunday, this system will be out of the picture and out of our hair.
Oof. Is the rain just always coming on the weekends?
Yeah, you know,
What's
it knows you have plans.
Every
I'll see
time.
if I can talk to somebody about
Please
that.
do. Every single time.
And 50 million people affected. I mean, definitely get your plans ready. Make sure your kids are set, too.
Important.
Angie Lastman, thank you so much. Coming up, we've been reporting on the surge of migrants crossing the U.S.-Mexico border, but turns out a lot of them are coming from China, and they're able to get to the U.S. with the help of social media. Just ahead, what 2 Chinese asylum seekers told us about their journey.
Plus, we've all seen those videos. There's been an increase in disruptive passengers on board planes these days. Well, unruly flyers could soon be banned from airlines altogether. We'll explain coming up later this hour. You're watching Morning News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was
you
trying
got
to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with a special report on the rising number of Chinese nationals arriving at the U.S.-Mexico border. Many are relying on expensive information from social media detailing exactly how to make the journey, which can take weeks to complete. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer recently met with several Chinese asylum seekers and joins us now from Beijing. Janice?
There is this huge number of Chinese nationals that are appearing at the border, and they're making the journey using social media, giving rise to so-called social media snakeheads that are making a lot of money selling information to Chinese migrants looking to make it to America. In the surge of migrants illegally crossing the Mexico-U.S. border, there's now a growing number of Chinese nationals who are traveling halfway across the world, transiting through a dozen countries to make it to the border and into America. Leaving China was a decision Kevin felt he had to make to avoid what he called punishment for speaking out against corruption. He says he was jailed twice and allegedly mistreated by authorities. His family is still in China. That's why we're hiding his identity. What was the biggest risk to staying?
I'll be going to jail.
You would go to jail?
I will be go to jail. Yeah, of course.
According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, at least 4,300 Chinese migrants have been caught crossing the southern border illegally in the past 5 months alone, more than double the total for all of last year. Kevin told us about his journey that took several weeks by plane, bus, boat, and motorcycle through treacherous jungles in the Darien Gap before ending on foot at this barren section of the border where he finally got through. And the migrants we've met, including Kevin, say they aren't paying smugglers. They're able to do it all with information, maps, and advice readily available on Chinese social media. How much information is out there helping people make the same journey that you made?
Oh, they have a lot of information, trust me.
Step by step, it's all there. This is how you get to America.
Yes, of course, step by step.
Chinese social media sites are even giving tips on where to cross. Here in California, it's considered a better bet over Arizona or Texas because of its immigration policies. So just how much is there at the fingertips of people wanting to leave China for the U.S.? Can you show me the sort of information that's out there online?
没问题.
Producer Arnie Hakela and I met with Zhang, who left his family behind in China.
这是墨西哥的部分的攻略.
Okay, this is detailing out the Mexico portion. You can see the cities are listed here. It even tells you like which buses to take and from where to where.
Zhang took us into chat groups on the Telegram app that offer information on everything: where to stay, how to get there, even how much cash they'll need to bring.
The new phenomenon is people are trying to make money from this information. So they're giving a little bits of information out at a time. And if you want more information about particular routes, or if you get further along in your journey, they're going to demand more and more money.
What kind of money are we talking about? What is this information worth?
比如说从墨西哥
At the U.S.-Mexico border, if you want information on where exactly is best to cross, that's going to run between $1,300 and $2,000 US. If you want a guarantee that you won't be apprehended by CBP, that's going to run you about $10,000 to $20,000.
That more Chinese are undertaking such a radical journey with no guarantees in the U.S. comes as the country is emerging from years of harsh zero-COVID rules and facing a wilting economy.
I think what we're seeing now are people who are more middle class, who just feel that the opportunities are diminishing and that the political situation has just become a lot riskier. And so they are finding any method, by hook or by crook, to get out of China.
An exodus driven by the power of social media. The people selling this information on social media will guarantee for a price to have somebody waiting at the border to meet Chinese migrants. Though we were told in a lot of cases, the migrants actually want to be picked up by CBP so they can start their asylum process to be able to stay in the U.S. Now, what isn't clear is whether this surge in the number of Chinese nationals is going to trend higher. China has only recently reopened its its borders after 3 years of COVID rules that kept the country effectively shut. And during that time, most Chinese passports weren't being renewed. So now that more Chinese people are able to travel, and with Title 42 expiring in May, there could be more Chinese nationals showing up at the Mexico-U.S. border. Guys?
Really important reporting. Janice Mackey-Freyer, thank you so much.
Outrage is growing this morning after the release of video footage showing the deadly migrant center fire in Mexico. With dozens of lives lost, the Mexican government is promising a full investigation. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest, and we do want to warn you, some of this video you're about to see may be difficult to watch.
There are new questions about this surveillance video showing the moment the deadly fire erupted at that migrant holding center in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. The video, given to our partners at Telemundo by a worker in the facility, capturing the moment uniformed officials seem to walk away as flames break out in a corner, leaving a group of men in what appears to be a locked cell, helpless. One man seen kicking the door as smoke spreads quickly. Authorities say 38 people were killed, dozens more injured. These are newly released images of the migrants inside the facility before it went up in flames.
Que vengo a preguntar por mi hermano y me entero que la comisaría de migración está quemada, fue quemada anoche. Me dicen si está en un hospital, está quemado, está adentro, está afuera. En verdad no sé dónde está mi hermano.
Now loved ones are demanding answers. This man is searching for his friend from Venezuela.
No sabemos, no nos han dicho nada.
They haven't told us anything, he says. The migrants inside the facility, just blocks from Juarez's border with El Paso, Texas, were from countries across Latin America, most from Guatemala, Honduras, and Venezuela.
Algunas versiones dicen que pedían ayuda, que por favor abrieran las rejas, y ellos nunca quisieron abrirle las rejas a ellos por temor de que salieran o no sé.
As controversy mounts, Mexico's president lashed out at reporters, accusing them of yellow journalism, but he promised a full investigation of the fire.
No va a haber impunidad.
He said that migrants had set small mattresses on fire in protest because they were told they'd be deported. In the surveillance video, you cannot see who starts the fire, but you can see mattresses in the frame. Still, some migrant advocates are pushing back on the government's narrative.
The migrants that have been there before, that have been processed there, they have told us that just as a detention center, they take away and remove all type of items. So there usually a migrant doesn't have anything with them that could start a fire.
And say these facilities are often overcrowded and inhumane.
That's the word that came to me and to many. Inhumane. I was there and I could hear the screaming from a block away. And as we were walking towards this building, we could hear the screams. We weren't aware yet that they had been locked inside.
Just devastating to hear that. Our thanks to Gabe for that reporting. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol say they are prepared to offer humanitarian parole. Support will roll out on a case-by-case basis for any migrants who are injured and need medical care.
Coming up, it's a move that could save hundreds, even thousands of lives. Up next, more on the anti-opioid treatment just approved for over-the-counter sales.
Plus, a Florida school hitting pause on plans to show a popular Disney movie. Why a parent's complaint is causing a heated debate. This is Morning News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
No.
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The FDA's approval of over-the-counter Narcan, a nasal spray that helps people suffering from opioid overdoses, is getting a lot of reaction.
That's right. Experts say this is a powerful tool that could help prevent more deaths amid the worsening opioid crisis. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now with more. Good morning, Dr. Patel. So first off, for those unfamiliar, what exactly is Narcan and how does it work and how much does it cost?
Yeah, Zinkley and Stephen, this is a big development. Narcan, generically known as naloxone, comes in several forms. What we're talking about is an easy-to-use nasal spray form, and it acts by very quickly reversing the effects of opiates, which we know has been a major cause of death in the United States. Over 107,000 deaths in 2021 alone estimated from opioid use. And then when you get to the cost and how to use it, that's where the rub is. It's very easy to use, but it can be very expensive out of pocket. And most insurance companies don't pay for out-of-pocket costs, anywhere from $50 to over $100. So that alone can be a prohibitive effect. But overall, this is a good progress for the fight against opioid use.
And Dr. Patel, I was fascinated to see that Narcan was approved by the FDA all the way back in 2015, but it's mostly just been available to emergency responders or clinics that are trying to help people who are going through an overdose situation. It seems like it would be obvious to make this available to everyone. It's life-saving. So do we know why it took so long?
Yeah, Stephen, it's a great point. First of all, I think anytime you're trying to get something that's over the counter, no matter what it is, think even a simple antacid, which we do have available over the counter, that process itself with combination of the FDA and drug manufacturers can take years. But to your point, I think because of the opioid crisis, what many states have done around the country, including the state I practice in, is that they have standing orders, Stephen, where you don't need a actual paper or a computer prescription, and pharmacists are able to give this, but you have to know that it's available and go to pharmacy counters and get this, which can obviously be a very big barrier. So to your point, even though it's been 8 years coming, it's something that I think can be, again, if the cost can be brought down, which we hope it can be with this over-the-counter availability, this can be a big game changer in saving lives and easy to use. Maybe something worth noting, both of you, is that you can't hurt someone. If someone is having the effects of an opioid overdose, slow breathing, blue areas around their lips or around their pinpoint pupils, tiny, tiny dot pupils, even if it's not an opioid overdose, giving this will not harm them. So call 911, give this nasal spray once, and see if it can help reverse any of the effects of a possible overdose.
Dr. Patel, I mean, you hit on the signs of an overdose people should be looking for. So you're saying that if someone administers it and there isn't an overdose happening, what are the consequences? Is it still safe?
Yeah. The side effects are incredibly, if you have not had an actual opioid overdose, this drug really just works as an antidote to opioids. So you do not need to worry that it would harm someone. Of course, with anything, there can be some side effects, some nausea, sometimes rapid heartbeat. But all in all, considering somebody might have any of these other causes, primarily opioids causing their slow breathing, slow heart rate, any of their effects, this is something that I would keep safely and use all the time when necessary.
Really important insights, and hopefully this is a medication that can really save a lot of lives. Dr. Patel, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, turning now to a battle in Florida. It stems from the state's new Stop Woke Act, and this one is over the Disney film Ruby Bridges. An elementary school near Tampa temporarily paused plans to show the movie to students after a parent complained. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more.
A made-for-TV Disney movie about a 6-year-old civil rights icon deemed, quote, not for second graders by a Florida parent, leading to its temporary ban.
2 men in the front car will walk in front of you. We'll all go in the building together.
Ruby Bridges, the 1998 film about one of the first black children to integrate an all-white school in 1960s New Orleans, let's go, baby, is now shelved by the Pinellas County School District. The movie portrays the real-life student as she faced protesters and racial slurs walking into school, flanked by federal marshals. Before showing the film, parents of children at the elementary school were asked to fill out a permission slip, according to a district spokesperson. But one parent also filled out this complaint form, objecting to specific words in the film and concerns it would teach young students, quote, racial slurs, how they are different, and white people hate black people. A school district spokesperson telling NBC News in a statement it was communicated with the parent that the school would not have any future showings during this school year, as the movie had already been shown. Also saying the elementary school is expected to engage in the formal objection process to review the film. Earlier in the year, the same district pulled the book The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison from high school libraries after a parent complained about a rape scene. Students protested for its return.
That is not the purpose of those passages in The Bluest Eye. It is to shock and horrify readers into empathy for this character.
Ultimately, as a district, we have an obligation to follow the law.
One of the laws he cited, new this year.
No taxpayer dollars should be used to teach our kids to hate our country or to hate each other.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' Stop Woke Act and Florida Parental Rights and Education Act are laws that restrict some race-inclusive teachings in schools and gives parents more power in their complaints. Critics have called the laws racially motivated censorship.
We don't know and understand history. We're about to repeat it.
Some community leaders now questioning the district's decision to hit pause on showing Ruby Bridges, highlighting the 6-year-old protagonist for anyone who thinks it's not age appropriate.
What better way to teach second graders or anyone else in the school system that those kind of behaviors displayed by some in the crowd are inappropriate and shouldn't be replicated or duplicated.
One Black-led organization worries it's all to the detriment of the classroom.
I'm not sure that we can avoid those ill effects because of what is happening in the climate that is being created, but I don't think it's a good one.
And our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. We do want to note that the parents didn't ask for that movie to be completely removed from the district. They thought it would be more appropriate for, say, an 8th grade history class. A district spokesperson tells NBC News that movie is still available through the district's movie library. Well, coming up this morning, grounded. Lawmakers considering a plan to ban problematic passengers from flying on planes.
When we return, more on the legislation and why some airlines aren't on board. You're watching Morning News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans. Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hey, podcast fans. Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back now with a recurring problem aboard planes, assaults by travelers.
Yeah, now Congress is considering a new law that could potentially prevent disruptive passengers from flying on any airline. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains.
Their safety has to come first.
On the steps of the Capitol, flight attendants came to plead for help and tell their stories of being attacked by passengers. Southwest flight attendant Jennifer Vitalo.
I was hit in the head, knocked to the ground.
Cher Taylor from Frontier Airlines was trying to stop an assault.
The racial slurs continued as passengers separated. I'm still haunted by this incident.
Americans Pete Enriquez attacked on a flight from Miami to London.
He spat again in my face and sucker punched me in the eye.
Despite an end to the controversial mask mandate, the FAA investigated 831 cases of unruly passengers last year, more than 2 each day, compared to 146 cases in all of 2019. Most recently, a passenger allegedly tried to stab a flight attendant in the neck. FAA Chief Billy Nolan with Lester.
If you act up in flight, we're going to come after you.
While airlines routinely ban disruptive passengers, new bipartisan legislation would create a national no-fly list managed by the TSA. A passenger banned on one airline would be banned on all.
If you commit violence in the skies, you will no longer fly.
Make sure that those people can never come anywhere near any airport in this country ever again.
Our thanks to Tom Costello for that report. Now, while the idea of a national do-not-fly list does have the support of the White House, as well as unions representing both flight attendants and pilots, there are still some airlines who have yet to back the concept.
All right, turning up to some financial headlines and a possible roadblock for Congress's plan to ban TikTok.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and other money news. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so Republican Senator Rand Paul is blocking a bid to fast-track a U.S. ban of TikTok, citing concerns about free speech and uneven treatment of social media companies. Paul says every accusation of data gathering that's been attributed to TikTok could also be applied to big domestic tech companies. Fellow Republican Josh Hawley had been seeking to push ahead with a ban, but Paul says if Republicans want to keep losing elections, they should pass this bill to ban TikTok, which is used by 150 million people, primarily young Americans. JetBlue is preparing to cut several weekly flights in the New York area this spring and summer in response to a shortage of air traffic controllers. Last week, the FAA unveiled a new plan to avoid a repeat of last year's travel disruptions, cutting requirements by up to 10% for takeoffs and landings to reduce congestion in New York and Washington. JetBlue's CEO tells CNBC the airline doesn't want to cut flights, but if they don't, the system won't be workable this summer. And Netflix is reportedly working on a feature to let you use your iPhone to control games on your TV. Netflix launched its mobile gaming service in 2021 and has more than 50 games available, but they can only be played on iOS and Android devices. Using a phone as a controller would be a way for Netflix to get around having to release a dedicated controller like Google did for its now defunct Stadia service. Good luck trying to get a hold of a gamer now.
That's a good point. I didn't even know Netflix had games.
This is true. Also,
but you can only play them on your phone.
I was going to say, now you can just stay on the couch. No need to get up.
I prefer that. All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
Sure thing.
Well, the moment baseball fans have been waiting for is finally here, so get those Cracker Jacks ready because today is opening day.
That is right, and you're going to see some big changes on the baseball field this season.
Yeah, let's bring in MLB reporter Gabe Locks for more on the start of the baseball season. Gabe, good morning. Thanks for being here. Major League Baseball has some new rules in place. Some of those were previewed during spring training. So what are these changes and how are they being received by players and fans?
Yeah, really big changes, historic changes, because baseball famously has been the timeless sport. No clock, take as long as you want to do anything, spend 3-4 hours at the ballpark, however long it takes, to play 9 innings. And they're bringing in a pitch clock this year, which is going to be a pretty massive change in behavior. And for those who aren't aware, it's pretty basic. Pitcher has 15 seconds between receiving the ball to throw a pitch. 20 seconds if a man is on base, and the batter has 8 seconds to engage with the pitcher and have his eyes on the mound once he gets in the batter's box. So it's a pretty intense change for guys who are used to doing things as they please. So far, so good. Game time has been greatly reduced. 2 hours and 35 minutes was the average game time for spring training games this year. That's down from more than 3 hours last year. And there have been a few hiccups. There's been some grumbling, but it's been a lot quieter than I anticipated. I thought veteran guys would be a little more upset with it. They're pretty set in their ways, but they've largely embraced it. And now the big test comes because the games start to count.
Wow, that's 15 seconds, hardly enough time to even spit, and they love spitting, those pitchers.
And Gabe, I mean, you mentioned it, right? Opening day is coming on the heels of what some are considering the best World Baseball Classic series in years, but it was not without criticism after I know the Mets closer, Edwin Diaz, injured his knee. Many then argued MLB players should not be in the Classic. So why is this series so important to MLB players, and how did this Classic help rejuvenate love for the sport?
It's been pretty remarkable to see the pride that players have shown, and that has been in effect since the Classic started among players from Latin American countries, players from Japan. American players were a little slower to embrace it, but now they have really gone all in on it, which is why you're seeing great players like Trey Turner and Mike Trout participate and taking on guys like Shohei Ohtani. The big thing is the TV ratings and the share over in Japan was off the charts. It was Super Bowl level for this game. Not quite as much in the USA, but certainly gained a lot of popularity. And I think the injury argument will fade simply because you can get hurt just as easily in a spring training game. And, you know, baseball is a sport where guys will drop a kettleball on their toe or break a finger doing laundry. It's the sport of weird injuries. So as unfortunate as Edwin Diaz's injury was in the World Baseball Classic, I think people will kind of eventually put that in context as something random that could have happened in a lot of places. So MLB is very excited about it. The players almost uniformly are all very excited about it. So I think you'll see the popularity continue to go up and the buy-in continue from players all around the world.
Yep, a lot of people super excited about this one. Gabe Locks, thanks so much.
Thank you.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
And coming up, acting with feeling literally.
Yeah, when we come back, we'll pull the curtain back on a special show that's giving theater goers a pretty unique experience. Stick with us. This is Morning News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
Seattle,
from Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. We now have the top earning celebrities and musicians that made the Forbes 10 highest paid entertainers list of 2022. And it was a very strong year for music, with Genesis taking first place, earning a whopping $230 million. Most of that coming from a catalog sale. And the same thing for Sting, who's in second place with $210 million. And important to note, the only female artist in this list for last year is Taylor Swift, making the 6th time she's made the list with $92 million last year, and she holds number 9 on that list. There are only 2 box office stars, 2 movie stars on this top 10 list. It's Tyler Perry, who came in at number 3 with $175 million, and Brad Pitt with $100 million all earned last year. Pretty incredible.
Really incredible. Must be nice.
Yeah, must be nice. Go them.
Steven, thank you. We end this hour with a theater in Houston that's putting some special touches on one of their upcoming performances to make sure everyone gets to experience a Broadway show. For some patrons, that means getting really close to the action. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett has the story.
Typical theater tickets ask that you stay in your seat. But for some patrons, to truly see the show,
if you feel like right here,
they need to feel it first.
I get it.
Sandra Rao has always loved the theater, despite being blind since childhood.
A blind person just doesn't want to be sitting on their couch at home. They want to be out and about.
So when Broadway shows come to Houston, the Hobby Center hosts private stage tours for anyone on the vision loss spectrum to literally grasp what most patrons can simply see.
It's like, oh my, pardon the pun, eye-opening experience.
Known as a touch tour, this intimate look at Moulin Rouge the musical is the first one back after the pandemic. Guests tour the stage, try on the costumes, and touch the props.
My favorite table. Can I take one? No.
Started nearly a decade ago, volunteers at the Hobby have conducted tours for more than 30 productions, including Lion King, Phantom of the Opera, and Hamilton.
It's exciting. I mean, Broadway is just such an American phenomenon. Hamilton was so popular, and we also could be part of that dialogue and say, okay, well, I experienced it, and I see why it was so wonderful. And so it's part of inclusion.
For volunteer Deborah Jones, helping with the tours is a sense of duty.
Everyone deserves the right to participate, to have that connection with what's going on in the performing arts. And whatever we can do to enhance that, to enrich that, I think it's our responsibility to do that.
In a recent study by the CDC, 1 in 4 Americans with vision loss reported having anxiety or depression. Connections to culture can make all the difference.
How important are programs like this so that people who are blind feel like they live in their community?
Absolutely, that we can come to the theater and get this amazing experience just like everybody else. We are part of society. We're all trying to live our lives and live full lives, and the theater is part of that for me.
But these opportunities remain rare. For production stage manager Dawn Fenton and actress Libby Lloyd, it's a first and a learning experience.
that's what our whole job is giving people an experience. And so if it's something that I can fine-tune, even just texturing my voice with different things can convey different emotions that they can't maybe see on my face, but they can hear and maybe feel at more of like a visceral level.
It's kind of thematic in this show too. In the opening parts of the show, it says everyone's welcome at the Moulin Rouge. You know, it's like a place where people find haven, people that maybe aren't considered the norm of society, but they can come there and find a family and a community.
Helping the magic of the theater come to life, giving a new meaning to seeing a show. Maura Barrett, NBC News, Houston.
Wow, that is so cool. You can't beat that.
Yes, and love increasing access and equity to the arts. Really beautiful.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Thursday to you. We're so glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, March 30th. Copter crash. The U.S. Army confirmed that 9 soldiers were killed in a helicopter collision at an Army base in Kentucky. What we are learning about the cause of that crash.
Under arrest, Russia has detained an American journalist on spying charges and ordered that he be detained for more than 2 months. The plea from his family to bring him home.
Moving on, it is easy to waste time and energy thinking about should-haves and what-ifs. So we have a mental health expert to help us get rid of regret.
AAPI icons. MSNBC's Katie Fang sat down with 7 living legends about their contributions to American culture, politics, and business. We'll bring you some of their candid conversation later this hour.
I got a sneak peek. It's a great program. I'm excited to talk about that. Welcome to NBC News Daily. Thanks for joining us. We have a busy news day. We're going to start in Southwest Kentucky, where 9 U.S. Army soldiers are dead after 2 Black Hawk helicopters crashed during a routine training mission.
Military officials say it happened last night near Fort Campbell. The base is right on the Kentucky-Tennessee border. Officials report that the choppers went down in a field across from a residential area. No injuries were reported on the ground. The Army says investigators are now working to figure out what caused the crash.
NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is live at the base there in Kentucky. Kathy, what more do you know at this point about the training mission and what the choppers were doing? What were they engaged in before they collided?
So, Vicki, Fort Campbell officials are saying that this was a routine training operation. It happened to take place at night. The soldiers, they were wearing night goggles. There were 2 helicopters involved. There were 5 soldiers in one aircraft, 4 in the other. But the big question is, how did this all happen? And hopefully they will get some more answers once these investigators from Alabama get to the debris scene. We're told that there is similar technology, similar to a black box that you would see in a bigger aircraft that they hope to retrieve from the 2 choppers and possibly get some more information. But obviously still a lot of questions at this hour, and it could take some time for us to get any more answers on how this collision happened. But earlier today, a Fort Campbell official talked about safety and the importance of safety heading into these missions. Take a listen.
Everything we do, safety is integrated into this. When we do any training, but especially aviation training, they do very, very detailed planning, very detailed rehearsals. Depending on the risk of the operation they're doing, has different levels of approval from the command. Like all of these training events, safety is a primary focus for us.
And Vicki, the investigation is really just kind of kicking off, and we're told that we probably won't have any more information until this investigation is over.
Kathy, our local NBC affiliate spoke with a person who lives near Fort Campbell who says they witnessed the crash. What did they have to say?
Yeah, so, Joe, this happened roughly 40 miles northwest of where we are from the Army base. And, yeah, there was a witness, a resident who lives near the crash scene, and this happened around 10 o'clock last night. And apparently this individual, he saw 2 helicopters flying extremely low, thought that was pretty unusual, and then moments later saw basically a fireworks, what he thought was fireworks, a big explosion in the sky. And obviously he knew something was terrible. terribly wrong, but just kind of the stories that we're hearing with some of the residents in the area. But we were told from officials that there was no damage on the ground. No structures or homes were damaged, Joe.
All right, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park near Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Thank you.
Joe, we turn now to Russia, where an American journalist is in a Moscow jail. Russian authorities arrested Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich for allegedly spying on its military industry. He was detained in Russia's third largest city, Yekaterinburg, which is about 900 miles east of Moscow. If convicted, he could face up to 20 years in prison. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is following this developing story for us. Josh, so this journalist lawyer says this case has been marked top secret. What exactly is Gershkovich being accused of, and what else do we know about his arrest?
Well, we should point out, we believe that to have been his Russian-appointed lawyer. His private attorney says that he was not allowed to get access to his client, that essentially the Russians said, no, we've already appointed a lawyer to act on his defense. But we know that the FSB, the Russian intelligence agency, says that he was caught conducting espionage on behalf of the U.S. That involved state secrets related to their military industrial complex. We don't know much more beyond that, but the Kremlin is saying that he was caught red-handed, and we've also heard today from the foreign ministry in Russia, which says that he was using his journalist visa for purposes that were clearly not journalism.
Josh, Russian authorities moved Gershkovich to Moscow today. Do we know the conditions under which he's been being kept, how he's doing, and also talk about how the Wall Street Journal, his employer, is responding to these accusations?
Really, all we know is that he is in custody and will be in custody at least until the end of May. That was one of the things that emerged from that brief court appearance. But because this has been deemed top secret and this trial, this court proceeding is going to be held behind closed doors, we're probably not going to find out a whole lot about how he's doing or how the legal process plays out as it's happening. Now, the Wall Street Journal, for their part, they say they are deeply concerned about his safety. The newspaper has also put out a statement today saying that they vehemently deny the allegations from the FSB. The Wall Street Journal says they seek his immediate release, calling him a trusted and dedicated reporter. The Journal saying we stand in solidarity with Evan and his family.
Josh, before I let you go, the other high-profile American that we think of when we talk about people being held in Russian custody, the former Marine Paul Whelan, he was arrested in 2018, also on espionage charges. How does this arrest of this new journalist impact this already bitter relationship between the two countries? Have we heard anything from the White House?
The only thing we've heard from the White House is that they are in touch with Russian authorities about this matter, but they are really trying to not say too much until they are able to gather more facts and figure out how to handle this. It's hard to see how this could sink U.S.-Russia relations lower than they already are, but certainly this is going to increase the impetus for some type of prisoner swap. Now, in the past, the Russian government has really refused to have any conversations about a prisoner swap until the legal process and a conviction plays out. And so it's likely to be some time before we even have any discussions about trying to get him home.
NBC's Josh Letterman, thank you for following this case for us, Josh.
Now to Rome, where Pope Francis is said to be improving after he was hospitalized with a respiratory infection. The Vatican confirmed on Wednesday the pontiff was taken to the hospital because he was having trouble breathing. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us live from Rome. So, Keir, well, you know, when he was a young man, Pope Francis actually had part of a lung removed. So does that create more concern about his ability to bounce back? How's he doing right now?
Well, it inevitably makes it harder, Joe. You can imagine. And at the same time, also remember that he's 86. He has other health challenges. He's had an issue with his knee that his doctors have said needs an operation. He's resisted an operation for that. He had an operation on his colon some years ago. So there are lots of ways in which, you know, he's been struggling, you would have to say, in health terms. And he's been seen to have some difficulty breathing at times. He seemed to grimace on Wednesday during his audience in St. Peter's Square as he got back into the Pope mobile. And then, of course, a few hours later, he was here at the hospital. Joe, we know that he's on the 10th floor. That's the floor behind me there where you can see the blinds are down. We're not sure where on that floor the Pope is. But then we have had this good news from the Vatican about how he is doing today. And I think, for many, many Catholics and others around the world, that's very reassuring.
Keir, Holy Week begins on Sunday. So what are Vatican officials saying about the Pope being well enough to lead observances? And if he can't, do we know who would step in?
Yeah, it's Palm Sunday, on Sunday. You can imagine how much the Pope wants to be there. Holy Week, of course, being the most important week in the Catholic calendar. A week after Palm Sunday, of course, is Easter Sunday, as everybody knows. So, yeah, he will definitely want to be able to take part and lead those services. Whether he will be able to or not is a different question. I mean, as I say, the Vatican says he's improving, says that he had a restful night, and even gave us all that lovely detail today, that he was up having breakfast, reading the newspapers, doing a little bit of work, even had a chance to pray in the private chapel that is here at the hospital, up on that 10th floor, which is reserved for the Pope. So we hope to see him, of course. So many people will be looking for that at some point this week. But again, his doctors, I imagine, will be advising him to take it easy because, again, he is 86.
All right. Our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, live in Rome. Keir, thank you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. This year's college grads might have a little trouble entering the job market. College career offices say many companies are holding back on hiring graduating seniors in 2023.
Joining us now is CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac. So, Steve, this is a big change from what we've seen in the last 2 years when companies were fighting to win over graduating seniors. So what's behind this hiring freeze, and what are students doing now to try and get that job after they graduate?
Yeah, Joe. Well, many companies had laid off thousands of workers recently, bracing for that possible recession. So this year's college seniors are competing with grads from a couple years ago who are also looking for jobs now. The Wall Street Journal reports many 2023 graduates are upping their job hunting game, writing cover letters, applying to more varied companies, or even considering grad school. Also, Tesla has installed 3,000 of its solar roof systems in the U.S. since boasting of its solar glass roof tiles 7 years ago. The research company Wood Mackenzie says Tesla was planning to install 1,000 roofs a week in the first half of 2020, but as of 2022, it had only managed a weekly average of 21. And finally, what's a cruise without booze? A lot cheaper, it appears. Prices for those all-inclusive drink packages have jumped as much as 36% this year. Cruise lines blame inflation, but it's not just the alcohol. Even the cost of Wi-Fi is up, and higher costs mean those mandatory gratuities have also risen. Joe, Vicky, I'll send it back to you.
I'm still going to pay more to have the booze if I'm on a cruise. So
just pack some extra dollars.
There's a reason the word's wrong. Booze and cruise. All right, Steve Kovac, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, well, we all mess up, but sometimes we just can't move on. We relive those missteps. Coming up, how you can let go of those old mistakes. That's straight ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily.
I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
You know, sometimes life can seem like a series of mistakes, and in those moments, it can be easy to spend all your time ruminating on what you could have done or should have done to make things different.
Well, I think we've all been there like, oh, why did I say that? Or why didn't I say that? But you know what? Holding on to the past, it can really limit your future. We have some tips now on how to let go of mistakes that haunt you. With us is licensed psychotherapist Terry Cole. She's also the author of Boundary Boss. Always great to see you, Terry. So let's talk about why it's really important first to let go of regret and the impact that holding on to it can really have on your life and your ability to move forward.
Well, think about what happens when we don't let it go. We're anchored to the past, which is not where your life is happening, right? What do we actually have is this present moment. So when we're constantly ruminating about the past, we are anchored and stuck in the past.
Why is it so easy to get stuck in a loop of ruminating and reflecting on past mistakes?
There's different reasons. Sometimes it can be a symptom of anxiety or having depression, like these are thought patterns that can happen there, but also perfectionism, right? Where a lot of times my clients will be going over and over and over what happened because they don't want it to happen again.
And isn't there, like, we're looking at this graphic here, it says the illusion that being hyper vigilant will protect us from future mistakes, but that's not necessarily the case. You've got a 5-step reflection exercise that folks can do. Walk us through those 5 steps.
Well, you're going to start with identifying the mistake that is torturing you, basically. So you're going to write about that. And then you're going to reflect on the reasons why you're regretting it. What is happening for you? Why do you feel bad about it? Or why do you wish you said something different? And then the third step is you're going to reflect on the decision you made at the time, because we usually have good reasons to make the decisions that we make. So you want to write that down. And then the fourth step is reflecting on what would you do differently right now? What, if you could change it, what would you do? And then the last step, which can be really empowering, is basically, is there something you can do now? Reflect on. Maybe there's an amends you need to make. Maybe there's an apology, you can give to someone, and that can also help you move out of that being stuck in the past.
I know journaling can be a powerful tool to try and help people move on. Talk about why that is, and what are some tips for people who are looking to try and do it, but maybe having trouble getting going?
Well, journaling is very powerful because part of it is we are tapping into the unconscious mind when we ask the right questions and we journal. So one thing you might ask is there more I need to say? Is there more I need to express about what happened? Again, going back to, is there anything I can do about it now? Is another thing you can write about. But really important is, what did I learn about myself from making this mistake? Because they can either just be a terrible thing that happened, or there can be a gem of wisdom in there for you.
What if you are struggling? You struggle to forgive yourself for a past mistake. How do you practice self-compassion? And I think this isn't just about regrets, but just day to day. How can you be more gentle to yourself?
I think it can be really helpful to think of how you would treat your best friend if they made the same mistake that you just made. Would you be berating them and calling them mean names? I don't think you would. And the acceptance that we're human beings, we're all flawed, and this is part of the human design. So stop seeking perfection and have compassion for yourself as a human being, right? What is life? This is just like life school, basically, that we're all in.
Are there tips that you have to make it easier for people to get toward that self-compassion? Because oftentimes it feels easier said than done.
Yes. I think that if you take a picture of yourself as a kid and you put it on your screensaver, look at that little picture. And then I want you to use the same words and the same feeling that you would towards that little kid, towards yourself, because you are that little kid and you deserve your own compassion and love and consideration.
That is some great advice.
If your kid pictures are anything like mine, that picture will make you laugh too. All right, well, thank you so much, Terry Cole. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
Closing arguments are wrapping up in Gwyneth Paltrow's messy trial. She's accused of injuring a man in a skiing accident years ago. The jury is about to get this case. More on everything after the break. You are watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
Welcome back on this Thursday. We are learning new information about the deadly fire at a Mexican migrant center that killed dozens of people. The case is now being investigated as a homicide. This comes after the release of surveillance video from inside that center. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the growing outrage from advocates and family members, and we want to warn you, this video is difficult to watch.
There are new questions about this surveillance video showing the moment the deadly fire erupted at that migrant holding center in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. The video, given to our partners at Telemundo by a worker in the facility, capturing the moment uniformed officials seem to walk away as flames break out in a corner, leaving a group of men in what appears to be a locked cell, helpless. One man seen kicking the door as smoke spreads quickly. Authorities say 38 people were killed, dozens more injured. These are newly released images of the migrants inside the facility before it went up in flames.
Que vengo a preguntar por mi hermano y me entero que la comisaría de migración está quemada, fue quemada anoche. Me dicen si está en un hospital, está quemado, está adentro, está afuera. En verdad no sé dónde está mi hermano.
Now loved ones are demanding answers. This man is searching for his friend from Venezuela.
No sabemos, no nos han dicho nada.
They haven't told us anything, he says. The migrants inside the facility, just blocks from Juarez's border with El Paso, Texas, were from countries across Latin America, most from Guatemala, Honduras, and Venezuela.
Algunas versiones dicen que pedían ayuda, que por favor abrieran las rejas, y ellos nunca quisieron abrirle las rejas a ellos por temor de que salieran o no sé.
As controversy mounts, Mexico's president lashed out at reporters, accusing them of yellow journalism, but he promised a full investigation of the fire.
No va a haber impunidad.
He said that migrants had set small mattresses on fire in protest because they were told they'd be deported. In the surveillance video, you cannot see who starts the fire, but you can see mattresses in the frame. Still, some migrant advocates are pushing back on the government's narrative.
The migrants that have been there before, that have been processed there, they have told us that just as a detention center, they take away and remove all type of items. So there usually a migrant doesn't have anything with them that could start a fire.
And say these facilities are often overcrowded and inhumane.
That's the word that came to me and to many. Inhumane. I was there and I could hear the screaming from a block away. And as we were walking towards this building, we could hear the screams. We weren't aware yet that they had been locked inside.
Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News.
Now to Capitol Hill, where flight attendants are pleading for Congress to pass a new bill. It would create a national no-fly list of disruptive passengers. The bill would ban those passengers from flying on any airline. NBC's Tom Costello has the details.
Their safety has to come first.
On the steps of the Capitol, flight attendants came to plead for help and tell their stories of being attacked by passengers. Southwest flight attendant Jennifer Vitalo.
I was hit in the head, knocked to the ground.
Cher Taylor from Frontier Airlines was trying to stop an assault.
The racial slurs continued as passengers separated. I'm still haunted by this incident.
Americans Pete Enriquez attacked on a flight from Miami to London.
He spat again in my face and sucker punched me in the eye.
Despite an end to the controversial mask mandate, the FAA investigated 831 cases of unruly passengers last year, more than 2 each day, compared to 146 cases in all of 2019. Most recently, a passenger allegedly tried to stab a flight attendant in the neck. FAA Chief Billy Nolan with Lester.
If you act up in flight, we're going to come after you.
While airlines routinely ban disruptive passengers, new bipartisan legislation would create a national no-fly list managed by the TSA. A passenger banned on one airline would be banned on all.
If you commit violence in the skies, you will no longer fly.
Make sure that those people can never come anywhere near any airport in this country ever again.
While the White House, flight attendants and pilots unions support a national do-not-fly list, some but not all airlines are on board. The question now, will Congress pass the legislation? Tom Costello, NBC News.
Well, protesters are rallying at the Tennessee state capitol in the wake of the horrific elementary school shooting. The stricter gun reform they're calling for, that's coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back on this Thursday. Glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. Making news right now. People in Raymond, Minnesota are being forced to evacuate after a freight train derailed last night. Police say some of the train cars, which were carrying corn syrup and the highly flammable chemical ethanol, burst into flames when they went off the track. Authorities are warning residents to avoid traveling into the area. No one was hurt, and an investigation is underway.
At least 31 people are dead after a fire on a ferry in the southern Philippines. Officials say the flames raged for 8 hours and forced more than 200 people on board to jump into the water in an attempt to flee those flames. The Coast Guard, Navy, and nearby fishermen rescued people from the water. At least 7 are still missing.
And 2 new attorneys have been appointed as special prosecutors in the case against actor Alec Baldwin for the shooting on the set of the movie Rust. Attorneys Carrie Morrissey and Jason Lewis will now step into the role as the current special prosecutor steps down. Baldwin pleaded not guilty last month to involuntary manslaughter charges in the fatal shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. In the Gwyneth Paltrow ski accident trial, attorneys are preparing to start closing arguments. Then the fate of the case is in the hands of a jury.
Yeah, a 76-year-old retired optometrist is suing the Hollywood actress and entrepreneur for $300,000 in damages for allegedly crashing into him on a Utah ski slope back in 2016. Paltrow is countersuing for $1. She says he crashed into her. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas has been following this case, joins us now. So, Danny, let's talk about the closing arguments. What were some of the biggest takeaways for you? And do you think that the defense did a good job swaying the jury?
We're not really into closing arguments yet, but overall, the defense has been doing quite well. I think we might see what is called a D verdict. In other words, a 0 for the plaintiff here. And Gwyneth Paltrow may win, but any win, a defense verdict is still the same as Gwyneth Paltrow winning her case because she's only seeking $1, which I think was a very good strategy because it shows the jury that she's really, truly not about the money. She's about vindication. That's the message, at least, that it sends. But the defense has done a very good job of attacking the credibility of the plaintiff on the stand.
Yesterday, Terry Sanderson was on the stand, and he admitted to several exotic vacations and other activities after this accident in 2016. Let's listen to some of that.
Post-incident travel by Dr. Sanderson. Mr. Sanderson, did you go to Peru?
Yes.
After the collision. All of these are after the collision, okay?
Yes.
Visit Machu Picchu?
Costa Rica, yes.
Walk the Golden Trail?
Yes.
Machu Picchu is in Peru.
Yes.
Floated down the Amazon?
Yes, I guess so.
Costa Rica, did you do a zip line?
Same trip, yes.
So, Danny, Sanderson claimed he suffered permanent injuries after this ski accident. How effective was that line of questioning there for the defense?
Plaintiffs' lawyers, including me, always tell our clients, look, this is a case people are going to be watching you. Stay off social media. No celebratory photos of you at Machu Picchu. And most clients listen to that advice and they ignore it because apparently nobody can stay off social media, even if it means it could cost them thousands, maybe tens of thousands of dollars. And this is a classic example. Here you have somebody that was probably told by his attorneys, look, you are putting out a case that you are injured and unable to continue with your normal and daily activities, and yet he has to put it up on Facebook or post it or whatever the case may be. It's very bad for the case. Most of these jurors are thinking, hey, I'm not even sick. I didn't go to Machu Picchu. I'm not doing all these fun things. And he painted himself into a corner here. I'll add this. His argument is basically, Gwyneth Paltrow made me sick and ill, so therefore I had to go on all these trips to get better, but I was going on all these trips before I got in the crash anyway. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Okay. Danny Savalas, thank you so much for your insight as always. Well, President Biden said his team is planning a potential trip to Nashville, where 6 people were killed in a shooting at a private Christian elementary school.
In response to that shooting, today protesters are rallying at the Tennessee state capitol, pushing for gun reform. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now from the Capitol in Nashville. So, Lindsay, tell us more about this rally. Who's there and what are they calling for?
Thousands of people have come out, Joe and Vicki, and it's a lot of parents. It's a lot of young people, a lot of students, and it is so loud in there. We're hearing chants of 6 dead, how many more? Do your job. The idea here is to confront legislators as they are doing the duty of creating new laws. There are actually several bills this session that would expand gun access in Tennessee. Discussion on those in committee hearings are paused for the time being and for the rest of the week in reverence to the families. But I'm talking to a lot of people who say enough is enough. They want to see some kind of reform here. And I'm joined right now by Shondell and Aldane Brooks. They've been touched by gun violence. Shondell, your older son was actually killed in Nashville at a mass shooting in a Waffle House. Talk to me about why you decided to come here and how you're feeling.
Well, first I wanted to support the family. I'm tired of thoughts and prayers and no action. That's why I'm hoping that today they hear us and hear us loud and clear that people are dying, children are dying every day, and they're doing nothing about the laws about protecting our children. This is so unfair.
What kind of laws do you want to see change?
These gun laws. The governor passed a law 2 years ago. Is it 2 years ago? Permitless carry. Now they have another bill going through the committees where they're trying to lower the age group to 18. My son is 17. I don't want him carrying a gun. This is ridiculous.
Aldane, you were in lockdown on Monday because of the shooting at Covenant. What's your reaction to all of this?
A slap in the face. I feel like I'm being disrespected right now. I mean, I just don't understand how they can go in there and just totally just block us out and ignore us and still pass laws that are weakening our gun laws. Those gun laws are allowing people like me, my mom, anybody to get killed by people. Yeah, I don't feel safe. I'm scared every day, everywhere I go. I'm not safe at school, anywhere. I shouldn't feel like that. Nobody should feel like that, especially not in America, not anywhere. It's crazy.
Shondell and Aldane, thank you for talking with us. I'm sorry we're meeting under these circumstances, but obviously a lot of emotion here. I talked to the organizer of this event, who's just a mom herself and was called to action. So right now, one lawmaker who's inside there tells me he's never seen anything like this, a crowd this big. So time will tell if the action today that we're seeing at the state level moves the needle, you guys.
Lindsay, we got to ask you before you go. Yesterday, the governor said, now's not the time to talk about this. What is the state legislature there, which is also Republican controlled? What solutions are they proposing?
I mean, right now they've put those gun expansion bills, the discussion on pause. But I mean, you just heard from Shondell some of the bills that they're talking about, expanding open carry. So right now, the lawmaker that I'm in contact with inside told me now is the time, because this legislature, they have a finite window before they break, before their session ends, when their budget is passed.
All right, MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser, thank you, and thank you to those folks there who spoke to you live on the scene. We appreciate you. Well, this weekend, we are talking about what it means to be part of the Asian American Pacific Islander community with women who are shaping culture, politics, and business.
MSNBC anchor Katie Fang sat down with 6 well-known pioneers for a raw and candid conversation.
How many of you dated white guys? How many of you have married white guys?
Race trader. Totally.
You said something really interesting right now.
My mother, even to this day, will look back and say, man, she messed up. She messed up because she had us assimilate too much that we married a white person. Both my brother and I are married to Caucasian people.
Oh, wow.
And, and when love happened, it was 4,000 years of culture down the drain.
Katie Fang joins us now. First, Katie, congratulations. I got to see an early screening of this special. It is immediate. It's topical. The format is fantastic. Everyone at a dinner table. I felt like I had a seat at the table with y'all. You shot this in Houston. Talk about why you chose this American city at this time for this conversation.
Like all things, we wanted to avoid generalizations about what cities do Americans, quote unquote, typically think would be the heartland for the AAPI community. Most people would think maybe New York or maybe even San Francisco. But Houston is fascinating. It has one of the largest and fastest growing AAPI communities in the country. So we wanted to make sure that we brought our viewers to a city that you wouldn't typically think about when you thought about the AAPI community.
You know, during this special, you hit on all kinds of topics: honor and shame, the model minority myth, and then dating white men, as we just saw in that clip. How'd you come up with these topics? And for you, I mean, what was your biggest takeaway from this conversation?
We felt like it was important to find common ground amongst not only the women that are at the table for that dinner, who themselves are icons and trailblazers within not only the AAPI community, but in the communities at large. But we also wanted to be able to push the envelope a little bit in terms of what they were willing to talk about. Why? Because the hope is when people tune into this special on Sunday night, that even if you're not a member of the AAPI community, you can relate. You can relate to the journeys, the kind of respective struggles that we've all had to be able to get where we are today. And so it was the goal to make sure that we created a table and a space where everybody could sit down, share their experiences, maybe look at each other and say, remarkably, I had that experience, but also maybe not having that experience, let them open their eyes and their minds to something that was different.
And talk about that allyship, why it is so important for us to open ourselves to other perspectives. We've talked so much about the rise in anti-Asian discrimination over the past few years, the attention on that community, but it's not incumbent only on that community to come out of it alone. This is a struggle and a fight that takes everybody.
So the importance behind the special is the idea of humanity, that it really shouldn't make a difference what you look like, what your skin color is, where your community is. The idea of us all kind of getting together to move forward together as one big coalition makes sense. And it's not, again, within a specific ethnicity or cultural background. We are all sharing a lot of the same goals. We want our children to succeed, to be safe. We want our elders to be taken care of. We ourselves want to be in a good space. And I'm hoping that everybody comes from that special Sunday night and says, I feel you.
My friend, MSNBC anchor Katie Fang, thank you so much for your time today. And you can watch Katie's special, The Culture is AAPI Women, on Sunday, April 2nd at 10 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC. It will also be available to stream on Peacock. Don't miss it.
Sure to check that out. A sequel to the blockbuster Oscar winner Gladiator is in the works. So who's in it and who's notably missing from it? And more from Hollywood coming up next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. Yeah, you were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. More than 20 years after the release of Ridley Scott's epic historical film Gladiator, a sequel is now in production. That movie was so good. I can't believe it's been 20 years.
Very good. And while some big names have already been cast in the film, the original star, Russell Crowe, is now weighing in on the project. Entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar joins us now. So, Russell Crowe, probably not cast in this one, right?
I mean, spoiler alert, he died in the original. And there's a lot they can do with CGI. I get it, but he's realistic about this, and he is. There could be flashbacks, but still, no. He said that Ridley Scott has not contacted him, but he's given his blessing to what really is an amazing cast. Let's take a look at this trifecta we have going on here. We have Paul Mescal as the star. He's Oscar nominated for After Sun. Then we have Barry Keoghan. He's from Banshees of Inisherin. Help me out there. I always say it wrong in the moments that
also
matters
Oscar
most. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And Denzel Washington. That's a huge win. And it's more than 20 years later. So this is going to be one to watch.
And I'm pretty sure 20 years. You don't have to say spoiler alert anymore, right?
No, right. I actually thought about that, because people get really mad. I don't like to reveal too much, but come on, I think it's kind of an open secret.
There's a statute of limitations.
Right, exactly.
I agree. Okay.
So, Brian, let's talk about the final season of Succession.
Right.
Some big moment is going, viral right now, but it's already underway.
Yes. So first of all, and I'll get to it in a little bit, the fact that everyone's watching Succession right now, record numbers. But the real star, let's talk about the real star of the show, the one that everyone's talking about. A Burberry handbag, right? Okay, this is a handbag that runs about $2,980. And there's a scene in which cousin Greg comes with a date, and the date is carrying this handbag. And what ensues is a roasting beyond measure. Let's take a look at the clip from the show.
Because she's brought a ludicrously capacious bag. What's even in there? Huh? Flat shoes for the subway? Her lunch pail? I mean, Greg, it's monstrous. It's gargantuan. You could take it camping. You could slide it across the floor after a bank job.
Okay, I want to dissect this a little bit.
Those two are so funny.
Twitter exploded. There are lots of articles about this because there's this kind of elitist, wealthist?
That's a word, yeah.
A dichotomy between the super wealthy that believe in stealth wealth. Stealth wealth is when you wear the most expensive clothes, but they don't have the big logos and the brands on it. Now, don't cry for Burberry, by the way, because traffic for that bag spiked on the internet 310%.
So it's a real bag.
It is a real bag. It runs just under $3,000, and it is big, and this is a very definitive pattern. Everyone knows that Burberry pattern, but it separates the 1% from the people that can still afford the bag. And she thought she was doing I belong at this party, but of course they're like, yeah, no, you don't. Isn't it something to think that you can still spend $3,000 on the bag and still feel like you don't fit in with the rich people?
But,
they are very rich. Now, record numbers by streamers don't like to say when they didn't get the numbers. They always tell you when they did, right? And 2.3 million people watched the season premiere. This is a series high for the whole season, and it is their last season.
Yeah.
And HBO has a lot of last seasons coming up. It's not the only one. I don't know if you watch Barry with Bill Hader and Henry Winkler. It's entering its 4th season on HBO, and this is going to be the final one. What's so interesting about this, it's its 4th season. I do think it's the best show we haven't watched for a lot of people. 44 Emmy nominations for this show.
Wow.
Season 4 is premiering in April, and Bill Hader is a hitman who's trying to find redemption. He's going to have to find it from prison because that's where he is right now. It's dark, but you can't deny the Bill Hader humor that's inserted into all these things. Right. And he directed this entire 4th season. There's a lot of interesting backstory to how this show took place. And then another big HBO show, Curb Your Enthusiasm. Right. But I want to say, or is it? Is it the last season?
He's done this once before.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And apparently, Larry David has an open invitation to always come back. But here's what happened on Twitter. One of the producers, John Heyman, tweeted a photograph with Larry. It's now gone. The tweet is missing that was saying it was the last episode of the last season. That tweet is now missing, and then Richard Lewis, who's a member of the cast, still has a tweet that's up talking about this being the last time that they're doing the series. But back in 2000 is when it all started, and he said he knew that he was in the presence of a comedy great. But they did 8 seasons starting in 2000, took 6 years off, and then came back to do these remaining 4. And I wouldn't put it past him to just take a break. I mean, if you have...
He's going to be 90 and still grumpy
right.
and entertaining.
It could be like this version of Golden Girls for
exactly.
You know what I mean? His version of that.
Oh, well, entertainment journalist Brian Balthazar, always great to have you on the show. Thanks so much for joining us.
So much to look forward to.
Yes, truly. You are watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like? It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As Russian forces occupy the Ukrainian city of Mariupol, the city's professional women's soccer team is playing on in the face of war.
Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley with their story of survival.
It's never easy to be a professional female athlete, but for Mariupol's women's soccer club, the challenges of the past year will be enough to make most give up. Being down 4 goals in this game, that's the least of their worries. When Yana Vinokurova and Karina Kulikovska started Mariupol FC Women's Club, they sold baked goods to help finance the team. Their uniforms were hand-me-downs from male players, but war has a way of putting things into perspective. Russia's invasion hollowed out their hometown.
It's the 16th day of the war. I am swollen. We sleep in the basement.
When the Russians invaded, the team did what they were used to do. They gathered together. All in all, they sheltered for about 3 weeks in Lana's basement. The players still remember the horrors outside.
It was very dangerous for us to move around. It was total agony and chaos. The scariest moment was when we started to see dead bodies all around the street.
As the sound of artillery grew closer, the women found solace in their training.
We were
lucky in the sense that we were sportsmen, so we know how to cooperate, we are disciplined, and we immediately divided all the responsibilities. Who makes fire, who brings water.
Finally, the team decided to make a run for it. The women piled into a van, fleeing abroad and bringing their pets along with them. But even as the war kept raging, the game and Ukraine kept calm.
In August, we were told that the National Football Championship is going to be restored, so we decided to go to Ukraine to play football.
We caught up with them in a recent game in Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. The playing was strong, but the score was a bit lopsided. Mariupol FC losing 8-0 to Dnipro. But no matter, this team is playing for more than wins. They're playing for Mariupol, a city that's now under Russian occupation, or rather, what's left of it. What do you think about Mariupol now? You're still playing under the name Mariupol, but the city almost doesn't exist.
Walls are not your home. Your family is home. It's difficult for me because I still have family there.
Can you tell me what this means?
This? Да, и здесь мы написали, что Мариуполь — это Украина.
Mariupol is Ukraine.
Что наш город в сердце.
It's to say our city is Ukraine and it's in our hearts and that everybody knows we're from Mariupol.
What's
written on our jerseys matters. What's even more important is what's in our hearts.
Matt Bradley, NBC News.
All right, here's what's trending now.
Actress Jennifer Aniston getting candid about comedy. The SAG Award winner says a new generation being introduced to her hit series Friends are finding jokes on the show offensive. Aniston says comedians have to be more cautious today than when the show originally aired, explaining what's considered funny and what's not is constantly changing, and that is so true.
That is very true. Singer and actress Becky G is in talks to lead a new drama series on Peacock. The show, which is still in its development phases, will be called La Reina del Flow. It will be an adaptation of a Colombian telenovela, and it will follow a young singer rising to fame in the music world.
And singer Kelly Clarkson is announcing an exclusive 10-show residency in Las Vegas. The shows will support the release of her highly anticipated new album, Chemistry. Clarkson will be in Vegas from July 28th to August 19th, and tickets go on sale tomorrow on Ticketmaster.
Album,
yeah, she's got
performance,
her talk show.
live,
She got so much going on.
It's good to be Kelly Clarkson
Right?
these days.
Absolutely.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it anywhere and everywhere that you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock, all the places you see on your screen there. The news continues right after this.
back and forth because they.
All right, nice to see you. All right. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, everyone. Good to have you with us on this Thursday. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. We're glad to be with you. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, March 30th. Detained American, a journalist, was arrested in Russia on espionage charges that his publication vehemently denied. More from out of Moscow on how long he will be held.
Prayers for the Pope. Pope Francis was admitted to the hospital for a respiratory infection that is impacting his ability to breathe. We will go live to Vatican City for an update on the Pope's health.
America's pastime. It is opening day for Major League Baseball, and this year it comes with rule changes intended to amp up the action. We've got a sneak peek during the Yankees spring training ahead of today's first pitch.
Trending television, Succession kicked off its 4th and final season with a record audience. Plus, we'll have the other hit shows that are expected to end this year. That's all coming up in our Entertainment Weekly wrap-up.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start overseas, where Russian authorities have arrested an American journalist for allegedly spying on its military.
Yeah, the Kremlin claims the Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich was using his job as a journalist to steal trade secrets for the U.S. government. The Journal denies these accusations.
Russian officials detained him in their third largest city, Yekaterinburg, which is about 900 miles east of Moscow. If charged, he faces up to 20 years in prison. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is following this for us. So, Josh, we know this case has been marked top secret there. Walk us through what the journalist is being accused of and what else do we know about this case?
We know very little beyond what the FSB said in that statement, accusing him of acting on U.S. orders and collecting state secrets related to Russia's military industry. And the fact that this has been deemed top secret and this legal proceeding is going to happen behind closed doors, Joe, means that we may not learn that much in the coming days and weeks if he remains detained about how that's going or how that is playing out. In fact, we know that the private attorney who sought access to him was told he already had a Russian-appointed lawyer and was not granted access to him. And in the meantime, out of that short court proceeding that occurred today in Moscow, we learned that he is expected to remain in custody at least for the next 2 months.
Josh, we know Gershkovich was moved to a Moscow detention center today. Do we know anything about how he's doing? And also, walk us through what the Wall Street Journal is saying in response to this arrest.
Yeah, we don't know because as far as we know, the U.S. has not yet gotten consular access to him, which is something that they are entitled to after a U.S. citizen is arrested. The White House says they are urgently seeking that they are very concerned. And the Wall Street Journal put out a statement vehemently denying that their journalist was engaged in the activities the Russians have accused him of. The newspaper saying in that statement that they seek his immediate release, calling him a trusted and dedicated reporter. The Wall Street Journal adding that they stand in solidarity with Evan and his family. And we should add the U.S. is not only condemning his detention, but urging any American citizens who are still in Russia to get out now, warning that they could be subject to similar kind of treatment.
You know, and Josh, I know we're also learning new information now about Russia apparently trying to buy weapons from North Korea. What can you tell us?
Yeah, this just came out in the last few minutes. We knew late last year the U.S. had accused North Korea of sending munitions to Russia. Today, the White House says that they have information that says Russia is trying to buy more than 24 other types of arms from North Korea and is offering food to Pyongyang in exchange for those weapons. The White House is naming a Slovakian national who they say is the broker for this potential arms deal, Joe.
All right, NBC's Josh Letterman following this case for us. Josh, thank you.
In Nashville, Tennessee, hundreds of protesters are swarming the state capitol demanding stricter gun laws. The demonstrations are in reaction to the shooting that killed 3 children and 3 adults earlier this week at an elementary school in that city. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now from the Capitol in Nashville. So, Lindsay, I mean, this rally is huge, and it has been going on for much of the day. What are you hearing there from protesters?
Yeah, we're seeing hundreds of people, as you mentioned. The organizer estimates it to be around 1,600, and that tracks with what we're seeing. But we've heard them shouting chants like, 6 gone, how many more, do your job. And the idea here is to confront lawmakers on their way into the Capitol. Well, right now they have their General Assembly underway, and essentially encourage them to pass some kind of gun reform at the state level. And I talked to the organizer of today's event, Miriam Abulfazi. She's a single mom. She was called to action to do this. She's got a son who's 4, about to turn 5, and she wants to send him to school safely. This is what she told me.
I was so fed up of the irrational behavior of our leaders. They act like they can't make change. They act like they can't, that laws don't make a difference, and I don't understand how they are under that spell. As a mother, I can't sleep at night, and I am in tears every time I think about my son at school by himself.
So one Democratic lawmaker at the state legislature tells me, first of all, he's never seen the amount of people that have come out here today. He's never seen a spectacle like this at the state capitol today. He also tells me he and his Democratic colleagues are preparing a package to address gun reform. He says it will include red flag laws, and assault rifle ban at the state level. But again, right now, Joe, we have a couple of bills going through the General Assembly now that would expand access, expand open carry. And we do know that the legislature here is Republican controlled. So, you know, as these lawmakers file out, I'll be trying to ask them their position on this new package that will be put forth by the Democratic caucus, Joe.
Yeah, Lindsay, I mean, it's a General Assembly that's controlled by Republicans. It's a Republican governor there in Tennessee. So what is their take on how to handle the problem of mass shootings?
I mean, these bills that they have going through the General Assembly right now, one action they've taken is to pause discussion and debate on these items this week out of respect for the families. They could come up, though, in committee hearings next week. And so that is why you see so many people. I've talked to parents. I've talked to young kids, a lot of students here today, and they do demand change of their leaders, Joe.
All right. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser in Nashville. Lindsay, thank you.
Well, Pope Francis is recovering in the hospital after becoming ill with a respiratory infection. The Vatican says the pontiff was admitted to the hospital Wednesday afternoon because he was having trouble breathing. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us live from Rome. So, Claudio, they ruled out COVID. They say it's a bacterial infection of some sort affecting his lungs. What do we know about how the Pope is doing right now?
Hey, Vicky. Well, the Vatican late this morning said that he rested well overnight, that his clinical picture, the statement they issued said, is progressively improving and that he is continuing the planned treatment. Also, they said that this morning he had breakfast, he read some newspapers, and then he resumed work. Also, he went to the little chapel of the apartment where he's staying at the 10th floor of that hospital to pray and to attend a small mass. And those, of course, are reassuring words, and that is certainly a positive take on how the Pope is doing. We are expecting a new statement to come out with an update on how he's doing later today, but we also know that he's expected to stay in hospital for a few more days, Vicky.
Claudio, Pope Francis has been the leader of the Catholic Church for 10 years now. He's been, for the most part, in good health. We know Holy Week begins on Sunday with Palm Sunday. What are Vatican officials saying about the Pope being well enough to lead the observances? And if he isn't, who would step in?
Well, we'll have to wait and see how long it takes him, first of all, to leave the hospital and then to recover. Now, it is fairly easy to predict that he will probably not attend or preside over the Palm Sunday, which is only in 3 days, and we know that he's going to spend a few days in hospital. But, of course, the hope is that he will recover soon enough to attend some, at least, of the events next week, like the Way of the Cross and, of course, Easter Sunday, because, the Holy Week is the most important week on the calendar of the Catholic Church, but we'll have to wait and see, Vicky.
Claudio, the Pope has said in the past that if he weren't well enough, that he would retire. What are Vatican officials saying about that, or observers there?
Well, ultimately, Vicky, it is the Pope's decision. He said that he has no problem in retiring in or resigning in the future if and only if he becomes so gravely ill that he will be incapacitated and he can't lead anymore the Catholic Church. But so far, that has not been the case. He's had many health problems. He's had sciatica, a knee problem. He had a surgery, a colon surgery 2 years ago, and now he has respiratory infections. But none of it seems to have incapacitated him to the point that he wants to resign. And he said he has never really thought about that seriously. Also, he said something very important in the past. He said that you lead with the mind and not with the body. And so far, of course, he's been very sound. And he probably, even though we haven't seen him since he's been admitted to the hospital, he still is. Vicky?
Well, many people praying for the Pope. NBC foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga. Thank you so much, Claudio.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute as airlines get ready for a busy summer travel season. JetBlue says it's planning to cut weekly flights to and from New York City. This comes as the FAA warns that flight delays will be 45% worse if the industry doesn't cut back.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. So, Dom, 60% of JetBlue's flights travel in and out of New York every day. What impact will cutting these flights have?
So JetBlue, Vicky, Joe, to your point, prides itself on being a New York-centric airline. So, of course, what it will mean is seats and flights themselves will be harder to find. And here's the key takeaway, likely more expensive, right? But with the continued shortage of flight controllers, at least the remaining flights should be closer to on time. As for JetBlue's bottom line, its CEO told CNBC there will be a major impact. But he said, without the cuts, which all airlines are making, the system will not be workable with the peak travel season this summer. Also in the news, Lamborghini isn't just a hugely expensive sports car brand, it's also a racing and driving icon. Powered off an equally iconic V12 engine. But wait a second, because a Lamborghini that you can now plug in is in the works. Yes, the Revuelto is the brand's first hybrid. It's a V12 engine that adds 3 electric motors for a grand total of 1,000 horsepower. As yet, no price announced, but I'm sure it'll be on the higher end of things. And NBA superstar Steph Curry and the sportswear maker Under Armour have a new long-term deal. The 4-time NBA champ will take on a new role as president of the Curry brand, working across all types of sportswear. Curry has been with Under Armour since 2013 and is now likely to remain there well past his playing years. It's kind of like, I guess, Jordan to Nike, Steph Curry to Under Armour. They're looking for that brand extension that goes way beyond just the time on the court.
Yeah, he'll be on the shuffleboard court, and he'll still be, you know, promoting.
Or the golf course. He's quite a golfer, I hear, so he could be on the golf course as well.
Dom, you remember when there was a little girl who wrote a letter to him and said, you know, I really want to buy your shoes, but you don't make them in girl sizes? I mean, and then he did?
And then he did, because he took it such to heart, and he's the father, you know, of girls.
2 girls.
And so and so it resonated with him. I think what it comes down to is it's a slightly different feel than Jordan. He's got this much more admirable kind of like close feeling to his fans. So we'll see what happens. Jordan obviously is just an icon.
Exactly. All right, Dom Chu, thank you so much, Dom.
Got it, guys.
Coming up, flight attendants are taking a stand and demanding a national no-fly list. How unruly passengers could soon face major consequences. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
In Washington, D.C., flight attendants are calling for Congress to pass a new bill that would create a national no-fly list for unruly passengers. If passed, the list would ban them from flying on any airline. NBC's Tom Costello has more.
Their safety has to come first. On the steps of the Capitol, flight attendants came to plead for help and tell their stories of being attacked by passengers. Southwest flight attendant Jennifer Vitalo.
I was hit in the head, knocked to the ground.
Cher Taylor from Frontier Airlines was trying to stop an assault.
The racial slurs continued as passengers separated. I'm still haunted by this incident.
Americans Pete Enriquez attacked on a flight from Miami to London.
He spat again in my face and sucker punched me in the eye.
Despite an end to the controversial mask mandate, the FAA investigated 831 cases of unruly passengers last year, more than 2 each day, compared to 146 cases in all of 2019. Most recently, a passenger allegedly tried to stab a flight attendant in the neck. FAA Chief Billy Nolan with Lester.
If you act up in flight, we're going to come after you.
While airlines routinely ban disruptive passengers, new bipartisan legislation would create a national no-fly list managed by the TSA. A passenger banned on one airline would be banned on all. If you commit violence in the skies, you will no longer fly.
Make sure that those people can never come anywhere near any airport in this country ever again.
While the White House, flight attendants and pilots unions support a national do-not-fly list, some but not all airlines are on board. The question now, will Congress pass the legislation? Tom Costello, NBC News.
Tom, thank you. Leaders in big tech like Elon Musk and Apple co-founder Steve Wozniak are out with a warning about the potential harm of artificial intelligence. In an open letter, they and dozens of others are asking AI labs to pause advancements on their technology for 6 months. NBC technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now. Jake, you and I have talked about how some of the creators of this AI software truly believe it's going to save humanity, that AI could become a godlike figure. You told us they see the rest of us as users. So depending on your perspective, that could be kind of scary. What specifically are people like Musk and Wozniak concerned about, and what would a 6-month pause really do?
Well, Vicki, you know, it is hard, of course, with this many signatures, more than 1,300 so far, to, you know, impute motive to everybody. I'm sure they all have different motives. We have, you know, both Elon Musk, Steve Wozniak. We also have people like the CEO of Getty Images, whose business model is directly threatened by AI. But in this case, what they are talking about is the eventual destination of this, not just the moment we are in right now where things are very interesting and exciting, but where is this thing going? The way that they put it is, should we automate away all the jobs, including the fulfilling ones? Should we develop non-human minds that might eventually outnumber, outsmart, obsolete, and replace us? Should we risk loss of control of our civilization? Such decisions must not be delegated to unelected tech leaders. What they're talking about here, Vicki, is what's called not just AI, but AGI, artificial general intelligence, which both Sam Altman, the creator of the head of OpenAI, and all these other leaders that we have talked to seem to believe is the eventual destination. And it is literally a system that would be smarter than humans, that would replace our expertise in almost all areas of creative work and human life. That's the goal. I think a lot of these folks believe that we can solve big human problems this way, but obviously these signatories believe that there isn't enough being done to put guardrails around it before we get there.
And in the meantime, we're counting on reporters like you to keep bringing us this information so we can make some informed choices. And hopefully these regulators are listening in as well. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward, as always, we appreciate you. Thank you.
We are learning more about that deadly Black Hawk helicopter crash in Kentucky, what we know about the 9 victims later in our hour. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay. We have an update now on the fire at a migrant center in northern Mexico that killed more than 36 people. Mexican officials say they are now investigating the disaster as a possible homicide case.
This is new surveillance video from inside the facility. It appears to show guards walking away as the fire erupts. A prosecutor says the guards did not make any effort to release the migrants. Mexico's president says authorities there believe the fire broke out when some migrants lit up their mattresses to protest being deported. As more migrants seek asylum in the United States, Border Patrol agencies report that they are now seeing thousands of people from China who are trying to cross into the U.S. illegally.
NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer spoke to 2 Chinese migrants about their harrowing journey and how they used social media to get here.
In the surge of migrants illegally crossing the Mexico-U.S. border, there's now a growing number of Chinese nationals who are traveling halfway across the world, transiting through a dozen countries to make it to the border and into America. Leaving China was a decision Kevin felt he had to make to avoid what he called punishment for speaking out against corruption. He says he was jailed twice and allegedly mistreated by authorities. His family is still in China. That's why we're hiding his identity.
What was the biggest risk to staying?
I'll be going to jail.
You would go to jail?
I will be go to jail. Yeah, of course.
According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, at least 4,300 Chinese migrants have been caught crossing the southern border illegally in the past 5 months alone, more than double the total for all of last year. Kevin told us about his journey that took several weeks by plane, bus, boat, and motorcycle through treacherous jungles in the Darien Gap before ending on foot at this barren section of the border where he finally got through. And the migrants we've met, including Kevin, say they aren't paying smugglers. They're able to do it all with information, maps, and advice readily available on Chinese social media.
How much information is out there helping people make the same journey that you made?
Oh, they have a lot of information, trust me.
Step by step, it's all there. This is how you get to America.
Yes, of course, step by step.
Chinese social media sites are even giving tips on where to cross. Here in California, it's considered a better bet over Arizona or Texas because of its immigration policies.
So just how much is there at the fingertips of people wanting to leave China for the U.S.?
Can you show me the sort of information that's out there online?
没问题.
Producer Arnie Hakela and I met with Zhang, who left his family behind in China.
这是墨西哥的部分的攻略.
Okay, this is detailing out the Mexico portion. You can see the cities are listed here. It even tells you which buses to take and from where to where.
Zhang took us into chat groups on the Telegram app that offer information on everything, where to stay, how to get there, even how much cash they'll need to bring.
The new phenomenon is people are trying to make money from this information. So they're giving a little bits of information out at a time. And if you want more information about particular routes, or if you get further along in your journey, they're going to demand more and more money.
What kind of money are we talking about? What is this information worth?
比如说从墨西哥
At the U.S.-Mexico border, if you want information on where exactly is best to cross, that's going to run between $1,300 and $2,000 US. If you want a guarantee that you won't be apprehended by CBP, that's going to run you about $10,000 to $20,000.
That more Chinese are undertaking such a radical journey with no guarantees in the U.S. comes as the country is emerging from years of harsh zero-COVID rules and facing a wilting economy.
I think what we're seeing now are people who are more middle class who just feel that the opportunities are diminishing and that the political situation has just become a lot riskier. And so they are finding any method by hook or by crook to get out of China.
An exodus driven by the power of social media.
Janice Mackey-Frere, NBC News.
Remarkable reporting there. Well, up next, the trial involving actress Gwyneth Paltrow. It's in the hands of the jury, how both sides are wrapping up their case. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and all the places that you see there on your screen, including Peacock. The news continues right after this.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Welcome back. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Making news right now. People in Raymond, Minnesota forced to evacuate after a train carrying ethanol derailed and caught fire. That is about 2 hours west of Minneapolis. A half-mile area around the crash site was evacuated. No injuries have been reported, and the cause of the crash is now under investigation.
President Biden will visit Mississippi tomorrow after deadly tornadoes hit the state last week. He's going to meet with officials and first responders and look at recovery efforts in places that were devastated by the storm. 25 people were killed. Many homes were destroyed.
The World Meteorological Organization is retiring some names from its list of tropical cyclones. The name Ian is being replaced with Idris, and Farah is replacing the name Fiona. The reason why scientists say the change is because of the devastation caused by recent storms that already were named Ian and Fiona.
9 U.S. soldiers are dead after 2 Army helicopters crashed during a training exercise in Kentucky.
Military officials say it happened late last night near Fort Campbell, that is just north of the Tennessee border. The military reports investigators are now trying to determine exactly what caused that crash that happened at night. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is at the base in Kentucky. Kathy, you actually just spoke with a man who lives near the crash site. He says he was one of the first people on the scene last night. What did he tell you?
Vicky, good afternoon to you. That's right. We actually switched our position. We're actually just less than a mile away, perhaps, from the crash scene right now. I spoke with a gentleman. His name is James Hughes. He's a local jailer, and he lives right by this crash scene. He told me right around 10 o'clock last night he heard a loud boom and several other loud noises, and he knew something was wrong, and he kind of quickly jumped into action. He got another neighbor, and they rushed to the scene. He said it was really bad. The scene was difficult to witness up close, a lot of flames, but he said emergency responders in the area quickly moved in trying to help. I asked him, was there anything he could do to help? And he said, no, unfortunately. And he was very emotional. He is a military man, a veteran, and knowing that 9 soldiers died, it hits close to home.
Kathy, an aircraft safety team is set to arrive there today to help with the investigation. But explain to us what we actually know so far about what the helicopters were doing right before the crash.
So our understanding, according to Fort Campbell officials, this was a routine training operation, and it happened to take place at night. There were 2 Black Hawk helicopters that were in the air, 5 soldiers in one, 4 in the other aircraft, and still unclear how exactly they crashed. And obviously the investigators are on their way now to kind of piece together that information. We're told there is technology similar to a black box on the aircraft, so hopefully they can retrieve that and get some more clues and kind of figure out exactly how this all unfolded. But certainly a very difficult day, very somber day here in the community. We heard from Governor Andy Beshear earlier this morning, just consoling the soldiers and their families during this difficult time.
A tight-knit military community there. NBC's Kathy Park reporting from near the crash scene in Kentucky. Thank you, Kathy.
Joe, we are learning new details in the case of 4 students killed at the University of Idaho. Prosecutors are revealing some potentially damaging information about one of the police officers involved in the investigation. Stay tuned now. Anchor Gotti Schwartz has more on the impact these new details could have.
As investigators continue to build their case against accused killer Brian Kohberger, there are potentially troubling revelations about one of the police officers involved. In a new court filing known as a Brady Giglio notice, prosecutors disclosing that one of the officers on the case has been the subject of an internal affairs investigation. Still unknown whether the probe involves the officer's conduct on this case or in the past, but the information could potentially impeach the officer's credibility as a witness at trial.
For example, if an officer is found to have falsified timesheets, that may have nothing to do with this case, but it does bear on the officer's credibility, and that must be disclosed.
Under federal law, prosecutors are required to share this information with the defense, but in this case, the specifics remain confidential and sealed under court order.
It's not likely that this disclosure will destroy the state's case. More likely, it will give the defense ammunition to use in cross-examination of a particular officer.
Brian, did you do it? Brian, did you do it?
This comes as 28-year-old Kohberger prepares to stand trial for the murders of University of Idaho students Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. He's accused of stabbing them to death in their off-campus apartment last November. Authorities say Kohberger is being held in isolation in an Idaho jail. His family has not visited him, but has been in contact by phone, according to a source close to them. The source also telling NBC News his family is facing financial hardships because of the expense of the case, and the Kohberger's 2 sisters, Melissa, a school counselor, and Amanda, an actress, were both fired from their jobs since his arrest. Still, his family appears to be standing by him, saying in their only statement, "We will continue to let the legal process unfold, and we will love and support our son and brother." Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Right now, closing arguments are underway in the case against actress Gwyneth Paltrow. She is being sued by Terry Sanderson, a 76-year-old retired optometrist. He says Paltrow crashed into him on a Utah ski slope back in 2016 and is asking for $300,000. She says Sanderson hit her. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now with the latest updates. So, Dana, closing arguments just getting underway. Based on how the trial went this week, where do things stand as the jury is about to get this case?
Hi, Joe. So this really is going to boil down to who the jury believes and if they decide who gets the damages. So the judge has already gone through the jury instructions. So we are now hearing from the plaintiff's closing argument. And he said, hey, look, he thinks Gwyneth Paltrow is a good person and a good mother, but she may have it wrong when it comes to Sanderson, skiing into her. Next, the jury is going to hear from the defense in their closing arguments. And it'll be interesting because we've heard a lot of testimony from the plaintiff, and even Sanderson has had to talk about some inconsistencies in his story. Gwyneth Paltrow has remained her innocence from the beginning and has maintained that he hit her from behind. So it's really going to boil down, Joe, to who the jury believes, and 6 of the 8 have to come to a decision. Unlike a criminal trial, this does not have to be unanimous.
You mentioned the judge gave the jury a lot of direction this morning on how they need to reach their verdict. Do we have any idea, any clues or hints how long it's going to take them to reach a verdict?
We always want to guess and think that we have an idea, but you never really know. The interesting part about this is, again, only 6 of the 8 jurors have to be unanimous. So if they get into that jury room within a matter of hours and decide, okay, we already know we agree who we're going to, side with. But the tricky part is they have to also agree on an exact dollar amount. So say they decide to, favor Gwyneth Paltrow. If they decide to say, hey, she only needs that $1 and maybe her attorney's fees, then that could be over really quickly, and we could get a verdict as early as this afternoon, Joe.
All right, NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. Dana, thank you so much.
Alrighty, well, break out your peanuts and Cracker Jacks because it is opening day, and this season Major League Baseball is rolling out a new set of rules that's expected to make the game more exciting.
And one of those changes could make it easier for players to rack up more hits and more runs. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas explains why.
America's oldest major professional sport is changing some rules this year.
There's definitely going to be a lot more action.
A new clock will tell pitchers when they have to throw the ball, and new larger bases will encourage players to steal more. But there's another rule expected to make way for more hits and runs. It's the new ban on the shift.
The entire ball club for the Houston Astros is on the right side.
But what is the shift? Before, players could stand essentially anywhere on the field for a play. If a batter was known to hit the ball to one part of the field, a team could have virtually moved all the infielders to that side.
With left-handed hitters, it was really prevalent.
On the ground into that shift.
The shift making it harder for a ball to go through.
You see too many people and I say, okay, I'm going to try to hit that way, but it's not that easy. We try so hard and we can.
But batters won't see that anymore. The new rule says 2 infielders have to be on each side of second base before the pitch is thrown, and infielders can no longer shift to the outfield. With less players concentrated on one side of the field, batters could see more success at the plate.
It is going to turn more ground balls into hits.
The new rule has already been implemented during spring training, and some players are excited about the change.
As a lefty hitter, for me, it's much better. You know that you can hit a good line drive and nobody gonna be there, and that can be a base hit.
And according to the league, there's already been a significant rise in ground ball hits. Some pitchers are now adjusting to the ban.
We gotta adapt. We gotta get used to it, and that's what spring training's for.
And fans seem to be excited with action on the diamond.
I think it makes the game more exciting. Everybody wants to see runs. Everyone wants to see hits.
And the hits are in. This year's spring training seen a 16-point increase in batting average for ground balls in play. It's a new era for America's favorite pastime.
Well, it's so interesting to see how the game is literally changing before our eyes. You're live at Dodger Stadium, where the first pitch will be thrown soon. So what else are we expecting? There are some more rule changes coming from MLB, right?
Right. So we went over the changes, right? When you look at the pitch strike, the pitch clock, the batters will also have 8 seconds to be in the box. So not only will that affect the pitchers, but it will also affect the batters. And it's interesting to note that the league is already thinking of changes moving forward, not this season, but in the future. And one of these big changes will be using technology. They're going to use a system, or they're planning to perhaps use a system called the automated ball strike system. So what it is, it's a computer that can read if a ball is a strike or a ball. And if a batter does not agree with the decision taken by an umpire, then the batter would essentially be able to challenge that play. This, of course, would be moving forward. It would be using technology, and it would bring interesting changes to the league. That's something that they're thinking about for the future. And as I was reporting on this story, I actually asked Oswaldo Cabrera what he thought. And he said, well, it's interesting because when you're batting, you're not always sure if that was on the plate or not, but it would definitely change the game moving forward, Vicky.
Taking out some of the human element of it. A lot of sports do that, though, actually,
it's
now, right?
More and more, exactly.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas, have fun out there. Thank you.
Straight ahead, the epic Oscar-winning movie Gladiator is getting a sequel, and there are some major casting announcements. We'll break it all down, plus what's streaming this weekend. More NBC News Daily right after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. More than 20 years after the release of Ridley Scott's epic historical film Gladiator, a sequel is now in production. That movie was so good. I can't believe it's been 20 years.
Very good. And while some big names have already been cast in the film, the original star, Russell Crowe, is now weighing in on the project. Entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar joins us now. So, Russell Crowe, probably not cast in this one, right?
I mean, spoiler alert, he died in the original. And there's a lot they can do with CGI. I get it, but he's realistic about this, and he is. There could be flashbacks, but still, no. He said that Ridley Scott has not contacted him, but he's given his blessing to what really is an amazing cast. Let's look at this trifecta we have going on here. We have Paul Mescal as the star. He's Oscar nominated for After Sun. Then we have Barry Keoghan. He's from Banshees of Inisherin. Help me out there. I always say it wrong in the moments that
also
matters
Oscar
most. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And Denzel Washington. That's a huge win. And it's more than 20 years later. So this is going to be one to watch.
And I'm pretty sure 20 years. You don't have to say spoiler alert anymore, right?
No, right. I actually thought about that, because people get really mad. I don't like to reveal too much. Really? Okay,
So,
good.
Brian, let's talk about the final season of Succession.
Right.
Some big moment is going, viral right now, but it's already underway.
Yes. So first of all, and I'll get to it a little bit, the fact that everyone's watching Succession right now, record numbers. But the real star, let's talk about the real star of the show, the one that everyone's talking about. A Burberry handbag, right? Okay, this is a handbag that runs about $2,980. And there's a scene in which cousin Greg comes with a date, and the date is carrying this handbag. And what ensues is a roasting beyond measure. Let's take a look at the clip from the show.
Because she's brought a ludicrously capacious bag. What's even in there? Huh? Flat shoes for the subway? Or lunch pail? I mean, Greg, it's monstrous. It's gargantuan. You could take it camping. You could slide it across the floor after a bank job.
Okay, I want to dissect this a little bit.
Those two are so funny.
Twitter exploded. There are lots of articles about this because there's this kind of like elitist, wealthist?
That's a word, yeah.
A dichotomy between the super wealthy that believe in stealth wealth. Stealth wealth is when you wear the most expensive clothes, but they don't have the big logos and the brands on it. Now, don't cry for Burberry, by the way, because traffic for that bag spiked on the internet like 310%.
So it's a real bag.
It is a real bag. It runs just under $3,000, and it is big, and this is a very definitive pattern. Everyone knows that Burberry pattern, but it separates the 1% from the people that can still afford the bag. And she thought she was doing kind of I belong at this party, but of course they're like, yeah, no, you don't. Isn't it something to think that you can still spend $3,000 on the bag and still feel like you don't fit in with the rich people?
But,
they are very
yes. Now, record numbers by streamers don't like to say when they didn't get the numbers. They always tell you when they did, right? And 2.3 million people watched the season premiere. This is a series high for the whole season, and it is their last season. Yeah. And HBO has a lot of last seasons coming up. It's not the only one. I don't know if you watch Barry with Bill Hader and Henry Winkler. It's entering its 4th season on HBO, and this is going to be the final one. What's so interesting about this, it's its 4th season. I do think it's the best show we haven't watched for a lot of people. 44 Emmy nominations for this show. Wow. Season 4 is premiering in April, and Bill Hader is a hitman who's trying to find redemption. He's going to have to find it from prison because that's where he is right now. It's dark, but you can't deny the Bill Hader humor that's inserted into all these things. Right. And he directed this entire 4th season. There's a lot of interesting backstory to how this show took place. And then another big HBO show, Curb Your Enthusiasm. Right. But I want to say, or is it? Is it the last season?
He's done this once before.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And apparently, Larry David has an open invitation to always come back. But here's what happened on Twitter. One of the producers, John Heyman, tweeted a photograph with Larry. It's now gone. The tweet is missing that was saying it was the last episode of the last season. That tweet is now missing, and then Richard Lewis, who's a member of the cast, still has a tweet that's up talking about this being the last time that they're doing the series. But back in 2000 is when it all started, and he said he knew that he was in the presence of a comedy great. But they did 8 seasons starting in 2000, took 6 years off, and then came back to do these remaining 4. And I wouldn't put it past him to just take a break. I mean, if you have...
He's going to be 90 and still grumpy and entertaining.
It could be like this version of Golden Girls for
exactly.
You know what I mean? His version of that.
Oh, well, entertainment journalist Brian Balthazar, always great to have you on the show. Thanks so much for joining us.
So much to look forward to.
Yes, truly. You are watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
and
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Welcome back. Each year, the blooming cherry blossom trees in Washington, D.C. draw millions of visitors, but many don't know how these Japanese trees arrived stateside in the first place.
So NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker gives us the story of the woman who's credited with bringing their beauty to America.
It's dawn, and already people are gathering to see the majestic cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C., an annual tradition that draws people from all over the world. But how these trees got here, still a mystery to many.
Do you know whose idea it was to bring the cherry blossoms here?
No idea.
It has something to do with Japan and a gift.
They were a gift from Japan, right?
A gift from Japan, yes, but whose original idea was it? A little known fact until now.
Whose idea was it to bring Japanese cherry trees here?
It was definitely Eliza Sidmore's original idea.
You'd be forgiven if you've never heard of Eliza Sidmore. She doesn't get high billing in the history books. But Diana Parcell is now telling Sidmore's story, a post-Civil War journalist turned travel writer.
Found out she was an early newspaper correspondent in Washington, and that was amazing for a woman in the 1870s.
That tenacity took Sidmore all over the country and world, Alaska, China, Java, and beyond, becoming the first female writer and photographer for National Geographic. But it was a trip to Japan that became transformative.
She is struck by the cherry trees.
There was this ritual called Hanami, where the Japanese come out every spring and stroll beneath the trees in this spirit of fellowship and humanity and joy. That's the experience she wanted to create in D.C.
Sidmore saw great potential for her hometown, where the Washington Monument and the area around it was still under construction.
You are describing her as a visionary.
She was a visionary.
As soon as Sidmore, only in her 20s, got home, she asked top officials to bring some of Japan's cherry trees to Washington.
What was the response she got?
They listened to her, and then they ignored her.
But Sidmore was determined, and she kept asking for the next 24 years.
What kept her going?
It was her personality, and she just wasn't going to take no for an answer.
Finally, in 1909, Sidmore found an ally in the White House, writing a letter to First Lady Helen Taft.
Mrs. Taft immediately took up the idea, and from this point on, the two of them worked together to make it happen.
With that powerful partnership, it didn't take long for Tokyo to agree, sending 2,000 trees to the U.S. But there was a problem.
They were all infested with a variety of pests, and they said these are a risk to U.S. agriculture. They have to be destroyed. And so all 2,000 of those trees were burned.
Japan was undeterred, this time sending a whopping 3,000 trees. In 1912, Mrs. Taft invited Sidmore to a small ceremony to plant them.
I can't imagine the sense of satisfaction she must have felt. I think it must have been tremendously gratifying for her.
Now, nestled deep in the tidal basin, some of the oldest trees dating back to Sidmore's era.
Gnarled, twisted trunks, missing bark. They're really not much to look at the rest of the year, but every spring, here they are in full bloom.
Today, the annual blooms bring out more than 1 million visitors.
It's beautiful that we can share this with so many nationalities and so many people, and it's a great thing.
Sidmore's vision from so long ago, now a reality. That spirit of fellowship, humanity, and joy in full bloom for eternity. Kristen Welker, NBC News.
Pretty easy to shoot some pretty pictures there.
You've gotten to see it in person
I
because you
saw
do
them
weekend
last
today.
year. I saw
yeah.
them a little bit this year, but last year we spent a whole couple days. They're beautiful.
Absolutely.
All right, here's what's trending now besides the cherry blossoms. Elon Musk is now the most popular person on Twitter. The app's owner has more than 133 million followers.
That is more than anyone else on the platform. Since acquiring the app, Musk's following on Twitter has increased more than 20%.
So if you want more Twitter followers, you're just going to have to buy Twitter.
Yeah, few billion, 3 billion was it last?
Yeah, all right. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us anytime on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Your news continues right after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey everyone, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, March 30th, 2023, breaking news, Black Hawk tragedy. 9 U.S. soldiers killed after 2 helicopters crash during a training mission. What we've learned about how it might have happened.
Locked up, an American journalist detained in Russia. What the Kremlin is accusing him of doing and when he is expected to get his day in court.
Off the tracks, yet another fiery train derailment, this time in Minnesota. The health concerns that have forced people living nearby to evacuate.
And drawing a blank, the old-fashioned check scam that's cleaning out bank accounts across America. How you can avoid becoming a victim.
Hey everyone, it's 11 a.m. in Fresno, 1 p.m. in Memphis, and 2 p.m. here in New York.
We begin this hour with breaking news in Kentucky. 9 soldiers are dead after 2 Black Hawk helicopters crashed. Now, this crash happened just miles away from a military base near the Kentucky-Tennessee border.
Right now, investigators are scouring the scene, trying to figure out how exactly the choppers came down. Let's get right to NBC News correspondent Kathy Park, who is in Kentucky. Hi, Kathy. So certainly, we are very early into this investigation. But right now, any indication of what might have caused this? You know what? That's still a mystery at this hour. We know that investigators are heading this way from Alabama to perhaps get some more clues. We know that there is technology similar to a black box that they hope to retrieve from the two aircraft that went down. But it's unclear as far as a timeline goes when we might get more information about a potential cause. But I want to kind of set the scene here. I'm standing in front of the entrance to the crash scene. And just a few moments ago, in fact, I spoke with a resident, James Hughes, who was first on the scene. He said he initially heard some loud booms, and he called his neighbor and then ran over to see what happened. So here's a listen. Take a listen to our conversation.
Two helicopters, they went over my house, which they do quite often. And they hadn't much more got past my house. We heard a loud boom and two small booms, and all of a sudden the engine shut down, and I told my neighbor, I said, they have crashed. So we got in his pickup and went down to Lancaster Road, and they were both over in a field. They had crashed in a pasture field and a wheat field.
And Savannah, I asked him when he got to the scene, was there anything that he could do at that point? He said the scene was just so devastating, so horrific. There wasn't much that he could do at that point.
So, Kathy, have we heard anything today from the Pentagon about this?
Yeah, we actually got a statement from the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. We should have some of that for you. He writes in part, "My heart goes out to the families of these service members and to the members of the 101st Airborne Division. I'm saddened by this tragic loss, and I'm working with Army leadership to make sure our troops and their families receive the care that they need." And we also heard from the governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear. He was here at Fort Campbell earlier this morning. He's also grieving with the community and lending support for the service members and their families. Absolutely. Kathy Park, we're thinking of those families. Thank you so much.
We're also following breaking news out of Russia. There is a frantic effort underway right now to secure the release of an American journalist. He was just arrested in Russia on spying charges. Evan Gershkovich is a reporter covering Russia for the Wall Street Journal. Let's bring in NBC News reporter Matt Bodner. Matt, we know you are a friend of Evan. What more do you know about this arrest?
Thanks, Joe. Well, yeah, it's true. I've known Evan for about 5 or 6 years now, and we've been talking a lot, especially recently, about the situation in Russia. So it's very shocking to me this morning, Joe, to wake up and start to see indications on Russian social media that an American journalist in Russia had been detained, or at least for a minute, it was actually nobody knew where he was. So we still don't know at this time the specific mechanics of how he was picked up, what happened, but today we did see the Russian Federal Security Service come out with statements saying that they had moved him from Yekaterinburg, where he was arrested, to Moscow, where he was very swiftly run into the Lefortovo court, where he has been issued with a pretrial detention, if you will, until they can go forward with these espionage charges. So not a lot known about the arrest. Very little known about what the actual nature of the evidence is.
And Matt, have we heard anything about this yet from the Biden administration?
We have, yes. So the Biden administration today said that they are aware of the situation. They've been in touch with the Wall Street Journal, have been in touch with his family, and they are, of course, are going to start working on how to address the situation. But we have not heard much more yet. I think it's important to remember how sensitive these issues are, especially because there's already speculation kind of on both sides of this that the Russians might be looking once again to trade a detained American for a detained Russian. But that is still just speculation at this moment. And I think we're just going to take this day at a time, Joe.
And it's a situation, of course, we recently went through with Brittany Griner. All right, Matt Bodner, thank you so much for your reporting.
Well, grief is turning into outrage in Nashville after this week's deadly school shooting. That's parents, children, students gathered at the Tennessee State Capitol today. They are calling for changes to the state's firearm laws and an end, ultimately, to gun violence. 6 people, including 3 9-year-olds, were shot to death Monday at their school. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck joins us now from outside the school in Nashville. Hi, Katie. So what did we hear from those protesters we just saw today?
Hi there. Yes, a whole range of emotions from sadness to anger. A vigil last night where we saw a lot of the community grieving, and a rally this morning that's a lot of outrage and protest for tighter gun laws here in Tennessee that has consistently loosened gun restrictions in this state and continues to do so. There are no red flag laws in this state, so even had police been aware of the fact that Audrey Hale was unstable, there would have been nothing they could have done to confiscate those guns or potentially slow this process down. A lot of folks saying that should change. They're at the Capitol today with their kids making that argument. Here's what one mom had to say.
I came here today to let our lawmakers know that they also have a responsibility to protect our children by enacting sensible gun reform so that Wiley can go to kindergarten and not have to be afraid of getting shot or be afraid that one of his teachers is going to get shot.
Yeah, and huge turnouts at both of those events, guys. Last night at the vigil and again this morning, hundreds and hundreds of people making their voices heard, trying to get the attention of state lawmakers.
Katie, I know that you also spoke with someone, a school active shooter instructor. What did he tell you?
It was a fascinating conversation. He actually did the active shooter training at this school just a year ago, working with the teachers, working with the administrators, giving them a specific plan about this specific campus, where to go should an active shooter situation arise. And he said, given the circumstances of what he has seen, the body cam footage, and then going back through the school, he's actually walked through the building yesterday. He said they followed every bit of his advice. He had told them there were two places to evade and to exit, one being through the woods to the fire station, the other being out a side door and across a roadway to try and get attention and help. He said that is exactly what teachers did. They followed his specific instructions that he gave them just a year ago. They handled it calmly and professionally. He said they saved lives. And he said he can't wait to see those teachers again, to give them a big hug and tell them how grateful he is for their heroic actions.
I think for all of us who grew up without those drills, it's still sort of unbelievable to think about, but so great to hear that that training kicked in when it really mattered. Katie Beck, thank you so much.
Pope Francis is progressively improving. That is the word from the Vatican as the Pope deals with a respiratory infection in the hospital. A post on the Twitter account of the 86-year-old pontiff thanked supporters for their prayers. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is in Rome. So, Claudio, this all comes just days before the start of Holy Week. Do we have any idea when the Pope might get out of the hospital?
Hey, Joe. Well, we literally got a minute ago the update from the Vatican on the Pope. So I will have to read it to you. I just got to read it right now, and I'll read it. Pope Francis spent the afternoon at Gemelli devoting himself to rest, prayer, and some work duties, the Vatican said. And then they added a note by the medical staff that is taking care of Pope Francis, and I'll read it for you. As part of the scheduled clinical checkups, the Holy Father was found to have bronchitis on an infectious basis, which required the administration of antibiotic therapy on an infusion basis, which produced the expected effects with a marked improvement in his state of health. Now, based on the expected course, the Holy Father could be discharged in the coming days. Now, that kind of answers your question. I'm literally just reading this with you, and those are, of course, good news for the Holy Father. We got a little more information about that respiratory infection or problem that he has. He had bronchitis. It was caused by an infection, but he's responding well to therapy. So according at least to this latest Vatican statement, Joe, he will be discharged in the coming days.
All right, Claudio Lavanga with the very latest news on the Pope's health. We're glad to hear he is getting better. Thank you, Claudio.
Well, unemployment claims are on the rise, and the Yankees are giving you a new way to watch opening day baseball.
Christina Partsinevelos joins us with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Hi. Well, let's start with those initial filings for first-time unemployment benefits. Actually ticked higher last week to 198,000. That's 7,000 more than the previous week and a bit higher than expected. The numbers indicate pretty much that the job market remains strong, despite fears Federal Reserve interest rate hikes will tank the economy. So we're not there yet. The average Wall Street bonus fell last year, get this, to $176,700. Still, that's more than twice the median annual income for U.S. households. Bonuses fell because deals plunged last year, and most Wall Streeters tend to use their bonuses to make major purchases like condos or yachts. And it's opening day, but baseball is desperate for young fans. So now the YES Network, which carries the New York Yankees on its cable channel, is launching a subscription streaming service. Besides the Yankees, it will carry Brooklyn Nets basketball as well as the WNBA's New York Liberty. And another interesting thing, too, I'm sure you guys are aware, the rules are changing this season. So they, speed up the process, I guess, catering to the younger crowd, and even the likes of myself who find the game can be a little slow.
Exactly. Yeah. I think pretty soon the bases are going to be this big. I think that's what we're moving
This
toward.
big.
Just the biggest bases in the world.
Just get it over with. Okay.
You just get around them in like 4 seconds. All right, Christina Parson-Eveles, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, closing arguments are underway in the Gwyneth Paltrow ski accident trial. Coming up, how both sides are making their case before it heads to the jury. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Gwyneth Paltrow's legal team has rested its case in the actress's ski collision trial. Closing arguments are happening right now inside a Park City, Utah courtroom. Paltrow is accused of slamming into a skier at a Utah resort, though she is countersuing, claiming that the other skier is actually at fault. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has been following this case for us. Hey, Dana, so before closing arguments began, tell us about this one witness actually called back to the stand by the plaintiff's attorneys. Who was that and why?
Hey, Savannah, good to be with you. So they called back Richard Boehm on Zoom. He is the neurologist and biomedical engineer who testified that his calculations proved that Gwyneth Paltrow hit Terry Sanderson from behind. Now, on Tuesday, a defense witness testified that his calculations were not correct. So calling him back on the stand today was just to help the plaintiff kind of shore up their story that this was, in fact, a ski accident caused by Paltrow. Now, it's unclear whether or not this is going to help their case, but that's why they called him back today. Savannah?
And Dana, what have we heard in the closing arguments unfolding right now so far?
So it's been very interesting. So far, we have heard from the plaintiffs. They are doing their closing arguments, and we're actually now on a break, so when we come back, we may hear from the defense. But they're kind of pulling on the jury's heartstrings here. The attorney saying that Sanderson's brain injuries will last until he dies. He even estimated that they believe Sanderson only has about 10 years of his life left. He also did some calculations on a whiteboard saying that they believe if they truly come up with an appropriate number, they think that should be closer to $3.2 million. Now, the judge gave the jury instructions earlier this morning, telling them that only 6 of the 8 have to actually be unanimous on a decision. So that could be fairly easy for them to decide. But the trickier thing is they have to come up with an amount of damages if they decide to award them, and exactly how much that will be, it remains to be seen, Savannah.
Oh, yeah, definitely interesting, and some interesting process stuff there as well. Dana Griffin, thank you so much.
Opening statements are going on right now in the trial of Grammy-winning musician Pras Michel. The former Fuji star is charged with conspiracy, witness tampering, and failing to register as an agent of China. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney is following this one for us. So, Ken, break down this case for us. What exactly is this musician accused of doing?
Good afternoon, Joe. Although he's a famous music star, Michel in recent years has reinvented himself as an activist and businessman. And the allegations in this trial focus on work he did on behalf of Joe Low, a Malaysian mogul and international fugitive wanted for allegedly stealing billions from Malaysia's sovereign wealth fund, 1MDB. Low is also charged in the case, but he's a fugitive believed to be living in China. Prosecutors say Low and Michel conspired to donate millions of dollars of Low's money to the 2012 Obama campaign and covered up the money's foreign source using a network of straw donors. Michel and Low are also accused of lobbying the Trump administration on behalf of the Chinese government to extradite a Chinese dissident living in the U.S. The dissident, Guo Wengui, was never extradited, but he made news this month when he was arrested and charged with fraud and money laundering, Joe.
So, Ken, the witness list for this trial includes some pretty high-profile names. I mean, who could actually be called to testify here?
Right. So this is a case that is not only filled with political intrigue, as well as the prosecutor said, filled with political intrigue, backroom dealing, burner phones, and lies. But as you say, it's also filled with celebrity connections. The list of potential witnesses includes Hollywood icons Leonardo DiCaprio and Martin Scorsese, because Low is accused of laundering money by helping fund the film The Wolf of Wall Street, and Britney Spears, who allegedly was paid $1 million to sing at Low's birthday party in 2012. And also a number of former Trump aides, including Rudy Giuliani, Steve Bannon, and Jeff Sessions. Whether any of these famous witnesses will actually testify and when, Joe, remains to be seen.
It's quite the eclectic group of witnesses there. All right, Ken Delaney, and thanks so much.
You bet.
Well, FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is back inside a New York federal courtroom today. He pleaded not guilty to 5 additional charges related to the collapse of his former crypto exchange. The new charges, though, include conspiring to violate campaign finance laws, as well as bribe Chinese authorities. He had already pleaded not guilty to fraud and conspiracy charges for allegedly stealing billions in FTX customer funds. Now, Bankman-Fried's trial is set to begin in October.
7 California Highway Patrol officers and a nurse are facing manslaughter charges in a traffic stop death. The LA County District Attorney says the group is facing arrests after officers used force shown in this video to get a 38-year-old man to comply to blood testing at a hospital. They originally pulled him over for a suspected DUI. Police waited more than 13 minutes after the man screamed he could not breathe to begin CPR. The officers could face a maximum sentence of 4 years.
Well, another toxic train crash, this time in Minnesota. That is coming up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
President Biden will travel to Mississippi tomorrow to assess the damage following last week's deadly tornado.
That's right. This year, the U.S. has seen a dramatic increase in these deadly twisters. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns explains.
Seeing this down?
Yes, sir. When it comes to severe weather, 2023 is off to a very severe start.
Debris getting lofted in the air. Big house. Just hit a house.
With at least 168 reports of tornadoes in January, 55 in February. Oh my God, y'all look. And 88 so far in March. That means there's been at least 311 twisters this year, according to the Storm Prediction Center. That's 27 more than there were this time last year. What's causing the surge in tornadoes? Some weather experts are pointing to supercells.
Supercells are the dominant producers of significant tornadoes and hail.
Supercells are storms that contain updrafts that rotate on a vertical axis. In other words, they're the parent storms of tornadoes. More supercells equals more possible tornadoes. A new study from the Bulletin of American Meteorological Society predicts a 6.6% nationwide increase in these supercells. Walker published a study concluding that tornadoes that happen at night are more than twice as likely to be deadly. The reason is obvious. People are sleeping and less likely to know about a potential threat. Walker fears climate change is leading to an uptick in nighttime supercells and nighttime tornadoes.
Nocturnal events have one of the things that oftentimes prevents them from coming to reality is the juice, the heat and the moisture, and particularly the heat tends to wane at night, right? Well, in a climate change scenario, more than likely what will happen is your moisture and instability will still be there at night.
And of course, last year was an average number of tornadoes, but we didn't have a lot of fatalities last year, only 22. We've already had more deaths this year than all of last year. On average, we lose about 80 lives from tornadoes. We kind of forget that because last year didn't have many issues.
People. All right. Bill Cairns, Bill, thank you so much.
Great
Appreciate
report.
that.
Really important stuff to keep talking about.
All right. Time to dust off your mitt, put on that cap. It is Major League Baseball's opening day.
That's right. But this year, the season promises to be unlike any other. NBC's Sam Brock is going to tell us why.
It's the same game that's made it America's pastime, but a brand new playing field for Major League Baseball as teams around the league prep ballparks and players take their cuts in anticipation of opening day. Here in Miami, there's a new skipper in town for an exciting Marlins team that just added a batting champion to their lineup.
The long game here, obviously you'd like to get out on a good start. When you're in this position in the major leagues, you are expected to try to win every single game.
Elsewhere, the sport is stacked with big-name stars wearing brand new jerseys. Flamethrower Jacob deGrom, no longer a Met, but a Texas Ranger.
They showed a ton of interest right in the start, and the feelings were mutual, and just very happy to be here.
Turner to left field. While World Baseball Classic hero Trey Turner ditched Dodger blue for the fanatical Phillies. And per usual, the spotlight will be bright on the Big Apple. The Mets have paired two future Hall of Fame aces, Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer, pushing their payroll into another stratosphere. And the Yanks re-signing Ruthian figure Aaron Judge after he broke the American League home run record and tapped Anthony Volpe to be their starting shortstop.
You did it! You did it, guys!
At 21, the youngest player on their opening day roster since Derek Jeter roamed the same position. Manager Aaron Boone informing the stunned New Jersey native as a hidden camera rolled.
Welcome to New York.
But maybe the most exciting development for baseball this year, a bump in the pace of play. For the first time, a pitch clock will be introduced. 15 seconds between pitches when no one's on base and 20 seconds with base runners. It's part of a slew of new rules meant to speed things up and add offense, like eliminating defensive shifts.
I think the idea is to open up some more holes for hitters and to keep the game going a little bit.
The Marlins' John Birdie showing us how it would work during spring training. you can't cheat the left side of the infield. You've got to stay right here.
Correct. And the second baseman can't give himself some more depth and play in the outfield grass there.
So far, the early returns are strong, with spring training games running 26 minutes shorter than last year and scoring up half a run, with the real test now just hours away. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Well, that deadly fire at a migrant center in Mexico, it's now being investigated as a homicide. Coming up, who could face murder charges for the deaths of 39 people? You're watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Police in North Carolina are investigating after a false active shooter alert was issued on a college campus. School officials at Forsyth Tech Community College issued a warning for an active shooter incident earlier this morning, prompting the school to go into lockdown. Police later confirmed that there was no shooter on the campus. However, they are investigating where the source of that report came from.
At least 31 people are dead after a fire on a ferry in the southern Philippines. Officials say the flames raged for 8 hours and forced more than 200 people on board to jump into the water, trying to flee the flames. The Coast Guard, Navy, and nearby fishermen rescued people from the water. At least 7 people are still missing.
Just heartbreaking. Well, take a look at this video. 2 teenagers who set out to rob a Qdoba restaurant but ended up falling through the ceiling. The 2 gained entrance through a back door and are seen on surveillance video forcing an employee to try and open a safe. The employees were eventually able to escape, and police surrounded the building, which led to a 3-hour standoff. The 2 robbers then attempted to escape through the ceiling before taking a hard fall and then before being taken into custody.
Breaking news out of Minnesota. Evacuation orders have just been lifted after a freight train derailed and caught fire. Officials say that some of the train cars were carrying the highly flammable chemical ethanol.
This happened in the city of Raymond. That's about 2 hours outside of Minneapolis. You can see that on that map there. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is following this for us. Hey, Maggie, so what have we been able to learn about this derailment?
Hey guys, so yeah, this happened around 1 a.m. and obviously stunning pictures, as you can see immediately coming from the scene. 22 cars, we're told, went off the tracks, some of them carrying ethanol, as you said, and as we saw, is highly flammable. The NTSB and the EPA are working with the railroad in this case, which is BNSF, as well as local authorities in and around Raymond to contain this spill and keep the public back. Again, that evacuation order was in place for several hours. It was just lifted a short time ago. Officials had a press conference on the risks and what they're seeing on the ground. Minnesota's governor speaking at that. Here's part of what he said. Take a listen.
You see a tanker car burning, your first thought is that's a big bomb waiting to explode on that. I hope you know that the safeguards that were put in place, the regulations and the things that the railroad does, is to make sure they don't explode. But they are punctured, they are leaking. The good news probably is with the relatively frozen ground that the ethanol will burn off.
Guys, big question. We still don't know what caused this derailment, so still a lot of questions to be answered, guys.
You know, another question a lot of folks are probably asking, any idea how long the cleanup process is going to take?
Definitely. Yeah, Joe, so no one's putting a timeline on that at this point. They did say that there was a possibility that more cars could also leak ethanol. That was a huge concern. We haven't heard about that happening, but that's one reason why they have such a huge response, that this could grow from the scene we're seeing. And obviously also this follows a string, we should mention, of high-profile derailments, including February's hazardous spill in East Palestine, Ohio. So a lot of anxiety around this and this process. But again, we'll stress that evacuation order just lifted, which is a good sign in this case. We'll keep tabs on it and keep you posted, guys.
All right, we know you will. Maggie Vespa, thank you.
Well, also breaking this hour, that deadly fire at a migrant center along the U.S.-Mexico border now being investigated as a possible homicide case. It comes after the release of new video from inside the center that shows the moments that the fire started. Dozens of people were killed. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has been following this story from the beginning for us. Hey, Gabe, so that surveillance video, I mean, it is hard to watch, but what are we learning about who could potentially face charges?
Well, as you mentioned, Savannah, Mexican prosecutors now saying that 8 people could face charges here. That includes 2 federal agents, a state migration agent, and 5 members of a private security firm. Now, at the center of this, there's been growing outrage from that security video that was given to our partners at Telemundo and has been shared widely on social media. You can see in that video the flames breaking on the corner and then smoke enveloping that room. There were trapped men behind that locked door, and you can see uniformed officers walk away, and that is at the center of the investigation. Mexico's security minister says, again, several people could potentially face charges. No warrants or arrests issued just yet, Savannah.
And Gabe, are we hearing from U.S. Customs and Border Protection about this tragedy?
Yeah, that's right. There is a statement that has been released by U.S. Customs and Border Protection saying that the agency is saddened by the tragic fire, but that it stands ready on a case-by-case basis to grant humanitarian parole potentially to any of the injured migrants who may need medical help here in the U.S., Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, again, just heartbreaking, difficult to see those images. Thank you very much. Now, we are getting a look at some internal communications from Fox News in the wake of the 2020 election. It has to do with a so-called brain room, that's what it's being called, that was looking into the conspiracy theories that Dominion voting systems had rigged the presidential election against Donald Trump.
Yeah, the judge overseeing Dominion's defamation lawsuit against the network ordered those communications be made public earlier this week. NBC's Jane Tim has poured through these previously redacted slides.
She's joining us now.
She's going to join us now. You're going to have to brace for us for a second here because Jane is being brought in.
We're going to show you a little bit behind-the-scenes magic. Jane
these are new slides, basically, that came out. So I guess the question is, what are we learning from those slides?
So we're seeing remarkable communications, which Fox had redacted in the earlier exhibits and evidence that we had been reporting on for weeks. And these remarkable communications where Fox was fact-checking these claims that their guests were talking about Dominion, saying votes were switched or votes were deleted, these sort of big, huge conspiracy theory claims that their guests were talking about on air. They knew at the time and were putting in their own internal emails, look, this is 100% false. This is, clearly inaccurate. This didn't happen, explaining to each other. So their own background reports, you and I work with background reports constantly in these fast-paced moving environments where we have, a sheet of information to make sure we get our facts right. Fox had them. They weren't putting them on the air, though.
Jane, I just mentioned this thing called the brain room at Fox. It's referenced in these slides. What's that?
So the Brain Room is actually the group that does a lot of this fact checking within Fox. And there's actually really interesting deposition material that was revealed as part of these slides, and where you have a major executive at Fox, David Clark, saying that if the Brain Room says it's false, it really shouldn't be put on the air. So that was sort of really stunning stuff. And this is, again, redacted in earlier exhibits. Redactions in these court cases are supposed to be sort of proprietary business information, the kind of stuff that, maybe financial information or identifying information about people, not stuff that isn't great for your case, which I think we can all agree this is probably not great for their case. Didn't go to law school, of course, but...
Yeah, but information like this keeps coming out every few days. How is Fox News responding to this latest development?
So Fox News released a statement saying that they think this is cherry picking. This is, again, cherry picking in terms of pulling little emails out and pulling contemporaneous communications out. These documents, once again, demonstrate Dominion's continued reliance on cherry picked quotes without context to generate headlines in order to distract from the facts of the case. And of course, there are places where we can't see the full email because it was redacted in earlier documents. So we can't see all the context. But a lot of these things, I don't know how you could cherry pick. As one source told me, if we're cherry picking, we're looking at a cherry farm, a cherry tree, a cherry harvest in these evidentiary emails.
That's one way to put it. Jane, Tim, thank you very much. Good hustle. Got you in here, got your chair. All good. Thank you.
We've got new developments now in the investigation surrounding former President Donald Trump. A source familiar with the matter confirmed that the former president is now appealing a federal judge's order. That order required his former chief of staff and other top aides to testify before the federal grand jury that's investigating the January 6th riot. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard's following this story. He joins us now. So, Vaughn, a lot of investigations are trying to keep track of. Remind us again, which investigation is this and who could be impacted by this ruling?
This is particularly around the special counsel's case out of the Department of Justice into the weeks leading up to the January 6th attack and the events that took place on that day. And now you're looking at Mark Meadows and 7 other aides that are going to have to testify before a grand jury. Now, that's what a federal judge has ruled. But what you are seeing is Donald Trump now appealing that ruling. Donald Trump has claimed that executive privilege keeps the conversations between him and his White House staff from being able to have to be disclosed. And yet what the judge ruled is that in the cases of potential criminality, that supersedes any executive privilege claims. Now, you also have the likes of Mike Pence, who just this week as well is now appealing the federal judge's ruling that he must go and testify before the grand jury about his conversations ahead of the January 6th attack. Take a listen to the former vice president when he was at a campaign stop in Iowa yesterday.
Well, as I said, I'll be in Washington, D.C. later this week, and I'll be meeting with my counsel at that time, and we'll review the judge's decision, and we'll determine the best way forward. But again, I have nothing to hide. I believe we did our duty under the Constitution on January 6th.
Notably, Mike Pence saying that he will obey the law. And now for Mike Pence, he has not made the decision ultimately to appeal here at this time, but he's going to be meeting with his legal counsel. What all of this ultimately will lead to is likely testimony, though, in the weeks ahead to the Department of Justice, to the special counsel, the most crucial witnesses here that were surrounded by Donald Trump and had those very intimate conversations with him in the lead up and on the day of that actual attack. Joe?
All right, Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, thank you.
Well, a new alert about a decades-old scam coming up. How criminals are targeting mailboxes to commit financial crimes. You're watching NBC News Daily. But before we head to break, let's take a look at today's Daily Snapshot. Meet Lux, America's newest furry retiree. He's worked for a Central Florida police department since 2017, helping track down missing senior citizens and children.
Aw, but no longer. Lux is retiring to the home of his canine handler. His 401k has already been spent on chew toys.
Did you confirm that? Did you request comment?
I got him on the phone. One bark means yes. More NBC News Daily right after this.
people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In today's Consumer Confidential, an old-fashioned scam is making a big return.
That's right. Scammers in Southern California are stealing mail in search of checks they can cash and sell online. Investigative reporter Carolyn Johnson from our LA station has more.
Home security video caught thieves stealing from the mailbox of this East LA home. It's happened in Laurel Canyon, too.
I heard that distinctive sound of my mailbox being popped because it's a locking mailbox.
Jeff Tellum says mail theft in his neighborhood got out of control during the pandemic.
It seems like a low-level crime, but it's not. It's a big thing.
It is a big thing and a federal crime. Experts tell the I-Team they estimate 1 million new fraudsters hit the streets during the pandemic. First, they were stealing debit cards loaded with unemployment benefits, and now they're going back to a decades-old scam.
Once stimulus dried up, they had to switch to other types of fraud, and a very easy way to do this is just stealing checks out of the mail.
Justin Davis is a fraud examiner. He says crooks use chemicals to wash away the payee and dollar amount of the check, and then often sell those washed checks online.
Fraudsters try to find the easiest ways to make a quick buck, and it's very easy right now to be able to just wash a check, deposit it, and move it on.
The I-Team heard from a viewer here in Pasadena who told us this happened to her. Now, she didn't want to appear on camera, but said that she wrote out a check to Spectrum, then mailed it from this blue mailbox. Well, crooks got it, washed the check, and cashed it for $10,000. The trade group, the American Bankers Association, told the I-Team the rise in sophisticated check fraud is a serious issue. Experts estimate check fraud will reach $24 billion this year alone.
What is there to discourage people from stealing the mail?
Thieves didn't get any checks from Jeff's mailbox, but still he reported the mail theft to police and says he never heard back. But it's also the job of the Postal Inspection Service to investigate these crimes. The I-Team asked for an interview. They declined.
Stealing mail is supposed to be a federal crime, but there's no enforcement.
But there has been some enforcement. Last fall, local, state, and federal agencies teamed up and busted nearly 90 people for running a mail theft and check washing operation throughout the state, including here in LA County. Law enforcement says the group stole nearly $5 million using washed checks.
It was, checks from grandma being altered, forged, deposited into someone's account, and never making it to the recipient.
Attorney General Rob Bonta says it's a big problem, and he's not done fighting it. As for Jeff, to keep his mail safe, he's now routing it to his family business across town. So here are some tips to help keep your money safe. Stop mailing checks to pay bills and use online bill pay instead. If you do need to mail a check, use a gel point pen. Experts tell us that ink cannot be washed away. And mail your checks at a drop box inside a post office. If you have to use one outside, drop your check as close to collection time as possible. For the I-Team, I'm Carolyn Johnson.
All right, thanks to her for that report. Well, in today's mental health check, we got one. I think a lot of us can relate to this. It's an alarming trend gaining popularity both in and outside the workplace.
It's called productivity paranoia. It is that feeling that you're not working hard enough, even during your downtime. Joining us now is Amy Morin. She is a licensed therapist and the editor-in-chief of Very Well Mind, a website that's focused on mental health. Amy, good to have you with us. So first of all, describe to us, what exactly is productivity paranoia?
From an employer's standpoint, it can be the concern that employees aren't working hard enough now that they're working from home. Sometimes employers think that perhaps they're being taken advantage of, and employees are just kind of taking a lot of time off. But from the employee's standpoint, sometimes it's that concern that either I'm not doing enough or maybe my boss doesn't recognize how much I'm doing and they think I'm slacking off all day while I'm working from home.
It seems like this just essentially can lead to this hamster wheel sort of feeling. Walk us through how this impacts our mental health.
Really, there's two different things it can do to us. First, it raises our stress level and it distracts us from what we're doing because we're thinking all the time, like, am I being productive enough? But it can also then cause us to work twice as hard. An employee may say, I'm going to work really late hours just to make sure my boss knows how much I'm doing. And that can lead to burnout down the road.
Definitely.
So with that in mind, if you are stressed, if you have anxiety, if you are burned out, what are the best tips on managing productivity paranoia in the office and on weekends too, realizing you don't want to look like you're slacking at work?
One thing is to just take a look at whether your fears are real or imagined. Maybe you are struggling with productivity from home. If that's the case, you can work on some time management skills. But you also want to get clear on the expectations at work. Sometimes having a conversation with your supervisor can help. Just asking, like, is it okay to run an errand during the day? Is it expected that I can take a break and go for a walk around the block, that I won't be on 24/7? When you get clearer on those things, you won't feel guilty if you aren't on all the time.
And so, I mean, look, I think part of this is hustle culture, and we need to not lean too hard into that. But if you maybe are having those issues with your productivity, work from home is tough for you, do you have tips for that?
If you are struggling with productivity, go ahead and create a plan for yourself. You can say, all right, I'm going to make a to-do list and prioritize what I need to work on and set some good boundaries. Sometimes your neighbors, your family, maybe they do call you often during the workday and it's hard to get things done. Or maybe you need boundaries with your boss and your coworkers to say, you know, I can't really take on another project right now. And block off some time to just focus so that you can work on a project or work on a report where you don't feel like you're always being distracted by messages or emails.
This chart said, give yourself some grace.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, that's the headline for me. Amy Morin, thank you very much. Great, great tips.
And there is much more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
happen.
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Thousands of Chinese nationals have been arriving at our southern border in recent months.
A growing number of them are mapping their journey thanks to information that's readily available on Chinese social media. NBC's Janice Mackey-Freyer has that story.
In the surge of migrants illegally crossing the Mexico-U.S. border, there's now a growing number of Chinese nationals. who are traveling halfway across the world, transiting through a dozen countries to make it to the border and into America. Leaving China was a decision Kevin felt he had to make to avoid what he called punishment for speaking out against corruption. He says he was jailed twice and allegedly mistreated by authorities. His family is still in China. That's why we're hiding his identity.
What was the biggest risk to staying?
I'll be going to jail.
You would go to jail?
I will be go to jail. Yeah, of course.
According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, at least 4,300 Chinese migrants have been caught crossing the southern border illegally in the past 5 months alone, more than double the total for all of last year. Kevin told us about his journey that took several weeks by plane, bus, boat, and motorcycle through treacherous jungles in the Darien Gap before ending on foot at this barren section of the border where he finally got through. And the migrants we've met, including Kevin, say they aren't paying smugglers. They're able to do it all with information, maps, and advice readily available on Chinese social media.
How much information is out there helping people make the same journey that you made?
Oh, they have a lot of information, trust me.
Step by step, it's all there. This is how you get to America.
Yes, of course, step by step.
Chinese social media sites are even giving tips on where to cross. Here in California, it's considered a better bet over Arizona or Texas because of its immigration policies.
So just how much is there at the fingertips of people wanting to leave China for the U.S.?
Can you show me the sort of information that's out there online?
没问题.
Producer Arnie Hakela and I met with Zhang, who left his family behind in China.
这是墨西哥的部分的攻略.
Okay, this is detailing out the Mexico portion. You can see the cities are listed here. It even tells you like which buses to take and from where to where.
Zhang took us into chat groups on the Telegram app that offer information on everything, where to stay, how to get there, even how much cash they'll need to bring.
The new phenomenon is people are trying to make money from this information. So they're giving a little bits of information out at a time. And if you want more information about particular routes, or if you get further along in your journey, they're going to demand more and more money.
What kind of money are we talking about? What is this information worth?
比如说从墨西哥
At the U.S.-Mexico border, if you want information on where exactly is best to cross, that's going to run between $1,300 and $2,000 US. If you want a guarantee that you won't be apprehended by CBP, that's going to run you about $10,000 to $20,000.
That more Chinese are undertaking such a radical journey with no guarantees in the U.S. comes as the country is emerging from years of harsh zero-COVID rules and facing a wilting economy.
I think what we're seeing now are people who are more middle class who just feel that the opportunities are diminishing and that the political situation has just become a lot riskier. And so they are finding any method, by hook or by crook, to get out of China.
An exodus driven by the power of social media.
Janice Mackey-Frere, NBC News.
Former South African track star Oscar Pistorius may soon be out of jail. Known as the Blade Runner, Pistorius was the star of the London 2012 Olympics before he was convicted of murdering his girlfriend, Reva Steenkamp. Well, a decade later, a hearing tomorrow will decide whether he can be released on parole. It's a move the parents of Reva oppose. One more headline for you this hour. Turns out the most popular person on Elon Musk's Twitter is Elon Musk.
The owner of the social media network has more than 133 million followers. That is more than anyone else on the platform. Well, since acquiring the app, Musk's following has increased more than 20%.
We really nailed that, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, we're like Hoda and Jenna together in sync.
I'm Joe Fryer. I'm not Elon Musk. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I am Savannah Sellers, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. News continues after this.
Kelly. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Kelly, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, everyone. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, March 30th, 2023. Breaking news. A Black Hawk tragedy. A pair of Army helicopters crashed during a training exercise, leaving 9 soldiers dead. The new details we're learning about how it happened.
Also breaking right now, American detained. A Wall Street Journal reporter arrested in Russia on spy charges, where he's now being held and when he's expected to get his day in court.
Toxic threat. Another train hauling hazardous materials derails. This time it's in Minnesota. The growing health concerns as people living nearby are forced to evacuate.
And play ball. Baseball fans packing stadiums from coast to coast. The major shift striking a fever pitch on opening day. Well, we begin this hour, though, with breaking news out of Kentucky. 9 Army soldiers are dead after an Army helicopter crash overnight.
The soldiers were aboard 2 Black Hawk helicopters. It happened overnight just miles away from a nearby Army base. Investigators are heading to the scene right now to figure out how exactly these choppers went down. Let's get right to NBC News correspondent Jay Gray, who's in Kentucky for us. Jay, what are officials with the Army saying about this investigation so far?
Well, it's in its very early stages right now, Joe, Savannah. They've deployed an Army aircraft safety team to come and take the lead on this investigation, and they're currently focused on finding the black box-style data recorders. They believe that will provide some very key information into what went terribly wrong during this overnight training mission. It appears that the choppers were in flight at the time things went wrong. 2 HH-60 medevac choppers. They were not at the time doing any type of evacuation drills, any type of extraction drills, so they were in flight. What those in the rural area who saw the crash say is that the choppers seemed to be unusually low at the time.
2 helicopters just disappeared out of the sky, and there was a large flash, and we ran outside and we started seeing another helicopter that circled that area where I thought the impact was for probably 30 minutes. And then we saw ambulances and sirens.
Yeah, and local law enforcement on the ground as well, working along with that Army aircraft safety team at this point to, again, just try and figure out what went wrong.
Oh, absolutely. It's so heartbreaking. And, of course, those families want answers. Jay, have we heard anything from the Pentagon yet?
Yeah, look, the Pentagon has deferred the specifics of all of this to the Army. What they have said is that they don't believe the problem is with the chopper. Remember that there was a crash just a few weeks ago, a deadly Black Hawk crash that involved the Tennessee National Guard. 2 Guard members died as they were doing training missions in Alabama. So at this point, they don't anticipate grounding the choppers, but do say that the Army will be in charge of seeing everything that's going on here and has that prerogative if they think it's necessary.
All right, Jay Gray in Kentucky. Jay, thank you so much.
And overseas now, we're also tracking breaking news. This is in Russia. U.S. officials are scrambling after Russia suddenly announced it arrested an American journalist, charging him with espionage. This is him. His name's Evan Gershkovich, and he's a reporter for the Wall Street Journal. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman. Hey, Josh, so what do we know about the circumstances surrounding this arrest?
Well, we know he was arrested in a city about 900 miles east of Moscow. The FSB, the Russian intelligence agency, saying that he was committing espionage on behalf of the U.S. And was collecting state secrets about Russia's military-industrial sector. Now, that's about all that we know, other than that the Kremlin has said he was caught red-handed. Now, the Wall Street Journal is obviously disputing that he was conducting conducting any kind of espionage. They have released a statement saying that they vehemently deny the allegations and are seeking his immediate release. But in the meantime, we know that he had an initial court appearance all the way out in Moscow today, where his detention was extended for another 2 months while he is going to face legal proceedings in this, up to 20 years in prison that he could face on these espionage charges. And I have to tell you, these charges, people who are charged with espionage in Russia almost never find themselves evading conviction.
Wow. And Josh, what have we heard from the Biden administration on this?
Well, President Biden was briefed last night about this, and we heard from the White House today saying that they are in touch not only with Russian authorities, but obviously with the Wall Street Journal, with his family. And we also are hearing from Secretary of State Blinken in a statement saying whenever a U.S. citizen is detained abroad, we immediately seek consular access and seek to provide all appropriate support. The White House and the State Department saying they condemn his detention in the strongest possible terms. And as far as the allegation that he was committing espionage, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that claim is ridiculous, Savannah.
Wow. Josh Letterman, all right, we know that you will stay on this for us. Thank you very much.
We are now hearing some of the 911 calls made as the Nashville school shooting was unfolding. Take a listen.
I hear another shot.
You did?
I'm hearing more shots.
Okay.
We're upstairs by the art room hallway.
You're upstairs by what hallway?
In the art room.
Art room.
Yes, please hurry. I'm hearing you.
They're coming. They're coming.
Hard to hear those statements. Earlier today, parents, children, and students gathered at the Tennessee State Capitol. They are calling for changes to the state's firearm laws and for an end to gun violence. 6 people, including 3 9-year-olds, were shot to death Monday at their school. NBC's Lindsay Reiser joins us now from outside the state capitol. So, Lindsay, first of all, let's start with those 911 calls. What more are we learning from those?
They are so tough to hear, you guys. That's just a snippet here of just the horror that was unfolding in that classroom as people were hiding in fear for their lives. An adult woman calling 911 saying she heard gunshots. And you can hear during that call her voice go to a whisper. You can hear the fire alarm turn on. We heard and we saw that fire alarm in the body cam video. And you can hear her telling kids to be quiet. The dispatcher says, try and lower your voice, try and be quiet. She tells the kids to be quiet. She says they're hiding in the closet of an upper level art room. Just heartbreaking. During the call, you hear her say, we're hearing more shots. We're hiding upstairs. Please hurry, please hurry. The dispatcher, again, saying, try to be quiet. We've got help on the way. And then there was another gentleman who called 911 who said there was an active shooter situation at the school next to the church. So obviously we've seen the body cam footage. We know how hard it is to see, and now to listen to is just another layer.
And Lindsay, throughout the day, you have been covering the protests taking place at the Capitol behind you there. What was the main message you heard from protesters that they want to send to state lawmakers?
So some 1,500 people came today. They gathered here in front of the Capitol here, and they marched up the steps toward the Capitol to confront lawmakers on their way in to the General Assembly. And we heard people definitely feel very frustrated that time and again we're seeing this in our country and nothing is being done. In fact, there are laws right now in the Tennessee State Legislature that are on pause for this week, but that would expand gun access. And I talked to a mother and a father about why they wanted to come out. They brought their 20-month-old. Let's listen to what she told me.
I came here today to let our lawmakers know that they also have a responsibility to protect our children by enacting sensible gun reform so that Wiley can go to kindergarten and not have to be afraid of getting shot or be afraid that one of his teachers is going to get shot.
So a Democratic lawmaker tells me that the caucus is working on a gun reform package that would include red flag laws, that would include an assault rifle ban. But, Joe, it's unclear where that will go here in the state of Tennessee.
All right, Lindsay Reiser, thank you so much. And it's not just Tennessee. The debate over how to deter school shootings is also igniting high emotions on Capitol Hill.
They're freaking cowards. They're gutless. They're not here. I'm talking about gun violence.
You know, there's never been
I'm talking about gun violence.
In a school that allows teachers to carry.
Oh my God. Carry guns? You think more guns lead to more death? More guns lead to more death. But are you listening to what I'm saying? Calm down. Calm down. Children are dying. 9 solution. The solution is not arming teachers. Have you ever worked in a school? Have you ever worked in a school?
So that is New York Democratic Congressman Jamal Bowman on the right and Kentucky Republican Congressman Thomas Massie on the left. It is worth noting that Bowman is a former middle school principal. Lawmakers have not advanced any new gun bills on the federal level since the shooting.
Well, the Vatican says Pope Francis is, quote, progressively improving. The pontiff remains in the hospital today as he deals with a respiratory infection. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is in Rome with the very latest.
On Thursday evening, the Vatican sent out an update saying Pope Francis spent the afternoon in the hospital devoting himself to rest, prayer, and some work duties. They also gave more details about the respiratory infection Pope Francis was suffering from. They say the Holy Father was found to have bronchitis on an infection basis, which required the administration of antibiotic therapy on an infusion basis, but also that the Pope was responding well to treatment and his condition was improving as a consequence. According to the Vatican, he could be discharged in the coming days. Well, that means the Pope may not recover in time to attend Palm Sunday, but there is a chance he may at least preside some of the other Holy Week events leading up to Easter.
Egg prices are bringing in record profits, which doesn't sound surprising at all if you've been to the grocery store lately. And guess who is the highest paid entertainer working right now?
Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute and a tall promise to deliver on. Hey, Morgan.
Hey, good afternoon to you both. Well, egg prices jumped about 60% in the past year, still remain high. So it's maybe no surprise that the largest egg producer in the U.S., Cal-Maine Foods, is reporting its revenue doubled for the first quarter of 2023 and that profit surged 718%. Have you dreamed of owning a Lamborghini? Well, the roar of the expensive sports car's V12 engine is iconic, but now a Lamborghini is going green, kind of. With the Revuelto, the brand's first hybrid, the V12 engine remains but adds 3 electric motors for a grand total of 1,000 horsepower. As yet, no price announced. We'll have to watch. And Forbes has released its annual list of the highest paid entertainers in 2022. The top 10 sound familiar: Genesis, Tyler Perry, Taylor Swift, and for the first time on the list, Bad Bunny. But overall, the group earned less than half what the top 10 did in 2021. Guys, that's still $1.3 billion plus, just to put that in perspective.
Did you say Genesis?
Genesis.
Wow.
The oldies keep going.
Good for
People
them.
like a sure bet. Yeah.
All right, Morgan Brennan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, what new court documents are revealing about a police officer involved in the Idaho murders case. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Jurors are set to begin deliberating in the Gwyneth Paltrow ski collision trial. Paltrow is accused of slamming into a skier at a Utah resort, but she's countersuing, claiming the other skier is actually at fault. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin is following the case for us. So Dana, attorneys have been making their closing arguments. What are the main points they're trying to make here?
Yeah, so this really boils down to who the jury believes. We just heard from the plaintiff's team. They say that their client, Terry Sanderson, has these life-sustaining brain injuries that he will have until he dies. And they even estimate that he's only got about 10 years left. So they're really trying to pull on the heartstrings of the jury here. The defense is still at the moment going through their closing arguments, but they said that it's not fair that Sanderson can allegedly hit Paltrow and then ask her for damages. They also alluded to that there was a GoPro camera that he wore during that skiing trip, and that it may have been deleted because it could potentially hurt his case. So the judge has already given instructions to the jury. They will have to decide exactly who was at fault and how much in damages, if any, to award. We've already gone through the jury instructions, so once the defense ends their closing arguments, the jury will have the case, and they could have a verdict as early as this afternoon. Joe?
We'll see how long it takes. All right, Dana Griffin, thank you so much.
Well, the trial of Grammy-winning musician Pras Michel is underway. The former Fuji star is charged with conspiracy, witness tampering, and failing to register as an agent of China. Prosecutors allege a billionaire fugitive accused of embezzlement gave Michel millions to pull favor with the U.S. government. The witness list includes stars like Leonardo DiCaprio, as well as Trump allies Rudy Giuliani and Steve Bannon. Quite a list there. Michel has denied any wrongdoing and is pleading not guilty.
FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is back inside a New York federal courtroom today. He pleaded not guilty to 5 additional charges related to the collapse of his former crypto exchange. The new charges include conspiring to violate campaign finance laws, as well as bribe Chinese authorities. He had already pleaded not guilty to fraud and conspiracy charges for allegedly stealing billions in FTX customer funds. Bankman-Fried's trial is set to begin in October.
There are also new developments today in the University of Idaho murders case that captivated the country. Prosecutors revealed that one of the officers involved is under investigation. NBC News Now host Scotty Schwartz explains how that could benefit the accused killer's defense.
As investigators continue to build their case against accused killer Brian Kohberger, there are potentially troubling revelations about one of the police officers involved. In a new court filing known as a Brady Gillio notice, prosecutors disclosing that one of the officers on the case has been the subject of an internal affairs investigation. Still unknown whether the probe involves the officer's conduct on this case or in the past, but the information could potentially impeach the officer's credibility as a witness at trial.
For example, if an officer is found to have falsified timesheets, that may have nothing to do with this case, but it does bear on the officer's credibility, and that must be disclosed.
Under federal law, prosecutors are required to share this information with the defense, but in this case, the specifics remain confidential and sealed under court order.
It's not likely that this disclosure will destroy the state's case. More likely, it will give the defense ammunition to use in cross-examination of a particular officer.
Brian, did you do it? Brian, did you do it?
This comes as 28-year-old Kohberger prepares to stand trial for the murders of University of Idaho students Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. He's accused of stabbing them to death in their off-campus apartment last November. Authorities say Kohberger is being held in isolation in an Idaho jail. His family has not visited him, but has been in contact by phone, according to a source close to them. The source also telling NBC News his family is facing financial hardships because of the expense of the case, and the Kohberger's 2 sisters, Melissa, a school counselor, and Amanda, an actress, were both fired from their jobs since his arrest. Still, his family appears to be standing by him, saying in their only statement, "We will continue to let the legal process unfold, and we will love and support our son and brother." Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Well, coming up, the growing health concerns for one small town after another fiery train derailment.
But first, time for today's daily snapshot. It might be spring in most places, but in Mammoth Lakes, California, sure looks like winter. The nonstop California storms have dumped inch after inch of snow. In this spot, they've topped the season record, 695 inches. I think that means it reaches the sun, right? All right. More NBC News Daily.
Basically.
Right after this.
Let's still go outside.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So the AI revolution, well, it might be hitting a speed bump. Elon Musk and several other tech industry leaders actually want to push pause on artificial intelligence experiments.
This is actually kind of amazing. This group, they signed an open letter calling for an immediate ban on AI development for at least 6 months. Let's bring in NBC News reporter Kevin Collier. Kevin, it's great to see you, and I am just so fascinated by this. And the people, some names that you totally recognize, going to this length. Walk us through what it is that this letter outlines they are worried about as possibilities with this AI development going so quickly.
They're very, very worried. It's a technology that is surging forward ahead and is really not monitored. It's not tested very much. The thrust of the letter is concerned about some medium-term concerns, which is like mass displacement of jobs. People lose their jobs to this sort of technology, people getting addicted to very efficient chatbots, people falling for disinformation at a greater scale than we've seen with social media. But also some very long, I don't want to say long-term, but big apocalyptic scenarios. This could create an intelligence or create something that is capable enough that would effectively destroy society as we know it, which sounds kind of outlandish, but it speaks to how little we understand where this technology is going.
It's the stuff that we've seen in movies for years that we all kind of thought, we have to worry about it. They're actually a little bit worried about it. So, I mean, pushing pause is one thing. Are there reforms they're calling for? What is this group?
That's where it gets really messy. I think the thrust of it being a pause for 6 months is because we don't even know what reforms, or we don't agree on what reforms would look like. There are concerns that, for instance, China is doing this as well. China's doing a lot of research on AI. But unlike what we're seeing in the States, they're not deploying that to the public. You know, ChatGPT 4 and all these other comparable things are Midjourney. These are anyone can sign up and use them right now. So, I mean,
there are to kids in Snapchat right now.
That as well. There are all these various reforms people are proposing. There's nothing resembling consensus on that front. That's really why this is just a call to pause, just to even figure out what the discussion we're having is.
It feels like the technology is moving faster than anyone's idea of what to do about it. Yeah. So, all right.
Do you think there's any chance they will pause? Sorry.
Well, they're calling, these are big names in there. They're calling for, if there's not a pause, for a U.S. government to step in. So we'll see.
Kevin Collier, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Stay on that for us. Well, this week marks the deadline for all federal employees to delete TikTok from their government-issued device. It's part of a larger effort by lawmakers to potentially ban the app nationwide over security concerns. But that proposal has critics on both sides of the aisle, and this debate is really just starting to heat up. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us on this now. Hi, Jake. So, look, we talked a lot about this together. I was on the Hill. Very little opposition. I talked with Representative Bowman, who was a voice who would say, hey, I don't think we should ban it. That was really all I heard at that point. But now, who in Congress is against this ban and what arguments are they making?
Well, it's so interesting because, as you mentioned, right, Jamal Bowman was really one of the only lawmakers that we had heard from speaking out in favor or in defense of TikTok. And now suddenly Josh Hawley, Republican, steps forward and says, OK, let's do a unanimous vote where if all 100% of us are to vote against it, then that would, you know, effectively help move forward a national ban on TikTok. Well, suddenly you have some strange political bedfellows come out of the woodwork. You have Rand Paul objecting to it and saying, you know, just because you don't like the speech doesn't mean that speech is not protected here in the United States under the First Amendment. You also have AOC, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, coming out as well. You don't see those two get on the same side of an issue very often. And so it turns out that it may be that representatives here are just a little more uncomfortable than we thought, pushing back against the 150 million Americans who regularly use TikTok, Savannah.
So, Jake, the whole thing in question here is, should it be banned? Can it be banned? Walk us through what hurdles exist for there even to be legislation clearing in Congress to make a nationwide ban actually happen.
Well, what's so interesting, right, is that this unanimous vote seems to be doomed to fail. But what's coming up next is something called the Restrict Act. This is Senator Mark Warner's proposal that would basically give the Secretary of Commerce the authority to classify foreign technology as a national security threat. You know, TikTokers and other policy experts have been saying, you know, this is a little too sweeping. Big outrage around that one. So we'll see if that moves forward, Savannah.
Jake Ward, very interesting stuff. We know that you will keep an eye on it for us as this continues to be a debate. Thank you very much.
Coming up, who could face murder charges after a deadly fire at a migrant center? You're watching NBC News Daily.
You can watch us free 24/7, also on what's called NBC News Now, our streaming service. Watch us anywhere you stream. The news continues right after this.
happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. We have made it to the bottom of the hour now, and here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A suspected abduction led to a 36-hour standoff on a major Virginia road. Fairfax County police were performing a welfare check at a motel when a woman outside told them that she had been abducted by another woman who had just fled. Police searched the area, eventually finding the suspect in an SUV. After she displayed a gun, police shut down the road and surrounded the vehicle. After 36 hours in negotiations, the woman eventually left the vehicle and was taken into custody.
At least 31 people are dead after a fire on a ferry in the southern Philippines. Officials say the flames raged for 8 hours and forced more than 200 people on board to jump into the water, trying to flee the flames. The Coast Guard, Navy, and nearby fishermen rescued people from the water. At least 7 people, though, are still missing.
More than 50 years after she was captured in the Pacific Ocean, a Miami seaquarium announced that their orca whale, Lolita, will be returned to her home waters. The 57-year-old whale was captured off the coast of Washington State back in 1970 when she was around 4 years old and performed for decades before falling ill in recent years. No word on when exactly the 7,000-pound orca will be moved.
Oh, that's nice. Well, breaking news out of Minnesota, evacuation orders have just been lifted after a freight train derailed and caught fire. Officials say some of the train cars were carrying the highly flammable chemical ethanol. This happened in the city of Raymond. Take a look at this map. It's just about 2 hours outside of Minneapolis. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is following this for us. Hey, Maggie, I think people are just thinking another train derailment. Why does this keep happening? What have we learned about this one?
Yeah, so specific to this one, this happened around 1 a.m. 22 cars going off the tracks, we're told. And as you said, Savannah, some of them carrying ethanol, a highly, as you can see, flammable material that the Secretary of Transportation did describe as hazardous in the air. If you're exposed to it, it can lead to kind of burning of the eyes, dizziness, nausea, that kind of thing. So far, we're told no reports of any injuries, which is great news. The NTSB and the EPA are working with local authorities to contain this spill. Earlier, officials had a press conference. Here's part of what was said.
You see a tanker car burning, your first thought is that's a big bomb waiting to explode on that. I hope you know that the safeguards that were put in place, the regulations and the things that the railroad does, is to make sure they don't explode. But they are punctured, they are leaking. The good news probably is with the relatively frozen ground that the ethanol will burn off.
We should note the rail company here also working with authorities. That rail company is BNSF. We don't know at this point what caused this derailment, but with Savannah, as you said, just another example in a troubling pattern recently.
Absolutely. And Maggie, what do we know about the cleanup? How long it might take? Is there concern for, contamination?
There is concern, definitely. That's why we're seeing such a massive response. No one's put a timeline on cleanup at this point. They were concerned that more ethanol than what's already spilled could spill from additional cars that are on the tracks or have yet to be punctured. So they're really taking this seriously. But at this point, no, again, timeline on cleanup. Again, they have lifted that evacuation order. So hopefully that's a good sign for people in that area who just had a frightening morning seeing that unravel. Savannah?
Definitely, especially when you've heard about all these other ones. Maggie Vespa, thank you very much.
Also breaking this hour, the deadly fire at a migrant center along the U.S.-Mexico border is now being investigated as a possible homicide case. It comes after the release of new video from inside the center that shows the moments the fire started. Dozens of people were killed. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has been following this story from the beginning. Gabe, that surveillance video, it's hard to watch, but what are we learning about who could potentially face charges?
Well, Joe, as you mentioned, up to 8 people could face charges at this point, according to Mexican prosecutors, and that includes 2 federal agents, a state migration officers, and 5 members of a private security firm. As you see in that video, there were several uniformed officials that walked away from those locked doors as the smoke quickly spread. Witnesses say that several men were trapped inside that detention center, and at least 39 of them were killed. Just an awful video to watch, but it's also raising questions about what the government has said actually happened there. Mexico's president says that the migrants actually started the fire intentionally by setting several of those small mattresses on fire in order to protest what they thought, what they had just been told, that they'd be deported. But human rights advocates are questioning the government's narrative and say, even if it were true, Joe, that those uniformed officers should not have left them there to die.
So,
Joe?
Gabe, what is U.S. Customs and Border Protection saying about this tragedy?
Well, Customs and Border Protection has released a statement saying that it's saddened by this awful tragedy, but it's also saying that it's standing by to offer humanitarian parole on a case-by-case basis for any of the injured migrants. There were several dozen of them who might need medical procedures, medical help in the U.S. Joe?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, thank you so much.
Well, the former Fox News producer who is suing the network, claiming that she was coerced and intimidated by Fox lawyers into making those misleading statements in the Dominion voting system's defamation suit against the cable news network, is now speaking out.
In a broadcast exclusive, NBC News senior investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden sat down with Abby Grossberg, who says she was set up to be a scapegoat.
You were widely criticized.
Yeah.
How'd that feel? I mean, people said you were a lousy journalist, that your behavior was shameful because, among other things, you had said in reply to a question that you did not believe that it was your responsibility to fact check whether or not what someone was going to say on the broadcast was telling the truth.
It felt awful. I mean, it felt terrible because I knew that I was bullied, intimidated, and coerced into saying that just to keep my job and stay at the company. And the question a lot of people would have is, why would you do that?
Why would you do that?
Because I made the decision to keep my job so that I could keep paying my bills. It seemed like the safer decision for me at the time.
So, in an attempt to keep your job, what ends up happening is your reputation as a producer is really destroyed in public.
Yeah. That's what they do. You know, they destroy people. And I realized that the answers that they wanted me to say were putting me in a very vulnerable position to be the company's scapegoat.
Cynthia joins us now. So, Cynthia, I mean, tell us more about this conversation. What else is Abby Grossberg saying about her experiences?
Yeah, really interesting conversation with her. You know, she goes on to say that she's been in the room as they make fun of politicians who are on the show. And you know, when it's women, you know, staff talks about which one they would like to have sex with.
Oh, wow.
That the C word is used repeatedly. She paints a picture that is so horrific, and I think especially when you realize all that Fox has, we know, publicly gone through in the last many years, that, at least according to her, that this still goes on is really quite shocking. And she said all relates to Dominion and how they tried to use she and Maria Bartiromo to really take the fall for the rest of the company. As you know, they've sought to have the Fox executive side separated from the lawsuit. This all may go to court in the next few weeks. Fascinating conversation. Of course, Fox denies it, says that her allegations are riddled with falsities. This is far from over.
Wow. And Cynthia, you're going to have more on this, is that right?
Tonight on Nightly News. We're going to also have some stuff on Nicole Wallace on MS. I am everywhere this afternoon.
Because that is an incredible interview, a great get.
What are the main things Fox is saying about in response to all this?
Well, you know, Fox fired her on Friday. They fired her through the press. They didn't call her. She says, I want to know about my health insurance. Anyway, they fired her. They said that she revealed company secrets. Her lawyer says this is preposterous. The lawyer-client relationship, that confidentiality is held by the client, not by the lawyer. And Fox says that it's not true, that they didn't coach her to put her in harm's way. They deny all of it. The lawyer said, no. They told her she was welcome to have her own lawyer. So this is a real dust-up. This is not going to be pretty.
And if this goes to trial, will she likely be a witness in this?
Well, listen, both sides, both Dominion and Fox have said that they want to call her as a witness.
There you go. Wow. Well, that'll be interesting to see. Cynthia McFadden, great interview. Thank you so much for bringing it to us. She will be everywhere, as she said, with this, but you can certainly watch the full report tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Thank you for coming.
Great to see you two. Isn't this supposed to be morning?
I know.
We're all
So are we.
because we're all everywhere, Cynthia.
You're everywhere.
Thank you, Cynthia. Appreciate it. Well, it is a twist worthy of one of their movies. Documents show that Disney gave itself new powers over that special governing district in Orlando just weeks before a new board appointed by Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida was set to take over. Let's bring in NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin to help us understand this. So, Maya, walk us through the latest in this feud between the governor and Disney.
Hey, Joe. So Disney has had a special self-governing body in Florida for quite a while now. But just before Governor DeSantis was set to handpick the next group of board members, the previous set of board members appointed by Disney created a declaration that any changes made to the district must benefit Disney World. The new rules also give Disney the ability to review and comment on any changes made to the properties in the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District. And even though these rule changes were made back in early February, the new DeSantis-appointed board members are just finding out about them. Take a listen to what one of them had to react to the news.
This development agreement, which in my opinion is void as a legal nullity, was passed the same day the Florida House passed the bill creating this board. And it was done to prevent us from doing our job. And that is offensive to me.
So this new declaration was set to last at least 30 years, according to our Florida affiliate. The new board chairman says that challenging the declaration would likely result in protracted litigation and suggested the case could even go to the U.S. Supreme Court. For now, the current board members have hired 2 outside law firms to look into the legal challenges here. Joe?
All right, Maya Eaglin. Maya, thank you so much.
Coming up, play ball. It's baseball's opening day. We are live outside Dodger Stadium with a look at the big changes coming to today's big games and this whole season. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
You might remember the former Paralympic runner Oscar Pistorius. He was convicted of murdering his girlfriend, Riva Steenkamp, in 2013.
He's known as Blade Runner. He was the star of the London Olympics 6 months before the murder. Well, now he's up for parole. NBC's Molly Hunter has the details.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that it has been 10 years. Of course, that case rocked this nation, but really that 50-day trial in 2014, 2015 dragged on for months, really dragged on for years until that final murder conviction transfixed the world. In all, with his murder conviction, that carried 13 years and 5 months. In South Africa, once an offender has served half their sentence, they are automatically eligible for parole. So what we know right now is that that first parole hearing is scheduled for Friday morning tomorrow. One of the things that may happen is that Riva Steenkamp's mother, June, may ask to address the parole board. And of course, she and her husband have very publicly objected to the early release of Oscar Pistorius. As far as what it would mean if he received parole, look, he is a very high-profile offender, so there will be certain conditions applied to him that will not necessarily be applied to other offenders in South Africa. That will likely include wearing a GPS monitor. He will likely have to get a job to support himself, and one of those conditions will also likely be that he cannot speak to media. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you. Well, it's opening day in Major League Baseball. This season, games are going to look a little different.
Happy opening day.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
The league is introducing a set of new rules designed to make the game quicker and hopefully more exciting. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now to break down the changes. Hey, Guad.
Hey, Joe, Savannah, as you mentioned, this is going to make the games much more exciting. They're going to go quicker. And for the fans that attended some of the spring training games, they've already seen the changes because those changes were already implemented. So those fans experience what we will be seeing after or as opening day begins and after during this season. It's going to be better, according to the league, for the fans that watch it on TV and those that go to the stadium.
America's oldest major professional sport is changing some rules this year.
There's definitely going to be a lot more action.
A new clock will tell pitchers when they have to throw the ball, and new larger bases will encourage players to steal more. But there's another rule expected to make way for more hits and runs. It's the new ban on the shift.
The entire ball club for the Houston Astros is on the right side.
But what is the shift? Before, players could stand essentially anywhere on the field for a play. If a batter was known to hit the ball to one part of the field, a team could have virtually moved all the infielders to that side.
You know, with left-handed hitters, it was really prevalent.
On the ground into that shift.
The shift making it harder for a ball to go through.
You see too many people and say, okay, I'm going to try to hit that way, but it's not that easy. You know, we try so hard and we can.
But batters won't see that anymore. The new rule says 2 infielders have to be on each side of second base before the pitch is thrown, and infielders can no longer shift to the outfield. With less players concentrated on one side of the field, batters could see more success at the plate.
It is going to turn more ground balls into hits.
The new rule has already been implemented during spring training, and some players are excited about the change.
As a lefty hitter, for me, it's much better. You know that you can hit a good line drive and nobody gonna be there, and that can be a base hit.
And according to the league, there's already been a significant rise in ground ball hits. Some pitchers are now adjusting to the ban.
We gotta adapt. We gotta get used to it, and that's what spring training's for.
And fans seem to be excited with action on the diamond.
I think it makes the game more exciting. Everybody wants to see runs. Everyone wants to see hits.
And the hits are in. This year's spring training seen a 16-point increase in batting average for ground balls in play. It's a new era for America's favorite pastime.
All right, so it looks like it's already making a difference. So, Guad, in addition to the shift being banned, let's talk about that other major change, the addition of the pitch clock. That was a big talker during spring training. What are players saying about it?
Well, Joe, the clock is what's really going to speed up the game, right? So not just players, but also coaches, because the games are expected to be 20 to 30 minutes shorter. That means the players will be able to rest a lot more. And with a number of games that happen throughout the season, that's going to be good for the players. Now, it's not just the pitchers, right? So we have this clock, 15 seconds to pitch when no one is on base, 20 seconds when they have a player on base. But the batters have to be in the box before the 8 seconds come up. If they're not in the box, then that's a strike for the batters, so it affects both. All players say they are happy to adapt to these changes so far, the ones I've spoken to, Joe.
Wow, it's a strike. That's harsh. All right, well, the league says even more rule changes are in the works. What else can fans expect to see?
So, Savannah, in the future, maybe a not so far future, we could see a machine, they call it the ABS machine, a ball strike system. It's an automatic ball strike system that essentially uses a computer to see if a ball is a strike or a ball. And a player, a batter, can actually challenge the umpire if he disagrees. It would be interesting to see if the machine would be brought up and how many players would actually challenge the play. That could come not this season, but in the future. The technology already exists, Savannah.
All right. Rod Venegas, thank you so much. More news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Each year, more than 1 million people flock from all over the world to Washington to see the cherry blossom trees bloom.
That's right, but few people knew how the trees came to our nation's capital until they hear from our NBC News chief White House correspondent Kristen Walker. She's going to tell us the little-known story of the woman who made it all happen.
It's dawn, and already people are gathering to see the majestic cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C., an annual tradition that draws people from all over the world. But how these trees got here, still a mystery to many.
Do you know whose idea it was to bring the cherry blossoms here?
No idea.
It has something to do with Japan and a gift.
They were a gift from Japan, right?
A gift from Japan, yes, but whose original idea was it? A little-known fact until now.
Whose idea was it to bring Japanese cherry trees here?
It was definitely Eliza Sidmore's original idea.
You'd be forgiven if you've never heard of Eliza Sidmore. She doesn't get high billing in the history books. But Diana Parcell is now telling Sidmore's story, a post-Civil War journalist turned travel writer.
Found out she was an early newspaper correspondent in Washington, and that was amazing for a woman in the 1870s.
That tenacity took Sidmore all over the country and world, Alaska, China, Java, and beyond, becoming the first female writer and photographer for National Geographic. But it was a trip to Japan that became transformative.
She is struck by the cherry trees.
There was this ritual called hanami, where the Japanese come out every spring and stroll beneath the trees in this spirit of fellowship and humanity and joy. That's the experience she wanted to create in D.C.
Sidmore saw great potential for her hometown, where the Washington Monument and the area around it was still under construction.
You are describing her as a visionary.
She was a visionary.
As soon as Sidmore, only in her 20s, got home, she asked top officials to bring some of Japan's cherry trees to Washington.
What was the response she got?
They listened to her, and then they ignored her.
But Sidmore was determined, and she kept asking for the next 24 years.
What kept her going?
It was her personality, and she just wasn't going to take no for an answer.
Finally, in 1909, Sidmore found an ally in the White House, writing a letter to First Lady Helen Taft.
Mrs. Taft immediately took up the idea, and from this point on, the two of them worked together to make it happen.
With that powerful partnership, it didn't take long for Tokyo to agree, sending 2,000 trees to the U.S. But there was a problem.
They were all infested with a variety of pests, and they said these are a risk to U.S. agriculture. They have to be destroyed. And so all 2,000 of those trees were burned.
Japan was undeterred, this time sending a whopping 3,000 trees. In 1912, Mrs. Taft invited Sidmore to a small ceremony to plant them.
I can't imagine the sense of satisfaction she must have felt. I think it must have been tremendously gratifying for her.
Now, nestled deep in the tidal basin, some of the oldest trees dating back to Sidmore's era.
Gnarled, twisted trunks, missing bark. They're really not much to look at the rest of the year, but every spring, here they are in full bloom.
Today, the annual blooms bring out more than 1 million visitors.
It's beautiful that we can share this with so many nationalities and so many people, and it's a great thing.
Sidmore's vision from so long ago, now a reality. That spirit of fellowship, humanity, and joy in full bloom for eternity. Sidmore had so many adventures that she's now referred to as the Forrest Gump of her era. And all you have to do is look around me to understand the gift that she gave to all of us. Now, the cherry blossoms bloomed a little bit earlier this year because we had a warmer winter. They typically stick around for about 7 to 10 days. So come on down, get a glimpse. They are truly spectacular.
You've both seen them, right?
Yeah, I saw them for the first time last year. It really was stunning.
They're so beautiful. Kristen looking like a little blossom herself
matches.
in her beautiful coat. Oh, we love you. That was such a great story. Thanks, Kristen. Well, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And we are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us anywhere you stream. The news continues after this.
people need most right now. Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
If it's Thursday, Donald Trump's lead in the Republican presidential primary, is it growing larger? It is, even as potential criminal charges draw closer. I'll talk to a Republican presidential candidate who's trying to take on Trump without alienating Trump's supporters. Plus, the White House condemns Russia for targeting journalists as the Kremlin jails a Wall Street Journal reporter in Moscow on accusations he was supposedly stealing state secrets. And play ball. It is opening day and the start of a new, faster era for Major League Baseball, unless Patrick Corbin is pitching. Let's just say I'm excited. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd reporting in Washington, where yet again, the Republican Party and a field of prospective primary rivals are having to come to terms with Donald Trump's grip on the GOP voters. The former president, even with 3 criminal investigations and a potential indictment looming, has been growing his lead in the Republican presidential polls. In the latest numbers from Quinnipiac, Trump is up to 47%. It's a 5-point game since February, expanding his lead over Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to 14 points. Trump's jump is even bigger, according to Fox's latest polling. They have him at 54% this month, compared to 43% last month. And they have his lead over DeSantis at 30 points. So even with the dominant Trump headlines being about his legal peril or his venomous reaction to his legal peril, and despite his drag on his party's performance in 2018, 2022, and his 2020 re-election loss, the insurrection, 2 impeachments, Donald Trump is the candidate to beat for the Republican nomination. Poll numbers show Republican voters largely shrug at both the legal troubles facing him and his political liabilities. Only 20% of registered Republican voters say criminal charges should disqualify him from running again. That was according to Quinnipiac. And a big majority of the party, 72%, say he's had mainly a positive impact on the Republican Party. Trump's popularity comes as a growing field of challengers try to make their mark against him. But his dominance and enduring popularity on the right make him a tough act to follow. It's perhaps why we've seen a crop of rising Republican candidates taking on Trump, not by taking on Trump, but instead focusing on issues they think fire up their parties most, and that's cultural issues. The culture wars have been the centerpiece of Ron DeSantis' pre-presidential campaign, and an emerging candidate, businessman Vivek Ramaswamy, is also diving headfirst into the culture issues. Here's a look at his first presidential campaign ad.
We're in the middle of a national identity crisis. Faith, patriotism, and hard work have disappeared. Wokeness, gender ideology, and the climate cult have taken their place. I'm Vivek Ramaswamy, and I approve this message because we can take our country back.
The culture war plays well with the Republican base, which nowadays is synonymous with Trump's base. But it raises a big question for Republicans seeking the nomination not named Trump. How do you run against Trump without running against Trump? How can you pick off enough of his supporters without alienating too many of them in the process and still win? Oh, and by the way, have Donald Trump concede that you might have won. Joining me now on set is Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. How are you?
Nice good to be here.
You. Nice to meet you in person. We've had a podcast, but it's
likewise. Yeah.
Right. Let me start with that very question.
Yeah.
Which is, how do you make a case to a Trump voter who loves Donald Trump, believes he's been a positive impact for the party? How do you tell that person, yeah, we know he's running, but you should vote for me instead?
So I'm doing what Trump set up to do in 2015, but my commitment to those voters is I'm going to take that same America First agenda and actually take it even further, but also unify the country in the process. What I tell audiences in Iowa and New Hampshire is I'm all for putting America first, but to put America first, we have to rediscover what America is. And Chuck, I think that starts a conversation about what are the principles that set this nation into motion. And then when we talk about the policies against that backdrop, what I tell these voters is that just like Ronald Reagan did in 1980, I can actually go further than Donald Trump in getting it done if we do so with moral authority. I'll tell you that.
It's interesting you say this with the issue. It sounds like what you said is Donald Trump failed to unite the country. So
Yes.
no matter how successful you may think his policies are, the failure to unite the country means his agenda failed?
That's right. I don't think most Republicans want a national divorce. I think most people, most Americans, including Republicans in this country, want a national revival. And I think that many conservatives are hungry for walking the walk when it comes to family values, when it comes to reviving a faith in God. And I'll tell you, from my perspective, I was raised in a stable two-parent household. I'm in a stable two-parent household now with 2 children. We put family values in there. God and belief and faith in God is important to us. And I think that when you're walking on that level of moral foundation and moral authority, you can actually go further than Trump did. What do I say? We're going to fire the next time a bureaucrat reaches beyond their constitutionally ordained scope. You actually got to do what a president's constitutionally empowered to do. You can fire them. The president is empowered to shut down government agencies. Things that Trump talked about but didn't exactly get quite to eventually doing because he lacked, I think, the moral foundation.
But I want to get at something that I feel like you're hinting at, but you're not saying directly, which is, if you don't have a national consensus, you're not going to be able to successfully implement an agenda. And I feel as if the biggest problem with the right now, Governor DeSantis is facing it in Florida, and some of these ideas, is you push an idea that's unpopular, and it only creates more divisiveness, and you don't even know whether your idea works.
Well, here's the thing. I think what's the case for those ideas? I'm pushing, for example, as part of my policy agenda, eliminating affirmative action in America. Every Republican president since Lyndon Johnson could have struck it with the stroke of a pen, including Trump. They didn't do it. Now, I think this can actually be nationally unifying if it's done against the backdrop of restoring meritocracy in our country.
You believe this can be done with an executive order?
Oh, I know it can be done with an executive order because it was created by an executive order. 11246.
And why do you think Donald Trump didn't do it?
I know why they didn't do it. I pressed his people on it. They said that was not a political hill they wanted to die on. And that goes back to the moral foundation. If you're doing it on a principled basis to say, this is what it means to be American, to believe in merit, to believe in the unapologetic pursuit of excellence, to have a strong moral grounding when you're pushing that case, I think you can at once push the agenda that the Republican base, myself included, wants to see pushed even further, but to also do it in a way that galvanizes and unites the country. And I think that's the counterintuitive way how we actually deliver national unity. That's why I'm in this race.
Let me take affirmative action here a minute. The reason we implemented it, it was basically a reparation for Jim Crow. And for, because African Americans were denied opportunities that other Americans should have been, that they should have had over the last 100 years, and they were denied it. And the point of affirmative. Do you think now you can make the case that somehow everything is level for African Americans?
I'm not making the case that everything's level. I'm making the case that Lyndon Johnson's Great Society has been a disaster for all Americans, especially black Americans. Okay, 70+% of black Americans before the Great Society, including affirmative action, were born into two-parent households. Now it's less than 30% in the other direction. Black economic prosperity in this country is down. So is affirmative action a form of anti-white and anti-Asian racism? And is it anti-meritocratic? Yes, it is. But that's not the only problem. It is actually a form of psychological slavery that has held black Americans back and which is fueling more anti-black racism in our country. It leaves us even more divided in the end. And even when California shot down Prop 16, what does that tell you? Americans have an anaphylactic reaction against race-based preferences. What you really need is leaders with conviction and courage to say that we can both go further on first principle and unite the country in the process. And that's just an example of the kind of issue that I'm taking on that no other Republican, either in this race or in history, has dared to touch. That's a big part of this campaign.
Let me go to another couple of issues. I've not heard you on abortion. Where are you on the issue of abortion?
So I'm pro-life. I picked that up.
All right, but pro-life is meaningless now.
So here's what I would say.
So give me your specifics.
So the things that are specific and distinctive about me is I believe in walking the walk when it comes to being pro-life. I actually believe in starting a conversation about the responsibility of men, not just women, including potentially giving legal teeth to that, where actually men have to potentially take responsibility for a woman that carries, for a woman who has to carry a baby to term that she otherwise wouldn't have wanted to. I think she should actually have the opportunity to force the man in that situation to actually be able to raise that kid. I think it involving adoption laws, involving even child care and support for child care, that's conservatives walking the walk when it comes to being pro-life. I have been clear that I'm against a federal ban. The reason why is I've long believed on constitutional principles, that Roe was wrongly decided, that this is a states' rights issue, and I intend to be consistent about that. But that's my position.
So here's the thing on this idea of states' rights versus not having sort of federal codification of abortion laws. Should a woman who lives in Louisiana have a different right than a woman who lives in Virginia?
That's part of the pluralism of American democracy, is that different states have many...
This is a fundamental, not on some basic rights like this. We have some basic Bill of Rights. So basically you get different medical care based on where you live?
I think democratically, local communities and states having the ability to set their norms on issues that are not enshrined in the Constitution as powers reserved to Congress is the system that our founding fathers set into motion. So yes, I think that pluralism is part of what it means to be American. I personally, on that, this is not an issue for the president, but on a personal level, I am pro-life.
65% of the country did not want to see Roe v. Wade overturned. In fact, they want to see some form of it set into that this should be the national abortion state. 65%. We started our conversation with this issue. You need to have, if you want to implement an agenda successfully, you need to have national consensus. Your abortion position is way out of whack with 2/3 of the country. What do you say?
I'll say two things in response to that. One is there is a process. You can amend the Constitution. I wouldn't support doing that, but if the numbers enshrined in our Constitution wanted to support it, that's how you would make it a constitutional right.
What if Congress codifies it?
Well, I don't think...
They might.
Well, I think that's
maybe not this one, but the next one.
I think there's a good argument that's not within Article 1 power delegated to Congress. But here's how we can unify. You're asking a more important question. Let's not get into the legal specifics, though we can go down that rabbit hole if you want. I think the more important question is unifying the country. And here's the other thing. Clarence Thomas asked from the bench during the Dobbs case, okay? He asked a very fascinating question. There's almost no one in this country who disagrees with it either. That if there's a pregnant woman, she's assaulted, but the baby dies in the process, is there a higher special penalty reserved for the perpetrator? I think most people in this country, in their gut instinct, believe deep in their bones, the answer to that question is yes. What does that tell you? What does that tell me? It tells me that most people recognize that this is not just an issue about women's rights. It has to do with life, too. And so what I'm trying to do to unify the country is to actually get in this together. Not to say it's men versus women. We're in this together. Have men take more responsibility, have codify that potentially even in a legal regime, and then make it easier for women to get to the place that the pro-life movement wants them to get, including through stepping up for childcare, making that easier for women to get to the pro-life position. I think that's actually the way we unify the country, because I think there is that intuition in response to that Clarence Thomas question that I think most of us, if we admit, share in common.
But do you think a woman should have to carry a child that she doesn't want to carry?
Look, I think that if that's the situation we're in, it's an unfortunate situation where, yes, there is a human life at issue. It should be carried to term, but it shouldn't be done in an acrimonious way where it's a men versus women's issue. We should all take equal responsibility to the fullest extent possible as a society to create the conditions for that happening. That's what it means walking the walk to me.
I understand that, but at equal society, why shouldn't the woman herself have that decision on her own? Why should the rest of society have a say?
Because there's still this question of a life at issue. And that's what both sides in this debate made. One side wants to, has not historically done a great job of acknowledging the women's versus men asymmetry, which is what I'm trying to bring into this conversation. But the pro-choice movement has consistently rejected the idea this had anything to do with life at all. If you take that answer to that Clarence Thomas question, the guy who you're going to punish for the unwanted death of a fetus in the case of an assault, that tells you there's an intuition there that we can't ignore in this debate. And I think that that's still a bridgeable divide. And you know what? Here's the other thing, Chuck. We got to take these issues off the table where we would say that this is a litmus test for whether or not you can live in a cohesive democratic body politic. There are certain issues that will run deep, but I still believe we can be united across them, even with those deep-seated divisions.
The irony is that whatever anybody thought of Roe v. Wade, it turned out it was holding something together in this country. This was an uncomfortable compromise that everybody seemed to find something both right with and wrong with. You end up taking it away, and look what happened.
Well, pre-Roe v. Wade, we actually had a lot of national solidarity coming out of World War II, Chuck, too. So I don't think you can pin the lack of national unity today on the Dobbs decision individually. I think that there are a lot of factors that are deeper seated than any one issue. I think we're going through this national identity crisis where, forget abortion. You ask most people, what does it even mean to be American today? You get a blank stare in response. I think that is the heart of our national cancer. And if we could answer that question, what are the principles that set this nation into motion 250 years ago? I think we will discover that most Americans agree on free speech, open debate, self-governance, meritocracy. Maybe they disagree on tax rates. Fine, you can debate that. Maybe even they disagree on abortion. And that's heated and deep. You can disagree on that, too. But there is a deep-seated commitment to the principles that we can rediscover if we're allowed to start talking openly again. That's what this campaign's about.
Two other issues that I feel like are going to be dividing line issues inside the Republican primary. One is this issue with entitlements.
Yes.
Donald Trump has basically said, don't touch them.
Yeah.
What do you say?
So I have a better way forward where I think both Republicans and Democrats are playing small ball here. Tax increases for the Democrats, how to deal with debt, versus Republicans talking about entitlement cuts. I think it's as though both parties have forgotten about GDP growth itself. We've had 4% GDP growth for most of our national history, even 3+% from 1980 to 2000. We're less than 2% today. a core part of my domestic agenda is unshackling the American economy from the demands that constrain the U.S. energy sector to actually putting people back to work, which is one of the biggest impediments to GDP growth today. If GDP growth had been on that trajectory that we were from the late 80s into 2000, we would have 20+ trillion extra in national assets to work with. Our other problems would be small by comparison.
You sound like my friend Larry Kudlow. You think you can just grow your way out of this problem?
I think right now we live in a moment.
You
we can
really
grow
think
it
you
out.
could grow out of the problem without having to raise taxes and without having to do any cuts?
I think we live in a moment
where
we
does this magical math come from?
Well, I think it comes from a couple components. Unleashing the power of the U.S. energy sector, it's actually foundational. We've purposefully shot our ability to produce energy in this country, combine nuclear energy and unleashing fossil fuels. That's a big part of it. And then putting people back to work. I mean, the worker shortage in this country is a big input, and immigration can play a role in helping that.
I was just going to say, the biggest worker shortage problem we have is essentially we've shut down immigration in this country over the last 10 years.
So that's why I'm unapologetically embracing merit-based immigration in America as part of solving that workforce shortage. We then make it worse by paying people to stay home. And even when we stop paying them, that forms a habit that causes a worker shortage in the country. And then the last piece of this is the Department of Education, actually. Invisible problem here. We subsidize four-year college education for a humanities major or gender studies major in California, when somebody who wants to do a 2-year or 1-year program to be a welder or a carpenter or a builder doesn't get that same subsidy.
Those things now exist.
You get what you pay for, though. But this is years of trailing indicators. So I'm not saying I'm not optimistic. Actually, the whole point is I am optimistic. But I think that we live in a moment where we can, with good leadership, grow our way out of our problems.
It's very likely, though, this primary is not about issues, that it's about personalities. How do you navigate DeSantis versus Trump?
So I navigated by saying that what we really need is a courageous leader. Now, I don't think that the Republican...
You don't think the two of them are?
I don't think so. Certainly not DeSantis. I think that this is two outsiders in this race, I think, is what this is going to come down to.
Who are the outsiders? You?
Myself and Trump. Yeah, Trump
you
is not a
still view
professional...
Trump as an outsider?
Well, I've also said you only get to be an outsider once, but he's at least not a professional politician.
DeSantis you view as an
DeSantis is a professional politician. Absolutely.
What makes him so?
Well, he does what he does to get a news cycle out of it, right? So even his actions against BlackRock or Disney, if you actually double-click on it, we can go into the details. They had very actually limited effect. But once the attention had
Disney
actually
seemed
passed...
to outmaneuver him, but
of course.
we have a report on this later, yeah.
And BlackRock also has outmaneuvered him in the same way that Disney has. And so, ironically, the Republican politician, here the governor, gets what he wants out of it, which is a Twitter trend and a news cycle. But the company knows just to be patient to weather the storm, and they get to have the last laugh in the end. And I think that leaves neither his Republican nor Democratic constituents better off for it. I don't think a professional politician gets the job done. I think it is between two outsiders. And I think the Republican base, I can tell you this on firsthand experience, is hungry for a tradition in this party of putting a true outsider in the White House. Now, you get to be an outsider once, and I think I'm doing now what Trump did in 2015. We're polling about where Trump was when he came down the escalator, and so I'm excited to take this on.
How do you? I keep coming back to Donald Trump is basically he has had more success keeping his base than I think anybody thought. He has a track record of losing right now. Why do you think his voters are sticking by him?
I think that there hasn't been somebody who has actually shown the spine that they can take the agenda that he represented to the next level. I think people in the America First movement truly believe in putting America first,
convince
not
his
Trump.
Supporters that you'll do it better than him?
Yes, that is the job for me for the next year and a half.
And what will you tell that supporter that he can't do that you can? What can't he do anymore?
Well, the things that I've pledged to get done, he could have gotten done. Shut down the Department of Education, reform the administrative state. Actually, you want to talk about solving the fentanyl crisis using the military to get that job done. That's something I've pledged to do. Not just building the wall, but using actually the U.S. military to secure the border. These are policies...
You may run into legal issues with that.
Well, we've studied this actually in depth, and I'd love to go into depth with you. I think that that's actually a mistaken conception. I've spoken to actually a lot of legal scholars on this, and we could have a whole episode on that. But even taking on affirmative action, abandoning the restrictions on the American energy sector, I think these are things that I will be able to take to the next level because we're doing it on principled moral foundation and unite the country in a way that Trump did not.
You think it's good? Do you think Trump should be running for president if he's indicted, no matter where he's indicted?
I think that is free for his decision to make. And I also think that, look, I'm saying this as somebody who's running against Trump. I view that New York case as a case of political...
All right, understand.
It's politicized prosecution.
There's a Georgia case, there's a Washington... There's multiple cases here.
I think if the Constitution permits you to run for president of the United States, and it would in that case, I think that is his decision to make, and he's free to do it. Now, I'll tell you this. I don't want to win by eliminating the competition. I want to win because every voter in this country gets a chance to decide for themselves who actually runs this country. And you talk about preserving our democracy. You hear this a lot across the political spectrum, including on the left. Well, you know what one way is to gut the faith in our democracy is to somehow legally eliminate one of the major candidates from running. It'd be a lot easier for me if he was eliminated. I don't want that. I want it to put it to the voters and win through the front door.
You think if Donald Trump's the nominee, he can win?
I'm not a political analyst, okay? So I'm here to state my beliefs and run because I think I'm the best suited candidate.
But if you thought he could win, would you be running?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Because I'm running because I believe I'm the best person positioned to unify this country. It isn't some political... I could care less for Republican partisan politics. I'm not a partisan in the sense of the conventional sense of the word. I'm a America First conservative who has a vision for the country. Political parties are the way to do it, but I could care less about the machinery of it.
That were viable, you'd join it?
Well, I think we live in a two-party system that's codified for a reason, and I'm an unapologetic Republican, but I don't care about the partisan machinery to say that is it Trump's electability or not. No, I think it's about the best candidates running, leaving it to the voters to decide on principle. That's what I'm doing.
Vivek, we've gone about 15 minutes. I know we could go more.
Yeah.
I hope to do that down the road. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in, and be safe on the trail.
Appreciate that, Chuck. Thank you.
Vivek Ramaswamy. Coming up, the panel will be here for their take on the interview just now, plus DeSantis versus Disney. In a plot twist a la Succession, the Florida governor faces a major surprise and a major setback in his feud with one of the state's largest employers. And somehow King Charles III is involved. I'm not kidding. That King Charles. We'll explain.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington, I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis learned an important lesson this week. Don't mess with the mouse. The Walt Disney Corporation has come out on top, at least for now, in the ongoing power struggle between the company and DeSantis to control the previously independent area that houses Disney's parks in the state of Florida. A new document, first reported by the Orlando Sentinel, reveals that Just weeks before the board DeSantis established to take control of the area came into power, Disney moved to limit that new board's control, unbeknownst to the governor and the board itself. And they did it, at the time, under perfectly legal ways to do it. The company also invoked a rare legal clause that makes the move valid in perpetuity or until 21 years after the death of the last living descendants of King Charles. For real. Yes, the king over there. The board said that they will challenge the document. The fight between Disney and DeSantis started over Disney's political activities, namely their support of the LGBTQ community, as DeSantis continues his push to curtail LGBTQ visibility. Our senior national politics reporter, who is based in Florida, Matt Dixon, joins me now. And Matt, like I said, it feels like a plot twist in Succession. You're like, Logan Roy did what? And I guess this is what happened here.
Is it a King Charles III like themed Disney ride that we were talking about? There's a lot going on.
So walk me through. This happened, I think, 24 hours before the new board was put into place?
Yeah, it happened February 8th, and one of the strangest twists is it wasn't some secret meeting or some sort of private thing behind closed doors. It was done during a publicly noticed meeting that anyone could watch or attend. The Orlando Sentinel did a great job of getting some of those meeting documents. So this was a thing that kind of the governor's office just missed. That it was 24 hours, one day before the House signed off on the DeSantis appointed board, sort of taking over what was the old Disney or Reedy Creek board. And it happened in plain sight, but here we are talking about King Charles III and sort of gubernatorial and Disney intrigue.
What do they think they can do from the government side of things here?
That isn't totally clear at the moment. We've certainly been asking, and we don't have a clear legal strategy as far as how the governor's office is going to kind of pursue this moving forward. Without question, they're going to. Governor DeSantis' sort of motto is never back down, never apologize, double down, and that we fully anticipate, and I think Disney does as well. But at this point, as far as the blueprint or how they're sort of signaling that they're going to push back on this, we're not quite sure. But it is definitely something to watch. I'm certain the DeSantis administration isn't just going to sort of let this slide.
Bottom line is they have just basically defanged this entire new board, correct? They are at this point a condo board.
Yeah, that's a very Florida way to put it. Yeah. But by the new board's own admission, some of the quotes from the Orlando Sentinel yesterday had board members essentially saying, well, Disney is the new board. We are, they didn't quite say that we are toothless, but functionally what they said during that meeting that we're talking about is we are now toothless because of this February 8th agreement that the old board signed before the legislature and DeSantis could sort of make these changes.
Matt, you know this administration pretty well. Is this hubris, naivete? What do you chalk it up to? How did they miss this?
I mean, it seems 6 one way, half a dozen another, in the sense that they're usually pretty good at this stuff, but we don't get any sense that they saw this coming, and it caught a lot of people off guard. And again, I'm gonna circle back to the point I made initially. This happened in a public meeting. This wasn't some secret thing in the C-suite at Disney that was done with no spotlight. So all anyone really had to do, and the Orlando Sentinel decided to do it, was follow the agenda.
Well, Bob Iger always said he wanted to run for president. I guess he could say he beat Ron DeSantis. Anyway, Matt Dixon.
At least to this point.
At this point, he has won one round against Ron DeSantis. All right, Matt Dixon, our Florida-based national politics reporter. Matt, thank you. Now I've got the panel here, political congressional reporter Nicholas Wu, former Democratic senator from North Dakota, and a CNBC contributor Heidi Heitkamp, and the former governor of North Carolina, also a Republican, Pat McCrory. Gentlemen, how are you? Nicholas, let me start here. I got to say, be careful going after corporate lawyers.
Yeah, there's something kind of ironic about this whole situation, right? Like, Governor DeSantis is trying to win these culture wars and show that he can stand up to Disney and make a mark with his policies here. And, well, clearly Disney had the better lawyers. And, I don't know if this says all that much about how he, might wage these future culture wars going forward, but, maybe the governor's lawyers will look a little more carefully.
But, Pat, I do look at this as a sort of it's leadership 101. If you decide, when the bully punches, and then the bully gets punched back, the bully's like, what the heck? What do you mean? You're not supposed to be able to punch back. If you lead pugilistically, don't be surprised when people respond pugilistically. If he wanted to do something and worked with Disney, maybe they'd be in a different situation. I just think this is a exposure of him as an inability to be a leader. He can be pugilistic, but he's not a leader.
I don't know if I'd take it that far, because one thing I learned as both a mayor and a governor, you're up here and you just assume you've got this incredible legal staff underneath you. But the fact of the matter is the legal staffs and mayor's offices and governor's office are entry-level jobs, a jump-off point to another. And then you're fighting a corporation. They've got the top law firms in the country charging $1,000 an hour. And these lawyers were looking long before that meeting. I mean, the minute this fight started,
they had their escape hatch.
They had hundreds of lawyers looking at this, and you get blindsided. The governor is probably working on another item at that point in time. It's a staff failing, but it happens in government a lot. I would still say, in the long term, I think Disney's making a mistake, though.
Well, it is interesting. If you're DeSantis now, Heidi, you know, do you keep fighting him or not? Because it was good politics for him for a while.
You're now embarrassed.
It is
because it does not look good for you. You know, number one, everybody's looking at the lawyers. The mistake was made when they passed the law that changed the membership of this board. Just like there's a reason why people are told that they are terminated and they're walked out the door the same day.
Yeah.
And so the mistake.
They're the ones that left him working. You're right.
They left him. They left him to create this mischief, and that's a major problem. But overall, what it does to the rest of the country is it makes Ron DeSantis look weak. It makes him look petty. It makes him look less than a leader. And I think that's going to be problematic for him going forward. And the president, President Trump, has already jumped on this saying, see, look at this. You know, any real estate guy would have known this.
It also shows it's tough to run for president and be governor at the same time, too.
I don't think he's going to run for president.
Oh, I do.
Why do you say that?
Because I think that he has no lane. It's the same thing when you were having your previous guests have a conversation saying, why you and not Donald Trump? If Donald Trump's the second coming, you know, how can you make... No one can make that case that why you... DeSantis can't make a case. He doesn't have a lane if Trump stays in.
They're recruiting people right now as we speak.
Nicholas, that's the thing that jumped out at me with Vivek Ramaswamy is his inability to make the case of why not Trump. He sat there and said, hey, Trump could have done all these things. But he couldn't criticize him.
I mean, that's kind of a fundamental problem in the Republican primary right now for anyone who's not named Trump. Why not just wait until 2028 when, you know, either Trump wouldn't be in the race or, you know, something else might have happened. But, you know, as my colleagues were reporting today, there's still lots of interest within House Republicans and within Senate Republicans for someone who's not Trump. And they're almost kind of waiting for Godot in a way. But
what'd you make of him? First-time candidate, running for president first, Pat.
You know, I'm of the belief that we have too many people. I admire anyone who's willing to get in politics, especially jumping right up to president. Be frank, I wish more that top business people have been successful would run for school board and county commission and mayor and city council, because that's really where the hard work is. And that's coming from a former city council member. And I get a little discouraged that the business community has bailed out in running for local office. They want to jump right to the top of government when, frankly, they need to learn government and see if they can handle the dynamics. And no better dynamic than sitting in a county commission meeting or school board meeting or city council meeting.
Heidi, every 4 years, there's somebody we've never heard of who does run for president, a mayor of South Bend, a businessman, that Andrew Yang, right? Maybe, is he fit that category that will find some success, you think, or not?
You know, it depends on how he acquits himself. And what's interesting is I kept thinking as he was talking, where he basically called Donald Trump immoral. I don't know if it was
He hit him hard, and he also said he was not, he didn't unify the country, and that was essentially the number, which is,
but saying you didn't unify the country and calling someone immoral is a pretty big leap. And I kept thinking, you know, dude, you've never been in a fight like you would be in a fight with this president, with President Trump. And so I kept thinking, how would he survive the kind of scrutiny and the kind of belittlement that president gave to anyone on the stage who disagreed with him? I think he'd crumble.
Well, we don't know. I mean, that's been the case with everybody else that went up against Nicholas. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw on the debate stage over the past few years. And anyone who went up against Trump ultimately, even when it was down to two people, right? Trump still won on the debate stage.
You know, it's funny. Trump is one of the ones during a convention who called me out and called me a loser, and then called in front of 2,000 people, and I was just sitting there stunned that called me a loser and then said, he doesn't represent my values. He's saying Pat McCrory doesn't represent Donald Trump's values. And part of me now, in hindsight, wishes I would have stood up and said, damn right I don't. But at the time, I wasn't that type of character, and I still am not. And I couldn't imagine doing it. But someone's going to have to do that.
Well, I think
someone's going to have to do it.
I think Chris Christie came pretty close. I think
agree.
He's coming closer.
Yeah, but is he a credible person? This is the person who became the, I mean, I think of all people, Chris Christie's the guy that became the mainstream Republican who gave Trump credibility by being the first one to endorse him and sit there and stand next to him for all of those, for the rest of the primary season. I mean, how does he have credibility here?
I think he has credibility by being the only one willing to say he cannot be the person.
Chris Christie has nothing to lose. Like, I'm waiting for somebody who will do it, who has something to lose. I don't know what Chris Christie has to lose. That's for sure.
All the other candidates, I think, who are good friends of mine and I think would make great presidents, are sitting on the fence trying to have it both ways. And I think in this fight, you can't have it both ways. You gotta distinguish yourself and step out of the box and say, I'm the guy who's going to take him on.
I want to pivot to a story that I think
you better lose. If you're going to lose fighting.
So I don't get to explain the rule against perpetuities.
You want to explain the King Charles?
Yeah,
you love the King Charles. All right.
I'm a lawyer, so every property tax, every person who failed property, never.
King or Queen of England.
But we were all pretty jazzed because finally, in the popular media, is the rule against perpetuity.
Well, that was something else.
It was great.
Nicholas, I want to go to another story. It's not getting as much attention because it doesn't involve Trump. And that is this growing sort of where House Democrats take votes. They think the White House has their back. Then they find out later the White House is going to sign the bill they voted against. Uh-oh. First it was the D.C. crime bill. Then I think it's this COVID emergency. Is it creating bad blood or just uncomfortable blood?
Well, leading up to today, there was a lot of bad blood among House Democrats. I mean, all the folks I talked to were really peeved about the way the White House had handled these last few votes, where you had vulnerable frontline Democrats who took these tough votes with the assumption that the White House would just veto a bill if it ever made it through the House and then the Senate into the president's desk. But then, you know, for them to be told one thing and then for Biden to privately tell Senate Democrats the total opposite, right, caused a lot of heartburn. And so the White House is trying to do a lot of cleanup now. We saw the White House come out early today and say that Biden would explicitly veto this new D.C. crime bill that's moving through. So there's been these attempts to mend fences, but it might be too little too late.
Heidi, it does look like the Biden White House loves actually being almost... Here's what it looks like to some. He looks like he's looking for a progressive foil, or the Democratic foil. If House Democrats want to go that way, he'll happily side with some of these moderates.
Let me tell you, good luck keeping discipline when that's how you manage the caucus.
Yeah, you think they've made a mistake here? How they've done
right. But it's fool me once, shame on me. You know, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Right, there's no discipline now, right?
And so if I'm a moderate in the House caucus and the administration calls says I need your vote, I say no, you don't. You obviously don't need my vote. And so I think that's the damage. The damage has been done to the unifying the caucus. I think they have great caucus leadership, but whether he can hold it together is another question.
Very quickly, Pat McCrory, House Republicans, can they have a debt ceiling negotiation with the White House without passing a budget? Credibly?
This is going to be a who blinks first.
Yeah.
This is going to be a battle to the end, and who blinks first.
Well, let me tell you, Article 1 doesn't start out, thou shalt negotiate with the president. Says you legislate. And
I do think the president has a responsibility to say we need to negotiate. And they're both playing hardball, and they're appeasing their base because they're all afraid of the primary. The House Democrats and House Republicans are both afraid.
The president put a budget out there.
I was just going to say, yeah. I mean, in that sense, he has put his budget out there.
He did do that, but he also knows he's got to come. And we've got a
why
major
should he move
budget
until
problem.
they move first?
Well, here we go.
Why? You don't move
Chicken and egg.
You don't get to move the chess. You don't get two turns at the chessboard.
In Washington, you get to do anything.
You will find out. All right, Heidi, Pat, and Nicholas, thank you guys. Up next, detained in Russia. A Wall Street Journal reporter is now in jail in Moscow on supposed espionage charges. Allegations Wall Street Journal is vehemently denying. That story is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We're going to turn now to the international fallout after Russian authorities arrested Evan Gershkovich. He's an American journalist for the Wall Street Journal based in Moscow. The Russian government arrested him on supposed espionage charges. The Russian FSB claims Gershkovich was spying in the interest of the American government, but they did not provide any evidence or further details about the charge. The Wall Street Journal released a statement saying it vehemently denies the allegations from the FSB and seeks the immediate release of our trusted and dedicated reporter, Evan Gershkovich. We stand in solidarity with Evan and his family. This afternoon, the White House condemned Russia's actions and its ongoing repression of journalists.
These espionage charges are ridiculous. The targeting of American citizens by Russian government is unacceptable. We condemn the detention of Mr. Gershkovich in the strongest terms. We also condemn the Russian government's continued targeting and repression of journalists.
Gershkovich is the first American journalist to be arrested on espionage charges in Russia since the Cold War. And it comes amid heightened tensions between the United States and Russia. A Russian court ordered his initial detention until May 29th. Joining me now is NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Lederman. And Josh, I actually want to start with a question Heidi Heitkamp just had, and just speculating, but this is not an unusual occurrence. The Americans just found a Russian spy that the Washington Post scooped a couple days ago. Any chance this is an attempted tit for tat?
It's certainly possible. And in fact, the U.S. government hasn't ruled out the possibility that this was retaliation for that arrest or potentially, Chuck, an effort by the Russians to gain additional leverage, additional chits that they could use to potentially trade for their own Russian citizen who is now detained in the U.S. to try to get them back. We've seen that kind of behavior before. But at the same time, we know that there are other reasons that Russia may have acted this way now, including the fact that they don't, frankly, like the way that a lot of Western news organizations have been covering the war in Russia, have been covering Russian society. The most recent published article by this Wall Street Journal journalist had been about Russia's stumbling economy. So, you know, at this point, it's really difficult to know exactly what was behind this.
And, Josh, what can the U.S. government do behind the scenes? Is there a negotiation already, or is this going to be just public condemnation for now?
Well, the first thing that they have to try to do is establish contact, both with the Russian government through diplomatic channels, potentially through intermediaries if they can't get the Russians to talk to them directly, and also to try to get in touch with the detained American. And of course, the U.S. is supposed to have consular access to its citizens when they're detained overseas. That sometimes takes a while because the Russians can throw up bureaucratic hurdles. But the other thing that we know, Chuck, is that the Russians, because they like to insist that they have a proper judiciary and a proper legal system, is they like to say, look, no negotiations about a prisoner swap are going to even occur until the legal process plays out, until there's a trial and a conviction. And given the fact that they have said this is top secret and the trial and any legal process will take place behind closed doors, we may not have a lot of visibility into how that's playing out when there is even an opportunity to start the actual fruitful negotiations to try to get him back.
And Josh, there are other detained Americans. Paul Whelan is probably the most prominent at this point that is still there, and it seems like we're at least publicly, we don't look any closer to getting him home.
Yeah, and the fact that Paul Whelan is still in Russian prison while Brittany Griner was released, I think is not a great sign for this situation, because it shows how the Russians treat intelligence cases, suspected, accused intelligence cases differently than they do, for example, a drug charge.
Well, it certainly looks like they are playing some sort of spy game here and trying to get some of their spies out of our custody. Josh Lederman on the beat for us on this story. Josh, thank you. After the break, Data download time. We're going to show you which parts of the country are getting bigger and getting bigger faster, which has political implications for 2024. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It is data download time, and in the words of Ben Folds, we're rocking the suburbs. I'm excited because the Census Bureau released some data. They released new numbers showing the fastest growing counties in America. People means power in politics, and right now some of that power appears to be flowing south into suburban areas of the country that have been trending a bit more blue. Let me show you here. Here are the top 10 fastest growing counties. You're going to see 3 states represented here in the top 10. Arizona, Maricopa in the #1 slot. Texas here, Florida. And here we go. I'll take you to page 2. More Florida, more Texas, more Florida, more Texas. You see a pattern here? The Sun Belt, still pretty popular. The continued northern to southern matriculation has continued. And to show you through the blue-red divide here, obviously Maricopa, a swing county, the swingiest county here, more population would mean something there. And if it continues to trend blue, that is helpful to the Democrats and their ability to hold Arizona as a blue state. Now check out Texas, the fastest growing counties here. You have a couple here in North Texas. These are narrow Trump counties. If Democrats start to make inroads, look for these Dallas suburban counties to trend blue, and if they do, that will tell you this state's starting to get more competitive. Harris County, obviously suburban county here in and around Houston, also growing very well. In Florida, though, you will see the continued dominance, I think, of why the Republican Party is so strong. Yes, Hillsborough is still a fast-growing county there, and that's a blue county. But look at Polk County here, Lee County. These are places that have just been booming in population. You see on college football Saturdays, you don't see Florida and Florida State flags. You see Ohio State flags. You see Michigan State flags. Those are the folks that are populating those areas, and that is why Florida seems to have been getting redder and redder. Still to come, batter up. I don't usually like to use the phrase game-changing, but this opening day in baseball is truly game-changing. We just had a 2.5-hour game, a real baseball game that lasted just 2.5 hours. Oh, my Lord. That brings us today's Meet the Press Minute. Here's a look back to when I spoke with the Commissioner of Baseball, Rod Manfred, back in 2015. Just at the start of that season was getting underway, about the possibility of a pitch clock 8 years ago. Take a listen.
You're trying to deal with pace of play issues. Is pitch clock coming? Is an at-bat clock coming? Is that a reality?
Well, look, we engaged in a very aggressive set of experiments in the Arizona Fall League, including the pitch clock. The committee that was composed of people with literally decades of on-field experience was split on the issue. Some people said, you put a clock in baseball? Why would you want to do that? Interestingly, the entire committee, once they saw how the games in the Arizona Fall League went, were favorably inclined towards the pitch clock. So what do? We went forward. We're now testing it at AA and AAA this year. I think whether it comes to the big leagues is going to be a product of how well the changes we did this year work.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Today is one of my favorite days of the year. It's opening day. And let me just be honest. It came a week earlier than I expected, or I might not have been here today. It's really opening day for everyone. All 30 major league teams are scheduled to play today, weather permitting. But today's games already look a little different than they did last season. Major League Baseball is implementing some of the most sweeping rules changes to America's pastime in recent history. Most notably, we now have a pitch clock designed to speed up the game. The clock was used in the minor leagues last season and shaved about 25 minutes off the average length of a game. The pitch clock received almost universal praise during spring training, even from some of the baseball purists. And widespread support for any major rule change in sports, especially baseball, is about as rare as bipartisanship in Washington these days. But baseball fans want to save baseball. And I think that's what's happened here. We hit a crisis point, and everybody's like, yeah, whatever it takes. Evan Drellich is a senior writer for The Athletic who covers baseball. And Evan, I appreciate you joining me and taking a minute from watching games as I had to do for the hour here, and miss the Nats blow what will be a regular occurrence here these years, blow another game against the Braves. But I had that interview with Rob Manfred 8 years ago. The issue of baseball's problem on TV was notable 20 years ago. I'm glad they did it, but what took them so long?
Yeah, look, there was player resistance for a long time. Baseball spiritually has always been the sport that doesn't have the clock. You know, you heard Rob referring to it there. It's interesting, if you pay attention, all the language that the league is using around it, they're calling it the pitch timer because I think they don't want to alarm people. But it hit a breaking point where the games were too slow, and not only were they too slow, there wasn't enough action. And so they had to make really a flurry of changes here to try to, A, get games quicker, and B, create more action on the field.
The other notable thing, look, the pitch clock seems to be the one, and it may solve every other problem, right? We were a ball in play. You know, if you don't have as much time to think about where you're going to put a ball into play, that maybe everything is a little more reactionary and everything. So it may solve everything. But they also got rid of the shift. Yeah. And practically, why was that important, do you think?
Well, you had fielders stacked on typically the right side of the field for left-handed pull hitters, and they were taking away hits that for decades, traditionally in baseball, had been hits. You know, after Moneyball, all the teams start pursuing analytics. They get all this great data. They know exactly where to put a fielder. And so, you know, a hitter can really hit a strong line drive, and there's somebody standing there. So it was contributing to that reduction in action. The game was really gearing toward strikeouts, walks, and home runs. And it's going to be interesting to see if indeed we do see more action. So the Yankees today, they won 5-0 in a 2-hour, 33-minute game. That's basically a half an hour, more than a half an hour off of the average game time of last year. But this could be a function of April, and it's cold and everybody's getting warmed up. There were 32 strikeouts in that game. So, you know, we're seeing progress, and I think this clock is going to be great for the sport overall, but there's going to be some hiccups.
Is there an advantage, you think, for hitters or pitchers with the clock?
My instinct is that it's for pitchers because I think the time to get set, you can catch a hitter, I think, more likely out of rhythm, but it probably would depend on who you talk to. But I think when things are snappy, you know, when you had pitchers in recent years, Mark Burley, formerly of the White Sox, guys who kept fielders in rhythm, pitching quickly traditionally has been viewed as helping the defense and the pitcher.
All right, so over the last couple of years, we've changed how many batters a relief pitcher has to face. We've done the pitch clock. We've got getting rid of the shift, bigger bases. What's left? Is there anything on the table there for our friend Theo that he wants to put in here to try to improve the game, or are we done tinkering for a while?
Now, there's one more big one that's looming, and that is the automated strike zone, that's sometimes referred to as the robo-ump. Rob Manfred yesterday spoke for a while at an event in Manhattan and does not like the term robo-ump because he says there isn't actually a robot involved. But you know, they have a way now of measuring or evaluating a pitch automatically, and they can tell the umpire, hey, this is a ball or a strike. And so they're experimenting with two different forms of this. One is that calls pitches every pitch, a ball, strike, every time. The other one is a challenge system. Manfred yesterday seemed to like the challenge system idea more. It's less invasive. And so I think if it's not next year, at some point, yeah, we're going to see the automated strike zone.
The most compelling idea I had for the challenge was the idea that human umpires know that there are some strikes that are unhittable pitches, and they didn't like to call them strikes. I mean, is there a way to program the robot that, you know, will have an oval strike zone and not a full rectangle?
This is exactly what the commissioner was talking about yesterday, is that the way human umpires call strike zone isn't an oval. They don't call the very, very edge of the corners. I would think technologically there would be a way to do this. The way it sounds now, they're not there. And so that's really the main concern with going to the every pitch system is you're going to get pitches called strikes that are not strikes.
Well, I would have loved to have seen Tommy Lasorda fight with a robot, or Earl Weaver fight with a robot over balls and strikes. But that we will never see. Robots versus Lasorda. Maybe it would have been a fun reality show. Evan Drellich of the Athletic, appreciate you coming on, sharing a few minutes with me.
Thanks, Chuck.
And thank you all for being with us this hour. I'm going to be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
To get to as we're coming on the air, starting with the kind of Cold War comeback, one that is explosive, with Russia putting a U.S. journalist under arrest for spying, they say. The White House says the Kremlin's being ridiculous. That's the word they're using, basically begging people to leave the country now. We're live with the latest. We're also live with what's breaking tonight, the gut-wrenching 911 calls from that shooting at a Nashville school, in which 3 kids and 3 adults were killed. You hear the panic inside the building as police race to take down the killer. How the family of one of the victims is reacting tonight. And in the last hour, we're learning the identity of one of the 9 soldiers killed in a helicopter crash during training in Kentucky. What the Army saying now as they piece together how this could have happened. Plus, how did one of the stars of the Fugees get wrapped up in a federal trial full of alleged backroom deals, multi-million-dollar schemes, a top Trump advisor, and Leo DiCaprio? Oh, we'll explain that one. We're also on Verdict Watch tonight with Gwyneth Paltrow's fate sort of in a jury's hands. We'll talk about what we hear in the courtroom in the final day of this trial. Then later in the show, the biggest movie on the big screen this weekend, Dungeons and Dragons, how it's ushering in, listen, nerd culture back in a big way. Nerds are cool, man. That's later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're starting tonight with that new escalation from Russia and new anger late today from the White House over an explosive arrest, something we haven't seen since the Cold War. Russia's threat to lock up an American journalist for 20 years for what they claim is spying. You are looking right now at Evan Gershkovich being put into a car after leaving court in Moscow. He's pleading not guilty, according to state media over there. He's an American. He's the Moscow correspondent for the Wall Street Journal. This is the first time since the fall of the Soviet Union that a U.S. journalist is behind bars in Russia. Here's what we know right now. The Kremlin says he's been caught, in their words, red-handed. The charge? Espionage. Russia's security forces accuse him of trying to find out state secrets about their military-industrial complex. They've given out zero evidence on that, but we do know that a Russian court is now detaining him until at least the end of May. The White House is calling the charges ridiculous. They say there's only one way to keep Americans safe, and that's to get out of Russia ASAP.
U.S. citizens residing or traveling in Russia should depart immediately. It is not safe at this time to be in Russia or to travel in Russia.
The Wall Street Journal is also standing by its reporter, denying these allegations, of course. The question now is, what can the U.S. do? Get him back, obviously, but how? Maybe a prisoner swap? We saw that with WNBA star Brittany Griner in December. But remember, Griner was charged with drug possession, which the Kremlin may see as a less serious charge. And even for that swap, the U.S. had to give up the notorious arms dealer Victor Bout. Instead, you might want to look at the situation with Paul Whelan right now. He's also been accused of spying. He's now on a 16-year prison sentence in Moscow. This is what the White House is up against here. And the Whelan family, they don't seem all that convinced that President Biden can handle this, with a statement out today saying essentially, well, they couldn't figure it out for Paul, so why would they for Evan? Josh Letterman is joining us now. Walk us through then, Josh, what is happening behind the scenes, what the White House would be doing right now to learn more about this, to try to get him home.
Well, the first thing they have to do, Hallie, is establish contact, both with the detained American himself, but also with the Russian government. So as far as getting consular access, something that the U.S. is entitled to when one of its citizens is arrested, that is something the State Department says they're working on right now, but it could be several days before they actually get to visit him. But then also the U.S. is going to be trying to open up lines of communications with the Russians, which is no easy task right now, given that the embassy has been downsized. There are very few communications taking place between the U.S. and Russian governments. But that's going to be the first step. But really the challenge here is that the Russians have already made it clear that they are not going to be open to discussing any kind of a prisoner swap until the legal process plays out, which is exactly what they said in the Brittany Griner case. And in that case, it wasn't until there was a guilty verdict that they then were able to have those negotiations for a prisoner swap. And that took, nearly 10 months until she was able to be freed.
Look big picture here, right? Because just last week, you saw the U.S. charging a Russian national for spying plus fraud. He's in Brazil right now on fraud charges, but this is one of just a string of setbacks for Russia with suspected spies over the last few months. Is there a broader concern here about perhaps a tit for tat? We're not drawing any conclusions, obviously, as to motivation here for why Russia grabbed this journalist and arrested him and charged him here, but there is a context that this fits into.
There absolutely is, and you're right. We don't exactly know what was behind this, but we do know that there are concerns being expressed by the likes of Senator Marco Rubio and others that the administration's willingness to do prisoner swaps in the past with Russia has incentivized them to essentially take people as hostages or as detainees that they can then use as bartering chips to get their own spies back, like that Russian national who was arrested last week and has been accused of espionage. But it's the latest sign of just how much Russia's relationship with the West is truly deteriorating. And just in the last few minutes or so, there was yet another example when Turkey's parliament cleared the last barrier that Finland needed to join NATO. Finland, the country that has the longest border with Russia, is now going to be a member of NATO. This exact thing that Putin said he didn't want at the start of the war with Ukraine was an expanding NATO alliance. That is exactly what he is getting as these relationships with the West continue to deteriorate.
Lots of developing news here at the top of the show tonight. Josh Letterman, thank you very much for covering all of it. Tonight, we are hearing for the first time the terror and confusion inside a Nashville school with the newly released 911 calls showing people begging for help as quietly as they could. The sound of gunshots in the background as police raced to take down the shooter who'd killed 3 children and 3 staffers by the time they arrived just minutes later. Listen.
Yes, I hear another shot.
You did?
I'm hearing more shots.
Okay.
We're upstairs by the art room hallway.
You're upstairs by what hallway?
In the art room.
Art room.
Yes, please hurry. I'm hearing you.
Sure.
Approximately how many shots have you heard?
A lot of shots.
It is a gut-wrenching and disturbing glimpse into the horror that day when some parents, teachers, and students' worst nightmares turned into reality. A reality that has enraged some in Tennessee with demonstrators, look at this, showing up at the state capitol today, holding signs, chanting for lawmakers to do more to protect kids by changing gun laws. Lindsay Reiser is in Nashville for us this evening. And Lindsay, the 911 calls are incredibly hard to listen to here. I have to imagine it is in some ways re-traumatizing for people in Nashville, but it does give us a sense of the timeline. And by that, I mean police arriving as quickly as they could, in stark contrast, for example, to some of the 911 calls we heard after the last horrible school shooting in this country related to elementary school kids, and that was Uvalde, Texas.
Right. I mean, certainly law enforcement experts seem to be in unanimous agreement here that the officers who went in are absolute heroes. And it only took minutes from that call to the takedown of the shooter. But Hallie, these 911 calls are just so heartbreaking. We've seen the body cam footage. We know the horror that went on inside that school. But to hear this adult woman say she's hiding in an art classroom closet with kids, you hear the muffled cries of kids. You hear one kid saying, "I want to go home." And then you hear the dispatcher trying to tell this woman to tell everybody to be quiet because they are literally hiding for their lives. And you hear this adult woman say, "Be quiet," to these kids. It is absolutely gut-wrenching. And it is really the motivation, even though we got the 911 calls before this rally happened, but the impetus for all these hundreds of people gathering here today, Hallie.
Tell us about that, because these protests went down in the building right behind you here. What did you see? What did you hear?
I mean, everybody gathered here where I'm standing. They walked up the steps to essentially confront state legislators on their way into the General Assembly. They're in session right now. In fact, there are several bills before the legislature that would expand gun access, loosen some of the gun laws here. Those are on pause right now until at least next week, where maybe they'll be heard before committees. But right now, in respect for the victims and their families, they're on pause. I want you to hear from some of the parents that I talked to. It was a lot of parents with their young kids today. It was a lot of young students missing school and coming here to carry these signs, sing songs, and chant inside the Capitol. One woman that you're going to hear from lost her older son to gun violence at the 2018 Waffle House shooting here in Nashville. Her surviving son, her second son, who wasn't at the Waffle House that night, was locked down on Monday. She thought, oh my God, it could be not my other son, not again. Of course, it didn't turn out to be his school, but I want you to listen to what some of these parents told me.
As a mother, I can't sleep at night, and I am in tears every time I think about my son at school by himself.
We are just absolutely devastated that our country is willing to sacrifice the lives of children.
So the first woman that we heard from actually was the organizer of the event, single mom. Her son's about to turn 5. She was just called to action on Monday to bring people out here. We didn't actually hear from Shondell Brooks, the mother that I was telling you about, but she said, you know, we're almost 5 years from that shooting at that Waffle House, and we really haven't seen the needle move much. And Hallie, I talked to a Democratic lawmaker here who represents this a district in the state, and he says his caucus is preparing a gun reform package that they will be proposing that will include a red flag law, which we know Tennessee doesn't currently have, which will include an assault rifle ban in the state. But Hallie, it's unclear where that will go, if anywhere, here in this legislature. Hallie.
Lindsay, thank you very much. We are now learning more about one of the 9 soldiers killed in that horrific crash of 2 helicopters during routine training overnight in Kentucky. The father of Caleb Gore just now telling NBC News in a statement his son couldn't wait to join the Army, that he was, in his words, everything a father could possibly wish for. You're seeing some photos of Gore right here. It comes as the Army's given some new updates on what exactly happened. Watch.
2 of our Black Hawk helicopters were involved in a crash during a planned training flight in Cadiz, Kentucky, that resulted in the death of all 9 service members aboard the aircraft.
Here's what we know. Those 9 soldiers are flying in what the military calls a multi-ship formation, wearing night vision goggles. A witness tells our local NBC affiliate they saw helicopters flying in kind of an unusual way and that the crash lit up the sky. Now, the Army is launching a team to investigate how this could have happened, with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin saying he will make sure troops and their families get the care that they need in the wake of this accident. Kathy Park is on the ground at the Army base in Kentucky. Bring us up to speed, Kathy.
So I will start with Caleb Gore. You talked about just the loving tribute, and we were able to learn a little bit more from his father, Tim. We know that he was someone who was dedicated and devoted to being a service member. He actually wanted to join the Army before graduation. He was very passionate about search and rescue, and his father said he was a gentle giant. In fact, he was known as kind of like Captain America, so a sweet nickname that he had for his son. He also leaves behind a wife. His father, Tim, was a pastor, and I think what struck me was that when he was a little boy, he actually baptized his son. So we are learning more about the 9 lives. It certainly is a somber and difficult day here in Kentucky. We also heard from lawmakers across the state offering support, their condolences during what has been a very heavy period for this community. Hallie.
Yeah, heavy indeed, Kathy. Where does this go next as far as the investigation here? What are we hearing from the military?
So we are actually in front of the scene right here. Less than a mile away is the crash scene, and we are told that an aircraft safety team from Alabama is on site, just combing through the debris field, looking through the wreckage, and hopefully they will uncover some sort of data similar to a black box that may offer some clues as to what went wrong. We know officials are saying that there was no further damage here on the ground, no homes destroyed, no one else was injured, but still there's so many questions about what went wrong. We were told that there were 4 soldiers in one helicopter, 5 soldiers, and another aircraft, and which was typical. And this was a routine training mission, but obviously so many questions. But Governor Andy Beshear, he kind of leaned on faith and just kind of lend his support as his community tries to heal. Take a listen.
Their loss today is our loss.
And we're going to stand with both those that are here today. And again, we're going to make sure that these families know that they are loved and that they are not alone.
So, Hallie, once again, still so many questions on what happened here that led to this crash. We do know that the weather conditions were actually pretty calm. The winds very light at the time, visibility clear. So we'll have to wait and see once they finish the investigation to get more answers. Hallie?
Kathy Park live for us there in Oak Grove, Kentucky. Kathy, thank you. An update now from the Vatican, which says Pope Francis has bronchitis, but that antibiotics have helped and he should be out of the hospital in the next few days. The Pope even tweeting this morning that he's touched by the many messages, the closeness, and the prayer he's received. And President Biden putting out his own tweet, giving his best wishes and prayers to the Pope, saying the world needs him. Keir Simmons is there for us in Rome. Okay, so Keir, the Vatican says he's doing better. He's still in the hospital. He's still canceled all his audiences through Friday. And here we are with Holy Week coming up next week. Do we know when he'll be out and back in action?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that he's cancelled his audiences through Friday. He's in the hospital still. I suspect that will continue to be the case till the weekend. It's Palm Sunday, of course, on Sunday, and then a week later, Easter Sunday, the most important week in the Catholic calendar. You could just imagine, Hallie, the conversation between the Pope and his doctors. And we know that, and they've been clear, the Vatican, that he's got some of the best doctors in Italy. The Pope saying, I want to be out there with my people at such a crucial time, and the doctors perhaps saying, you're 86 years old, you know, take it easy. But they do say that he's improving, and as you mentioned, that statement tonight, being a little bit careful, but suggesting that he will be out within days, that's being seen as positive. I think the Vatican trying to reassure people after a fairly confusing and anxious 24 hours.
Explain the fairly confusing and anxious part, Keir, because what we learned 24 hours ago is different from what we had learned, let's say, 29 hours ago, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we thought, well, the Vatican kind of said that he was going to have scheduled tests, and then there were reports in the Italian media that, in fact, he'd cancelled a television interview. So that left people, kind of uncertain and worried about what they were being told. And I think that's part of the reason why we got this detailed statement this morning. This great description that you read out. He read the newspapers, that he had breakfast, that he's got a private chapel where he went to pray. Just trying to, there's 1.4 billion Catholics around the world, right? Just trying to make everybody feel like they can have some faith in their Pope's future in the coming days and weeks and years, and certainly to see him out of the hospital this week.
Of course, as it relates to his future, listen, he's 86 years old. He's had part of his lung removed. He's had part of his colon removed. He's been in a wheelchair for the last year because of a fracture in his knee. He has said, right, Keir, that if his health were to worsen to a point where he felt like he could not serve the church, he would step aside.
He has said that, although he's also been very clear that he is committed to his role. And the role, of course, I mean, we had Pope Benedict who stood down, but that was incredibly unusual. The Pope is normally the Pope until the end of his life. And I think Pope Francis will want to be that kind of Pope if he can be, because keep in mind how important his faith is to him, how much he believes in service. And I think that's another reason why he's likely to find strength at this kind of moment, and why I really do suspect that in the coming days we will see him again.
Keir Simmons, live for us there in Rome on top of it all. Keir, thank you for being there for us tonight. Appreciate it. The National Transportation Safety Board and the EPA are on the ground back here in the United States in Minnesota looking into this train derailment that forced people nearby to evacuate. The thing caught fire, happened overnight. You see the map here in the town of Raymond. It's about 100 miles west of Minneapolis. It was about 1 a.m. when officials say 22 cars on a BNSF train hauling ethanol and corn syrup derailed, caught on fire, were burning apparently for hours after the derailment happened. Look at it. Right? These crumpled up train cars, the flames, they're surrounded by snow. You see some tanks on fire. We don't know what caused this derailment yet. We do know nobody got hurt, but people who live nearby had to leave their homes. They were only just allowed back in a few hours ago. Of course, if you're looking at this and you're thinking about a different train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, yeah, that one just happened about 2 months ago. And while these two situations are not the same, It does come kind of in the shadows of all the national attention that Ohio derailment got, with federal regulators and lawmakers trying to figure out how to stop this kind of thing from happening. Maggie Vespa is joining us now. Minnesota's governor, Maggie, went to the site of this derailment earlier today. Talk through what happens next, right? How this is going to be handled.
Yeah, the governor, Hallie, was quick to delineate the same difference that you just did. This is not East Palestine. This is not a situation where you have those hazardous, dangerous chemicals leaking en masse, from what they can tell, into the water supply and the air supply and that kind of thing. But they are taking this very seriously. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg was quick to jump on this, saying the Federal Railroad Administration, he tweeted out, was on the ground investigating this trash. The railroad, in this case, BNSF, so a different railroad than the one that was involved in Ohio as well. That was Norfolk Southern in Ohio. Also saying no injuries, no fatalities. So those were important details to get out right away, that no one was hurt in this thus far, and that, again, those federal those federal agencies were on the ground. In addition to the FRA, as you said, we have the NTSB, we have the EPA on the ground, monitoring air quality, which was a huge concern in the wake of East Palestine as well. Ethanol is hazardous. It can cause irritation of the eyes, nausea, that kind of thing. But so far, they say, with the size of the spill and the way it was contained, Hallie, no major risk to the public in this case.
Maggie Vespa, thank you for that update. I know we'll be watching it, and you will too. Appreciate it. A new ruling late today could mean the end of a lot of free health care screenings after a federal judge in Texas struck down part of Obamacare that required those kinds of screenings. We're talking about mammograms for breast cancer for women between the ages of 50 and 74, screenings for colon, cervical, and lung cancer, screenings for some STDs and for type 2 diabetes, and for drugs that prevent HIV infection in high-risk populations. It's that last bullet point there, that last part, drugs to prevent HIV. That's why 2 Christian businesses sued the federal government in 2020. They say that requirement as part of preventive screenings violates their religious freedom because of coverage of those drugs. The Biden administration will probably appeal, but this ruling goes into effect immediately and could threaten the access to basic, affordable primary care for millions of working-class Americans. Mike Memoli is joining us now. Mike, any reaction from the White House here? Any clues to how this is going to go, given the history of this particular judge who has ruled against the Affordable Care Act before?
Yeah, in fact, this judge had ruled that the Affordable Care Act was unconstitutional, only to have even a conservative-leaning Supreme Court turn that down 7-2. So that gives us a sense of the history here. What's happening now, Hallie, is that the lawyers and the policy analysts at the White House, at HHS, at the Justice Department are reviewing this ruling and coming to a determination about what the next best steps are legally. Politically, of course, we've seen the White House already come back swinging, really seeing this as part of a larger pattern of Republican attacks on what was President Obama's signature law, one that Vice President Biden, now President Biden, had no small part in helping see through to the finish line. We heard that from Karine Jean-Pierre at the podium today. Let's take a listen.
This case gets between patients and their doctors. That's what it gets. It gets involved in a decision that patients and their doctors should be making. It's yet another attack on the ability of Americans to make their own health care choices.
And this comes, Hallie, just a week after President Biden was marking the anniversary of the passage of the Affordable Care Act. He and President Obama were reunited for a social media video touting this accomplishment. So this is something that the White House really does feel politically, if there is the view that this is going to be under attack continuously by either a Republican Congress or conservative judges, they can at least use to their political benefit.
Okay, so that's the politics. Let's talk about the pragmatics, if you will, of this, like what this actually means, because our team has been looking into this. It's really not super clear, and I want to be transparent with people. It's not like we can come on the air and say X, Y, or Z. Obamacare coverage plans now can legally cut out this coverage immediately. It doesn't mean they're definitely going to, though, right?
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. I've been reading everything I can to try to cut through what this means. And part of this has to do with just the nature of health insurance in this country. Yes, millions of Americans do now get health coverage through the so-called Obamacare exchanges or through the expansion of Medicaid in many states, 40 states. North Carolina just joined that list this week. But there are so many that still, the majority of Americans still get this through private insurers. And so because of the legal uncertainty, because of the fact that the Biden administration is likely to appeal and then strike down this injunction, many health insurers will likely just continue the status quo. So many of these preventive services are low cost when you consider compared to other major operations, surgeries, and the like. And so for the legal uncertainty here will lead many insurers just to keep the status quo. But ultimately, if this does go up to the Supreme Court, that will then be the reckoning here.
Mike Memole live for us on that. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, lawmakers in one state want to let people carry a concealed loaded gun anywhere with no permit. So is the governor going to sign it? We've got that coming up in the 5 things.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
As we speak, the decision on who's to blame for a ski crash in Utah involving Gwyneth Paltrow is officially in the hands of a jury. That's right. They're deliberating now after both sides presented their closing arguments. You've got the plaintiff, Terry Sanderson, his attorney here on the left. You've got Gwyneth Paltrow's attorney there on the right. And for one last time, we really heard the he said, she said of this case, who hit whom, because everybody has a different story. And what happened to each person in the crash? Take a listen to what Sanderson's attorney said he lost when the two collided.
These are the golden years. These are the most valuable years when you can enjoy your retirement and actually do things.
And here's what Paltrow's attorney said she lost. Listen.
They lost a half day of bonding and even more because now everyone's stressed.
Remember, the jury could decide in the end it was nobody's fault. Let's get to Dana Griffin, who is out for us in Los Angeles. Hour and a half that the jury's been deliberating, right? What are the potential outcomes here? Walk us through it.
Well, Hallie, they could come up with a verdict as early as today. We know that they have several questions that they have to answer. Here are some of the questions that they have to answer here. If Terry Sanderson or Gwyneth Paltrow was negligent, they have to decide, was this reckless skiing on either party's side? Did either cause harm? If the jury finds that both are at fault, they must decide to which degree, and then damages could be reduced based on that percentage. And also, what amount of damages should be awarded, if any. Now, they could decide, Hallie, to not award any damages to anyone. Paltrow can receive $1. That's the max that she is seeking, but the jury cannot make a decision on her attorney's fees. That will be left to a judge. Now, they must calculate the damages for Sanderson. He is seeking at least $300,000, but even during closing arguments, his attorneys did this whole whiteboard calculation and said that they believe that he is owed about $3.2 million. And the other interesting part about this, Hallie, is unlike a criminal case where the verdict has at least 6 of the 8 jurors must agree on each of the questions, and that's how they're going to decide this case.
Talk about some of the big sort of strategy pictures that each side was trying to paint to the jury before they went back and started deliberating behind closed doors. Because on the one hand, it feels like Paltrow's attorneys were trying to say, hey, this guy's not that badly hurt. It wasn't even, Gwyneth Paltrow's fault anyway. On the other side, you have the Sanderson attorney saying, no, he has a traumatic brain injury, and it's Gwyneth Paltrow's fault. That seems to be where they were going with this.
Yeah, Hallie, a lot of he said, she said. Both are claiming that they were hit from behind by the other person, but there's no video evidence to really tell the truth here. Now, the defense is, or I want to say the plaintiff's team is really trying to vie for sympathy here. They say that Sanderson is going to live with the impacts of this brain injury for the rest of his life, and they even said that they estimate that he'll only be alive for another 10 years. They also pointed to the fact that he uses GPS, or they say that he uses GPS, to go from the store just to his home because he's had that much cognitive decline. Now, Paltrow's attorneys, on the other hand, say that they believe there was GoPro video that somehow went missing because they point to a text or an email between Sanderson and his daughter where she talked about, oh, I'm so glad, that there's GoPro video. And the plaintiff's attorneys say that she misspoke. She didn't know what she was saying. So it's really interesting. Again, a lot of he said, she said here. Now, the defense is also pointing to the fact that, they showed all these photos of Sanderson's world travels, him hiking, river rafting. They want to poke holes in his story that he has suffered the physical and mental injuries because they're saying, hey, look at this guy. He's traveled more than most people will travel in their life, just even, years after this accident. Hallie?
Dana Griffin live for us in L.A. Dana, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So listen, it sounds like the start of a bad bar joke. What do you get when Leonardo DiCaprio, Steve Bannon, and ex-Fuji star Pras Michel walk into a courtroom? Well, we may be about to find out because they're all involved in a federal trial kicking off opening arguments today in a case, as the prosecution puts it, filled with political intrigue, backroom dealing, burner phones, and lies. Now, to be clear, the only one who could be in trouble here is Michel. He's facing conspiracy charges. DiCaprio and Bannon may end up being called as witnesses. Here's the deal. After leaving the Fugees, which of course was the hip-hop group that Michel was in with Lauryn Hill and Wyclef Jean back in the 90s, Michel basically tried to remake himself as a businessman and political player. He's accused in this trial of multi-million-dollar schemes during the Obama and Trump administrations. And besides DiCaprio, you've got Jim Carrey, Britney Spears, Jamie Foxx, politicos like Rudy Giuliani, who could end up called as witnesses. Michel is pleading not guilty. The defense has not started making its case yet. Ken Delaney is outside the courthouse in D.C. for us. So, Ken, Michel could face up to 20 years in prison if he's convicted. Talk us through day one and how all these big names fit into this thing.
Yeah, this is a doozy of a case, Hallie. That's not a legal term, but it's a stew of, as you said, political intrigue, but also celebrity interest. A lot of those celebrities you mentioned are on the witness list because they had dealings of some sort with Zhou Lo, who is a Malaysian billionaire accused of stealing more than $1 billion from Malaysia's sovereign wealth fund. He's now a fugitive in China. He's a defendant in this case, but he's not here. Pras Michel, the former Fugees Grammy-winning musician, is accused by prosecutors of essentially being his political agent in Washington through 2 administrations. He's accused of orchestrating a straw donor campaign to funnel illegal contributions to former President Obama. There was even a photo shown today by an FBI agent to the jury of Pras Michel sitting at a table with President Obama and Zhou Lo's father. But then in the Trump administration, prosecutors say Pras Michel began lobbying illegally on behalf of the government of China, seeking the extradition, this is complicated here, of a Chinese billionaire that the Chinese wanted to get back to China. And so there's a sort of a melange of allegations here. It promises to be a pretty lengthy trial and an interesting one. Whether any of those celebrities get called remains to be seen, Hallie.
Talk about what we could see next here, Ken.
So everybody, of course, is wondering whether, for example, Leonardo DiCaprio and Martin Scorsese will be called as witnesses because one of the allegations is that Joe laundered money through the making of the film The Wolf of Wall Street. But whether or not they come, each side has like 30 witnesses. The trial is expected to last through April. There'll be a lot of different kinds of interesting testimony with political figures, possibly. It's going to be a kind of a peek inside the underbelly of Washington and perhaps Hollywood, Howard.
Ken Delanian, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, board members chosen by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to oversee how Disney World is governed, that special district. They say they were stripped of their powers. Turns out Disney may have pulled a fast one on them by writing up a declaration in its agreement that could get in the way of Governor DeSantis' plans to influence this park. That thing that the Disney board did is supposed to be in effect until 21 years after the death of the last descendant of King Charles III. It's basically a provision they stick in to say, you know, forever. Those new board members are promising to challenge this in court. Number 2, the Florida State Legislature just passed a law letting anybody carry concealed loaded weapons with no permit. That means no more background check for concealed carry. Governor DeSantis has signaled he plans to sign the bill, making Florida the 26th state to have permitless concealed carry. Number 3, Sam Bankman-Fried, the disgraced FTX co-founder, pleaded not guilty today to 5 more federal charges of conspiracy to violate campaign finance laws and bribing Chinese authorities. Remember, the U.S. government formally accused SBF of directing a $40 million crypto bribe to one or more Chinese officials. That brings the total number of counts he's facing to 13. Number 4, the mother of rapper Flo Rida's son just filed a lawsuit against her landlord after the boy fell out of a 5th-story window in her apartment earlier this month. She says she repeatedly asked that landlord to fix faulty window guards, but they didn't. Her attorney says the 6-year-old was badly hurt and is in the hospital in a full body cast. The landlord did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Number 5, LGBTQ plus activists holding the first ever Pride 7 summit in Tokyo today. They're trying to get the Japanese government to adopt an anti-discrimination law ahead of the G7 in May. Japan is the only member nation of the G7 that does not have legal protection for LGBTQ plus rights. Coming up here in the show, we're going to hear from a former Fox News producer in her first TV interview since being fired, why she's calling the network a big corporate machine that destroys people. That NBC News exclusive next. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the pact Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay. To an NBC News exclusive now from former Fox News producer Abby Grossberg in her first ever broadcast interview, where she's calling Fox News Channel, in her words, a big corporate machine that destroys people. Grossberg tells NBC's Cynthia McFadden she believes she was set up to be Fox's scapegoat in the defamation suit brought against the network by Dominion over what they call baseless election fraud claims. Listen as she explains why she claims she wasn't responsible for fact-checking if what a guest was going to say on air was true.
The decision to keep my job so that I could keep paying my bills. It seemed like the safer decision for me at the time.
So, in an attempt to keep your job.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day from New York. NBC News has learned a New York grand jury has just voted to indict former President Donald Trump. It's the first indictment ever of a former U.S. president and could have a major impact in the 2024 race for the White House. The investigation centered on Mr. Trump's alleged role in 2016 in a hush money payment to former adult film star Stormy Daniels, who said she had an affair with Mr. Trump in 2006. That payment was made in the final days of the 2016 presidential campaign by Michael Cohen, Mr. Trump's former lawyer, who after the election was reimbursed by the Trump Organization. Joining us now is NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. Laura, lay it out for us.
All right, Lester, obviously a seismic development here, a historic development. Never before have we seen a former president indicted in the United States of America. Now, we have not actually seen this indictment. We believe it to be still under seal there in the court in Manhattan. But we now have 3 sources confirming that the grand jury has, in fact, voted to indict. We also have 2 sources confirming that Mr. Trump's lawyers have been informed that this grand jury has voted to indict. Now, typically, the defendant gets an opportunity to surrender in a case like this. Obviously, Mr. Trump had forecasted that he would be arrested in some respect. We have no evidence that that has taken place. But the typical scenario would be for he to actually surrender at the district attorney's office. At that point, he would be processed, fingerprinted, mugshot, all of the typical processes that you would see in a regular case. Even though, of course, this is not the regular case, we do not have any timing on exactly when that processing would take place.
Now,
Lester.
the indictment itself, will it be sealed? Will we not perhaps see the details of it for some time?
It's typically sealed until a judge actually orders it to be unsealed. So it gets sealed. It's actually with the court right now.
And that would specify what the actual accusation is.
That's exactly. That's when we will actually see the piece of paper that will actually lay out all the charges. Sometimes they go into great detail. That's known as a speaking indictment, when it provides somewhat of a narrative, sort of telling the story of what happened. Sometimes it's very bare bones, and we'll have to wait and see what this one does.
We have been hearing that the legal theory, the legal basis that the DA has been looking at is one that's untested. Yes. What do we know about what the challenge was in this case?
So typically in a case like this, the falsification of business records, that's typically a misdemeanor. So we're talking just up to a year in prison. In order to elevate it, to step it up to a felony, there has to be actually a second crime, an intent to either commit or conceal a second crime. And throughout this entire investigation, we've all wondered, what would that second crime be? Could it be something related to state election law? Could it be something related to federal election law? We just don't know. And it's one of the things that we're going to be looking for when, in fact, this indictment gets unsealed.
So a question that essentially centers on how that money was accounted for, what it was stated to be used for, and what the intent may have been for its use.
Exactly. So it's not actually the paying of the hush money that's the crime. The problematic here, the problematic issue here, if in fact that's what they've indicted him on, is the way that it was accounted for on the books of the Trump Organization as legal fees, when in fact it was not legal fees to Michael Cohen, his lawyer at the time. It was hush money.
Again, the former president had predicted, a week and a half ago that he would be arrested. Obviously, that has not happened right now, but we do know, again, from our sources, there has been an indictment. Let me go to senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake. Garrett, what can you tell us?
Well, Lester, picking up that timeline from a week and a half ago, after Mr. Trump's prediction a week and a half ago Saturday that he would be arrested the following Tuesday, his legal team offered a witness of their own to this grand jury, a man named Robert Costello, Daniel, who had been an attorney working with Michael Cohen around the time of this alleged hush money plot. That testimony then essentially was the last moving piece we saw in this probe for another week. On Monday of this week, the grand jury heard from what we now believe was their final witness, David Pecker, the former publisher of the National Enquirer. This was Mr. Pecker's second time before the grand jury. He's a key player in all of this. He was believed to be the person who brought together Mr. Cohen and attorneys for Stormy Daniels who might have engineered or at least come up with the idea for these payments. That witness on Monday, again, believed to be the last witness this grand jury heard before their decision to indict today, apparently 2 months to the day after being convened for the very first time on January 30th. Now, as we await additional information about what the charges might be, I can tell you the political reaction is already coming in. Congress is headed out on a 2-week recess, but already we've heard from members, and it's clear that this is going to be a polarizing decision, both in the halls of Congress and politically across the nation writ large. One Republican member of Congress calling it a dark day for the country. Some Democrats cheering this on as a victory for the rule of law. Again, Lester, so much we don't know, but the political reverberations into 2024, the presidential election campaign, will be vast.
Well, of course, he has a presumption of innocence for now. Does that change anything in terms of him being a candidate for the 2024 election?
The former president's made it clear an indictment will not change his candidacy. He will plow through it. In fact, he has made the possibility of an indictment almost a plank of his campaign platform, arguing that any indictment in New York or in any of the other investigations in which we know him to be a target would be, in his words, election interference, an effort, he says, by Democratic district attorneys or prosecutors with the Justice Department to do what a political process couldn't and knock him out of this race. He has been very clear on that point, that he believes this is a political indictment, should one come, or should any additional indictments come, and he fully intends to continue his campaign in the face of any additional legal challenges.
All right, Garrett, I'll ask you to stand by. I want to go on the phone now. NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos is joining us. Danny, as we understand, this would be unsealed at a later date in which we would learn the details of the indictment, but would it be your best estimate that this would be a felony indictment?
I think most folks are predicting that this will be a felony indictment based on falsification of business records, which is a default misdemeanor in New York State, but it gets bumped up to a felony if the falsification of records was used in furtherance of or to conceal another crime. But I may be in the minority of folks that are thinking that that may be what's on the indictment, but also look out for the crimes related to Trump allegedly inflating his value for the purpose of securing loans or just bragging rights, and deflating his value of properties when it came time to paying taxes. That, to me, still seems like a viable set of charges that could appear on the indictment, even though reportedly there's been a lot of attention by the grand jury on the Stormy Daniels hush money payments.
This is where it gets a bit sticky here. My understanding is grand juries are secretive, that the information is close held. The fact that we know what we know now, does it affect the defense? If they know, for example, that Alvin Bragg had to push this rock uphill for a ways to get this indictment, what does that signal to the defense?
Exactly right. While we may not know what went on exactly in the grand jury room, we have the benefit of, for example, Mark Pomerantz, a former volunteer member of the DA's office of New York, who wrote essentially a tell-all book that gave us a pretty good idea of what the push and pull was behind closed doors, not in the grand jury room itself, but among prosecutors in the DA's office. So I think that you might find that that's the kind of book that not only made the case for indicting Trump, but at the same time, it also, by giving the other side of the coin, the other prosecutors and their arguments, gave the defense a blueprint for how to proceed. So this and other pressure may have hastened this indictment, although it's difficult to say that this was a hastily put together indictment because it took literally years. So this was not something that was rushed into, although many have questioned whether or not these are the strongest potential charges against Donald Trump, and if the stronger charges might not be those in Georgia potentially, or from the federal investigation led by special counsel.
Danny Cevallos, I'll ask you to stand by as we continue our coverage. Also joining us, NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Hallie, let me get your thoughts and observations.
Well, a couple of things here. When you look at the political ramifications, Garrett laid it out well, that this is a former president, now a current candidate who is not planning, has no intention of backing away from this 2024 race. Remember, it had long been speculated for the last several weeks at least that this indictment could in fact come down. And let me lay out how I think we will see the Trump team, not politically, but legally, try to defend the former president from this. Again, with the caveat that Laura and Danny have laid out that we do not know yet what is in the indictment specifically. But from public statements that members of the former president's legal team have made, they will probably try to argue that this was simply, as they've said before, a kind of nuisance settlement, this alleged hush money payment, basically, that this was made in the personal capacity of Donald Trump and not, in fact, Michael Cohen, by the way, and not, in fact, as part of a campaign expenditure. They're going to do something else. They're going to try to portray Michael Cohen, who is a key figure, a key witness who testified repeatedly to the grand jury in this case, as a liar and somebody who simply is not credible. We have seen that already from Donald Trump again and again on his platform Truth Social. And they'll also probably point to some statements made by a former member of the previous Manhattan District Attorney's team to try to say that even some former members of this team did not think that there was enough in this case to actually prosecute. This is what we have heard from the legal representatives of former President Trump already. As far as the political impact of this, right? The base of Donald Trump has been sticky, Lester. And by that, I mean they have stuck with him through a lot of this. Remember, these hush money payment allegations came out even prior to the 2016 election, and Donald Trump still ended up in the White House here. The question that I think we'll be looking for as it relates to the 2024 campaign is what do his current Republican opponents and potential Republican opponents do and say about this. I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who is considered to be the leading front-running candidate against Donald Trump in the primary, even though he hasn't even officially announced he's running yet. There's a lot of speculation that DeSantis will. How might he thread the needle on this now historic and unprecedented indictment against a former president, Lester?
All right, Hallie, I'll ask you to hang in there for us. Let me go to NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, how do you separate the politics, or will it not be separated?
They're not separated. They're very intertwined, right? This has been something, Alvin Bragg, when he was running to be the Democratic nominee, to be the next Manhattan DA, you know, this was part of the campaign dialogue there. So this has always been intertwined with politics. And in many ways, Donald Trump has been, some might call it gaslighting, others might call it preparing his base for this moment, arguably for years. The whole, they're always out to get me, realize that when they're coming after me, they're coming after you. And when you look at just all the various ways that this has been polled, when you talk to various Republican strategists about ways they've already polled this, like it doesn't indicted Donald Trump, is he weaker in the Republican primary? And it's not clear that he is. Now, the question I've always had on this is, if he accumulates indictments, right? This is the first shoe to fall. If he's accumulating indictments throughout the year, does that suddenly become the weight where Republican primary voters say, hey, we like you, Donald Trump, but you can't win? That hasn't happened, though. You know, the only rationale I've heard a Republican try to make against Donald Trump without trying to attack him has been, hey, he's lost 3 times, 2018, 2020, 2022. Either he or his ideas have lost at the ballot box. You know, he's the Republican most likely to lose to Biden. But the problem is his voters don't believe it. He's convinced his voters he didn't lose in 2020. So they can't even use that argument effectively, that he already lost once. So it'll be interesting to see how voters react to now that he actually is indicted. And when you see the mugshot and you see all those things. But I do think we ought to judge his durability here, not after this indictment, after if another one comes out of Georgia and D.C. I think that's when we'll find out, truly how politically durable he is.
Yeah, and I've got Laura right here with me. What's the progress of those other investigations, which are arguably more serious charges?
Well, it's interesting. So the one, obviously, in Georgia, the special grand jury produced a report. Trump's attorneys have obviously attacked that process at length, and they've tried to quash that report. The district attorney there had said at some point that it was imminent, but that was really weeks ago, and so the timetable on that is not at all clear. It certainly is not going to take place anywhere near as close as this one is. The charges, as you mentioned there, are very different, and it has to directly do with him trying to get the Secretary of State of Georgia to invent a number of votes, obviously attacking the center of democracy.
All right, I want to go to WNBC's Jonathan Deans now, who broke his chief investigative reporter for our station here in New York. He's been covering this story from the start. Jonathan, tell us what you've learned and how this is going to play out. Our first hint, we should note that there was a stepped-up police presence downtown. What do you know?
Yeah, late this afternoon, the NYPD was advised to start stepping up security as the grand jury was expected to hold a vote this afternoon. We began reporting on that, and then we heard that the grand jury was voting, and then the result came in late this afternoon. Multiple sources telling us that the grand jury has voted to indict the former president of the United States. We are told that his defense attorneys have been advised, and we are awaiting word as to when, if as early as tomorrow he'll appear in court here in Manhattan, or will that be pushed into next week. That will be a conversation between the prosecutors and the defense team. Meanwhile, we await to see if and when that paperwork gets filed and then unsealed and made publicly available so we can learn details more about it. But certainly a historic day here in New York and for the nation. The former president charged here in New York in connection with that Stormy Daniels affair.
All right, Jonathan.